Chapter 1. In the realm of Lingzhou, within the depths of the Beast Forest, a snow-white female tiger was preparing to face her thunder tribulation not far away. A young white tiger was still playfully nuzzling its mother. Qi, it is time to take your away. The white tiger spoke in a low voice. Master, a red-haired woman named Qi cautiously approached young master. Where has Moi gone? The white tiger inquired softly. Surveying the surroundings, he said he was afraid of pain. Qi replied helplessly. He should be hiding somewhere far away. The white tiger chuckled lightly. That does suit his character. Qi, do you remember what I instructed you? Qi nodded silently. I remember. Repeated. If this time the tribulation is successful. Before Qi could finish her sentence, the white tiger chuckled again. You know, that is not what I wish to hear. Qian's expression faltered, her demeanor tinged with disappointment. Biting her lip, she seemed to resolve herself. Master, if this time the tribulation fails, immediately place the young master in the transformation pool for no less than half a month. Good. Continue, the white tiger said softly and informed the young master. Qi took a deep breath that he must not attempt physical cultivation in his beast form. This method is not to be pursued. The white tiger nodded gently, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, she stepped forward to the edge of a precipice. But master, how can you be so certain that physical cultivation cannot reach the heavens? Qi implored urgently. Qi, the white tiger sighed deeply. I have watched you grow and do not wish to deceive you. From the moment the signs of this thunder tribulation appeared, I felt that with my level of physical cultivation, I would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. As soon as the white tiger's words fell, heavy footsteps echoed from behind. Master, a robust and handsome man rushed over. Panting, weren't you afraid of pain and unwilling to approach? Qi asked curiously. What does it matter to you? The man retorted, turning to the white tiger. Master, this is the celestial herb I prepared for you to resist the thunder tribulation. The white tiger glanced at the offering, then smiled softly. Moi, these are indeed fine items, but alas, I can no longer make use of them. Please, master, at least give it a try, Moi urged solemnly. The white tiger gazed deeply into Moi's eyes. You sense it too, do you not? Upon hearing this, Moi bowed his head, while Qi, as if sharing in the sentiment, lowered hers as well. The white tiger turned to face the gathering storm clouds. It seems that achieving sanctity through the body is ultimately unattainable. Master. Fortunately, I still have you both by my side, the white tiger said, looking at the little tiger nestled in Qian's arm. Moi, there's one more matter, Baihu said softly. Once this affair concludes, all of my remaining cultivation will be inherited by you both. Master. Qi exclaimed in surprise. Is that truly the case? Moi gazed at Baihu with astonishment. Upon hearing Moi's words, Qi swiftly kicked him, causing Moi to stumble and fall to the ground. Why did you kick me? Master said so, Moi protested, feeling aggrieved. As Qi prepared to retaliate again, Baihu interjected. Why strike him? This is indeed my intention, but master, tears welled in Qian's eyes. This child will need your support in the future, but it seems he may not survive in this beast forest for much longer, Baihu stated. Master, why is that? Regardless of what transpires, we will protect the young master, Qi urged. At present, it appears that only you and I can safeguard the young master. What about the others? Moi whispered. They dare to. Before Qi could finish, Moi rolled his eyes and retorted. If they dare, what can you do? Moi's words effectively silenced Moi. Moi is correct, you cannot simply eradicate them. Baihu said in a grave tone. In the realm of beasts, survival of the fittest prevails, and who would heed such a little fellow? Master, you previously mentioned immersing the young master in the transformation pool for half a month for this very reason? Moi inquired softly. Indeed, physical cultivation alone cannot lead to divinity, and ascending to the heavens is even more arduous. Thus, only through human techniques can one hope to transcend the shackles of beastly cultivation. Baihu replied solemnly. To follow human cultivation. Qi sighed softly. Master, do you intend for the young master to go to Xinling sect? Perhaps that is the only place where he will find acceptance. Baihu's gentle gaze fell upon the little tiger at that moment. A flash of lightning illuminated the sky, as if to signal something. Baihu exhaled deeply and said, it seems the time has come. You should depart and return once everything is resolved. Qi wished to voice something further, but was pulled away by Moi. After the two departed, Baihu's expression shifted dramatically. His eyes filled with a defiant resolve as he stared at the stormy sky. Why are you pulling me? Qi demanded. Am I to let you stand there and be struck? Moi replied helplessly. You fear pain, but I do not. You may be timid, but I am not. Qi asserted. Moi shook his head in resignation and raised his thumb, saying, you truly are remarkable. You neither consider your own safety nor that of the young master. Who says I do not care? Before Qi could finish, he suddenly felt as though something was missing from his embrace. Moi, sensing something amiss, exclaimed, Oh no, it can't be. Why are you still dawdling? Great Black Bear. Hurry back and search. Qi Yun spoke in a grave tone. Such a thunder tribulation could even affect the esteemed one if the young master is implicated. Before Qi Yun could finish, Mo Yuan, who had always been averse to pain, unexpectedly surged forward, rushing towards the cliff in search of the little tiger. As Mo Yuan took his first step, a resounding roar echoed, and a powerful bolt of divine thunder descended with overwhelming force. Before long, the entire monster beast forest was filled with the furious roar of the white tiger. At that moment, she had only endured the initial strike of the thunder, yet her gaze had already dulled, overwhelmed by a power she had never anticipated. The monster beast clan must never cultivate the physical body before she could complete her thought. Another bolt of lightning struck her. Unlike the first strike, the second's intensity was considerably diminished, but by this time, the white tiger lacked the strength to roar in defiance. As the third bolt prepared to descend, a small, slender figure suddenly darted out from behind the white tiger, standing before her and howling towards the heavens. Though the sound was so feeble that it could not even reverberate off the cliff where despair filled the eyes of the white tiger, the heavens were merciless as the tribulation struck again, directly hitting the white tiger with such force that it nearly shattered the mountaintop. She collapsed at the edge of the cliff, her gaze falling upon her barely breathing child. Seeing the little tiger's breath grow increasingly faint, the white tiger, despite being bloodied and battered, summoned an inexplicable strength to rise unsteadily. Alas, another bolt of tribulation descended, and before she could take a single step, it struck her already weakened form. The little tiger appeared to be affected by the tribulation as well, its breaths gradually fading away. With tears clouding her vision, the white tiger fervently called out, "Whoever it may be, please save my child." At that moment, two figures suddenly emerged behind Hera, ferocious black bear and a massive wolf, red as flame. Sensing the arrival of Qi Yun and Mo Yuan, the white tiger conveyed a frail voice to them. "Take your away. Jump off the cliff directly into the transformation pool." Without a moment's hesitation, the red wolf and the black bear clasped the little tiger tightly and leaped off the cliff. Watching her child vanish from sight meant they had escaped the immediate peril. The white tiger felt a sense of liberation from her worries, her eyes slowly closing as she awaited the impending tribulation. At that moment, Qi Yun held the little tiger close, while Mo Yuan stood protectively behind them. The black bear, usually fearful of pain, unexpectedly took an unforeseen action. The two beasts arrived at the transformation pool, gently placing the little tiger inside. Just as they prepared to depart, a bolt of heavenly lightning changed course and hurtled directly towards the pool. Qi Yun and Mo Yuan exchanged a glance. Unable to fathom that such a situation could arise given the current condition of the little tiger, it could not withstand the might of the heavenly thunder. "Return and check on the master's condition. I shall handle matters here," Mo Yuan stated in a low voice. "I can withstand this for a while." Without hesitation, Qi Yun swiftly departed towards the cliff where the white tiger resided. Behind him, a thunderous roar echoed, yet Mo Yuan remained silent, enduring the tumult, presumably concerned that Qi Yun might be too compassionate, and ultimately turned back. Even though Mo Yuan had managed to deflect the celestial thunder, the residual force of the tribulation still affected the young tiger, even imbuing the transformation pool with a trace of thunderous energy. Fortunately, after the storm of lightning passed, both Mo Yuan and the young tiger found themselves safe, though Mo Yuan's expression tightened as he observed the storm clouds gathering ominously above the cliff where the white tiger lay. In this unique transformation pool, the young tiger finally regained its breath, albeit still weak. Withstanding a bolt of celestial lightning in such an untrained form was an unprecedented feat. At that moment, Qi Yun found it impossible to approach the cliff, for the powerful force of the tribulation had formed an invisible barrier, akin to a formidable enchantment. From a distance, the white tiger lay lifeless, devoid of any aura. A solitary figure in its final repose time seemed to stretch endlessly, but eventually, the residual waves of thunder began to dissipate. Qi Yun moved forward to inspect, tears streaming down his face, and then, tilting his head towards the heavens, he let out a mournful howl, echoing the depths of his sorrow. In that moment, the entire beast forest lost its guardian, and various factions sensed the extraordinary phenomenon. Mo Yuan remained vigilantly by the young tiger's side, and as dawn approached, Qi Yun transformed into human form, carrying the lifeless white tiger to the transformation pool. Qi Yun and Mo Yuan stood respectfully to the side, enveloped in silence. Another day passed, and numerous beasts from the forest emerged, resembling a ritual of homage or a farewell. The two remained by the transformation pool for 15 days, fulfilling the last wishes of the white tiger in life. To their astonishment, The young tiger had manifested human characteristics by the second day, yet the prominent scars upon its form filled them with a sense of guilt. Throughout the 15 days immersed in the transformation pool, the young tiger had not once awakened, yet its vitality noticeably improved unbeknownst to them. They had inadvertently absorbed some of the white tiger's power. Just as confusion settled in, a rather large crow alighted upon the treetop. Xinyu. Qi spoke in a stern tone. Why do you appear now? 15 days have elapsed, your task is concluded. The crow, known as Xinyu, replied. Are you implying that the master assigned you another task? Mu Yuan inquired softly. One might say that. Xinyu replied gently. You too must place the master's remains into the transformation pool. What did you say? Qian exclaimed in a low voice. Is this the master's intention? Mu Yuan pressed earnestly. Not precisely. Xinyu replied matter-of-factly. You must have heard the master's words. The beast clan must never cultivate the physical form. What are you implying? Qi became wary. Assuming a defensive stance, the cultivation of the esteemed one has already been absorbed by the two of you, Xinyu remarked. This corporeal form should not be wasted. It would be best preserved for the young master. How can you utter such words? Qi bellowed. If the young master ever learns of this, he will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. By the time the young master comes of age, I will naturally disclose this matter to him. Xinyu replied in a solemn tone. Now, the question remains. Will you two take action, or must I personally place the esteemed one's body into the transformation pool? Before either could respond, Xinyu continued, you have just absorbed the esteemed one's cultivation at this moment. You must solidify this formidable aura. Engaging me would leave you with no chance of victory. Did you deliberately time your appearance for this moment? Mo Yuan asked gravely. Alas, Xinyu sighed lightly. Conversing with the two of you is truly troublesome. Must everything be articulated so plainly? If you do not clarify this matter, I vow that I will not allow you to touch the esteemed one's remains, even at the cost of my life, Qi declared in a low voice. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Xinyu sighed helplessly. The esteemed one summoned me and spoke, but a single sentence. What did the esteemed one say? Mo Yuan inquired. The thunder tribulation has concluded 15 days hence. All will be determined by your choices. Xinyu replied softly thus. This is my decision, May. I ask if you are prepared to act, otherwise it will jeopardize my subsequent plans. Subsequent plans? Qi exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Xinyu. Clearly, neither Qi nor Mo Yuan had anticipated that Xinyu would be entrusted with such a task. You will come to understand in due course. Xinyu spoke gently. For now, let's not squander any more time. Xinyu, do you comprehend the consequences of placing the esteemed one's body into the transformation pool? Mo Yuan asked in a grave tone. Of course. I am fully aware. Xinyu replied softly. The remains will be utterly obliterated, gradually eroded by the transformation pool. Even so. Before Qi could finish her sentence, Xinyu nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Even so, it must be done. Seeing that Qi seemed poised to inquire further, Mo Yuan grasped her arm gently and said, let us proceed as Xinyu suggests. Though reluctant, Qi moved forward to assist as Mo Yuan began to shift the remains of the white tiger. Now, you ought to explain to us the rationale behind this course of action. Mo Yuan pressed solemnly. The reasoning is quite simple, Xinyu replied. The fall of the esteemed one has surely been conveyed to various sects. These 15 days are likely the time the esteemed one secured for us. What do you mean? Qi asked, her voice low. Historically, when powerful figures fall, they invariably attract numerous cultivators. Xinyu stated gravely, do you think that the esteemed one of the White Tiger clan would be exempt from such attention? Do you intend to guard this place alone? Qi inquired softly. I am not foolish. I have already arranged the formations in the Warcraft forest, which should suffice until the young master absorbs all the energy, Xinyu said in a solemn tone. As for you, make haste to absorb the residual power left by the master. Is it truly safe to leave you here alone? Mo Yuan inquired cautiously. Why do you talk so much? Xinyu replied tersely. Haven't you always been rather timid? Hurry and attend to your own matters, or should trouble come knocking, I shall not hesitate to abandon the young master and flee on my own. Qi and Mo Yuan exchanged glances before hastily departing, for they had undoubtedly endured the excruciating pain of energy surging through their bodies during this time. Once the two had left, Xinyu turned his gaze to the youth in the transformation pool, a hint of heartache unmistakably flickering in his eyes. Not long after, a diminutive crow soared through the sky. Master Xinyu, they have already entered the Demon God Mountain range. I understand, Xinyu replied softly. The formation can hold for approximately 15 days. After that, if these disciples from various sects attempt to breach the mountain, you need not intervene to avoid harm. But Master Xianyu, the current situation of the young master. Do not worry, I have already made arrangements for what comes next. The young master is not in danger for the time being, Xianyu reassured. The crow departed, and Xianyu stood quietly by the transformation pool, observing for 3 entire days. Just as he had anticipated, none of the sect disciples were able to break the formation. On the 7th day, an unexpected event occurred. It seemed that the white tiger bloodline was excessively potent, causing an unprecedented reaction with the transformation pool. A powerful force surged through the young child's meridians. By the time Xianyu noticed, he was powerless to intervene. Fortunately, on the surface, the boy appeared unharmed, though his youthful locks had turned stark white. Xianyu sensed something amiss and hastily probed the boy's aura. This is bad. His pupils fixated on the transformation pool before him, his inner core had shattered. This was an occurrence Xianyu had never foreseen. Even possessing the bloodline of a magical beast, the inner core remained of utmost importance to such creatures. What astonished Xianyu further was that the moment the boy's core shattered, it unleashed a formidable aura, causing even those ensnared within the formation to feel a hint of dread. A woman clad in Taoist robes cautiously inquired, "Didn't we hear that the sovereign of the Beast Forest had perished?" "I have heard the same," a diminutive man murmured. "But what was that aura just now?" Xianyu, now drenched in sweat, was frantic. The shattering of the core was akin to a calamitous disaster for the boy. He cautiously extended his hand to assess the boy's essence. "Fortunately, he is still alive," Xianyu murmured softly. At that moment, the crow returned once more. "Master Xianyu, what just transpired?" "It's nothing. It must be that the young master absorbed the energy smoothly, causing a release of aura. I will manage the control," Xianyu explained in a subdued tone. As the 7th day passed, the remains of the Tiger King had already fused with the transformation pool. By the 10th day, the pool appeared nearly depleted, yet the boy's white hair remained unchanged, though his physique seemed to have grown considerably more robust. Xianyu had been concerned these past days about the potential dangers the boy might face without his inner core, but fortunately, everything remained tranquil. "Master Xianyu, something is amiss. The formation seems to be loosening." Xianyu appeared to be prepared for this, nodding gently. "I understand. You may leave now and disregard the matters here." As the few crows before him were about to depart, Xianyu suddenly called out to them, "Wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." Without waiting for the crows to respond, Xianyu took to the skies. Tiwan village, situated at the edge of the monster beast mountain range, relied heavily on hunting for sustenance due to its proximity to the wilderness. "Aren't you coming home early today? It's our child's birthday, and Zhuzi is coming over to celebrate with Mengyun." A woman, appearing to be in her early 30s, spoke softly. "Of course. I'll just be wandering nearby, and we'll be back soon," an earnest-looking old man replied with excitement. "Mother, I don't wish to celebrate my birthday," Mengyun interjected. "My dear, although our family may be modest, your father's hunting provides us with meat," the woman replied solemnly. "In a few years, when the Xianling sect begins accepting disciples, you should accompany Zhuzi to see it. Do not find yourself trapped here in this mountain village like your father and I." "Mother, what are you saying?" "I don't want to leave you and father," the girl whispered. "Enduring the tyranny of the Zhao family is hardly a good life." The woman lamented. "Leaving here is your only path forward." The old man, robust and carrying a simple bow and arrows that seemed on the verge of breaking, had not walked far when he heard the cawing of crows overhead. He looked up and bowed towards the sky. "Thank you for the sustenance." No one knew why the old man spoke to the crows in such a manner, but after uttering those words, he continued his journey into the mountains. "Old man," Xianyu's voice suddenly echoed. Upon hearing this, the old man quickly halted, drawing his bow in readiness. Xianyu, noticing his reaction, gracefully alighted on a nearby stone. "Old Yang, do you not remember me?" Xianyu murmured. You can speak," the old man stammered in astonishment. Xianyu gently flapped his wings and continued. "Why the surprise? Were you satisfied with the game I gifted you a few days ago?" "It is indeed you, great spirit." "Not a spirit, merely a demon," Xianyu replied softly. "It is now time for you to repay me." "Great spirit, what do you require of me?" "You are rather straightforward, not concerned that I might ask you to commit heinous acts, considering I am a demon," Xianyu emphasized. The old man hesitated, clearly taken aback, and feeling the weight of the demon's presence, he found himself unable to respond. His legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. "Please spare me. I have a wife and daughter waiting for me." "Enough, Yang Sankai. I have observed you for quite some time. I know you possess a kind heart and are honest and upright. Thus you would not engage in wicked deeds," Xianyu spoke solemnly. "You know my name?" Yang Sankai quavered. "Your wife is named Sun Xiao. And you have a daughter named Yang Mengyun, Xianyu whispered. I am well aware of your circumstances. Since you are aware of everything, esteemed one, Yang Sankai began, only to be interrupted by Xianyu. I am not an esteemed one, he replied wearily. If you are uncertain how to address me, simply call me Xianyu. What would you like me to do, Mr. Xianyu? Yang Sankai inquired cautiously. You now have a daughter. Do you not desire a life filled with both sons and daughters? Xianyu stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, Yang Sankai found himself at a loss for words. He had always been fond of children, and although he had a daughter, it was not a household that favored sons over daughters. The prospect of being offered a son excited him somewhat. Are you truly going to give me a son? Yang Sankai asked tentatively. To be perfectly honest, Xianyu said with an air of gravity, there is a child who has somehow appeared in the Beast Mountain range. As you have seen, we demon beasts are not equipped to care for a child. It would be far better to enlist the help of a human. Is that so? Yang Sankai sighed softly. But how could a child possibly go astray in the Beast Mountain range? What of the child's parents? At the mention of the child's parents, Xianyu paused noticeably before softly responding. Perhaps this child is destined for a difficult fate. It is possible that the parents have perished in the Beast Mountain range. Now, will you consider raising this child? I would be willing. What concerns you? Xianyu observed that Yang Sankai appeared to harbor other anxieties. How should I explain this to others? Yang Sankai whispered. After all, a child retrieved from the Beast Mountain range may raise suspicions among my fellow villagers. Xianyu nodded gently. So, your concern lies in the potential questioning of the child's origins. Your apprehensions are indeed valid. Mr. Xianyu, please do not misconstrue my intentions. I harbor no ill will towards you, Yang Sankai asserted. It's not malice. Rather, I simply do not wish to. Xianyu understood Yang Sansai's meaning. His clumsiness and expression had left much unsaid. You need not explain further. I comprehend fully, Xianyu replied softly. I chose you because I recognize your pure nature. As for how to speak of this to outsiders, that is your decision. You may convey the truth, stating simply that the child was found in the Beast Mountain range. And what about my family? Yang Sankai inquired quietly. There is no need for deceit. Be truthful, Xianyu said firmly. However, I do have one request. Please, do tell. Yang Sankai finally felt at ease upon hearing the other party's requests. After all, such a significant matter could not be devoid of additional instructions. First, do not treat this child with any special favoritism. Second, when the child matures and wishes to seek apprenticeship at the Xianling sect, I hope you will not hinder that pursuit. Xianyu spoke softly. Is that all? Yang Sankai inquired gently. How could I possibly obstruct that? My daughter, in a few years, also wishes to ascend the mountain to seek a master. Having a companion would be most beneficial. Very well, since you say so, I shall take it as your agreement, Xianyu replied in a solemn tone. There is one more matter, which can serve as a safeguard for you. If one day someone inquires about this child, and you find yourself at a loss, come to the Demon Beast Mountain range to seek me. Yang Sankai nodded solemnly. Mr. Xianyu, you need not worry. I shall take excellent care of this child. Very well, follow me, Xianyu replied, leading Yang Sankai to the transformation pool. However, at that moment, apart from the white-haired youth, nothing else remained in the pool. Mr. Xianyu, Yang Sankai remarked with a pained expression, why does this child have such white hair? Xianyu gently shook his head. It is possible he suffers from some hidden ailment. I trust you do not find him undesirable? Yang Sankai hastily cradled the child, shaking his head in a flustered manner. How could this be? Please rest assured, we shall devise a way to cure the child's ailment. Well, Xianyu spoke softly. Perhaps this hair color is simply a natural trait. It may not necessarily indicate illness, so you need not worry excessively. Mr. Xianyu, if you would be so kind as to provide the child's name. Before Yang Sankai could finish his words, he was interrupted by Xianyu. Upon entering your home, it is only natural to adopt your surname, but let us name her Yu. With that, Xianyu inscribed the name upon the ground. Yang Yu. Yang Yu. A smile graced Yang Sankai's lips. What a beautiful name. Thank you, Mr. Xianyu. The child now has her identity. By the way, old Yang, Xianyu continued in a grave tone, there is something I must inform you of in advance. Have you not found it peculiar that your hunting endeavors have been so remarkably successful in recent years? Yang Sankai let out a bitter laugh, then lifted his gaze towards Xianyu. It seems that you are concerned for our little family, which is why you have been looking after us. Xianyu nodded gently. It's good that you understand. However, regarding this matter, let us postpone it until tomorrow. Starting from tomorrow, there will be no further assistance. Your lives must rely solely on your own efforts. Yang Sankai felt no sense of loss. Instead, he nodded solemnly and said, I understand. This child is indeed our greatest blessing. Upon hearing Yang Sansai's words, Xianyu was momentarily taken aback. You may descend the mountain now. On your way, I have prepared your final quarry. Thank you, Lord Xianyu, Yang Sankai replied, carefully cradling Yang Yu as he made his way down the mountain. He mumbled to himself. No one even inquired about this child's age, judging by appearance. He seems to be around 6 or 7. Yet, he carries quite a weight. Surely, he must be the son of some affluent family. I wonder if he will adapt to life here. Ah, old Yang, returning so early today? A somewhat affluent-looking elder inquired softly. Village Chief Zhao, what brings you into the mountains? Yang Sankai hastily responded. Oh, just wandering about aimlessly, Village Chief Zhao replied. And who is this child you are holding? With such white hair, I fear he may be ill. Yang Sankai hesitated, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, and ultimately mumbled a few vague phrases. Let us see if there is still a remedy. Upon hearing this, Village Chief Zhao instinctively took a step back. Old Yang, are you out of your mind? If the rightful owner comes seeking help and you fail to provide it, it could lead to dire consequences. That won't happen. I am merely doing good deeds. How could I possibly face reproach? Yang Sankai whispered softly. Village Chief Zhao shook his head, turned, and descended the mountain without uttering another word. Once Zhao left, Yang Sankai let out a long sigh. A man of integrity and honesty. He found himself ill at ease when resorting to deceit. Before long, Village Chief Zhao arrived at Yang Sansai's home, where he spotted Yang Mingyan assisting with chores. With a guilty conscience, he leaned closer to the girl and whispered a few words before departing with his hands clasped behind his back. Zhaodi, your father certainly has audacity. You should talk some sense into him when he returns, Village Chief Zhao remarked as he walked away. Mingyun, what's wrong? Yang Sansai's wife, Sun Xiao, approached her daughter, inquiring about the chief's visit and the nonsense he had been spouting. Yang Mingyun was taken aback, her face a canvas of disbelief, struggling to comprehend the news she had just heard. Mother, Village Chief Zhao mentioned that my father has brought back a white-haired apparition, she stammered. What? Sun Xiao exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. Dear, do not fret. I shall ascend the mountain at once to investigate, Yang Mingyun declared before hastily exiting the door. Sun Xiao called out from outside, Mingyun, be cautious and return safely with your father. The message conveyed by Village Chief Zhao plunged Sun Xiao into a state of anxious concern. Fortunately, as Yang Mingyun began her ascent, she soon encountered Yang Sankai, who was making his way back, his face alight with a joyful smile. Father! Yang Mingyun shouted. Yang Sankai turned towards the sound and beheld Yang Mingyun. My daughter. What brings you here? Come quickly, see what treasure your father has found. Upon hearing Yang Sansai's words, a jolt of apprehension surged through Yang Mingyun's heart. She thought to herself, could it be that Village Chief Zhao was indeed correct? Has he truly brought home a white-haired specter? How shall they navigate the days to come? Yang Mingyun approached cautiously, only to discover that what Yang Sankai held in his arms was not a white-haired monster, but merely a boy with white hair. Yang Sankai noticed a shift in Yang Mingyun's expression and gently inquired, has that wretched village head come to our home to gossip? Yang Mingyun helplessly nodded and said, Father, what on earth is wrong with this child? Yang Sankai glanced around and then whispered, once we return home, I shall recount this matter to you and your mother in its entirety. Yang Mingyun took the child from Yang Sansai's arms and cradled him gently. Father, this child is considerably heavier than he appears, she remarked softly. My dear daughter, if he is too heavy, it would be best for me to hold him. Yang Sankai replied, his heart aching for his daughter. It's all right, bringing home a little brother. Father truly possesses remarkable skills, Yang Mingyun exclaimed with excitement. Mingyun, are you not concerned about this child? Before Yang Sankai could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yang Mingyun. What are you worried about? Are you concerned about your mother and I showing favoritism? Or are you apprehensive that this child's peculiar appearance will attract the odd stares of our fellow villagers? Yang Sankai stood frozen in place, a foolish smile on his face, deeply concerned, even more so that you might overthink the situation. I quite enjoy having a younger brother. Look how amusing he is, and Yang Mingyun whispered, our family must have a male heir. Yang Sankai hurriedly stepped forward and said, my dear daughter, I have never thought of it that way. Although I cherish this child, he is indeed entrusted to me by others. It's all right, father. Let us discuss any matters when we return home, Yang Mingyun replied softly. Subsequently, the father and daughter descended the mountain safely, and Yang Sankai also discovered the items that Xianyu had left for him. Father, what about these matters? Yang Mingyun inquired with curiosity. Yang Sankai glanced at the child in Yang Mingyun's arms but said nothing further. Just as the father and daughter were about to enter the village, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. All the livestock in the village became restless and began to bleat incessantly. This commotion prompted the villagers to rush out, eager to discover the cause of the disturbance. Upon witnessing the situation, Yang Sankai hastily returned home with Yang Mingyun. Father, could it be that my younger brother possesses some extraordinary identity? Yang Mingyun inquired softly. At that moment, Sun Shou caught sight of the child in Yang Mingyun's arms and urgently asked, her father, what is the meaning of this? Where did this child come from? Yang Sankai cautiously secured all the doors and windows before recounting the events that transpired. Sun Shou cast a sympathetic glance at the child, pondering the implications of such a creature being bestowed upon them. Could it be that this child is also, she began. Mother, where do you see a monster? Yang Mingyun interjected hastily. Aside from his white hair and slightly robust stature, he is no different from us, is he? I heard Mr. Xianyu mention that this child's parents have passed away. It is truly pitiful for him. Yang Sankai sighed softly. Suddenly, Sun Shou rose and declared, what do you both take me for? I am merely concerned about this child's origins. I feel sorrow for him as well. Upon hearing these words, Yang Mingyun hastily placed the child into Sun Shou's embrace, exclaiming, Mother, you are no longer opposed to this. Sun Shou rolled her eyes and replied, did I ever utter a word of dissent? Besides, whether it is one or two, the care remains the same. Yang Sankai let out a, remarking, what are you talking about? Your daughter and son are both here. What metaphor is that? Sun Shou chuckled awkwardly, then softly inquired, did you hear that outside? Yang Sankai, with a troubled expression, remarked, ever since our return, the animals in this village seem to be possessed, incessantly crying out without respite. Yang Mingyun furrowed her brows lightly and murmured, this hardly resembles a cry. It sounds more akin to a plea for mercy, a desperate bid for survival. Even during the slaughtering of pigs at the village chief's home, I have never heard such a lamentable wail. Yang Sankai rose and said, I shall step outside for a moment. You two stay at home. If I do not return, do not venture out. And certainly do not let anyone in the village see this child. The mother and daughter nodded in agreement, preparing some simple provisions to ensure that Yang Yu has something nourishing to eat upon awakening. As Yang Sankai stepped out of his home, he soon encountered village head Zhao. Old Yang, you have returned. Where's the child? Zhao inquired. I sent him home, Yang Sankai replied calmly. I heard the cries of animals from our village while I was in the mountains. What on earth is happening? You heard it from the mountains? Zhao asked in surprise. Indeed, I even saw my daughter Mingyun come to fetch me, Yang Sankai continued. We were both puzzled as to why the village was so lively today. Zhao, with an expression of exasperation, replied, I have no idea what's going on. A few of the livestock at home suddenly began to make a ruckus, and some piglets even perished. Is it truly that severe? Yang Sankai questioned, his face etched with concern. Yes, indeed, Zhao said, regaining his composure as he turned to Yang Sankai. Do you think this transformation could possibly be the doing of that child you brought back? Yang Sankai hastily took a step back, waving his hand as he said, Village Chief Zhao, one cannot speak so carelessly. That is merely a child. After a brief pause, Village Chief Zhao shook his head and replied, well, I am merely speculating. However, your child possesses quite an intriguing appearance. Does your wife have no objections? Yang Sankai felt a sense of discontent upon hearing the remarks about his child, yet he could not express his feelings due to the other person's status. My family adores him immensely, Yang Sankai remarked softly. He was brought back by Mingyun after all. Dad, Yang Mingyun suddenly shouted from behind. What is it? Yang Sankai inquired as he turned around. Little brother has awakened, Yang Mingyun said in a low voice. Hurry, I wish to see him as well. Villager Zhao interjected eagerly. Shouldn't you attend to the peculiar occurrences happening in the village? Yang Sankai asked. Villager Zhao snorted dismissively. No matter how strange those happenings may be, they pale in comparison to your child that you brought back. Allow me to have a proper look at him. Yang Sankai wore a face of deep concern. He truly did not wish for this meddlesome village chief to interfere in matters concerning his family, particularly those related to Yang Yu. At this moment, Yang Mingyun finally realized that her earlier haste had led her to speak prematurely in front of village head Zhao. It's all right. Do not fret, my daughter. It is indeed a blessing that your brother has awakened, Yang Sankai said, noticing the self-reproach in Yang Mingyun's expression and hurriedly stepping forward to offer comfort. Upon returning to Yang Sansai's home, they discovered Sun Shou gently cradling Yang Yu, who appeared remarkably serene, not a hint of fussiness to be seen, simply resting quietly in Sun Xiu's embrace. Village head Zhao stepped forward, leaning in closer to gaze at Yang Yue, astonished to find that the child, discovered in the mountains, was so extraordinarily beautiful. Yang Sankai stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Yang Yue. Village chief, might you be standing a tad too close? It was then that Zhao, the village chief, recognized his lapse in decorum. However, constrained by his status, he casually remarked, I am merely expressing my joy at your newfound son. I rejoice on your behalf. Mother, you must be weary. Allow me to take care of you. You should rest well, young Mingyun softly suggested. Yue? Zhao the village chief echoed, is that the name you have chosen for the child? Indeed. It is a name bestowed upon her, Yang Sankai replied quietly. That is not suitable, Zhao the village chief asserted, adopting an air of authority. Perhaps it should be called. Village chief, my child shall be named Yang Yue, and it is quite fitting, Yang Sankai interjected hastily. Old man, you fail to comprehend. Naming is an art that should not be taken lightly. Before Zhao the village chief could finish his statement, a clear and cold voice interjected. I shall be called Yang Yue. Upon hearing the child speak, everyone stood in stunned silence as Yang Sankai quickly knelt down, gently caressing Yang Yue's cheek. Father, Yang Yue softly called out. Yang Sankai, momentarily taken aback, only regained his senses when Sun Xiu beside him gently nudged him, exclaiming, Oh. Yang Yue leaped from Yang Mingyun's embrace and turned to glance at Sun Xiu. Mother, sister, she called out to Yang Mingyun. At this moment, to those present, Yang Yue appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old. However, her stature was evidently comparable to that of Yang Mingyun. Village Chief Zhao, regaining his composure, seemed somewhat awkward and offered a wry smile as he remarked, Child, you are still young and do not grasp the significance of this name. Yang Yue turned around to face Village Chief Zhao and asked, Who are you? And why do you meddle in my family's affairs? Upon hearing Yang Yue's words, the crowd was once again taken aback. However, Yang Mingyun felt a surge of excitement, for she had long desired to take such a stand. And now her younger brother had finally given her the opportunity to express her sentiments. Yang Sankai hurriedly stepped forward with a cheerful demeanor and said, Village chief, the children are unfamiliar with people. They speak their minds without restraint. Please do not take offense. At that moment, Village Chief Zhao's expression remained frozen. The Zhao family was a prominent household in Taiyuan village, where every family relied on farming or hunting in the mountains for sustenance, while the Zhao family needed not toil, as their livelihood was secured solely through the rents they collected. Having such a background, Village Chief Zhao had never been addressed in such a manner before, and now, being spoken to thus by a foundling, he felt a sense of embarrassment. Although Yang Sankai was feigning a smile, his radiant grin seemed to struggle to conceal his true feelings. He turned to Yang Yue and softly said, Where? This is Uncle Zhao, the village head of our Taiyuan village. Yang Yue cast another glance at Village Chief Zhao, then nodded slightly. This gesture once again stirred a tempest of frustration within him. Before he could unleash his ire, Yang Yue spoke first. Sister, what is happening outside? It's so noisy. Naturally, Yang Mingyun was oblivious to the commotion. But upon hearing Yang Yue's words, her gaze drifted towards the window, and her expression subtly shifted, a moment unnoticed by all. In an instant, the cacophony of animal cries came to an abrupt halt, leaving an eerie silence that struck everyone as somewhat surreal. Remarkably, this occurrence seemed perfectly timed, as Yang Yue had just inquired, and it unfolded with uncanny spontaneity. Uncle Yang, Aunt's son, Xiaoyan, I have brought the goods for you. A man's voice resonated from outside. Sun Xiu hastily rose and exclaimed, It's Zhuzi. We've been so busy that we completely forgot about him. At the mention of Zhuzi, Village Chief Zhao's countenance darkened further. Old Yang, why do you associate your family with such a person? He said gravely. Are you truly considering betrothing Zhaodi to him? Yang Yue gazed at Village Chief Zhao with a curious expression, unaware of who the Zhaodi mentioned was. However, he sensed a subtle shift in his sister's demeanor beside him. Upon noticing Village Chief Zhao point towards Yang Mingyun, he finally understood to whom the term Zhaodi referred. Before Yang Sankai could utter a word, Yang Yue furrowed his brows and stepped forward, looking up at Village Chief Zhao. Uncle Zhao, my sister is named Yang Mingyun. Upon hearing these words from Yang Yue, Yang Mingyun felt a tightness in her heart, as if a concealed emotion had been suddenly set free. Sun Xiu observed Yang Yue's retreating figure, pressing her lips together and silently nodding in acknowledgement. Yang Sankai seemed to have drawn courage from Yang Yue as he turned to the village head. Village head, You have watched Mingyun grow up. You should surely know her name. Sun Xiao, with her head bowed, approached the door, opening it to invite a man named Zhuzi inside. Zhuzi, of a similar age to Yang Mingyun, had a slightly tanned complexion and a robust physique. He often assisted the Yang family with various tasks and would occasionally accompany Yang Sankai on hunting trips. The village head is here as well, Zhuzi casually remarked. Oh, who is this child? She is truly beautiful, he softly inquired, casting a glance at Yang Yu. Yang Yu glanced at the pillar, a subtle smile gracing her lips. I am Yang Yu. Shall I call you Pillar? The pillar seemed quite fond of Yang Yu and gently reached out to caress her head, replying, My parents passed away early, and they never had the chance to name me. Then I shall call you Brother Pillar, Yang Yu exclaimed. The pillar turned to look at Yang Sankai and Sun Xiao, saying, Uncle Yang and Son, this child is quite remarkable. Yang Mingyun swiftly embraced Yang Yu, exclaiming, Do not harbor any intentions towards my brother. You may call me sister, but he is my own flesh and blood. To this, Zhuzi appeared somewhat bewildered, scratching his head in a daze as he replied, All right, Shaoan, I shall heed your words. However, when did you acquire a brother? No matter. Your brother is indeed my brother. At that moment, village head Zhao felt somewhat out of place, ultimately bearing the humiliation in silence as he departed from Yang Sansai's residence. Yet, his expression clearly indicated that this matter was far from resolved. As Zhao village head exited, Yang Yu quietly remarked, Sister, we should minimize our interactions with that individual. He does not seem like a good person. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Zhuzi seemed to find a kindred spirit and eagerly chimed in. Indeed, we share the same sentiment. That dog of a village head will surely face retribution in due time. No sooner had Zhuzi spoken than Yang Sankai stepped forward to cover his mouth. You foolish boy. He hasn't strayed far. Do not utter nonsense, Yang Sankai promptly admonished. But Uncle Yang, I am merely speaking the truth, Zhuzi whispered. Indeed, father. He does not resemble a good person, Yang Yu added in support. I have firmly decided that this brother of yours is quite to my liking, Zhuzi declared enthusiastically. Humph, Yang Mingyun retorted with a slight scoff. My brother is quite astute. He may not even wish to acknowledge you as his elder brother. Yang Yu hurriedly waved her small hand and exclaimed, No, sister, I wish to be Brother Zhuzi's little brother. Xiaoyun, just look how wonderful that is. Brother Zhuzi, filled with excitement, responded, By the way, I have brought you a gift. With that, he retrieved a delicate, light green dress from behind him, clearly crafted from new fabric. Zhuzi, what are you doing? That must have cost a pretty penny, Yang Sankai said in a solemn tone. Indeed, you foolish Zhuzi. Why waste your money on such things? Yang Mingyun remarked helplessly. Brother Zhuzi then presented the dress before Yang Yu, asking, Yang Yu, tell me, does your sister look good in it? Yang Yu nodded emphatically, exclaiming, Beautiful. A surge of energy rippled through the Warcraft mountains, driving all disciples of the major sects, who sought to plunder treasures, into retreat. Xian Yu knew that the only ones capable of causing such a commotion at this moment were Qi Yun and Mo Yuan. Before Xian Yu could search for them, he spotted a crimson wolf and a black bear racing toward him. Indeed, the remnants of the Master's power have not been squandered, Xian Yu remarked softly. Congratulations, your cultivation has advanced once more. Xian Yu, we just passed the transformation pool. Why is it empty? Qi Yun inquired in a grave tone. Where is the young master? Xian Yu remained silent, merely approaching Qi Yun and Mo Yuan. You two focus on your training, yet you still harbor concerns. Allow me to assess the stability of your cultivation. Just as Xian Yu raised his wings, Mo Yuan interjected. Is something amiss with the young master? Xian Yu gently shook his head. How could that be? I have already sent the young master away. You need not worry. Send him away? Qi Yun exclaimed in shock. Where did you send him? Who permitted you to do so? The master, Xian Yu replied softly. Did I not mention that I would handle subsequent matters? This is also the master's intent. Before the two could react, Xian Yu continued. As for where he was sent, it is to a peasant household in the village at the foot of the mountain. You entrusted the young master to a peasant household? Qi Yun said in a low voice. What else could I do? Xian Yu replied quietly. Should I have kept him by our side? Continuing down the master's old path? Staying with us would at least ensure his safety. Qi Yun countered solemnly. How could mere humans possibly safeguard the young master? Xian Yu's expression shifted slightly before he spoke gravely. The Warcraft mountains and the entire Warcraft forest do not require protection for a useless being. What do you mean by that? Qi Yun asked. Mo Yuan seemed to grasp Xian Yu's intent and quickly intervened. Do you wish for the young master to learn human techniques? Xian Yu nodded gently. Throughout history, human cultivators have repeatedly transcended their limitations to achieve greatness. Why can't we, as magical beasts, do the same? Even human techniques, when the master was still present, which sect did not fear the Warcraft forest? Qi Yin said solemnly. So what? Xian Yu's expression grew dim. Were they not ultimately defeated by the celestial tribulation, leaving no trace behind? Xian Yu. You. Qi Yin exclaimed in a low voice. Knowing that this path leads to nowhere, the master left you two with that message. Xian Yu declared. Yet I refuse to succumb to such superstition. What have you done? Qi Yun gazed at Xian Yu in astonishment. I hope the young master not only learns human techniques but also continues to forge his own path with his physical body. Xian Yu spoke in a low voice thus. It was you who previously placed the remains of our esteemed master into the transformation pool. Mo Yuan murmured softly. Xian Yu nodded gently. Despite your seemingly dull demeanor, you possess considerable intellect. All of the master's essence has now transferred to the young master, and everything is in readiness. Ah. So this was your plan, Qi Yin stated calmly. Xian Yu, I must admit I misjudged you before. I apologize for that. Suddenly, Xian Yu soared to a branch and said softly, No need for apologies, yet I must convey some other matters to you. What matters? Qi Yin inquired softly. There was a slight mishap during the absorption of the master's cultivation, Xian Yu replied gently. Mo Yuan, sensing something awry, stepped forward and asked, What kind of mishap? It appears that the young master's inner core has shattered just as Xian Yu finished speaking. A vivid red figure lunged toward him. Fortunately, Xian Yu ascended to the branch just in time to evade the attack. Qi Yin, what are you doing? Xian Yu exclaimed helplessly. Though the inner core is shattered, the young master seems to be unharmed. At that moment, Xian Yu felt a surge of murderous intent from behind. He quickly turned to find a massive black bear raising its giant paw to strike him. Once again, Xian Yu nimbly dodged the blow. Can you both please calm down? Xian Yu urged softly. I have already stated that there is no imminent danger to life. Losing the inner core, Qi Yin stammered. How can there be no consequences? Even if there is no danger to life, what will the young master's identity be in the future? Will he be human or a beast? As Xian Yu evaded yet another attack, he explained, Please remain calm. Does it truly matter whether he is human or beast? So long as we can prove ourselves as magical beast, prove what? Qi Yin shot back, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames directed at Xian Yu. With a swift motion of his wings, Xian Yu extinguished the flames. I can take you to see the young master. Please cease your attacks, he implored. Moreover, you two have only recently stabilized your cultivation. Even if you joined forces, capturing me would not be a certainty. Seeing that Qi Yun was poised to strike again, Mo Yuan intervened and asked, Is the young master truly unharmed? I have assured you. I will take you to see him shortly, Xian Yu replied gently. Qi Yun furrowed her brow and stated, You must understand. If anything were to happen to the young master, you would become a calamity for the entire Beast Mountain range. No, for all magical beasts. Xian Yu shook his head in resignation. Calamity seems excessive. I do admit I have a slight personal interest. But it is also to validate. Mo Yuan raised his arm to interrupt Xian Yu's words. If you seek validation, why not come yourself? You simply cannot abide the tribulation and are reluctant to attempt it yourself. Xian Yu let out a long sigh, acknowledging the truth in He Xiong's words. Indeed, I harbor such concerns, and I am fully aware that undertaking this task may lead to certain demise. Then why permit the young master to proceed? Qi Yin retorted fiercely. Because his bloodline is the most suitable, Xian Yu replied. Moreover, with the entirety of the esteemed one's essence, that serves as my greatest assurance. Despite their dissatisfaction with Xian Yu's approach, both individuals comprehended the validity of his assertions. As for the so-called heavenly tribulation, they had long regarded it with disdain. Now, tell me, to whom have you entrusted the young master? Mo Yuan inquired in a grave tone. To old Yang, Xian Yu answered softly. I have observed him for many years. He is the most fitting candidate. Old Yang, Mo Yuan cautiously regarded Xian Yu. Is he not the family that saved you years ago? You are aware of this? Xian Yu asked with curiosity. The esteemed one once mentioned it to me. Mo Yuan replied. If it is indeed that family, there should be no issue. Your assurances do not suffice, Qi Yin stated solemnly. I must witness this myself. Take me there at once. Surely we ought to wait until nightfall, Xian Yu said helplessly. After all, our identities are rather special, and an abrupt appearance may unduly alarm them. The Yang family held a profound appreciation for Yang Yu, as she was the first to render village chief Zhao speechless upon their initial encounter. Yue, what leads you to believe that village chief Zhao is not a good person? Young Mingyun inquired softly. Mingyun, why do you discuss such matters with your brother? Sun Xiu murmured. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yu softly remarked. The odor emanating from him is quite unpleasant. Odor? Yang Mingyun inquired with a look of bewilderment. At that moment, not only Yang Mingyun, but everyone present failed to comprehend what Yang Yu meant by the term odor. Just then, Zhuzi leaned in and asked Yang Yu, how about you take a whiff of me? Yang Mingyun smiled wryly and remarked, do not let my brother catch a whiff of you. The scent of sweat envelopes you. Hardly appealing. Yang Yu gently shook her head, acknowledging that while Zhuzi did indeed carry a notable odor, he was inherently kind-hearted and a good person. Rising with an air of pride, Zhuzi turned to Yang Sankai and said, Uncle Yang, this one was truly found in the mountains, surely. He cannot be a disciple from any sect? Upon hearing Zhuzi's words, Yang Sankai recalled Xian Yu's remarks and promptly shook his head. That cannot be. When I brought him back, the child had no clothes to wear. Zhuzi then glanced at Yang Mingyun and added, Mingyun, it is no small feat for you to have brought Yang Yu back. Yang Mingyun gazed affectionately at Yang Yu, acknowledging that while she was indeed a bit heavy, her strength was considerable. The family took until dusk to finish their meal, and Yang Yu's appetite astonished all present. No one anticipated that the stalwart Zhuzi, who toiled daily, could not match Yang Yu's capacity for food. The last remnants of sustenance that Xian Yu had provided for Yang Sankai were entirely consumed, with Yang Yu devouring nearly all of it. Yang Mingyun inquired cautiously, Yue, are you satiated? Yang Yu nodded, seemingly replenishing all that had been spent before, her complexion becoming much more radiant. Sun Xiu wore an expression of deep concern. Yang Sankai glanced at his wife and immediately grasped her apprehension. Father, may I accompany you on the hunt tomorrow? Yang Yu said softly. Upon hearing her words, Sun Xiu's furrowed brow relaxed, as she had not anticipated that such a delicate child could be so understanding. Upon hearing this, Yang Sankai burst into hearty laughter. How old are you? You can hardly lift a hunting bow. It would be better for you to stay home and assist Mingyun, he remarked. Indeed, Yang Yu, I can accompany Uncle Yang on the hunt. You should stay home and lend a hand, Zhuzi softly suggested. Yang Yu did not utter another word. As she prepared to sleep, she ventured outside alone, gently settling onto the ground, her gaze directed towards the direction of the Beast Forest. Upon observing Yang Yu's silhouette, Yang Sankai assumed that she was reminiscing about something. Just as he was about to approach, he was intercepted by Yang Mingyun. Father, allow me to go, Yang Mingyun murmured. Subsequently, she cautiously took a seat beside Yang Yu. What occupies your thoughts? She inquired softly. Sister, am I truly not a burden to you? Yang Yu asked in a hushed tone. How could you even think such a thing? Yang Mingyun responded. Yang Yu glanced at the large yellow dog curled up in the corner of the yard, too timid to approach any closer. This scene had long been observed by the family. Yang Mingyun appeared to grasp Yang Yu's meaning, and she gently wrapped her arms around his shoulders, speaking softly. Although this is our first meeting, I sense that you are a good child. As for other matters, dear brother, I shall not concern myself with them. Whenever you feel ready to share, do so with me. Sister, are you not afraid that I might be some sort of monster? Yang Yu murmured. As soon as Yang Yu's words fell, Yang Mingyun let out a soft chuckle, remarking, What of the monsters? My dear sister, I have indeed encountered such creatures. Yang Yu appeared intrigued and turned to Yang Mingyun, asking, Where did you see it? Yang Mingyun pointed towards the location of the Beast Forest, stating, We are situated right next to the Beast Mountain Range, and just a short distance ahead lies the Beast Forest. This name is not without reason. Before Yang Yu could respond, Yang Mingyun continued, Our father has been bringing back a considerable amount of game lately. Do you truly believe it is due to his exceptional hunting skills? Could it be that the creatures themselves are aiding him? Yang Yu inquired softly. Once, I secretly followed father and discovered that a gigantic raven was dropping prey from the sky for him, Yang Mingyun recounted. When father returned, he likely refrained from mentioning it to avoid frightening me and mother. A raven, Yang Yu murmured. Why would the raven assist father? Perhaps he is unaware of this occurrence. Yang Mingyun replied. After all, the places where the raven dropped the prey must have been along father's usual path. To me, it appears to be a gesture of gratitude. As soon as Yang Mingyun finished speaking, Yang Yu abruptly stood up, positioning herself in front of Yang Mingyun, her gaze fixed intently ahead. Upon witnessing this, Yang Mingyun softly inquired, What is the matter? What have you seen? In Yang Mingyun's gaze, the path ahead was shrouded in utter darkness, rendering everything indistinct. However, at that moment, Yang Yu perceived 3 figures in the distance, their unwavering eyes fixed upon this very spot. Sister, you should return. I will venture forward to investigate, Yang Yu whispered. No, it is far too late. And the darkness is too profound. We shall go together, Yang Mingyun replied with resolve. Sister, are you not afraid? Yang Yu inquired. Of course I am afraid. But I cannot allow you to go alone. If that is the case, we shall both refrain from proceeding, Yang Mingyun asserted. Yang Yu glanced once more at the 3 figures in the distance. Just as she was about to speak, she was halted by Yang Mingyun. It seems you have recalled something. Perhaps it would be best to revisit the past, Yang Mingyun suggested, before turning her gaze towards the large yellow dog. Da Wang, come along with us. Yang Mingyun brought the large yellow dog primarily to bolster her courage. The dog cautiously followed her, still hesitant to approach Yang Yu. Let us go. They are coming. Xian Yu's voice emerged from the shadows. What do you mean, let's go? I haven't seen clearly yet, Qi Yin whispered. Don't stand so close to me. What does that girl mean by having a dog? That is merely the dog they keep for guarding their home. Mo Yuan replied with a hint of exasperation. Could you two possibly remain quiet? Quiet? Nonsense. Xian Yu retorted. Can't you see? They are already approaching. What are we waiting for? I refuse to leave, Qi Yun declared. I wish to meet the young master. Meet? Now is hardly the moment, Xian Yu insisted quietly. There will be ample opportunities in the future. With that, Xian Yu tugged Qi Yun backward, noticing that Mo Yuan still had no intention of departing. Xian Yu grasped his arm and pulled him away. You both promised me not to disturb him, just to observe from a distance, Xian Yu admonished. What are you doing now? You also assured me of the young master's safety. How could the pill be shattered? Qi Yun inquired. Will you ever be done? Xian Yu sighed in resignation. The shattering of the pill was not my intention. Mo Yuan let out a soft sigh. Enough. Let us return. There will be other opportunities. Shortly after the 3 departed, Yang Yu and Yang Mingyun arrived at their previous location. Where? It seems there is nothing here. Yang Mingyun murmured softly. Yang Yu nodded and remarked, this aroma feels remarkably familiar. Yang Mingyun leaned close to Yang Yu and whispered. Is it the scent of a good person? Indeed, a good person, replied Yang Yu reassuringly. Do not worry, sister, let us return. That night, Yang Yu found himself unable to sleep. After spending such a prolonged time in the transformation pool, he had already rested. Yet, what filled him with dread was the memory of the thunderclouds that loomed above him as soon as he closed his eyes. Although he had merely been struck by a bolt of tribulation, the agonized wails of the white tiger echoed persistently in his mind. Whether it was due to the shattering of the Dan or some other cause, Yang Yu felt an unbearable heat in his lower abdomen that intermittently surged. The following morning, Yang Yu stepped outside, and it seemed that De Huang was no longer as fearful of him. Yang Yu, having nothing to do, began to play with De Huang. Before long, Yang Mingyun stepped outside, and, upon seeing Yang Yu, felt a sense of reassurance wash over her. At that moment, 4 figures emerged from the far end of the village, their gait embodying an audacious fearlessness. Unfortunately, it seemed that their target was none other than the Yang family. You must return to the house at once. Do not come out unless I call for you, Yang Mingyun urged anxiously. Yang Yu stood up and glanced around, fortuitously spotting the 4 ill-intentioned youths. Rather than retreating, she bravely approached Yang Mingyun, positioning herself protectively behind her. One of the boys, the leader among them, carelessly pushed open the door of the Yang residence. Upon seeing Yang Mingyun, he approached with a sycophantic grin, only to be gently pushed aside by Yang Yu's arm. So, you're the wild child that old Yang picked up? Remarked a boy with sallow skin and a missing front tooth, stepping forward. Upon encountering the quartet, Yang Yu instinctively covered her nose and turned to Yang Mingyun, exclaiming, Sister, these 4 are certainly ill-favored individuals, and their odor is quite unbearable. What are you sneaking around saying? A man of somewhat towering stature, yet still shorter than a pillar, interjected. Young Master Zhao, are you unhurt? A sneering, sharp-featured man inquired, standing next to the one whom Yang Yu had pushed aside. The individual referred to as young Master Zhao stepped forward, preparing to speak, but was promptly halted by Yang Mingyun. Zhao Hui, what brings you here? She retorted with irritation. Mingyun, what else could I be here for? If not to discuss our impending nuptials? Zhao Hui replied with a smile. Yang Yu looked at Yang Mingyun with a puzzled expression and asked, Sister, what does marriage mean? Yang Mingyue furrowed her brows and spoke in a low voice. Zhao Hui, refrain from uttering nonsense in front of my brother. I have never claimed that I would marry you. Mingyun interjected. Is that even necessary to mention? Zhao Hui replied. Matters of marriage are traditionally dictated by the will of our parents and the matchmaking of intermediaries. Furthermore, by marrying you, your family would enjoy a prosperous life. Yang Yu remained perplexed by the meaning of those words. Noticing her confusion, Zhao Hui stepped forward and said, "This is our younger brother, and that makes him your brother-in-law. Allow me to explain what marriage entails." Just as Zhao Hui's arm was about to rest on Yang Yu's shoulder, she raised her hand to halt him. "You may explain, but remain where you are. Do not come closer," she said, frowning. Zhao Hui, the only son of the village chief, had never been spoken to in such a manner. This white-haired young man who had emerged from the mountains was particularly irksome to him. However, since he was Yang Mingyun's brother, Zhao Hui, enamored by her beauty, had long sought to propose to the Yang family, only to be consistently rebuffed. Feeling somewhat humiliated, he feigned indifference and softly remarked, "White-haired boy, marriage means that I will wed your sister, and from now on, we shall share a life together. She will bear me sons. Do you understand? Cease your nonsense." Yang Mingyun replied sternly, "I will not marry you." The commotion outside inevitably drew the attention of Yang Sankai and Sun Xiao, who hurried out. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they quickly grasped the situation. "You see, your father has come out," Zhao Hui said. "If you don't believe me, ask old Yang." Before Yang Mingyun could respond, Yang Sankai stepped forward and said, "Young Master Zhao, regarding the marriage, our family is not suited for such a union. Please, spare us." Sun Xiao approached Yang Yu, who whispered, "Mother, is what he means by marriage an arrangement for my sister to live with him as you and father do?" Sun Xiao, touched by Yang Yu's protective stance in front of Yang Mingyun, felt a wave of emotion. Upon hearing her daughter's words, her expression dimmed, and she nodded gently. Upon hearing Yang Sansai's statement, Zhao Hui approached with a sly grin and said, "Old Yang, I shall not keep this from you." "You said." Before he could finish, Yang Yu turned to Yang Mingyun and declared, "Sister, you cannot marry him. He is unworthy of you, and I oppose this union." Yang Yu's words inadvertently struck Zhao Hui like a slap in the face. "You say I am unworthy." Silence. Yang Yu abruptly turned her head, her eyes fiercely fixed on Zhao Hui. Witnessing such an expression from Yang Yu, Zhao Hui instinctively took a few steps back, nearly losing his balance if not for someone beside him steadying him. "Silly brother, I have already told you, I will not marry him. What were you listening to just now?" Yang Mingyun gently cupped Yang Yu's face as she spoke. At that moment, the slightly taller youth stepped forward, seemingly intent on confronting Yang Yu. Yang Sankai hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Child, do not resort to violence. Let us discuss this calmly." Unfortunately, before Yang Sankai could finish his sentence, the young man's arm had already draped over Yang Yu's shoulder. Yang Yu had always detested their scent. With a swift turn, she forcefully pushed aside the young man's arm. In an instant, he was sent sprawling backwards, tumbling to the ground along with the three companions who had come with him. Zhao Hui scrambled to his feet, a look of shock etched across his face as he glared at Yang Yu. "You wild spawn! How dare you lay a hand on me?" "Zhao Hui, what did you just say?" Yang Mingyun was the first to exclaim. Unbeknownst to Yang Yu, she found herself face to face with Yang Mingyun. This scene seemed to resonate with a memory from her past. "Mingyun, are you truly going to stand up for this illegitimate child?" "Young Master Zhao, we have always shown you respect. But if you dare to speak such words to my child again, as a mother, I shall not let you off lightly." Sun Xiao stepped forward, placing herself protectively in front of Yang Yu and Yang Mingyun. "Very well." Zhao Hui gritted his teeth and retorted, "Just you wait, all of you." With that, Zhao Hui turned to leave with his entourage. "Stop." Yang Yu's voice rang out abruptly. She lowered her head, murmuring softly, "This is what it feels like to be protected." Such a familiar sensation. Yang Yu approached Zhao Hui, pointing towards the wooden door behind them, which had been damaged as a result of their collision. "You must repair my door before you leave," she asserted. "Are you not being reasonable?" Zhao Hui retorted, raising his voice. "It was you who pushed us, causing the damage. Why should we be responsible for the repairs?" "That is of no concern to me," Yang Yu replied firmly. "If it is not fixed, you shall not depart." In a final attempt, Zhao Hui exclaimed, "Do you have any idea who my father is?" Yang Yu turned around to glance at Sun Xiao, and then at Yang Sankai. "Mother, did she not tell him who his father is?" Yang Yu's words left Zhao Hui momentarily stunned, as he noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of the three individuals behind him. Even Yang Mingyun, who stood behind Yang Yu, exhibited an unusually strange demeanor. Yang Yu stepped forward, her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Sister, do you wish to laugh or to weep?" Yang Sankai and Sun Xiufang seemed to have revisited all the sorrows of their lives, managing to suppress their laughter. Meanwhile, the man with the sharp features gripped his thigh tightly, and it appeared as though tears were welling up in his eyes. Yang Yu noticed that Yang Sankai and Sun Xiu remained silent, so she stepped forward and gently patted Zhao Hui's shoulder. It appears that you truly have no mother. Yet despite this, you must still repair this door. Zhao Hui brushed away Yang Yu's hand, exclaiming, "Who says I have no mother?" Yang Yu, with a perplexed expression, replied, "If you indeed have a mother, how is it that you do not know who your father is?" Upon witnessing this, Yang Mingyan could no longer allow Yang Yu to inquire further, for her expression was betraying her emotions. "Enough, Yue, please cease your questioning," Yang Mingyan whispered softly. Zhao Hui seemed to catch a faint sound of laughter from behind him. He abruptly turned to face the trio, only to find them all turned away, their bodies trembling slightly. Yang Yu seemed to have been informed of something by Yang Mingyan. She approached Zhao Hui once more and said, "Your father is village chief Zhao. Refrain from inquiring with others in the future. Now, you may commence with the repairs on the door." "There's no need for that," Yang Sankai interjected from the side. "Such a trivial matter. I shall handle it myself." Yang Yu intended to express her thoughts further, yet she was interrupted by Yang Mingyan. After the four departed, Yang Yu inquired with curiosity, "Sister, why did you allow them to leave?" "They damaged our door." Yang Mingyan gently shook her head. "Yue, just remember to keep your distance from these few individuals in the future. After all, you find their presence quite unpleasant." Yang Yu nodded and remarked, "Indeed, it is particularly unpleasant, even more so than the odor emanating from village chief Zhao." Yang Sankai quickly repaired the door and then glanced at Sun Xiu, both of them furrowing their brows. "Father and mother, do not worry. They cannot forcibly take me away," Yang Mingyun reassured. Sighing softly, Yang Sankai lamented, "Alas, your father lacks the means. Perhaps we should consider leaving." "Where would we go?" Sun Xiu replied helplessly. "Are there no such individuals in other villages?" "Perhaps." Yang Sankai seemed to have resolved upon a certain decision. "Daughter, you and Juzi should go up the mountain." "Up the mountain?" Yang Mingyan inquired, her expression one of confusion. "To seek a master on the mountain," Yang Sankai spoke solemnly. "We must leave this home, leave this village, and do take you with you." "Father, I cannot simply abandon you and mother," Yang Mingyan replied earnestly. "Moreover, even if we go up the mountain, we do not know if the Xianling sect will accept us." With a heavy sigh, Sun Xiu remarked, "It is worth a shot. What if we succeed? It is certainly better than remaining here." "Sister, what is the Xianling sect?" Yang Yu asked softly. "It is a sect here that teaches cultivation," Yang Mingyun explained quietly. "However, I have heard that the standards for selecting disciples are exceedingly high." Upon hearing the term cultivation, Yang Yu seemed to grasp something. "Sister, let us go see the Xianling sect." Yang Mingyun let out a bitter smile, remarking that children often perceive the path of cultivation as something extraordinary. Yet this journey may prove more arduous than their current endeavors. At that moment, Juzi arrived at the Yang residence. "Uncle Yang, you haven't left yet," he whispered. Observing the gloomy expressions adorning every face in the Yang family except for Yang Yu's, Juzi inquired curiously, "What troubles you?" "Brother Juzi, how about we venture to Xianling sect for cultivation?" Yang Yu suggested softly. "Xianling sect for cultivation?" Juzi echoed quietly. "Isn't it said that we must wait a few more years?" "Why?" Yang Yu asked with intrigue. "The Xianling sect only accepts disciples every decade," Yang Mingyan explained gently. "There are still 2 years until the next recruitment." "Indeed, and I've heard from Shaon that they also assess one's roots," Juzi added. "Spiritual roots," Yang Mingyan clarified softly. "Then why don't we go now and see if we possess any spiritual roots?" Yang Yu proposed softly, "If not, we need not return in 2 years." Her suggestion elicited laughter from the group. "How simple you make it sound," Yang Sankai replied with a hint of exasperation. "If we have it, we go. If not, then it's settled." Yang Mingyan sighed and remarked, "In my opinion, Yue possesses a rather admirable disposition. There are no troubles that can ensnare him. Let us ascend the mountain and take a look, as it would be beneficial to familiarize ourselves with the path in advance." Yang Yu continued. Yang Sankai chuckled softly. "Never mind, you two can accompany him for a look." "But father, what if?" Yang Mingyan expressed her concerns. "Do not worry, everything will be fine. Zhao Hui is here for you. If you are not present, he will have no means to proceed," Yang Sankai replied gently. Yang Mingyun's expression turned somewhat grim, and she subsequently ascended the mountain accompanied by Yang Yu and Juzi. Once the trio departed, Sun Xiu forcefully slapped Yang Sankai. "What nonsense were you just spouting?" Sun Xiu exclaimed furiously. "What do you mean? If my daughter is not here, there's nothing I can do. Yang Sankai looked at Sun Xiu with an innocent demeanor. I spoke no falsehood, he retorted. But after you uttered those words, how do you think your daughter would feel? Did you not notice Mingyun's expression just now? Sun Xiu replied in a low voice. Yang Sankai suddenly realized that he had misspoken. Oh dear, that is not what I meant. I truly did not. Enough of that. Sun Xiu replied with exasperation. We'll see how you handle things when our daughter returns. Shortly after the three departed, Zhuzi cautiously inquired, Shaoan, did Zhao Hui come by earlier? Yang Mingyun gently nodded, choosing not to utter another word. Yang Yu suddenly spoke up. Sister, I believe that what father just said is incorrect. Yang Mingyun felt a stirring within her heart, and, with a bitter smile, remarked, Can you point out what is amiss? That individual named Zhao Hui was inherently flawed, and this has nothing to do with you. Yang Yu softly replied thus. When father says that without you he is powerless, it is indeed incorrect. Even in your absence, Zhao Hui remains a villain. He will continue his malevolent deeds. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Yang Mingyun came to a halt, and her previously heavy heart seemed to lighten considerably. Thank you, Where? Yang Mingyun said. Yang Yu looked at Yang Mingyun with a puzzled expression. Thank me? For what? Yang Mingyun let out a light laugh, taking Yang Yu's hand as they ascended the mountain. Thank you for coming into this family, and thank you for being my brother. Yang Yu replied, I must also express my gratitude to you. Zhuzi spoke in a deep voice. I thank my brother, but what do you have to be thankful for? Yang Mingyun inquired. Though Yang Yu has only been here for 2 days, I feel that you have become even better than before, Zhuzi remarked. I simply cannot tolerate the Zhao family bullying you. Yang Mingyun sighed deeply, pondering what could be done, such as our fate. Not so, Yang Yu responded softly. We must first fight for our lives before we can accept our destiny. Otherwise, no one can foresee what changes may come. The two were taken aback that someone as young as Yang Yu could articulate such profound thoughts. Yang Mingyun seemed to be ignited with a spark of determination by Yang Yu's words. Listen to Where. Let us fight with all our might. Have you two not had enough? Xian Yu said with annoyance. We've been following for a day. It should be sufficient. What do you understand? Qi Yin replied solemnly. The young master is now devoid of his inner core, akin to an ordinary mortal. He is about to venture to the Xianling sect. How can we rest easy? If I hadn't intervened earlier, would that Zhao fellow not have met his demise? Xian Yu spoke softly. That little rascal dared to speak to the young master in such a manner. Does he not deserve death? Qi Yin retorted. I had no intention of taking action. Mo Yuan said quietly. I have always been quite composed. Composed or not, you should first drop that log in your hand. Xian Yu remarked helplessly. Are you afraid others won't notice? Hee. Mo Yuan tossed aside the sturdy branch. Do not misunderstand. It was merely for self-defense. Xian Yu sighed deeply. I truly do not comprehend why you two are so preoccupied with a mere child. What mere child? Qi Yin exclaimed hastily. That is our young master. The future sovereign of the magical beasts. What on earth are you thinking? Xian Yu looked at Qi Yun with seriousness. What if he lacks that capability in the future? Or if he does not possess the strength to become the new ruler of the Beast Mountain Range? Impossible, Qi Yun asserted. He is the only bloodline of the sovereign, having absorbed all the energy from the transformation pool in the sovereign's essence. Xian Yu raised a hand to interrupt Qi Yun. So what if he still lacks that ability? Then he is still my sovereign. Qi Yun replied in a deep voice. Xian Yu turned to Mo Yuan. Do you share this sentiment? Mo Yuan remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. In that case, is your protection not a bit excessive? Xian Yu said gently. I believe that if such a thunder tribulation were to arise again in the future, you might not be able to shield them. Qi Yun and Mo Yuan slowly lowered their heads, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. There is no need for concern, Xian Yu said softly. Choosing the Yang family of Taoyuan village is not solely because Yang San had once saved me. Mo Yuan looked at Xian Yu and softly asked, Your goal is? The Xianling sect? Precisely, Xian Yu affirmed. Do not be deceived by appearances. You are rather astute. Why the Xianling sect? Qi Yin inquired. There are 7 sects in the Beast Mountain Range. Why specifically the Xianling sect? Xian Yu looked at Qi Yun with exasperation. Have you not been following the sovereign closely? Do you not know these matters? Know what? Qi Yun replied, her face full of confusion. Though Qi Yun often stayed by the sovereign's side, she was unaware of these intricacies. Elucidated that it was less a matter of ignorance than a lack of interest. What exactly are you discussing? Queried Qi Yun. Xian Yu sighed softly. Have you not noticed the closeness between the master and certain cultivators? Qi Yun pondered over the master's past, and his expression suddenly shifted. Are you referring to the woman clad in red? Xian Yu nodded gently. That should be her. I recall having seen her only once, yet it was merely her silhouette, and I did not pay much attention at the time, Qi murmured. That individual is the leader of the Xianling sect, reputed to be the most powerful on the Lingzhou continent, Yu stated gravely. The master had made a pact with her. What kind of pact? Qi inquired. I am uncertain, Yu replied in a hushed tone. But regardless of its nature, in the wake of the master's demise, only two sects have refrained from trespassing into the Beast Forest, one of which is the Xianling sect. Is that why you intend to entrust the young master to the Xianling sect? Qian asked. I believe that is the most prudent course of action, Yu responded, and only the Xianling sect possesses the means to aid the young master in his cultivation as a human. Yu, you mentioned that there is another sect which has not intruded into the Beast Forest. Which one is it? Inquired. Why not choose that sect? Yu sighed lightly. It is the Dao sect, furrowed his brow, seemingly unfamiliar with the name. It is no surprise you have not heard of it, Yu replied with resignation. That sect, including their leader, consists of merely 7 individuals. Could it be that their dwindling numbers have deterred them from venturing into the Beast Forest? Qian questioned. Yu shook his head gently. To my knowledge, that is not the case. I once heard the master mention that during the ancient battle between immortals and demons, the Dao sect suffered the most grievous losses on the Lingzhou continent, followed closely by the Xianling sect. Are you implying that those 7 are remnants from the ancient battle? Whispered. I cannot say for certain, Yu replied, but I suspect it may not be the case. The battle has long since passed, and it is likely that those remaining 7 have their own reasons for survival. However, I do not possess absolute certainty that sending the young master there will grant him true mastery of human cultivation techniques. At that moment, Qi Yun's perception of Yu transformed. She had not anticipated that this seemingly heartless crow had truly devised so many plans for the sake of the young master. Very well, this is as far as we can go, Yu declared. Beyond this point lies the territory of the Xianling sect, and our identities are not suited to appear here. But will the young master truly be accepted as a disciple by the Xianling sect? Qi Yun inquired. It is a 50-50 chance, Yu replied. I later realized, fortunately, that the pill shattered. What did you say? The expression on Qi Yun's face suddenly changed as he inquired, Please, calm yourself. Yu replied with a hint of helplessness, Consider this. If the inner core were still intact, the young master would undoubtedly be unmasked. How do you suppose the Xianling sect would treat him then? Qian questioned. Did you not mention that the sect's master has met with the Venerable One and made an agreement? What of it? The Venerable One has since perished, and I have never encountered that individual. How could I possibly know the true nature of the Xianling sect? Yu responded. However, with the young master devoid of an inner core, I suspect they would never uncover his identity as a magical beast, no matter how hard they tried. But there is a conundrum, Mo Yuan murmured. What conundrum? Yu turned to Mo Yuan with curiosity. If the young master, lacking an inner core, appears indistinguishable from a human, then we magical beasts would also lack any semblance of spiritual roots, Mo Yuan articulated. Do those sects not require an examination of spiritual roots before accepting disciples? Qian exclaimed. Indeed. Mo Yuan is correct. Without spiritual roots, what grounds would the Xianling sect have to accept the young master? This is a question I had not contemplated, Yu conceded. Yet, we must take it one step at a time. If all else fails. What if all else fails? Qian pressed. If all else fails, we still have the Dao sect as a backup. Yu whispered. Yang Yue, are you certain this is the path we should take? Pillar softly inquired. Why is it that we have not encountered a single soul along the way, not even a glimpse of wildlife? Yang Yue glanced around, and then remarked. I have a feeling it is right here. As Yang Yue's voice faded, a slightly plump man clad in a white robe descended from the path ahead, appearing only slightly older than Yang Yue. Who are you? The portly man inquired. What brings you to the territory of the Xianling sect without permission? We have come to seek a master, Yang Yue replied solemnly. Seek a master? The man raised an eyebrow in curiosity. It is not the time for accepting disciples. There would be no use in your visit now. Return in 2 years instead. You can follow this path down the mountain. May I ask how to address you, sir? Yang Mingyan stepped forward to inquire. My name is Chan Feng. The elder brother sent me to ascertain the situation here. If there is nothing pressing, you should return promptly. There is indeed a matter, Brother Chan Feng, Yang Yue interjected. We wish to seek a master without waiting for 2 years. You little one, who do you think I am to you as an elder brother? Chan Feng exclaimed with a look of helplessness. Why can you not wait for 2 years? You appear healthy and unharmed. What is the urgency? The sooner we find a master, the sooner we can cultivate, Yang Yue insisted. Perhaps you could at least teach us some methods of cultivation. Changfeng gently shook his head. I am unable to assist you with that. I am not particularly skilled in the ways of cultivation and cannot be of help. Excuse me? Yang Yue queried in confusion. If you are not adept in cultivation, how did you become a disciple of the Xianling sect? Furthermore, you discerned our health at a glance. How does that work? I specialize in alchemy within the sect, and my interest in other areas is minimal, Changfeng explained. Thus, I can easily ascertain your physical condition. Yang Yue glanced back at Yang Mingyun, then shifted her gaze to the pillar, ultimately resting her eyes once more on Changfeng. Might I implore you, dear brother Changfeng, to bestow upon us some elixirs? Yang Yue inquired softly. Yang Yue's words rendered everyone present momentarily speechless. None could have anticipated that, upon their very first meeting, she would boldly request elixirs. Especially as a disciple of the Xianling sect. I descended the mountain in haste, and possess no elixirs, Changfeng stated. Moreover, you three have not undergone any cultivation, and thus, it is likely that you cannot consume the elixirs I have refined. The trio was indeed taken aback by Changfeng's response. They had expected a stern refusal. Yet he expressed concern for their physical capacity to endure such substances. Thank you, brother Changfeng, Yang Yue murmured. There is one final matter. What is it? Changfeng inquired softly. If we return in 2 years, will we be able to become disciples of the Xianling sect? Yang Yue asked earnestly. This, Changfeng hesitated. I cannot say for certain. However, historically, very few who come to the Xianling sect to seek apprenticeship opt for the path of elixirs. Brother Changfeng, I actually wish for you to assist us in examining. Yang Yue said quietly. Examining? Changfeng asked, his curiosity piqued. What shall we examine? The spiritual roots. Yang Yue replied. I have heard that one must possess spiritual roots to become a disciple of the Xianling sect. Not entirely, Changfeng countered. However, if your aim is to pursue cultivation and enlightenment, possessing spiritual roots is indeed essential, and the higher the quality of the roots, the greater the assistance they provide in cultivation. So, what is our situation? Yang Yue pressed once more. Changfeng's gaze shifted as he surveyed the three of them. Before he gently shook his head, none of you possess spiritual roots. This revelation drastically altered the expressions of the trio, as if the very heavens had collapsed upon them. Yang Yue seemed undeterred and continued to inquire, is it possible to cultivate this spiritual root later on? Changfeng echoed Yang Yue's words, pondering, cultivating later. Defying fate, perhaps it is feasible, but it would undoubtedly require immense fortune. Before Yang Yue could respond, Changfeng curiously asked, do all three of you wish to join the Xianling sect? Of course, Yang Yue promptly replied. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come up the mountain now. Changfeng then asked, is your collective aim to diligently cultivate in order to attain enlightenment? Attain enlightenment? Yang Yue appeared perplexed by the term, questioning, what does it mean to attain enlightenment? After a brief silence, Changfeng scratched his head and confessed, I cannot articulate it clearly, as it is not my pursuit. What I mean is, lacking a spiritual root does not preclude one from joining a sect. Alternative paths are available, such as, Yang Yue softly probed, alchemical refinement, Changfeng suggested, or other pursuits. Apologies, I am only knowledgeable about alchemy. Beyond that, I am not well versed. However, you may return in 2 years to explore further. Noticing the silent companion beside him, Changfeng added, for instance, this sturdy fellow here may consider joining the outer sect, cultivating external martial arts, which could also prove advantageous. Thank you. Brother Changfeng, the sturdy man replied cautiously. No need for thanks, Changfeng responded. Alas, I have lingered on the mountain too long. My alchemical furnace still holds potions that require my attention. The safest route for you is to descend via this path. It is free from beastly ambushes. Yang Yue discerned that this individual named Changfeng possessed an exceedingly innocent disposition, seemingly harboring no reservations towards them. He answered every inquiry without hesitation and even offered several valuable suggestions. Without awaiting Yang Yue's expression of gratitude, Changfeng turned and swiftly ascended the mountain. The trio was taken aback, for although this man named Changfeng appeared somewhat portly, his movements up the mountain were remarkably nimble. Yang Mingyun let out a long sigh. Realizing that it seemed she was not destined for this fate, Yang Yue gently grasped Yang Mingyun's hand and softly reassured her, do not despair, sister. Did not Brother Changfeng mention that it is of no consequence if one lacks a spiritual root? Furthermore, there exists a chance to regain it. Yang Mingyun gently shook her head. As Mr. Changfeng mentioned, such extraordinary opportunities require immense fortune. If such a chance truly exists, I believe you would be far more suited than I. Yang Yu gently shook her head. I do not require a spiritual route. Let us return in 2 years. I can accompany Brother Changfeng to refine elixirs. Yang Mingyun said nothing, her expression growing considerably despondent. For her, the opportunity to enter the Xianling sect represented a chance to defy fate. Yet after their recent conversation, that prospect seemed increasingly dim. Zhu stepped forward and reassured her. Xiaoyun, do not lose heart. As Yang Yu mentioned, what if such an opportunity does arise? Changfeng returned to the sect, nearly causing an explosion in the alchemy furnace. But fortunately, the senior brother arrived in time to stabilize it. Senior brother, I apologize for my tardiness, Changfeng remarked. What took you so long? It was the 3 children. They wished to ascend the mountain to become disciples, Changfeng replied. I informed them to return in 2 years. It seems you spoke of more than just that. Surely, you discussed various matters concerning the sect? Not really, they just asked me to check if they possessed spiritual roots, Changfeng explained. Unfortunately, none of them did. But what? One of the children, a boy with white hair, although lacking spiritual roots, exhibited remarkably vigorous essence blood, Changfeng stated. I have never encountered anyone like him. Vigorous essence blood? Indeed. Normally, even for cultivators, the quantity of essence blood is limited, yet this child seems to defy that norm. Changfeng elaborated. His essence blood appears to flow throughout his entire being. How is that possible? You must be mistaken. Changfeng gently shook his head, asserting. I cannot be wrong about the human meridians and the flow of energy. Upon hearing this, the senior brother of the Xianling sect ceased his casual demeanor and stepped forward. Asking gravely, Changfeng, while I am not well versed in alchemy, how could the essence blood of a practitioner possibly pervade their entire body? Scratching his head, Changfeng replied, Senior brother, I understand your skepticism, but I assure you, I am not mistaken. Just then, a woman approached, having overheard their conversation. Senior brother, Changfeng, what are you two doing standing here? Pan Pan? The senior brother inquired with curiosity. What brings you here? Senior sister, Changfeng responded. We were discussing a rather astonishing matter. Astonishing matter? Pan Pan asked softly. Count me in. I would like to hear about it. Changfeng then recounted the events. What did you just say? Pan Pan exclaimed, her face reflecting shock as she gazed at Changfeng. Changfeng, have you been overly fatigued lately? Are you seeing things? Senior sister Pan Pan, how can you say that? Changfeng replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved. How could I possibly be mistaken about such a matter? Pan Pan turned to the senior brother and asked, Senior brother, is it truly possible for what Changfeng describes to be true? Honestly, I have never witnessed anything like it. Perhaps we should consult the master? Pan Pan spoke. The 3 ultimately decided to seek clarity from the leader of the Xianling sect. The leader, named Meng Li, often appeared in simple white garments. Though she had recently been seldom seen within the sect, spending most of her time in her quarters for meditation. Master, this is the situation, Pan Pan recounted the events. Then turned to Long Feng. Long Feng, did I miss anything? Long Feng shook his head. No, that's precisely it. Blood essence permeating the entire body. A subtle change flickered across Meng Li's expression. Master, do you also find it implausible? The elder brother inquired. Qi Hao, I comprehend your concerns, Meng Li replied. But if Long Feng truly witnessed it firsthand, then perhaps. However, Master, as practitioners, even with your level of cultivation, how much blood essence can there be? Typically, blood essence accumulates in the heart, lungs, or dantian, not distributed throughout the body. Qi Hao still wore a disbelieving countenance. Meng Li turned to Long Feng. How long has this person been gone? It's been a while. Long Feng replied softly. Should I descend the mountain to search for him? Meng Li hesitated for a moment before gently shaking her head. No need. Haven't you already informed him to return in 2 years? I suspect he will come. I am also curious about what kind of person he truly is, Pan Pan remarked. As soon as Pan Pan finished speaking, Meng Li's expression shifted again. And she sighed softly, since the 3 of you have arrived, why not reveal yourselves? Hearing this, Qi Hao, Pan Pan, and Long Feng's expressions changed drastically. For they were in the residence of the leader of the Xianling sect, and yet someone dared to intrude. Moments later, a series of crisp knocks echoed, accompanied by the shouts of many disciples outside. Who are you to dare invade the Xianling sect? Meng Li gently waved her arm, and the door opened, revealing 2 men and a woman outside. The woman, clad in red, possessed striking features that instinctively caused the 3 disciples to take a step back. One of the men was tall and sturdy, with well-defined muscles and a friendly demeanor. The man standing at the center, dressed in black with dark hair, seemed to conceal numerous secrets, his handsome countenance exuding an air of allure. "We have met the leader of the Xianling sect." The dark-haired man spoke first. The man and woman behind him immediately bowed respectfully. "We have met the leader of the Xianling sect." Meng Li stepped forward, positioning herself in front of her 3 disciples. "I believe I have encountered the 3 of you before." As soon as Meng Li finished speaking, she waved her arm again, shutting the door. At that moment, Qi Hao sensed that the trio exuded an aura beyond that of ordinary mortals and hastily inquired, "Who are you? And what is the source of this demonic energy surrounding you?" The dark-haired man spoke with a hint of resignation. "Is it possible that the 3 of us are indeed demons?" Pan Pan's expression shifted slightly, not out of hostility, but rather evoking a sense of closeness. "Demons?" Qi uttered with a grave tone. "How audacious! Demons daring to intrude upon the mountain." The young man interjected, "You misunderstand. We had no intention of intruding. We were merely passing through. Had it not been for the sect leader's recent words, we would have departed on our own." Meng Li stepped forward, barring Qi path. "Are the 3 of you from the monster forest?" The dark-haired man responded solemnly, "Indeed." Meng Li observed the trio intently before gracefully taking a seat and gesturing for them to do the same. The 3 exchanged glances and then settled across from Meng Li. "You are Xian Yu?" Meng Li inquired softly. Upon hearing this, Xian Yu hurriedly rose. "How does the sect leader know this?" "It was a guess," Meng Li replied gently. "I once heard the white tiger mention that if she were to fall one day, the only hope for the monster forest would lie with Xian Yu." At this, Xian Yu's expression darkened with a trace of melancholy. "These 2 must be Qi Yun and Mo Yuan. Am I correct?" Meng Li continued. The 2 stood and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Young master, there are more chapters ahead. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It only gets more exciting." Meng Li urged. "Please, take a seat," she added. She mentioned that you 2 are her right and left arms. Without you, she cannot maintain her position. "Respected one." Qi Yun's expression betrayed his sorrow. "I am already aware of her situation," Meng Li stated. "As far as I know, I have issued orders that disciples of the Xianling sect are not to venture into the monster mountains during this time." After saying this, Meng Li turned to Qi, seemingly inquiring about something. Qi stepped forward, speaking gravely, "Master, rest assured, I have already given instructions. I can guarantee that no disciple will trespass into the monster mountains." "Master, I can assure you as well," Pan added. Meng Li then turned her gaze back to the 3 before her. "If that is the case, then your presence here is likely unrelated to this matter." Xian Yu felt a jolt of surprise. A few succinct words had effectively dispelled the excuse he had concocted. "Sect leader, you misunderstand. We are not here for that reason," Xian Yu replied softly. "Oh." Meng Li rose slowly and approached Xian Yu. "Then what is the purpose of your visit to the Xianling sect?" Before Xian Yu could respond, Meng Li continued, "Or rather, is there something for which you seek the assistance of the Xianling sect?" At this moment, Xian Yu found himself unable to meet Meng Li's gaze. As if there were no secrets left to hide before her, Meng Li chuckled lightly. "It seems I was correct. Having you in the monster forest indeed brings a sense of security. Distrusting anyone is not entirely unwarranted." Xian Yu's thoughts seemed to be completely transparent to Meng Li. At this moment, he appeared indifferent, lifting his gaze towards her. "Your words, sect master, suggest that you have a profound understanding of me," Xian Yu remarked. Meng Li gently shook her head. "I do not comprehend you, but she knows you quite well, since you have some acquaintance with the esteemed one." "Might we take our leave?" Xian Yu inquired. Meng Li raised her arm delicately towards the door. "You 3 may proceed." Qi Yun's expression hinted at further inquiries. Yet she was restrained by Xian Yu, who signaled her to remain silent. "Before you depart, would you be interested in hearing a rather peculiar matter?" Meng Li softly proposed. Xian Yu halted, turning to face her, sensing that the sect master had more to convey. Meng Li glanced at Changfeng. "Changfeng, please recount the earlier events to them." Without hesitation, Changfeng stepped forward and began narrating what had transpired. "Master, I have finished," Changfeng announced. "Well done, thank you." "Changfeng," Meng Li replied gently, "what are your thoughts on this matter?" Xian Yu feigned composure, stepping forward to say, "Mr. Changfeng must have made a mistake. How could such a person exist? It is truly bizarre. I too found this matter unbelievable." Meng Li responded, "It seems that you, Mr. Xian Yu, share my sentiments. After all, the notion of blood saturating one's entire being sounds utterly preposterous." Xian Yu stated, "Such a thing is beyond even us magical beasts." He deliberately emphasized the term magical beasts. Meng Li nodded lightly, then, "Mr. Xian Yu, do you believe that if this child were to seek apprenticeship 2 years hence, should our Xianling sect accept or decline?" Xian Yu did not respond immediately. instead gazing into Meng Li's eyes, which appeared to encompass everything, rendering him unable to discern her true thoughts. Behind Xianyu, Mo Yuan and Qi Yun were evidently taken aback by this exchange, remaining frozen in place. Unsure of what to say, they were acutely aware that the individual Meng Li referred to was Yang Yue, and her every word seemed to be a probe. It sounded as though she already possessed knowledge of certain matters. Xianyu took a step forward, speaking in a low voice. Regarding the recruitment of disciples by Xianling's sect, my status unfortunately renders me unable to provide any substantial advice. Observing the dialogue between Meng Li and Xianyu, Qi Hao, standing nearby, seemed to detect an underlying tone. As the eldest disciple, he understood his master's character quite well. Since the War of Immortals and Demons, Xianling's sect had suffered significant losses, and Meng Li had been despondent, her cultivation declining repeatedly, seemingly losing interest in all matters. Yet, upon encountering these three, her interest appeared to rekindle. Might the sect master have any further instructions? Xianyu inquired softly. Meng Li chuckled lightly, instructing them not to stand on ceremony. Please, feel free to enter through the main gate of my Xianling sect in the future. After all, our ties with the Beast Mountain range run deep. Upon hearing this, Xianyu felt a significant easing of his worries. He clasped his hands respectfully and bowed, expressing his gratitude to sect master Meng Li. No need for thanks. Meng Li replied gently. Take good care of the Beast Mountain range, if anything arises. Please do not trouble the sect master, Xianyu interjected. After all, Xianling sect is one of the 7 sects. Should other sections? Mr. Xianyu is indeed the sage of the Beast Mountain range. Meng Li sighed softly. I have made my intentions clear, yet you still choose to probe. Mo Yuan and Qi Yun were perplexed by Meng Li's words, as Xianyu's earlier statements were entirely for the benefit of Xianling's sect. At this moment, Xianyu was already sweating profusely. Fully aware that his actions carried a certain degree of risk, yet it seemed necessary to ascertain certain matters. Mr. Xianyu, in the future, there will be no need for you to test the waters with Xianling's sect, Meng Li stated. Xianling's sect welcomes your presence and does not reject the beasts. Before Xianyu could respond, Meng Li continued, if the Beast Mountain range encounters trouble, Xianling's sect will not intervene. However, I do have some personal connections, and any assistance I provide will be solely on my behalf, not that of Xianling's sect. I trust this reassures you, Mr. Xianyu. Xianyu stepped forward respectfully, bowing deeply. Thank you, sect master. I apologize for any offense I may have caused with my words. I hope for your understanding. Meng Li waved her hand lightly. Enough. Your intentions are clear, and it seems the Beast Mountain range will not require my assistance. I simply hope that our future exchanges can be less complicated. Just as Xianyu was about to bow again, Meng Li swiftly stepped forward to block him. No need for further bows. Such exchanges are indeed quite tedious, she stated. Meng Li's swift movement left the three in awe, as she appeared before Xianyu in the blink of an eye. Her actions so graceful that it seemed even the surrounding air remained undisturbed. Xianyu was genuinely prepared to depart, but just as he turned, he heard Meng Li's whispered message. In 2 years, I will take in that child. Xianyu abruptly halted, yet he dared not turn back to look. Mo Yuan and Qi Yun exchanged glances, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. At that moment, Meng Li's voice came from behind. Mr. Xianyu, your 2 companions are waiting for you. Or do you wish to linger a while longer? Xianyu gently shook his head. No, on behalf of the Beast Mountain range, I extend my gratitude to the sect master. Qi Hao, please escort our esteemed guests down the mountain, Meng Li instructed softly. Qi Hao, unaware of the conversation that had transpired between Meng Li and Xianyu, dutifully complied with his master's orders. Esteemed guests, please follow me, Qi Hao stated. Subsequently, Xianyu, Mo Yuan, and Qi Yun accompanied Qi Hao as they departed from the Xianling sect. This cultivator is named Qi Hao, correct? Xianyu inquired softly. Indeed, Mr. Xianyu, do you have any guidance? Qi Hao responded. It is not so much guidance as it is a simple expression of gratitude for your assistance in escorting us down the mountain, Xianyu replied solemnly. Qi Hao escorted the 3 to the foot of the mountain, and rather than departing immediately, he stood before Xianyu, scrutinizing him intently. Is there anything else, Qi cultivator? Xianyu asked. If it were not within the domain of the Xianling sect, I might not have discerned your true identities. Qi Hao sighed. It appears I have been remiss in my cultivation. Upon hearing this, Xianyu chuckled softly. Qi cultivator, you exaggerate. Rest assured, I will diligently attend to the matters entrusted to me by my master. Qi Hao asserted, should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to call upon my assistance. The three were momentarily taken aback by Qi Hao's words. While Mengli could offer help in her personal capacity should conflicts arise in the Beast Mountain range. What could this man standing before them possibly rely on? Qi Hao seemed to perceive Xian Yu's puzzlement and gently remarked, "It is merely to alleviate my master's concerns. The matters my master has agreed to are ours to address." Xian Yu nodded slightly. "Indeed, the Xianling sect is quite exceptional. Young Qi, allow me to share a little secret with you. Please, Mr. Xian Yu, go ahead. There once existed a pool of shape-shifting liquid within the Beast Forest, capable of aiding beasts in assuming human form," Xian Yu explained. "This transformation is unlike any other, as it grants a portion of the revered one's power." "What does it signify for you to share this with me, Mr. Xian Yu?" Qi Hao inquired. "Young Qi, your ability to detect our demonic energy at such a young age is truly remarkable," Xian Yu responded gravely. Upon returning to the Xianling sect, Qi Hao discovered that Chang Feng had seemingly been waiting for quite some time. "It is rare to see you here, Chang Feng," Qi Hao remarked. "Why are you not refining pills?" "Senior brother, I have a question to ask you," Chang Feng replied. "Those three just now are not connected to that child, are they?" Qi Hao chuckled lightly. "It seems no one will dare to claim that you are only knowledgeable in alchemy and ignorant of all else after this." Chang Feng smiled wryly. "I truly know nothing beyond alchemy, but the timing of their arrival is too coincidental. I am not entirely clear on the specifics of this matter, but I believe that in 2 years' time, that child you mentioned will surely ascend the mountain again, and we shall observe closely then." Qi Hao spoke softly. As Yang Yu and her companions descended the mountain, the sky gradually darkened. "Strange." Pillar sighed. "What troubles you, Brother Pillar?" Yang Yu inquired with curiosity. "Is something amiss?" "Although I have never visited the Xianling sect, I have traversed this path numerous times," Pillar remarked. "Yet, astonishingly, we have not encountered a single wild beast along the way. I had even planned to catch a few on our return. That is of no concern." "I recall there are still some at home," Yang Mingyan replied softly. "Shaoan, it seems that the presence of that brother Chang Feng has not affected you," Pillar observed. "What is there to be affected by?" Yang Mingyan responded. "I had anticipated that the spiritual route would not be mine." "Do not worry, sister. Did not brother Chang Feng mention that there are alternative methods?" Yang Yu encouraged gently. "We still have 2 years. Do not lose hope. You err, I reiterate. Should such a tremendous opportunity arise, do not relinquish it for my sake," Yang Mingyan stated earnestly. "In my eyes, you are far more deserving of it than I." Yang Yu had yet to utter a word when the voice of Yang Sankai resonated from ahead. "My daughter, Yue Zhuzi. Father, we are here," Yang Mingyun called out loudly. In no time, the three of them met with Yang Sankai. "You three, to be gone for an entire day has worried your mother greatly," Yang Sankai remarked. Yang Mingyun leaned closer to Yang Yu and whispered, "In truth, it is father who is concerned about us, but is too reluctant to express it." "What are you mumbling about?" Yang Sankai inquired. "By the way, you may not be aware, but something strange has occurred at village chief Zhao's home." "What happened?" Yang Mingyun asked with curiosity. "All of his chickens and ducks have been found dead," Yang Sankai replied in a hushed tone. "The oddity lies in the fact that if it were indeed a wild beast from the mountains, it could have easily consumed them. Yet, those chickens and ducks lay there with their throats punctured. Could it be a form of retribution?" Yang Yu said softly. "Children should not speak such nonsense." Yang Sankai quickly covered Yang Yu's mouth, fearing others might overhear. "Uncle, what has become of those chickens and ducks?" Zhuzi asked, intrigued. "Zhuzi, I must advise you. Do not entertain any thoughts regarding those chickens and ducks," Yang Sankai cautioned. "Their demise is quite peculiar, and we cannot ascertain if there is something amiss." "Uncle, what do you mean by that?" "I harbor no such intentions," Zhuzi said, awkwardly scratching his head. "Do you truly believe our family is foolish?" Yang Mingyan said with exasperation. "Xiaoyun, what do you mean by that?" Zhuzi asked hastily. "Sometimes, in the middle of the night, you sneak into Zhao's house to steal." Before Yang Mingyun could finish her words, the pillar hurriedly stepped forward to cover her mouth, urging her not to speak. What if someone overheard? Yang Mingyun allowed the pillar to cover her mouth, merely rolling her eyes at him. "Uncle, are you and Anne aware of this matter?" the pillar inquired cautiously. Yang Sankai let out a bitter smile, acknowledging the truth in part. Now, Yue is also aware of it. Zhuzi appeared somewhat awkward, as he had previously claimed that the chickens and ducks he had stolen were acquired during his hunting expeditions in the mountains. Yang Yu raised her thumb and exclaimed, "Well done, brother Zhuzi." However, Yang Sankai spoke in a grave tone. "Zhuzi, the recent events have been rather peculiar. We cannot continue down this path." Yang Mingyun pushed against the pillar and remarked, "Indeed, this matter is exceedingly perilous." If you were truly apprehended, do you think the Zhao family would show you any mercy? The pillar, feeling awkward, chuckled nervously while scratching the back of his head, and then suddenly exclaimed, "If that is the case, uncle. The reason you previously invited me to accompany you on the mountain hunt was also because." Yang Sankai chuckled lightly. "Although the Zhao family is not particularly esteemed, we cannot resort to stealing from them for a lifetime, can we? Taking you up the mountain to hunt serves two purposes. Firstly, it is to teach you the intricacies of this craft, and secondly, so that you will not find yourselves in want of food in the future." As Yang Sankai uttered these words, he cast a glance at Yang Mingyun. At that moment, Yang Yu, rather inopportunely, stepped forward and said, "Father, do not worry. Tomorrow I shall accompany you to the mountains for hunting, so we shall not go hungry." Upon hearing Yang Yu's remark, the others could only manage a wry smile, for they were well aware of his prodigious appetite. Just as the four had entered, village chief Zhao approached them. "Old Yang," he bellowed, "is it your son who had my son fix that door?" Before Yang Sankai could make his way outside, Yang Yu dashed out first, proclaiming, "It was not my father. It was I." Without allowing village chief Zhao to speak, Yang Yu continued, "Furthermore, they did not actually repair it. They merely broke it and ran away." At that moment, Yang Sankai emerged, addressing village chief Zhao. "Do not mind the child's mischief. Rest assured, we shall repair the door ourselves and would not wish to trouble your son." Before this small chapter could conclude, please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the enthralling content. Upon hearing Yang Sansai's words, village chief Zhao appeared somewhat embarrassed. "What you say is quite unjust. When a child errs, they must be corrected. After all, my son is destined to be your future son-in-law, is he not?" "Oh, I beg to differ," Yang Sankai hurriedly replied. "My daughter is not worthy of your son." "Your in-law, you must not speak so distantly," village chief Zhao remarked. Retrieving 2 chickens and ducks from behind him, "I have brought these as a gesture of apology." Upon witnessing the lifeless chickens and ducks, Yang Sankai instantly comprehended the situation. Before he could voice his rejection, village head Zhao entered the house, gently placing the fowl down. "Old Yang, do come in and sit. It is the perfect occasion for us to discuss the marriage of our 2 children," Zhao said in a grave tone. Yang, with a soft voice, replied, "Village head Zhao, my daughter is merely a rustic girl, unworthy of your son. It would be best if you sought Aunt Wang to find another match for Zhao Hui." With a smile and a shake of his head, Zhao responded, "Who does not know that among the maidens of Taoyuan village, your daughter possesses the most enchanting beauty? Frankly, I even wonder if she is truly your offspring." Upon hearing these words, Yang Sansai's expression changed dramatically. "Village chief Zhao, what are you saying? This is in front of the children." Noticing Yang Sansai's agitation, village chief Zhao hurriedly stepped forward to placate him, jesting, "Oh, do not take it to heart. How about this? You simply state a condition, and I shall send someone to propose at a later date." My sister will not marry," Yang Yu interjected. Stepping forward, "Child, you do not understand these matters," village chief Zhao replied. "How could Mingyan possibly remain unmarried for life? My sister will not marry Zhao Hui," Yang Yu replied firmly. Before village chief Zhao could react, Yang Yu advanced, picked up the 2 deceased chickens and ducks, and walked out, casually placing them aside. "Father, these items smell off. They should not be allowed into our home," Yang Yu stated, casting a glance at village chief Zhao. Yang Yu's words not only referred to the deceased chickens and ducks, but seemed to be a veiled criticism directed at village chief Zhao. In an instant, village chief Zhao slammed his palm upon the table, rising in fury as he exclaimed, "You little wildling, what did you say?" "Village chief Zhao," Yang Santai interjected with a stern voice. "Old Yang, I do not mean to offend, but what possessed you to bring back such a wild creature from the mountains?" Village chief Zhao retorted, his face flushed with anger. "You have no kinship with me, and with that head full of white hair, it is evident you are nothing but a monster." "Village chief Zhao, I implore you to choose your words more carefully," Yang Mingyun interjected, stepping forward. "I have never intended to marry Zhao Hui. My father has been quite explicit about this. You have been the one incessantly speaking, and as for my brother, he merely seeks to protect me." Very well, very well," village chief Zhao repeated thrice. "Zhaodi, my son marrying you is solely for your benefit." "Village chief Zhao, I have previously cautioned you. My sister does not bear that name," Yang Yu replied, her voice firm. Perhaps Yang Yu was unaware of the true significance of that name, yet each time Yang Mingyun heard it, her expression of helplessness seemed to evoke a tinge of sorrow within Yang Yu. "Enough." Village chief Zhao's trembling finger pointed accusatorily at Yang Yu. "You and your family should take heed." With that, Village Chief Zhao stormed out, but Yang Yue intercepted him. Please take the deceased chickens and ducks back with you. Yang Yue disregarded whether Village Chief Zhao would accept it, thrusting it directly into his embrace before turning on her heel and departing. Just as Village Chief Zhao was about to utter a word, he was met with the sound of a door slamming shut. It seemed that this village chief had never before encountered such a humiliating experience in his life. Yang Yue returned home to find her father, Yang Sankai, wearing a forlorn expression. She hurriedly approached him, asking, "Father, what troubles you?" "It's nothing," Yang Sankai replied gently, stroking Yang Yue's head. "We must be cautious of the Zhao family from now on. They will not let us off easily." "Father, is there truly no law?" Yang Mingyun interjected, her voice tinged with concern. "Surely they cannot genuinely take me away." "The law." Yang Sandai pondered, the words laced with a sense of resignation. Though the village was named Taoyuan, its remoteness rendered it largely neglected. Not only had the government turned a blind eye, but many villagers had also departed in recent years. At that moment, Sun Xiu emerged, reassuringly saying, "Do not worry, my dear. If we endure for another 2 years until the children join the Xinling sect, we shall see the dawn of better days." Yang Mingyan recalled Changfeng's words, her expression tinged with a hint of despondency. For the question of whether she could ascend the mountain to seek a mentor in 2 years remained uncertain. "Father, perhaps we could." Yang Mingyun's words trailed off as she noticed Yang Yue subtly tapping her palm, seemingly signaling her to refrain from speaking further. "My dear daughter, what do you propose we do?" inquired Yang Sankai. "I suggest we indulge in the game meats we've stored away," replied Yang Mingyun. "Let us consider it a celebration for having turned down the Zhao family." Yang Mingyun realized that her words lacked any logical coherence, yet in that moment, she found herself at a loss for what to say next. Yang Yue stepped forward and spoke softly, "Father, do not worry. If you, mother, or sister are feeling any discontent, I shall visit the Zhao family tonight with Brother Zhuzi." "Why would you go to the Zhao family?" Sun Xiu inquired hastily. "I intend to set fire to one of their rooms," Yang Yue replied solemnly. "Do not even think about it." Yang Sankai exclaimed urgently, "You foolish child. If anything goes awry, you could end up in prison. Do not act recklessly." Yang Yue seemed to be unaware of the meaning of prison food, however. Upon noticing the anxiety etched on Yang Sansai's face, she readily acquiesced. Meanwhile, the other 3 lively characters were not far from the Beast Mountain range. And with their cultivation levels, they had undoubtedly overheard the events that transpired at the Yang family. At this moment, Xian Yu and Mo Yuan were desperately restraining Qi Yun. "Let me go?" Qi Yun exclaimed in a deep voice. "Did you not hear how that scoundrel addressed the young master?" Xian Yu, while holding on to Qi Yun, responded helplessly. "I did hear he called him a bastard. But can you please calm down for a moment?" "Indeed." Qi Yun, try not to be so agitated. I share your indignation. Mo Yuan added. "However, rushing over now won't allow us to simply kill that man." "Why not?" Qi Yun retorted. "Killing his chickens and ducks would serve as a lesson for him, a wake-up call. Who knows if he would dare to overstep his bounds and come to our doorstep again." His words, though somewhat crude, did not lack a certain truth, Xian Yu murmured. Just as Xian Yu finished speaking, Qi Yun appeared to cease his struggles, staring at Xian Yu in shock. "What did you just say?" Before Xian Yu could respond, Qi Yun struck towards him with a palm, but fortunately, Xian Yu dodged in time to avoid injury. "We are, after all, beasts of the mountains, to outsiders. We are merely a pack of wild animals," Xian Yu lamented. "Now that our master is. Thus, what he said holds some truth. We are not just the young master. Even we, at this moment, are nothing but bastards that no one cares for." Upon hearing Xian Yu's words, Qi Yun became considerably calmer. Such a resigned self-mockery could only be voiced by Xian Yu in this moment. "Even if you are correct, it is not his place to say so," Qi Yun replied sternly. "Do you really think that the young master has no one behind him?" Xian Yu offered a bitter smile. "Who do you think stands behind the young master?" "Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, as what follows is even more thrilling." Qi Yun glanced at Xian Yu, then at Mo Yuan beside him. "At the very least, the 3 of us are here. I refuse to believe that we cannot protect the young master in this Peach Blossom Village." Xian Yu stepped forward, surveying the entirety of Peach Blossom Village, and sighed. If the young master cannot even adapt to such a humble village, do you think he can survive in the Beast Forest? Mo Yuan understood the implication behind Xian Yu's words, but Qi Yun appeared to disregard them. "Xian Yu, what do you mean by that?" "I felt something strange in your words since earlier," Qi Yun remarked. "Shouldn't we be managing the entire Beast Mountain range, preparing it for the young master's return?" "Why?" Xian Yu inquired. "What do you mean, why?" Qian responded. The young master is the sole bloodline of the master. Xian Yu shook his head in resignation. Do you truly believe that the beasts of the Beast Mountain range would easily acknowledge something as trivial as bloodline? We are ultimately not human. Xian Yu sighed softly, adding that even if we were human, mere bloodline inheritance seemingly cannot garner the recognition of others, let alone those formidable beasts in the Beast Mountain range that have yet to reveal themselves. Just as Qi Yun was about to voice his thoughts, he was halted by Mo Yuan beside him. Qi Yun, Xian Yu speaks the truth. We are not human. The beasts have their own set of rules. Qi Yun waved his hand dismissively, replying with impatience, I care not for any rules. I only know that he is my young master. Should anyone dare to oppose him, I will carve a path for him with my own hands. Xian Yu sighed in resignation, while his words held merit. This path must ultimately be forged by the young master himself. The three parted ways in discontent, while Xian Yu silently gazed in the direction of the Yang family before turning to leave. Yang Yu's appetite at the Yang household had noticeably diminished, and everyone understood the underlying reasons. Yang Sankai secretly resolved to find ways to procure more meat for his son. In the dead of night, the cawing of a crow roused Yang Yu from her slumber. Cautiously, she stepped outside, following the sound as she ventured deeper towards the Beast Forest. Long time no see, young one, came the voice of Xian Yu from behind her. Upon hearing the familiar tone, Yang Yu turned, her expression devoid of surprise, instead adorned with a hint of excitement. This reaction left Xian Yu somewhat perplexed. Aren't you afraid of me? He inquired. Yang Yu replied softly, I remember. During that time, you were always there to protect me. Xian Yu chuckled lightly. How much do you recall about those past events? A fleeting expression of disappointment crossed Yang Yu's face. You remember. Xian Yu nodded gently. Since you recall, what plans do you have for the future? Yang Yu cast her gaze toward the location of the Xinling sect, and then spoke in a low voice, to master the means of human cultivation. Xian Yu realized that Yang Yu did not articulate the remainder of her thoughts. She merely chuckled softly and refrained from elaborating further. Do you understand why I summoned you out so late? Xian Yu inquired. Yang Yu shook her head in confusion. I am prepared to impart some knowledge to you, to prevent you from being bullied, Xian Yu said in a hushed tone. However, there is one condition. You must not disclose that I taught you. Why is that? Yang Yu inquired. That is of no concern to you. If anyone asks, simply say that it was a sudden epiphany and that you are a self-taught prodigy. Xian Yu replied solemnly. Do you understand? Yang Yu nodded with a semblance of understanding. What I am about to teach you is the art of movement, Xian Yu said. Let me inquire further. Are you aware of your own circumstances? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yu softly remarked. That elder brother Chafeng mentioned that I lack a spiritual root, which may hinder my ability to practice their techniques. Xian Yu nodded, for he was already aware of this matter. Even though one could acquire a human form through the transformation pool, a spiritual root was not something that could be obtained at will. No worries, Xian Yu reassured. The movement technique I will teach you does not require the essence derived from a spiritual root for its activation. Does that mean I can still learn human techniques despite lacking a spiritual root? Yang Yu inquired. Xian Yu gently shook his head. No, however, you may harness other powers within your body to compensate for the absence of a spiritual root. For Yang Yu, who was almost a blank slate regarding cultivation, Xian Yu's words left him with little clarity. The bloodline of magical beasts is inherently more vigorous and robust than that of other races, Xian Yu stated solemnly. In this regard, your attributes are particularly remarkable. I have yet to encounter another magical beast with vitality as potent as yours. Vitality? Yang Yu was hearing such a description for the first time. From a human perspective, vitality was exceedingly precious, a rare endowment that required cultivation to enhance. Xian Yu continued. As the saying goes, vitality and blood are fundamental to human existence. Vitality represents the yang within yin, while blood embodies the yin within yang. Upon hearing these words, Yang Yu felt overwhelmed. Observing his reaction, Xian Yu softly added, of course, it is not crucial for you to grasp all this knowledge just yet. What you must understand is that the concept of vitality is exceedingly important, not just for us, but for humans as well. So, I will use vitality in place of a spiritual root to practice the techniques? Yang Yu asked. Very astute, Xian Yu replied, though it is not entirely accurate. While your vitality is indeed vigorous, it is currently insufficient for indiscriminate expenditure. How much vitality do I possess? Yang Yu inquired quietly. After a moment of contemplation, Xian Yu replied gravely, a great deal, at least more than all the humans in Taoyuan village combined. Before Yang Yu could pose another question, Xian Yu instructed, hold your questions for now. Next, Focus on my movements and the flow of my essence. This is the movement technique I am about to teach you. In an instant, Yang Yue transformed into human form and began to demonstrate the graceful movements before Yang Yue, who watched intently, captivated by every gesture. Though Yang Yue's movements appeared light, each step seemed to carry a palpable aggression. Before long, he had completed a full demonstration of the technique. Did you see it clearly? After a moment of silence, Yang Yue's eyes appeared to radiate a fervent brilliance as she hastily nodded, realizing the remarkable prowess displayed. Yang Yue let out a soft chuckle and inquired, "Pray tell, what is so impressive?" It seemed that Yang Yue was skeptical that a newly born magical beast, untouched by the trials of cultivation, could comprehend the intricacies of his movement techniques. Yang Yue fell into silence once more, yearning to articulate her thoughts, yet at a loss for words. Observing her struggle, Yang Yue offered a wry smile, reassuring her that it was perfectly acceptable to remain silent, as long as the memories lingered. Before Yang Yue could finish his sentence, Yang Yue abruptly stepped forward, her presence seemingly transcending the very dimensions of time, arriving directly before Yang Yue. Witnessing this extraordinary moment, Yang Yue found himself momentarily frozen. Rendered speechless, Yang Yue resumed, mimicking the footsteps and the flow of breath demonstrated by Yang Yue moments earlier. Yang Yue regained composure and scrutinized Yang Yue's movements, noting that they mirrored his own precisely. The sole issue lay in the control of breath. Yang Yue possesses neither an inner elixir nor spiritual roots, rendering him incapable of harnessing the demonic power of beasts or the spiritual energy of humans. Whenever the phase of energy circulation arises, his movements become rather peculiar. As Yang Yue completed her final movement, an expression of embarrassment crossed her face as she glanced at Yang Yue. Although the technique appeared rather agile, an undercurrent of lethal intent seemed to permeate it. Yang Yue, taken aback, was astonished that he could replicate the movements perfectly after just one observation. To his surprise, he then grasped the very essence of the technique. A true genius, Yang Yue remarked solemnly. However, Yang Yue, panting heavily, replied, "I'm so exhausted." "Brother Crow, you seem to execute it effortlessly." With a sigh of resignation, Yang Yue responded, "Please, don't call me brother. There's quite a generational gap." "Uncle Crow?" Yang Yue ventured cautiously. "It's rather peculiar." Yang Yue mused softly, but setting that aside. "Your fatigue stems from a lack of available energy within you. What should I do?" Yang Yue inquired. "Try to draw upon your vital essence," Yang Yue advised gravely. "But remember, in moderation, you must maintain control." Yang Yue cast a troubled glance at Yang Yue, pondering how to mobilize her vital essence. Yang Yue's inquiry undoubtedly perplexed Yang Yue, as his circumstances seldom necessitated the use of essence blood, unlike Yang Yue's situation. For him, essence blood was exceedingly precious and not to be employed lightly. Yang Yue took a step forward, extending his hand to point towards the dantian area of Yang Yue, where he sensed a profound energy. This, indeed, was your essence blood. Following Yang Yue's guidance, Yang Yue began to attune herself to the power residing in her dantian. Soon, a gentle warmth began to stir within her, and under Yang Yue's direction, this warmth began to radiate throughout her body. Observing the subtle changes in Yang Yue, Yang Yue softly remarked, "This is the sensation. Now, attempt the movement technique once more." Yang Yue adjusted her posture and promptly commenced the second execution of her martial art. With just a single step forward, the earlier sensation of lightness vanished entirely, as an invisible, golden-hued mist began to rise slowly around her. In an instant, a palpable aura of murderous intent seemed to envelop the entire demon god forest. Observing this, Yang Yue swiftly intervened to halt Yang Yue's advance. "You have summoned too much of your essence blood," Yang Yue remarked gravely. "It would suffice to maintain it at merely 30%. Little did Yang Yue anticipate that this frenzied display of essence blood would yield such an effect. Had it not been for his own considerable cultivation, he would have been compelled to retreat in the face of such overwhelming force. Yang Yue wore an expression of sheer exhilaration, nodding gently. Yang Yue instinctively glanced behind him, increasingly concerned that Qi Yun and Mo Yuan might be drawn by the powerful aura that had just emanated. Moments later, after Yang Yue had executed her second technique, Qi Yun and Mo Yuan still did not appear, allowing Yang Yue to finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Uncle Crow, this essence is truly remarkable," Yang Yue exclaimed, her face still radiating excitement. Yang Yue leaned closer to observe her carefully, reminding her, "Remember, harnessing this essence can lead to an extraordinary state of exhilaration. You must learn to control these emotions. Excessive excitement can sometimes prompt irrational decisions." At this moment, Yang Yue became aware of her heightened emotions and promptly recalibrated her mindset, allowing herself to regain composure. Regardless of how formidable your powers may become in the future, if you cannot maintain your rationality in critical moments, there will inevitably come a day when you will pay an irrevocable price, Xian Yu stated solemnly. Yang Yu seemed to perceive something in Xian Yu's gaze, and she nodded solemnly, affirming, I understand. I will certainly manage it well from now on. Xian Yu then instructed, very well, practice this technique until dawn. To his surprise, he had anticipated needing to repeat the demonstration several times for her to grasp it fully, yet after merely one display, Yang Yu had already mastered it completely. Uncle Crow, what is the name of this technique? Yang Yu inquired softly. Xian Yu let out a wry smile. As for the name, to be honest, I haven't given it much thought. Why not let you name it? Yang Yu nodded gently, allowing herself a moment to reflect. After all, this was the very first technique she had come to learn. Technique may be too grand a term, Xian Yu softly interjected. It is merely a distinctive form of movement. Yang Yu practiced her agility in the demon god forest throughout the entire night, her mastery of essence blood becoming increasingly proficient. She could even execute the complete technique with only a minimal invocation of her essence blood. Xian Yu departed just before dawn. Yang Yu had not yet had the chance to express her gratitude. She merely bowed respectfully to the already distant figure of Xian Yu. Upon returning home, she felt not a hint of fatigue and happened to run into Zhuzi. Yang Yu, why are you up so early? Zhuzi inquired softly. It's not too early. Brother Zhuzi, today, I wish to accompany you and father on a hunting trip, Yang Yu replied with a determined tone. Sure, I have no objections, Zhuzi responded. Uncle Yang is not getting any younger. He should take a good rest. Let us handle the hunting from now on. Before long, Yang Sankai emerged with his tools. Why are you both up so early? He asked with curiosity. Father, I want to go with you today, Yang Yu said. You're still young. It's too early for you to learn this, Yang Sankai replied. If you wish to go, you may observe from the sidelines. Thus, having just descended from the mountain, Yang Yu found herself ascending once more with the two of them. It must be said that the trio was quite fortunate. Scarcely had they ventured a few steps into the woods when they spotted wild chickens and hares lying still on the ground. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of their bodies, one might have thought them lifeless. In this manner, the three effortlessly secured a bountiful catch. Yang Sankai glanced at the handful of wild rabbits and a few wild chickens in his hands, then inquired, Where? Will this be sufficient? Yang Yu understood Yang Sansai's intentions and hastily nodded. Father, that's enough. Shall we head back now? Yang Sankai wore a look of helplessness. They had just ascended the mountain and had yet to make use of any tools. Father, the fact that we have stumbled upon these provisions indicates our fortunate circumstances. If we attempt to hunt for more game, it may not bode well. Yang Yu spoke in a somber tone. Yang Sankai immediately comprehended Yang Yu's intentions. Although her words were somewhat awkwardly articulated, the essence conveyed was clear. Grant the magical beast forest a moment of respite and refrain from excessive hunting. Let us return home, Yang Sankai decisively declared. The pillar nearby evidently did not grasp the rationale behind the actions of the father and son, but had no choice but to accompany them down the mountain. Upon entering the house, they found Yang Mingyun assisting Sun Xiao with her chores. Father, how is it that you have returned so swiftly? Yang Mingyun inquired. Yang Sankai, brimming with excitement, proudly revealed his spoils. Today was his lucky day. He had scarcely entered the mountains when he had already gathered such a bountiful haul. Yang Mingyun instinctively glanced at Yang Yu, but refrained from saying anything further. At that moment, a young boy suddenly shouted, The Zhao family is in trouble. The crowd looked on with puzzled expressions, unaware of what had transpired. Yang Yu was the first to step forward to investigate, and she soon spotted village chief Zhao standing at the end of the road. His face darkened, as if he were harboring a great deal of anger. Yang Mingyun stepped outside and caught hold of the young boy who had just passed by, softly inquiring, Xiaohu, what has transpired? Jie Mingyun, you are unaware? The boy named Xiaohu responded, The chickens and ducks at village chief Zhao's home have been attacked again, although this time they were not killed, merely left in a pitiable state. Observing Xiaohu's excited demeanor, Yang Yu felt an increasing curiosity about how such an incident could occur, particularly affecting that unfortunate family. Father, do you think we should go and take a look? Yang Mingyun asked with intrigue. Absolutely not, Yang Sankai quickly interjected. Given how we were yesterday, if we were to go again today, we would likely be accused of the mischief. Is it possible that heaven has finally opened its eyes to punish the wicked? Zhuzi exclaimed with enthusiasm. Do refrain from such reckless talk, Yang Mingyun cautioned. If anyone hears you, it could spell trouble. With a soft sigh, Yang Yu lamented, Those poor chickens and ducks. In the depths of the monster mountain range, Xian Yu stood facing Qi Yun and Mo Yuan, both appearing somewhat apprehensive. What am I to say to you two? Xian Yu paced back and forth. What is the matter? Qi Yun whispered. Is it merely a few chickens and ducks that have met their end? What is there to be concerned about? Indeed. Do not let it trouble you too much, Mo Yuan added, placing a comforting hand on Xian Yu's shoulder. Xian Yu cast an exasperated glance at Mo Yuan. What brings you here? Stand aside. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Mo Yuan retreated back to Qi Yun's side. However, there is one peculiar matter, Qi Yun remarked. Upon our return to the mountain this morning, why did it seem that so many wild beasts had lost their senses? Xian Yu retorted with irritation. Perhaps it was your murderous intent from last night that frightened them. That cannot be, Mo Yuan insisted. We were exceedingly cautious last night and merely sought to avenge our young master. Whether or not you succeeded in avenging is beyond me. But could you please allow me a moment to breathe? Xian Yu replied helplessly. If there is nothing pressing, could you refrain from descending the mountain again? I shall endeavor to do so, Qi Yun stated. My descent hinges primarily on the behavior of that wretched village chief. Mo Yuan shrugged his shoulders with a sigh. I merely wish to see how our young master is faring. I miss him. You are speaking nonsense. Xian Yu scolded. Do enlighten me. Aside from causing chaos at Zhao's house yesterday, did you truly go to see our young master? Believe it or not, I did go. The young master possesses an exceedingly handsome appearance, unmistakably a figure of greatness. Mo Yuan exclaimed loudly. Xian Yu pointed at Mo Yuan, momentarily speechless, then turned and walked away. Mo Yuan glanced at Qi Yun, perplexed by Xian Yu's unusual behavior. Typically, he would have continued to scold for a while longer. Qi Yun too sensed something peculiar about Xian Yu today, yet she was uncertain about the underlying issue. In Taoyuan village, there had been yet another inexplicable incident of livestock mysteriously dying, and it just so happened that all these occurrences transpired at the home of village head Zhao. Naturally, the Zhao family, known for their pride, could not let this matter rest easily. Father, do you think they are targeting our family? Yang Mingyun inquired softly. Yang Sankai cast a glance and furrowed his brow. Indeed, you two must hasten back. No one is permitted to venture out. Not a soul shall be allowed to leave. Yang Sankai and Sun Xiu hurriedly pushed Yang Mingyun and Yang Yu into the house. They exchanged a glance, both letting out a deep sigh, and braced themselves. Just as the words left their lips, a voice echoed from outside. Old Yang. Is that you, village chief Zhao? What brings you here again? Yang Sankai deliberately emphasized the word again. It was likely that the previous day's encounter with Yang Mingyun and Yang Yu had bolstered this elderly man's confidence. Stop with your playful banter. Village chief Zhao retorted sharply. Hand over your illegitimate son. At this declaration, Yang Sansai's brow furrowed in distress. Sun Xiu stepped forward. Her voice low but firm. Village chief Zhao, we are in the presence of many villagers. You must be accountable for your words. The villagers of Taoyuan village were well aware that Sun Xiu was generally mild-mannered, yet her statement sent a chill through the crowd. Even the most even-tempered individuals can unleash uncontrollable energy when their family and boundaries are threatened. Observing Sun Xiu's expression, village chief Zhao felt a pang of unease. It's your white-haired son. Yang Sankai intended to articulate something, but Sun Xiu stepped forward once again, declaring that there were matters to discuss and others to dismiss. The crowd was taken aback by Sun Xiu's utter lack of decorum as she sought to expel them without hesitation. What do you mean there is nothing to discuss? Shouted village head Zhao. Let us be direct. Does raising one's voice equate to having reason in this world? Sun Xiu replied softly. I suspect your white-haired son is a monster. Village head Zhao asserted. My family has been plagued by strange occurrences for 2 consecutive days. It must be connected to your son. A monster? Sun Xiu scoffed disdainfully. Village head Zhao, you have lived for quite some time. Have you ever encountered a monster? Village head Zhao was at a loss for words. What does it matter to you whether I have or haven't tea? Humph. Sun Xiu snorted coldly. You, who have never seen a monster, dare to claim my son is one. Isn't that rather absurd? As for your family's troubles, I have heard about them. Her words dripped with sarcasm, deliberately left unfinished as she cast a glance at village head Zhao and his only son, Zhao Hui. In our Taoyuan village, the only oddity recently has been your white-haired son. Village head Zhao continued. It must be because he is a monster, provoking the heavens. Provoking the heavens. And thus the heavens punish your family? A figure emerged from the back of the crowd. Everyone turned to see Zhuzi standing there with a pickaxe in hand, exuding an air of intimidation. Zhuzi. Village head Zhao bellowed. What nonsense are you spouting? Isn't it true? Juzi retorted as he advanced. If Yang Yue were truly a monster, why has the heavens punished Uncle Yang's family, but instead focused on troubling yours? Juzi's words resonated with the onlookers, and murmurs of agreement began to ripple through the crowd. Sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control, village head Zhao hastily interjected, "Our Tuan village has always." "Always what?" Sun Xiao interjected. "You claim my son is a monster. Provide evidence. Did you see it? Or did your son?" You vile woman." Village head Zhao retorted. No sooner had he finished speaking than a stool came hurtling out from within the house, aimed directly at his head. Village head Zhao, upon noticing it, hurriedly attempted to evade, but found himself surrounded by his own people, leaving him with nowhere to escape. The stool struck him squarely on the forehead. "Ouch!" Village head Zhao cried out in pain. "Who did that?" Yang Yue pushed the door open and stepped out, confronting village chief Zhao. "How dare you insult my mother? You little scoundrel!" As village chief Zhao raised his hand to strike, Yang Yue deftly sidestepped, evading his slap, and stealthily extended her foot. Consequently, village chief Zhao stumbled and fell unceremoniously to the ground. Yang Yue cast a dark and brooding glance at Zhao Hui beside her. "Get out of my house." At that moment, Yang Mingyun rushed out, her face adorned with an expression of deep regret as she gazed at Yang Sankai. "I am truly sorry, father, for failing to restrain your." Upon observing the expression on Yang Mingyun's face, Yang Sankai discerned the true nature of the situation between the siblings. It was evident that their lack of restraint was merely a fade, a charade they had orchestrated together. Before Yang Sankai could utter a word, Yang Mingyun hastily exclaimed, "Oh, is that not village chief Zhao? Why such grand gestures upon visiting my humble abode? Please, do rise." As Yang Mingyun was about to extend a hand for support, Juzi stepped forward, his robust arms firmly positioned under village chief Zhao's armpits. With a pained expression, village chief Zhao was lifted by Juzi. With an innocent demeanor, Juzi looked at him and inquired, "Village chief Zhao, are you all right? Considering your age, you must be cautious while walking." No sooner had Juzi's words left his lips than Yang Yue suddenly turned. Seizing the pickaxe from Juzi's grasp and pointing it menacingly at village chief Zhao, "Apologize to my mother. Otherwise, Yang Yue, what do you intend to do?" Zhao Hui mustered the courage to interject. "This is none of your business. Be quiet." Yang Yue retorted without casting a glance at Zhao Hui, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on village chief Zhao. At that moment, Juzi quietly positioned himself behind village chief Zhao, and the onlookers sensed the gravity of the situation, realizing that should village chief Zhao refuse to apologize, he might not be able to leave the Yang household. "Old man Yang," village chief Zhao spoke in a low voice, "is this how you raise your children?" Yang Sankai felt a deep sense of discontent regarding the recent incident where his wife was insulted as a shrew. Had it not been for Yang Yue suddenly throwing a stool, he might have been the first to strike. "It is only natural for my son to defend his mother," he stated solemnly. "And you, as a village chief, should conduct yourself with more propriety. Arriving at someone's home without evidence to accuse their child and to insult my wife is utterly disgraceful." As he spoke, tears welled up in Yang Sankai's eyes, evoking a profound sense of empathy among the villagers, who soon rallied to voice their support for him. "You all." Village chief Zhao realized that he was likely in a precarious position today. "Very well, it seems all you desire is an apology." He turned to Sun Xiao, the sister-in-law of the Yang family, and acknowledged his wrongdoing, urging her not to hold a grudge against him. Without waiting for her response, he turned to leave. As he reached the door, he glanced back at the crowd and declared in a grave tone, "From this day forth, you need not attend the market anymore. The marketplace of Taoyuan village is hereby closed indefinitely." The villagers stood frozen in astonishment at his words, and by the time they regained their senses, Zhao had already departed. They contemplated pursuing him, but found the Zhao family had securely locked their doors, leaving them with no recourse. Yang Yue turned around to gaze at Yang Sankai and inquired, "Father, what is a market?" Yang Sankai, with a troubled expression, remarked, "To the Zhao family, it is merely a livelihood. Yet for the majority of the people in Taoyuan village, it is a matter of life and death." Yang Yue reassured, "Do not worry. Even if the market does not open, it will not affect us." Juzi softly added, "At worst, we shall consume the game we hunt ourselves, rather than selling it to them." It was the first time Yang Yue witnessed Yang Sansai's expression of anger as he turned around, his face filled with wrath. Glaring at Juzi, "It will not affect us." Yang Sansai's voice trembled. "What about the other villagers? Will you provide for them?" Juzi realized his words had been ill-considered and quickly lowered his head, refraining from further comment. "Sun Xiao, observing the situation, stepped forward and said, "Why are you getting upset with the child, Juzi? It's all right. Your Uncle Yang is merely anxious." Juzi gently shook his head. "Uncle Yang and son. It is my fault. I did not consider the villagers. I will seek more game in the mountains from now on and then return." Yang Sankai let out a long sigh, pondering how much more he could endure. The monster beast mountain range also required recuperation. It seemed he must seek assistance from him once again. This sentiment conveyed Yang Sansai's sense of helplessness. "Father, I have a solution that does not require us to seek his aid," Yang Yu said in a firm tone. "What solution do you propose?" Yang Sankai inquired with curiosity. "Rest assured, by tomorrow, I shall reveal my plan to you, ensuring that our fellow villagers will not go hungry," Yang Yu replied softly. Yang Sankai wished to express more. But at that moment, Yang Mingyan softly interjected, "Father, let us place our trust in Ware. If she truly possesses a solution, we shall no longer need to endure the disdainful expressions of the Zhao family." Yang Sankai glanced at Yang Yu and sighed deeply, choosing not to elaborate further. After Yang Sankai and Sun Xiu departed, Yang Mingyan whispered, "Ware, do you truly have a plan?" "I certainly do. Have faith," Yang Yu replied earnestly. "I will seek the guidance of a wise individual. He will surely be able to assist us." "You aren't intending to consult Brother Changfeng, are you?" Juzi inquired. Yang Yu gently shook her head. Brother Changfeng was solely focused on alchemy and likely unfamiliar with such matters, rendering any inquiries to him futile. Observing that the two were about to ask more questions, Yang Yu softly reassured them, "Do not worry. After tonight, I shall find a solution." On this day, Taoyuan village appeared somewhat subdued. The closure of the market by the Zhao family had undoubtedly made life more arduous for many villagers. For years, the Zhao family had wielded power over Taoyuan village, showing little regard for the struggles of others. Now, however, all animosity was directed towards the Yang family, more specifically, towards Yang Yu. Had it not been for him, the Zhao family would not have instigated such turmoil, and the villagers' paths to survival would not have been severed. As night fell, Yang Yu stealthily ventured out once more, making his way towards the Beast Mountain range with the intent of seeking assistance from Xian Yu. Unfortunately, Xian Yu did not appear that night. Instead, another figure emerged before Yang Yu. Just as disappointment began to settle in, a heavy sound echoed from the nearby thicket. Curious, Yang Yu peered over, only to behold a colossal creature, its body cloaked in dark fur, slowly rising to its full stature. Yang Yu was taken aback. "Brother Black Bear." "Brother?" The black bear looked at Yang Yu with a puzzled expression. "Young master, have you specifically come to find me?" This black bear was none other than Mo Yuan. "Not exactly." Yang Yu replied softly, "I remember you. It was you and that red wolf sister who took me away back then." "You mean Qi Yun?" Mo Yuan murmured. "Young master, you recall all of this?" "I remember everything," Yang Yu affirmed. "Brother Black Bear, why are you here?" "Please, do not call me brother. We are not of the same generation." Mo Yuan replied. "I had intended to seek you out today, but when I awoke, I discovered it was already quite late. However, since you have found me, it must be fate. You were looking for me." Yang Yu inquired softly. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" At this moment, Yang Yu appeared somewhat anxious. After all, he had promised to keep the matter concerning Xin Yu a secret. If the looming black bear were to inquire about it, "Young master, I am Mo Yuan, and this is my true form." The black bear, Mo Yuan, spoke softly. "I have come to seek you out under the cover of night, and it is imperative that you do not disclose this to anyone." Yang Yu finally felt a sense of relief. After all, he was not well versed in the art of deception. "All right, but you still haven't mentioned why you sought me out," Yang Yu inquired. "I wish to impart some knowledge to you," Mo Yuan replied. "This is a technique that was once taught to me by my master. Though I have only grasped the basics, I believe it is worth sharing with you." "A technique?" Yang Yu asked curiously. "Is it a form of body movement?" Mo Yuan pondered for a moment, gently stroking his chin before responding. "It isn't precisely a body technique, but it bears some resemblance. However, dear brother Black Bear." "Uncle," Yang Yu continued, "can I learn it even without a spiritual root?" Mo Yuan nodded gently. "It matters not. The essence of this technique lies in body refinement." Upon hearing the term body refinement, Yang Yu's expression shifted slightly, as if recalling the words once spoken by his mother. Mo Yuan seemed to sense something amiss and cautiously asked, "Young master, I am aware of what my master conveyed back then, but I am willing to learn, but not today," Yang Yu responded solemnly. "I have more pressing matters this evening." "More pressing matters?" Mo Yuan asked, intrigued. "What could possibly take precedence over cultivation? Perhaps you might share, and I could assist you in resolving it." Yang Yu then recounted the events concerning Taoyuan village. and Mo Yuan appeared somewhat uneasy, as this incident ultimately stemmed from his own actions alongside Qi Yun. Young master, I have something I wish to discuss with you as well, Mo Yuan said cautiously. Please do not take offense after I speak. What is it? What did you say? Yang Yu exclaimed, his voice rising. Was it you who instigated this? Young master, please lower your voice, Mo Yuan hurriedly interjected, covering Yang Yu's mouth. We mustn't let those two know I came to see you. Those two? Yang Yu asked, curiosity etched across his face. It is of little consequence, young master. Do not fret. I shall find a way to resolve this matter. For now, let us focus on learning this technique, Mo Yuan suggested. How will you resolve it? Yang Yu inquired. Once I teach you the technique, I shall go and eradicate the Zhao family. That will resolve everything, Mo Yuan stated with gravity. Absolutely not. Yang Yu exclaimed urgently. We cannot take lives, and besides, you have already. Let us not dwell on past matters, Mo Yuan interjected. I will inform Qi Yun that the Zhao family's creatures are off limits. It was her idea, not mine. With a skeptical expression, Yang Yu gazed at Mo Yuan. Do you truly possess a solution to this predicament? Why do you still doubt me, young master? Mo Yuan hastily replied, do not be deceived by my appearance. I am quite clever indeed. Having said that, Mo Yuan leaned closer to Yang Yu and whispered a few words in her ear. What do you think of this approach? Mo Yuan declared confidently. Tomorrow, I shall venture to Taoyuan village to meet you, and together we shall resolve this matter. Yang Yu remained skeptical about the likelihood of successfully accomplishing the task presented by the imposing bear before her. However, given the lack of alternative solutions, she felt compelled to proceed. Young master, you must trust me. I will not lead you astray, Mo Yuan said earnestly. It must be acknowledged that his words lacked persuasive weight, had it not been for his and Qi Yun's influence. Yang Yu would not be scouring the world for solutions to the villagers' plight at this moment. Young master, let us begin our cultivation, Mo Yuan exclaimed with excitement. The technique is known as Tiger's Pattern, although it consists of only 3 levels. The primary objective of the first 2 levels is to cultivate an ample amount of essence blood. Essence blood? Yang Yu's interest was piqued upon hearing this term. Indeed, since you lack a spiritual root and your inner core has vanished, it is fortunate that your essence blood is remarkably abundant, Mo Yuan explained. Thus, this technique is perfectly suited for you. Does this mean I can bypass the first 2 levels? Yang Yu inquired. Mo Yuan gently shook his head. Young master, you must remember that in the path of cultivation, haste makes waste. It is essential to proceed step by step. Yang Yu nodded gently. Young master, the first step is to fill the entire dantian with essence blood, Mo Yuan stated. However, according to the master, maintaining just a drop of pure essence blood in the dantian is sufficient. Does that mean I merely need to allow the essence blood to enter the dantian? Yang Yu inquired. Observing the relaxed demeanor of Yang Yu, Mo Yuan found it hard to believe that the youth could already control his own essence blood. Subsequently, under Mo Yuan's watchful gaze, Yang Yu effortlessly gathered essence blood within the dantian, and not merely a drop. Soon, Yang Yu was drenched in sweat, indicating that accumulating a substantial amount of essence blood in the dantian was far from easy. At that moment, Mo Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to discovering a treasure. As he exclaimed, Young master, you are truly a genius, to manipulate essence blood with such proficiency. Actually, before Yang Yu could finish, Mo Yuan continued. If that's the case, you can fully cultivate the tiger pattern without resorting to the relatively simpler methods. Fully? Yang Yu asked curiously. From a human perspective, there are 3 dantian locations. The upper dantian, situated between the eyebrows, the middle dantian, located between the breasts, and the lower dantian, beneath the navel, Mo Yuan excitedly explained. You don't mean to suggest that I should concentrate the essence blood in these 3 locations, do you? Yang Yu asked cautiously. Indeed, Mo Yuan replied solemnly. This is the true method of cultivating the tiger pattern. I will give it a try, Yang Yu said thoughtfully. He then began to gather the dispersed essence blood within his body toward the 3 dantian points, a process that proved to be exceptionally arduous. Previously, while learning body techniques from Xian Yu, spreading the essence blood throughout his body was a relatively coarse endeavor. However, concentrating it at specific points required extraordinarily meticulous control. Young master, there's no need to rush. Take your time, Mo Yuan softly encouraged. This technique is one even the master has not fully mastered. Therefore, you may practice at your own pace, especially since you possess an inherent talent for controlling essence blood, and your own essence blood is remarkably abundant. Yang Yu furrowed her brows, casting a glance at Mo Yuan. Why do you always speak to me while I am cultivating? It makes it impossible for me to concentrate. Mo Yuan merely chuckled softly. My dear, once you can adeptly control this essence to reach the 3 dantians and converse with me effortlessly, then the first stage of your cultivation will be deemed complete. Yang Yu finally comprehended that Mo Yuan's incessant conversations with her served such a purpose. I apologize, Yang Yu said, her voice laden with regret. I was unaware that your intentions were to assist me in my cultivation. There is no need for apologies. Mo Yuan replied solemnly, however, you must remember one thing. Never disclose to anyone that I have sought you out. Nor should you mention that this technique was imparted to you by me. Yang Yu nodded in agreement. Yet she found herself utterly perplexed by the actions of Xian Yu and Mo Yuan. Do not cease, Mo Yuan urged. While conversing is enjoyable, our cultivation must not falter. Yang Yu promptly followed Mo Yuan's instructions, manipulating her essence blood to move towards her dantian. However, due to her current capabilities, she could only ensure the fullness of a single dantian. Any attempt to shift it elsewhere caused the essence blood to scatter. Mo Yuan seemed to have noticed the issue and gently inquired, Young master, what does it feel like to control your essence blood? It feels. Yang Yu replied softly, nothing particularly special, just a warm current moving within me, as if it possesses a life of its own. Is that so? Mo Yuan murmured. Suddenly, he stood up and declared, Young master, although I may not be able to assist you significantly, I can provide a simple demonstration. With that, Mo Yuan extracted a drop of essence blood, and in an instant, his complexion turned significantly pale. Upon witnessing the scene, Yang Yu was about to intervene, but she noticed Mo Yuan gesturing to indicate that he was unharmed. Mo Yuan's eyes were half closed as a single drop of crimson essence began to flow gracefully before him, first arriving at the center of his brow. Dear master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The story becomes even more riveting. At this juncture, Mo Yuan spoke in a hushed tone. This is the location of the upper dantian. Moments later, that solitary drop of essence unexpectedly fell another crimson droplet, causing Mo Yuan's expression to darken even further. Uncle Black Bear, please cease at once. Yang Yu urged anxiously. It is of no concern, Mo Yuan replied, his voice trembling. As the second drop of essence moved to his chest, he remarked, This is the site of the middle dantian. Yang Yu understood that Mo Yuan was currently instructing him on how to successfully guide his essence blood to other locations. When Mo Yuan attempted to separate another drop of essence blood, the 2 droplets suspended in midair remained unchanged no matter what he tried. Mo Yuan realized that this was his limit. In the next moment, the 2 droplets of essence blood slowly returned to his body, which caused a noticeable improvement in his complexion. Yang Yu discerned that at this moment, Mo Yuan was somewhat diminished, both in complexion and tone, compared to when they first met. Young master, I apologize, my abilities are limited, and I can only go this far, Mo Yuan remarked wistfully. If only that wretched bird were here. Wretched bird? Yang Yu inquired. It's nothing, not an important character, Mo Yuan replied. You should take a moment to rest. Yang Yu suggested, as she grasped the general meaning and resolved to give it a try. Yang Yu, emulating Mo Yuan, concentrated all her vital essence at the upper dantian. To Mo Yuan's astonishment, the amount of vital essence she gathered this time was twice as much as before. Young master, how much vital essence can you truly condense within your body? Mo Yuan inquired solemnly. This is nearly my limit, Yang Yu replied with gravity. I wish to attempt your method. Mo Yuan shook his head in resignation. As for my method, I cannot cultivate such a quantity of vital essence. I may not be able to separate this much vital essence, but I can try to expel it, Yang Yu stated earnestly. Expel it? Mo Yuan questioned, his face reflecting confusion as he struggled to grasp the meaning behind her words. With widened eyes, Mo Yuan observed the flow of energy within Yang Yu's body and recognized the abundance of vital essence brimming in her dantian. It appeared as if her dantian would burst from the pressure. Initially intending to intervene, Mo Yuan was taken aback to see, as Yang Yu had predicted, a drop of vital essence slowly flowing from the upper dantian, heading directly towards the middle dantian. Mo Yuan's expression shifted in shock. He had never anticipated such a method. However, the droplet of vital essence did not reach the middle dantian, but rather dissipated midway. Mo Yuan's complexion changed slightly as he sighed softly. Was it absorbed by the body? At this moment, Yang Yu's face was flushed with embarrassment, as though she were on the verge of bursting. Mo Yuan hurriedly intervened. Young mistress, perhaps you should take a moment to rest, he remarked, This particular cultivation method is indeed not so straightforward, for even the esteemed master has never attempted such a practice. Yang Yue sat on the ground, panting heavily. After a moment of recovery, she softly inquired, "To what extent has my mother cultivated? Is it the tiger stripes?" Mo Yuan replied, "She has already reached the pinnacle of the second layer." "The pinnacle? Has she not attempted to break through to the third layer?" Yang Yue asked. Mo Yuan explained, "Because the master did not cultivate a complete technique. To break through to the third layer, it would require the reconstitution of her essence and blood. However, for the master at that time, it was no longer necessary." Yang Yue fell into silence for a moment. Whenever she mentioned her mother, memories of that stormy night would resurface. "Uncle Black Bear, what about you?" Yang Yue inquired. "To what level have you cultivated?" Offered an awkward smile and replied, "Hee, I haven't practiced." Yang Yue gazed at Mo Yuan with a puzzled expression. "You haven't practiced. Why is that?" Mo Yuan replied solemnly, "Do not be deceived by my demeanor. I am indeed not particularly adept at body refining. I must confess, I have a considerable aversion to pain." Yang Yue could never have imagined that such a robust black bear would have a fear of pain. What a pity. Yang Yue sighed softly. Mo Yuan's expression shifted slightly as he inquired gently, "What do you find regrettable, Uncle Black Bear, based on your recent demonstration?" "It seems you will soon break through to the first layer," Yang Yue remarked. Mo Yuan smiled wryly. "That drop of essence blood took me years to condense, indicating that I lack talent in this area. Yet, you have achieved such a level solely with that single drop, which suggests you possess considerable aptitude for cultivation," Yang Yue stated earnestly. Initially, Mo Yuan believed Yang Yue was merely flattering him, but upon witnessing the sincerity in her innocent gaze, he realized that her words were spoken from the heart. "You truly resemble our master." Mo Yuan sighed, recalling that the master had once said something similar. Yang Yue stepped forward and gently patted the black bear's shoulder, saying, "Do not be disheartened. If you miss your mother, perhaps you should practice the tiger pattern once more." Mo Yuan stood frozen, as if the youth before him was a reflection of the revered figure from his memories. Mo Yuan nodded gently, understanding that he too could not afford to neglect his training. "But do not forget, you must come to Taoyuan village tomorrow to assist me." Yang Yue spoke in a serious tone. "Rest assured, master," Mo Yuan replied, "I shall certainly be there tomorrow." After Mo Yuan departed, Yang Yue returned home and attempted once again to cultivate the tiger pattern. Alas, despite the abundance of upper elixirs, he could not coax a single drop of essence blood to reach the central elixir. Even so, Yang Yue did not succumb to disappointment. He spent the entire night striving to control the essence blood. While there was no progress in cultivating the tiger pattern, it seemed that the quantity of essence blood had notably increased. Just as dawn broke, a heavy sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Yang Yue hastily pushed open the door, revealing a tall man with somewhat rough skin and deep-set features, embodying the image of a robust figure. The man spoke softly. "Young master, it is I, Mo Yuan." Yang Yue gently nodded, astonished to find that the black bear from the previous night had transformed into such a handsome man today. What is it? Who are those people outside?" Yang Mingyun was the first to step out and investigate. Upon catching sight of Mo Yuan, she instinctively moved to Yang Yue's side, positioning herself protectively behind her brother. What are you?" Yang Mingyun stammered, her voice trembling. Mo Yuan, noticing the young woman's stance in defense of Yang Yue, felt an involuntary admiration for her. "My dear lady, please do not be afraid. I have come from the city," Mo Yuan said, "to see if there are any business opportunities in the village." Upon hearing the other party's words and observing Mo Yuan's honest smile, Yang Mingyun gradually lowered her guard. "I see," she said. "Sir, it seems that your journey may have been in vain. Our Taoyuan village is nestled adjacent to the Beast Forest, and there are not many engaged in agriculture. We primarily rely on hunting." Mo Yuan feigned deep contemplation before softly inquiring, "Hunting? Miss, is the quantity of game abundant in this village?" Before Yang Mingyun could respond, Yang Yue grasped her sister's hand and exclaimed, "Sister, this is an opportunity. With the market gone, this big brother, or rather, this uncle might just buy the goods from our fellow villagers." Yang Mingyun finally came to her senses, realizing her oversight. "How could I have forgotten?" she exclaimed. Without delay, she hurriedly ushered Mo Yuan inside. "Sir, may I inquire your name?" "Just call me Mo Yuan," he replied. "Mr. Mo Yuan, please hold on for a moment. Our Taoyuan village not only boasts abundant game, but also other treasures," Yang Mingyun said swiftly. "I shall go fetch the villagers at once." Yang Mingyun spoke as she walked out. "Where?" please pour tea for the gentleman. After Yang Mingyan departed, Mo Yuan gently waved his hand, saying, young master, there is no need to serve tea. I am not accustomed to it. You are overthinking. Uncle Black Bear. We also have no tea at home. Yang Yue replied helplessly. Mo Yuan leaned closer to Yang Yue and whispered, if there is no tea, is there wine? Yes. Yang Yue nodded in response. However, I am unsure of its location. What do you mean you don't know? Yang Sankai then emerged, interjecting. Upon his first encounter with Mo Yuan, Yang Sansai's reaction was astonishingly reminiscent of that of Yang Mingyun. Observing Yang Sankai positioning himself protectively in front of Yang Yue, Mo Yuan hastily rose, exclaiming, Uncle Yang, please do not misunderstand. I have come from the city with the intention of acquiring some items. I have just met your daughter. Yang Yue promptly recounted the sequence of events. So that is how it transpired, Yang Sankai exclaimed with excitement. Your arrival is most fortuitous, Mr. Mo Yuan. Please, take a seat while I prepare some tea for you. Yang Yue followed closely behind Yang Sankai and softly remarked, Father, this uncle just expressed a desire for some wine. Yang Sankai cautiously turned to glance at Mo Yuan, who was grinning at him with a simple smile. Understanding dawned upon him. Yang Sankai felt a surge of excitement and hurriedly placed a bottle of wine before Mo Yuan. Sir, although this is not the finest wine, please partake in it for now. I shall go and fetch something better. Just as Yang Sankai was about to step out to procure more wine, Mo Yuan grasped his arm firmly. Uncle Yang, there is no need for such trouble. If you don't mind, let us enjoy a drink together. This. Yang Sansai's gaze lingered on the wine, undeniably tempted, yet indulging in alcohol so early in the morning seemed rather inappropriate. Upon witnessing this, Yang Yue hastily retrieved 2 cups, ready to pour the wine, but was promptly halted by Mo Yuan. The expression in Mo Yuan's eyes shifted as he signaled that such matters did not require his direct involvement. He first poured wine for Yang Sankai with utmost reverence, and then filled his own cup. Thank you, Uncle Yang. The words remained unspoken as Mo Yuan downed the contents of his cup in one swift motion. Yang Sankai was at a loss to comprehend what Mo Yuan was expressing gratitude for. However, upon witnessing that the guests had already partaken, how could he, as the host, refrain from doing the same? Yang Mingyan, accompanied by several villagers, arrived at Yang Sansai's residence. Upon witnessing the formidable figure of Mo Yuan, they hesitated to speak. As Mo Yuan turned, a sincere smile graced his face, prompting the villagers to lower their guard. Mr. Mo Yuan, can you truly assist us? Inquired an elder. Stepping forward, I must first examine your goods. If they are unmarketable in the city, I will be unable to procure them, Mo Yuan replied in a deep voice. Subsequently, each family eagerly presented their wares, most of which were handcrafted items primarily fashioned from animal bones. Mo Yuan was astonished to discover such skilled artisans in Taoyuan village. While they were accustomed to seeing these animal remains, they had never conceived of their potential transformation into these exquisite creations. Mo Yuan gazed in awe, and Yang Yue, noticing his rapt attention, gently cleared her throat. Mr. Mo Yuan, I also have some game caught from the hunt. Might you take a look? Ah, yes. I'm a bit embarrassed. Please, bring them forth. These are all fine items indeed. Such durability is rare in the city, Mo Yuan remarked. Hearing his words, the villagers' expressions brightened with hope. Mr. Mo Yuan, how often do you venture into the mountains? A young woman inquired. That is uncertain, Mo Yuan replied softly. If I am swift, I might ascend the mountains every 3 to 5 days. At times, it could take as long as 2 weeks. The young woman's countenance fell slightly at this response. Mo Yuan disowned her unspoken concern. Fear not, everyone. Even in my absence, I can send someone in my stead. As long as you ensure the quality of your goods, I am open to long-term procurement. Mr. Mo Yuan, regarding the matter of payment, the elder asked quietly. Mo Yuan then produced a glimmering white stone, stating, let this serve as a deposit. Upon my return, I shall settle the remainder. The villagers exchanged puzzled glances upon seeing the luminous stone, their eyes finally resting on Mo Yuan. Feeling their scrutiny, he grew somewhat bashful and cautiously asked, what's the matter? At that moment, Yang Yue approached, carrying several rabbits, evidently unaware of the earlier conversation. Upon noticing the white stone on the table, she felt a slight stir within her essence, which she swiftly suppressed. What is happening? Yang Yue whispered. Yang Sankai leaned closer to examine the white stone. Mr. Mo Yuan, is this some kind of precious jade? This is a spirit stone, Mo Yuan replied. Do you not use these? The crowd shook their heads in unison. At that moment, Sun Shou produced several copper coins from her waist. Mr. Mo Yuan, we use this. Mo Yuan awkwardly picked up the spirit stone and murmured, I've heard that this thing is worth more than silver. Mr. Mo Yuan, my family is willing to offer this spirit stone as a deposit. Would that be acceptable? Yang Yu spoke softly. If you wish for it. Mo Yuan began. But noticed Yang Yu's expression changed slightly, indicating he should be cautious with his words. That's fine, no problem, he said. But these few rabbits cannot be exchanged for my spirit stone. After speaking, Mo Yuan turned to the crowd. Everyone, I came here empty-handed. I only brought spirit stones. As for silver, I can have someone deliver it after I descend the mountain. Would that be agreeable? Had it been anyone else, the villagers might have hesitated. But seeing Mo Yuan's sincere smile and his lack of disdain for their rural background, they readily agreed. Mo Yuan had come without provisions. And faced with the goods of the villagers, he alone could not manage. At this moment, Yang Yu stepped forward. Father, Mother, I will accompany Mr. Mo Yuan down the mountain to help him deliver these. Given that the market's closure was somewhat connected to Yang Yu, her initiative to assist shifted the villagers' perception of her. The young woman from earlier approached. Yang Yu, here, you can borrow my cart. With the eyes of the crowd upon them, Yang Yu and Mo Yuan made their way down the mountain together. Uncle Black Bear, what is the story behind this spirit stone? Yang Yu asked quietly. I thought this was a universally accepted currency among humans. Mo Yuan replied with a hint of helplessness. It seems the circulation of spirit stones is limited to practitioners. I believe my vital essence seems to respond to this spirit stone, Yang Yu whispered. Vital essence can react to? Mo Yuan sighed. I have always heard that practitioners consume spirit stones in large quantities, thinking they absorb the pure aura. But I never expected the vital essence would also respond. Uncle Black Bear, you might still need to give me some silver later, otherwise. It will be hard to explain when I return. Yang Yu said. Understood, you need not worry about the silver, Mo Yuan reassured her. We have brothers in the market. Yang Yu gazed at the spiritual stone in her hand, noticing that its luster seemed to be subtly shifting. Young master, why not attempt to absorb the spiritual energy from this stone? Mo Yuan suggested. I shall protect you. Yang Yu glanced around before nodding in approval. She found a relatively secluded spot and began to attempt to sense the power of the spirit stone using her essence blood. In just a brief moment, the thin aura emanating from the spirit stone had completely converged into Yang Yu's body. Yang Yu rose to examine the spiritual stone in her hand. Its luster completely faded, devoid of its former vitality. Is it still valuable? She inquired cautiously. Mo Yuan scratched his head. I'm not quite sure. Let us descend the mountain and ask our comrades. Before long, the two made their way down the mountain, and upon reaching the bustling town before them, Yang Yu's eyes sparkled with wonder, everything appearing novel in her gaze. Young master, this is the liveliest town near the monster beast mountain range, Qingyue Town. Mo Yuan informed her. Our comrades are inside that inn ahead. Upon arriving at a relatively grand inn, Yang Yu was taken aback by the signboard before her. Mo Yuan, sensing that the young master was not well versed in human script, softly explained, Young master, this is the Great Black Inn. Great Black. Yang Yu turned her gaze towards Mo Yuan. I have assisted them quite a bit, hence the name bears some connection to me, Mo Yuan remarked. Can monsters truly integrate into human life? Yang Yu asked. Initially, it was indeed challenging, but with time, it became manageable, Mo Yuan replied. Young master, you have no idea how delightful human cuisine can be. Yang Yu waved her finger. No, I know. It is delicious. All right. We owe a lot to the Sun family, Mo Yuan added. At that moment, a woman's voice emerged from within the inn. Heisey, what brings you here? Mo Yuan appeared flustered and stepped forward, saying, Don't shout indiscriminately. Can't you see theirs? The woman disregarded Mo Yuan's words and approached Yang Yu directly. Oh, who is this little one you've brought along? Young man, keep your distance. Don't let yourself be deceived. Mo Yuan quickly grasped the woman's arm. Stop your nonsense. Do you not realize who he is? Seeing this, Yang Yu stepped forward and said, Thank you for the reminder, sister. Mr. Mo Yuan has always treated me well and would never deceive me. Upon hearing Yang Yu mention Mo Yuan's name, the woman's expression shifted slightly. He has shared his name with you. It seems you hold great significance in his life. Indeed, I am of considerable importance, Mo Yuan replied in a deep voice. Could it be that you are his son? The woman asked solemnly. You have caused me great distress. After waiting for you all these years, only to find you with someone else. Sister, you are mistaken. I am not Mr. Mo Yuan's child. My name is Yang Yu. "And I hail from Tiwan village," Yang Yu spoke softly. Mo Yuan then grasped the woman's hand again, urging, "Xiaojio, please cease this commotion." The woman, referred to as Xiaojio, settled down considerably, her gaze shifting to the cart behind them. "What is this for?" Xiaojio inquired. "Have you been expelled by Sister Qian?" "Do not speak nonsense," Mo Yuan replied sternly. "You need to assess the value of these items properly." With curiosity etched on her face, Xiaojio leaned in closer, inspecting the items, then glanced at Yang Yu and back at Mo Yuan. As if the latter's gaze conveyed an unspoken message, Xiaojio sighed softly and said, "For the sake of Heisei, I would estimate these items to be worth about 100 taels of silver." Yang Yu could hardly comprehend the significance of 100 taels of silver. She then cast a glance at Mo Yuan, who wore an expression of sheer excitement. He hurriedly stepped forward and exclaimed, "Xiaojio, your loyalty is commendable." "Very well. Let us proceed as you suggested. Let us part with the money." "What?" Xiaojio's face turned pale as she retreated into the inn. "You want me to pay?" "Indeed." Mo Yuan replied. "Did you not mention 100 taels? You asked for my appraisal, yet you never implied I would need to finance the purchase." Xiaojio retorted. "I might tolerate your surreptitious consumption of my wine, but attempting to swindle my money is utterly unacceptable." Yang Yu stepped forward and softly inquired, "Sister Xiaojio, may I ask you to speak candidly? What is the true value of these items?" Xiaojio, with a look of anxiety, turned to Yang Yu and asked, "Are you suggesting that I should bear the expenses?" Yang Yu appeared somewhat embarrassed. "If you are willing, you could purchase them. Or perhaps direct me to a place where I could sell these items." Mo Yuan stepped forward, speaking earnestly. "We have no intention of seeking elsewhere. You shall provide the funds and present a fair price. Be serious about it." Xiaojio, with a look of resignation, remarked, "For these items, the utmost I can offer is 5 taels of silver." "Only 5 taels." Mo Yuan expressed his disappointment. "The disparity is rather significant. Perhaps you could increase your offer." "Get lost." Xiaojio retorted irritably, "This is already my highest offer. To be frank, the materials of these items are not particularly rare. They are merely crafted from animal bones. Some are usable, while others serve only as decorations." 5 taels it is," Yang Yu softly interjected. "Having it is certainly better than not. By the way, Sister Xiaojio, could you appraise this?" With that, she produced the previously mentioned spirit stone. As she handed it over, she added, "This appears to have been used already." Xiaojio looked at Yang Yu with a puzzled expression. "You are quite straightforward. But tell me, where did you acquire this spirit stone?" Yang Yu raised her head and cast a glance at Mo Yuan. "How audacious!" she exclaimed, her voice tinged with anger. "Indeed, it is you, the treacherous scoundrel, who betrays your own kind. Not only did you pilfer my wine, but you also seized my spirit stones." Yang Yu finally realized that the spirit stones given to him by Mo Yuan originally belonged to Xiaojio. This revelation left Yang Yu feeling even more awkward. Perhaps it would be best not to appraise them at all. "I shall bear the cost of these spirit stones myself." Xiaojio turned his head, wearing a playful expression as he regarded Yang Yu. "You wish to compensate?" Before Yang Yu could respond, Mo Yuan stepped forward and interjected, "No, allow me to take responsibility for this." "Do you have any idea of the true value of these spirit stones, young sir?" Xiaojio inquired. "This matter cannot simply be resolved with 5 taels of silver." Yang Yu nodded gently, acknowledging the concern. "I understand. There is another question," Xiaojio interjected. "Since you mentioned it has already been utilized, shouldn't the one who used it be responsible for the compensation?" Upon hearing Xiaojio's remarks, Yang Yu grew anxious. The spiritual energy embedded within the spirit stone should not dissipate so swiftly. Xiaojio continued, "Not only does Heisei lack any spiritual energy, but it appears there is also some form of depletion. Conversely, you seem to." Yang Yu spoke nervously. "Could it be that I possess spiritual energy?" Xiaojio shook her head with a hint of resignation. "Unfortunately, no. This leaves me quite curious about where the spiritual energy from the spirit stone has vanished." "Why concern yourself with such matters?" Mo Yuan replied. "In any case, I shall bring the spirit stone to you tomorrow." Xiaojio, her face adorned with a smile, gently shook her head. "There's no need for such trouble. Just inform me how the spiritual energy disappeared from the stone, and I shall gift it to you." "No, to this young man." Mo Yuan snorted coldly. "I don't know. First, you should hand over those 5 taels of silver." Xiaojio's deep-set eyes turned to Yang Yu. Then she turned away to retrieve 10 taels of silver, placing them into Yang Yu's hands. Although Yang Yu could not discern the value of 5 taels, she sensed that the amount before her was somewhat unusual. "The excess is my gift to you," Xiaojio said. "In the future, should you require assistance, seek me directly." There is no need to approach this oaf. Thank you, Sister Xiaojio, Yang Yue replied softly. Young man, you should return home for now. I need to discuss a few matters with her, Mo Yuan stated. As Yang Yue was about to turn away, Xiaojio suddenly grasped her arm, urging her to wait. Xiaojio then turned to Mo Yuan, speaking earnestly, go fetch that bottle of wine from the top shelf. Upon hearing this, Mo Yuan's expression shifted, momentarily frozen in place. It wasn't until Xiaojio kicked him that he snapped back to reality. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Mo Yuan finally regained his senses. Maneuvering around the counter to retrieve the seemingly unremarkable bottle of wine perched at the highest point. What do you intend to do with it? Mo Yuan inquired cautiously. That is none of your concern, Xiaojio replied. This wine rightfully belongs to me, and I shall manage it as I see fit. With that, Xiaojio approached Yang Yue, stating, Here, this bottle of wine is for you. Remember, no one is allowed to drink it, but you, especially not this big fellow. In no time, Xiaojio had bestowed countless nicknames upon Mo Yuan. Yang Yue looked at the wine bottle in her hands, then at Xiaojio, finally resting her gaze on Mo Yuan. Accept it, Mo Yuan said in a low voice. She had the rare opportunity to receive a gift, and it was imperative to accept it. We must return swiftly. I fear she may change her mind. Yang Yue let out a bitter smile, hastily bowing to express her gratitude to Xiaojio. However, before she could bend down, she was gently steadied by Xiaojio's hand upon her shoulder. There is no need for thanks. I am more than willing to assist. Just accept it and hurry back, for the night grows late. As she departed, Xiaojio's expression turned somber. Who is he? Mo Yuan feigned ignorance, gazing at the two carts before him. These are borrowed from that elder sister. You should have the two attendants return them tomorrow. Before Mo Yuan could finish his sentence, Xiaojio suddenly brandished a kitchen knife and rushed forward. I shall not only return the carts, but also deliver 2 bear paws, Xiaojio asserted gravely. Now tell me, who is he? I have no idea what you're talking about. Mo Yuan replied. Stop wasting time. Xiaojio's voice deepened. If you refuse to tell me, I shall seek out Sister Qi Yun and claim that you have divulged everything to me. Mo Yuan quickly halted, turning with a resigned expression. Haven't you already guessed most of it? Why insist on asking me? I haven't figured it out. Xiaojio replied solemnly. But that instinct within me cannot be mistaken. I must hear it from your lips. I cannot say. If you wish to, then go ahead and chop me, Mo Yuan said, looking at Xiaojio with a face full of grievance. To be protected in such a manner. Xiaojio glanced once more in the direction where Yang Yue had vanished. She has truly survived. What kind of talk is that? Mo Yuan said helplessly. Why not return and see for yourself? After all, it has been many years since you last went back. Xiaojio set the knife down. I will not return. Aside from the master, the only ones who have treated me well are you few. I would rather die than go back. Mo Yuan found a place to sit. I recall that on the day of the Master-S incident, you were already on your way back. According to Lai Fu from the inn, you were holding that jug of wine at the time. That wine was given to me by the master, Xiaojio replied. Now, returning it to him is akin to restoring it to its rightful owner. Are you truly not planning to return? Mo Yuan inquired. Xiaojio gently shook his head. I shall not return unless those who have wronged me bow their heads and apologize. Mo Yuan smiled wryly. What is the point of that? Those who once bullied you may not be faring any better now. My good fortune is a result of my own capabilities, Xiaojio declared. If they are suffering, it serves them right. Mo Yuan ceased his attempts to persuade, rising to leave. When he noticed Xiaojio seemed poised to say more. The young master now resides in Taoyuan village, at the Yang residence, Mo Yuan stated. The one orchestrating all of this is Xianyu. Xianyu, you say? Xiaojio sighed softly. I had thought he would be the first to flee after the Master-S incident. Is that how you perceive Xianyu? Sighed in resignation. Remarking that Lord Xian Yu was simply too astute, Xiaojio interjected, observing that it seemed as though everything had been meticulously planned in advance. Indeed, he had been exceedingly busy of late, continued, it appears that I can no longer afford to underestimate him. By the way, there seems to be something amiss. Xiaojio pondered, if Yang Yu is truly the offspring of the esteemed one, why does his aura differ so markedly from ours? This matter began. A slight mishap occurred along the way. The young master's inner core is shattered. What? Xiaojio exclaimed, suddenly leaping onto the table. You all. Do not be alarmed, come down and do not frighten the guests, cautioned. It seemed that the patrons of the Great Blacken had grown accustomed to such displays from the proprietor. What has befallen the innkeeper? The surrounding guests chuckled, hurriedly reassured them. It is nothing, nothing at all. Please, enjoy your meals. The young master lacks an inner core? Xiao Ju whispered solemnly into his ear. As it stands, that appears to be the case. Admitted, a hint of shame in his voice. This tale is rather lengthy. I shall explain it to you when the opportunity arises. Where are you off to now? Xiao Jiao inquired. Do not even think of escaping. Clarify this matter. Subsequently, under Xiao Jiao's firm insistence, relayed the gist of the situation. If that is the case, the alcohol, the young master cannot partake. Xiao Jiao stated. It should be fine. Replied softly, the young master's vital essence is remarkably robust. That small amount of alcohol should pose no significant issue. You have yet to witness the sheer strength of his vital essence, his innate talent. I can no longer indulge you in this conversation. You may take your leave. Xiao Jiao said sternly. Alas, was it not promised that I would receive a jar of wine? Exclaimed hastily. Retrieve it from the back courtyard. Xiao Jiao replied in a low voice. Refrain from seeking me out these days. I have matters to attend to. If you choose not to, then so be it. Conceded helplessly, but do keep an eye on the situation in Tiyuan village. There is no need for your concern. I am well aware of what must be done. Xiao Jiao replied softly. At this moment, Yang Yue had returned to Taoyuan village. Believing that receiving merely 10 taels of silver in exchange for so many items would draw the ire of the villagers. To his surprise, once the 10 taels were distributed, it amounted to far more than he had ever earned at the market. This scene was, of course, witnessed clearly by the Zhao family, intensifying their hatred towards Yang Yue. Yang Yue returned home with the wine she had sent back, feeling a touch of embarrassment as she recounted the circumstances surrounding the matter. Yang Sankai let out a hearty laugh, proclaiming, What is there to worry about? The fact that they only allow you to drink signifies that it is intended solely for you. Rest assured, in our household, no one else partakes. Sun Xiao, standing nearby, replied with a hint of resignation. In our home, no one drinks except for you. As the night grew late, Yang Yue resumed her practice of the tiger pattern, yet she found herself making little progress. However, her mastery over the control of her vital essence was becoming increasingly proficient. Just then, a gentle female voice floated in from outside the door. Yang Yue. Yang Yue cautiously stepped outside upon hearing the sound, where she beheld a slender silhouette standing beyond the village. Glancing around, she approached the figure. As she drew near, she was suddenly enveloped in a firm embrace, her body captured by powerful arms, and in an instant, they were propelled into a swift run. Upon being released, Yang Yue realized that within such a brief span of time, the two had already arrived at the Beast Forest. Before she could discern the figure before her, she witnessed the woman unexpectedly kneeling on one knee, solemnly declaring, Qian pays her respects to the young master. I sincerely apologize for any offense caused earlier, and I hope for your forgiveness. Although Yang Yue was not familiar with the name, the voice and the scent emanating from Qi Yun were vividly etched in her memory. It was this very woman who had first led Yang Yue to safety, although at that time, Qi Yun still bore the form of a wolf. Are you the Red Wolf sister? Yang Yue inquired softly. You remember me, young master? Qi Yun raised her head, her eyes brimming with excitement. I do, please rise. Yang Yue gently urged. Your scent has lingered in my memory. It was my failure to protect you, young master, Qi Yun said in a somber tone. No, you mustn't blame yourself for this, Yang Yue replied, her expression tinged with melancholy. Young master, I implore you, do not reveal my presence to anyone, Qi Yun said earnestly. Yang Yue found this statement exceedingly familiar, having heard the same sentiment for at least 3 consecutive nights. Noticing Yang Yue's expression, Qi Yun assumed she was reluctant to conceal the truth for him. Just as he was about to utter a few words, Yang Yue interjected. I am indeed able to comply, but may I inquire as to the reason? With a look of exasperation, Qi Yun replied, Young master, you must understand that 2 bothersome individuals incessantly linger around me. If they were to discover my association with you, they would undoubtedly bombard me with their endless philosophical discourses. Yang Yue seemed to have realized the identities of the 2 bothersome individuals that Qi Yun had mentioned. Unfortunately, Qi Yun was still unaware that these 2 pesky figures had already approached Yang Yue in succession. Young master, what troubles you? Qi Yun inquired softly. Is there an issue? Yang Yue gently shook her head, replying in the negative. However, Sister Red Wolf, is there something you wish to discuss with me? I have come to impart some knowledge to you, Qi Yun responded in a low voice. Once again, familiar words resonated, and a subtle smile graced Yang Yue's lips as she realized the nature of the visit. Oh, I see. That sounds wonderful. Qi Yun was taken aback by Yang Yue's calm demeanor, devoid of any surprise. Young master, I am aware of your circumstances. Your internal core has shattered, rendering you unable to gather your breath. The master has also instructed us not to pursue the path of physical cultivation any longer. Hence I am here to teach you a set of hand techniques. Hand techniques? Yang Yue echoed softly. Indeed, Qian affirmed. This is what the master taught me long ago. Although it does not require magical or demonic power, it does demand formidable physical prowess. Yang Yue softly inquired, does this palm technique have a name? Indeed. It is called breaking the heavens, Qian replied. However, do not be deceived by its name. After all, this technique does not require magical energy or demonic power. Thus, in my practice, it did not seem particularly formidable. Nonetheless, it is sufficient to ensure that you will not be bullied in Taoyuan village. Yang Yue let out a bitter laugh, reassuring, rest assured, I am quite well in Taoyuan village, and I have not faced any bullying. I am aware of the matters concerning that scoundrel village chief's family. Young master, there is no need for you to feel troubled. If you require my assistance, I can have them leave tonight. Qian replied in a deep voice, that is unnecessary. I will find a way to resolve the issues with village chief Zhao. Young master, there is no need for you to take matters into your own hands with such individuals. It would be better for you to devote your time to cultivation. Qian gently suggested. By the way, Sister Red Wolf, I have never met my father. What do you know about him? Yang Yue inquired. Qian shook her head softly. I, too, have never seen him. When the master arrived in the Beast Forest, it was not through sheer domination, but rather by captivating us with her unique charm. She has never mentioned your father. Yang Yue's expression revealed a hint of disappointment, but she soon nodded gently, saying, It's all right. Let us discuss this matter another time. Young master, Qian interjected. I shall now demonstrate this set of martial techniques for you. You need only observe it once to master it. Yang Yue stood aside, intently observing Qiyun's subsequent actions. As she watched, she noticed that when Qiyun executed this set of palm techniques, an aura emanated from her entire being, as if it had been summoned into motion. Yang Yue furrowed her brows, pondering the assertion that no magical power was required as a foundation for invocation. Qiyun paused in his actions and spoke softly, Young master, you may convert the energy I am currently channeling into other forms, such as the abundant essence of blood within you. Yang Yue was taken aback to discover that Qiyun was aware of her abundant essence. She nodded gently, coming to an understanding. Qiyun then stepped forward, and with what appeared to be an unremarkable palm strike, it seemed as though the entire forest of magical beasts parted to make way for that single blow. When Yang Yue first encountered the mastery of palm techniques, she was astonished by its profound capabilities. Qiyun approached Yang Yue, speaking softly, Young master. The essence of this palm technique lies in the ability to concentrate one's entire vital energy at a single point, unleashing it in an instant. For only then can one achieve the most optimal effect. Yang Yue inquired with a curious expression, but if that is the case, will there still be an opportunity to employ the second strike? Gathering all one's strength, would it not lead to exhaustion rather swiftly? Qian replied softly, Indeed, that would be the situation. However, it is sufficient to serve as a deterrent. Yang Yue always found the set of palm techniques from Qiyun to be somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, she diligently emulated Qiyun's movements. The distinction lay in the fact that Qiyun harnessed formidable demonic power, while Yang Yue wielded her own vital essence. Upon witnessing Yang Yue's remarkable proficiency in manipulating her vital essence for the first time, Qiyun was taken aback, silently marveling. Truly, she is of the master's bloodline. Such innate talent is indeed commendable. However, when Yang Yue endeavored to substitute her vital essence in place of magical power to execute a palm strike, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Rather than the powerful gust of wind characteristic of Qiyun's technique, Yang Yue's body trembled violently. Observing this, Qiyun hastened to offer support, exclaiming, Young master, are you all right? Yang Yue was drenched in sweat, and after a moment, she gently shook her head, trying to comprehend the events that had just transpired. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before she turned to her companion. Qiyun, Sister Red Wolf, are you certain that this shattered sky is merely a technique? Yang Yue inquired. Qiyun looked perplexed, her own confidence wavering, and she cautiously replied, I seem to be uncertain as well. Has the young master noticed something amiss? Yang Yue adjusted her breathing and softly remarked, Could this broken sky be a form of a mental technique? Perhaps one that enhances physical abilities? At this moment, Qiyun felt even more uncertain and continued to inquire, enhancing physical abilities. Young master, for instance. What do you mean? Yang Yue adjusted her posture and approached Qiyun once more. As she activated the essence and blood within her body, faint black patterns unexpectedly emerged on the surface of her skin. Qiyun exclaimed in astonishment, This is the tiger stripes of the revered one. In a moment of distraction, Yang Yue, leveraging the stimulating effects of the breakthrough technique, momentarily managed to manifest a tiger stripe pattern upon her body. However, under the influence of the dual techniques, she soon realized that her vital essence was insufficient to sustain the operation of both methods simultaneously. Observing this, Qian hurriedly approached to support Yang Yue, exclaiming, "Young master, who imparted this tiger stripe technique to you?" Yang Yue had not anticipated the sudden appearance of the tiger stripes, especially after having promised Mo Yuan to keep this matter confidential. Noticing Yang Yue's silence, Qian seemed to have sensed something amiss. "Young master, has the black bear sought you out?" Qian inquired softly, aware that the tiger stripes were a secret entrusted solely to him, a fact well known among them. "Sister Red Wolf, that Uncle Black Bear made me promise to keep his visit a secret," Qian remarked, surprised that the first to seek you was not himself. At this moment, Yang Yue dared not utter a word. If Qian were to discover that Xian Yu had approached before Mo Yuan, it would undoubtedly lead to even greater complications. However, young master, your tiger pattern appears to differ somewhat from that of the esteemed one, Qian remarked, sensing that the markings on your body seem more distinct than those of the esteemed figure. "It is likely that the activation of the tiger pattern is due to the essence of blood," Yang Yu replied. "Furthermore, without the recent enhancement from breaking the heavens, I would not have been able to maintain all my essence while drawing closer to the central Dan." Qiyun's expression changed drastically. "Is the method taught to you by the Black Bear sect truly this?" Yang Yu observed the transformation in Qiyun and cautiously remarked, "Indeed, Uncle Black Bear believes that my vital essence is sufficiently potent, thus deeming this method more suitable for me." Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Qiyun's expression did not brighten. "Young master, Pation appears not to be a technique of martial arts, but rather akin to a philosophy of the heart. Since you have already discerned the path to cultivation, my mission for today is thus accomplished." Yang Yu seemed to sense something amiss and hurriedly approached, inquiring, "Sister Honglang, what are your intentions?" Although Qi Yun wore a smile, an undercurrent of lethal intent lingered in the air. "Young master, have you ever tasted bear's paw? I shall procure some for you and return tomorrow evening." "Wait," Yang Yu interjected, blocking Qi Yun's path. "Do not act rashly." In a low voice, Qi Yun replied, "Young master, I did not wish to bring this up, but you must recall the instructions given by our esteemed master before the incident occurred." Although Yang Yu was in a deep slumber at that moment, she still faintly heard some words. "The esteemed one instructed me to convey to you that you must not attempt to cultivate your physical body in the form of a demon beast." Qi Yun fell silent for a moment, for this method must not be defied. Yang Yu stepped forward and gently reassured, "Sister Red Wolf, I am not currently undergoing physical cultivation in my beast form, so you have not erred in any way." Qi Yun glanced at Yang Yu, and then abruptly shook her head, exclaiming, "No. Even though I was swayed by that wretched crow at the time, seeing you now, this approach is not viable." Yang Yu sighed deeply, lamenting that her mother's journey was far from complete. She yearned to carry on that path for her. At this moment, Qi Yun found himself entranced. The youth before him appeared far more complex than his outward simplicity suggested. He had already made certain determinations that were beyond the influence of others. Qi Yun had to confront the situation at hand. "Young master, I comprehend. If you have resolved to proceed, I shall support you wholeheartedly. However, should I perceive any threat to your life, I will not hesitate to intervene, regardless of any obstacles." "I understand," Yang Yu replied softly. After their parting, Yang Yu chose not to continue her training that night, instead succumbing to a profound slumber. The following day, Taoyuan village welcomed a prominent figure from Qingye town, known as Xiaojio. "Isn't this the proprietor of the tavern? What brings you here?" Village chief Zhao greeted him with a beaming smile. "Ah, no particular reason. I merely wanted to pay a visit." "It has been quite some time since I last ventured into the mountains," Xiaojio replied softly. "By the way, I've heard there is a child named Yang Yu in Tiyuan village. Where might I find him?" Village chief Zhao cautiously scrutinized Xiaojio's expression, hoping to detect any trace of anger. However, Xiaojio remained impassive, not even glancing at him. "Why the silence?" Xiaojio inquired. "Or do you not know where he resides?" "Proprietor, may I ask what business you have with him?" Zhao inquired. "There is nothing to be concerned about. He came to see me yesterday and left something behind, which I am returning," Xiaojio replied gently. A look of discomfort crossed Zhao's face. "That lad is fortunate indeed to have formed a connection with you. What could possibly be worth your personal delivery?" "It is nothing of great importance." Xiaojio gestured towards the two carts behind him. "Just this." Zhao furrowed his brow in confusion. I don't recall anything like that belonging to the old man Yang. Now, village chief Zhao, you've been questioning me at the village entrance for quite some time. Do you know or not know where the child resides? Xiaojiao asked, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice. Yes, I know. I shall lead you there, Zhao replied, taking the lead. Xiaojiao scanned the surroundings. Noting that the only family in Taoyuan village that could be deemed prosperous was the Zhao family, the disparity in wealth was strikingly vast. What business do you have with Yang Yue, proprietor? Zhao inquired softly. To sell something, Xiaojiao replied quietly. Sell something? Zhao asked with curiosity. What valuable item could that boy possibly have that would catch your eye? It is not a precious item, merely some goods you usually deal with in Qingyue town. Xiaojiao remarked, puzzled as to how the boy had come into possession of such items. Upon hearing this, Zhao suddenly halted, his expression darkening. What is it? Xiaojiao asked. Have we arrived? No, it's just ahead. Upon seeing the dwelling of Yang Yue, Xiaojiao furrowed her brows. Compared to the abodes of other villagers, the Yang family's residence appeared rather unremarkable. Zhao. At that moment, Juzi suddenly appeared. Why are you here again? Juzi. This is none of your concern. Mind your own business. The village head, Zhao, replied sternly. Xiaojiao glanced at Juzi, then quietly inquired, and who might this brother be? Before Juzi could respond, Zhao interjected softly. He has neither father nor mother, relying on scrounging meals to survive, essentially leeching off the old Yang and his family. Hearing Zhao's words, Xiaojiao frowned slightly, noticing Juzi's face flush with indignation, as if he were about to charge forward. You're the one without parents. Juzi retorted. Humph. Zhao scoffed. I can't be bothered to converse with you. Step aside. Just then, Yang Yue emerged, opening the door and inviting Juzi in first. Her expression toward Zhao one of disdain. Upon seeing Xiaojiao, Yang Yue wore a curious look. Sister Xiaojiao, what brings you here? Yang Yue hastily invited Xiaojiao inside, leaving Zhao outside. Xiaojiao felt a twinge of surprise at Yang Yue's gesture, then glanced at Juzi beside her and at Zhao behind her, choosing not to say more. You left something behind yesterday, Xiaojiao said softly. Lai Fu then pushed a cart inside, prompting Yang Yue to exclaim, This is not from my family. Xiaojiao looked at Lai Fu. Lai Fu, thank you for your efforts. Please return the cart to its rightful owner. Lai Fu acknowledged and turned to leave. Xiaojiao surveyed Yang Yue's dwelling and then took a seat, gently asking, Do you have a grudge against this Zhao village head? Yang Yue gently shook her head, asserting that she did not bear a grudge, but rather felt that he was not a good person. Oh, Xiaojiao chuckled softly, urging her to elaborate on her judgment. By his aura, Yang Yue replied gravely. Upon hearing her response, Xiaojiao was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, realizing the amusing nature of her reasoning. The pillar, sitting nearby, remained silent, cautiously observing Xiaojiao. Young man, if you wish to watch, do so openly. Why the furtive glances? Xiaojiao remarked with a hint of exasperation. Are you truly concerned that I might harm Yang Yue? The pillar rose to explain, I did not intend to spy on you. But seeing you and that village chief Zhao engaging in laughter, I could not ascertain your true intentions. Brother Zhu, it's all right. Sister Xiaojiao is not a bad person, Yang Yue reassured him. A flicker of change crossed Xiaojiao's eyes, and her lips curled into a slight smile. Would you be interested in teaching that village chief Zhao a lesson? Before Yang Yue could respond, the pillar's interest was piqued. How shall we go about this? What do you need me to do? Xiaojiao scrutinized the pillar closely, sensing he was unable to conceal anything. This is something I can handle myself. You may simply await the unfolding drama. Sister Xiaojiao, truly, it is unnecessary. Yang Yue interjected softly. Has Mr. Mo Yuan spoken to you about something? Oh? Xiaojiao turned her gaze towards the door, sensing that the large fellow was holding back information. Do enlighten me. What misdeeds has village chief Zhao committed? Yang Yue waved her hand dismissively, but the excited Juzi beside her exclaimed, You have no idea what vile deeds this dog of a village chief has committed. As time passed, Juzi's tales became increasingly elaborate. Though devoid of malicious exaggeration, they remained fundamentally accurate. At that moment, Yang Mingyun stepped forward and, upon seeing the young woman before her, stood frozen in place. Who is this? Yang Mingyun inquired softly. Yang Yue recounted the circumstances of their encounter. It turned out to be the tavern owner. Yang Mingyun respectfully expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you for your assistance to Taoyuan village. The tavern owner waved his hand dismissively and replied, It's no trouble at all. It seems that the Xiaoyan mentioned by Juzi refers to you. Yang Mingyun wore a puzzled expression. Uncertain of what the pillar had just uttered, she observed the pillar hastily rise, realizing that the innkeeper referred to her. Indeed, this was Meng Yun, the very one whom the village chief had long sought to claim for his foolish son as a bride. Without hesitation, young Meng Yun delivered a sharp slap to the back of the pillar's head, softly admonishing, "What nonsense are you spouting?" The innkeeper chuckled lightly. "It's all right. There's no need to call me the innkeeper anymore. Just refer to me as Sister Xiaojio, like Yang Yu does." With that, Xiaojio stood up, preparing to depart, though her eyes glinted with a hint of ferocity. "I shall deal with village chief Xiao. You need not worry," Xiaojio murmured, then added, "Yang Yu, would you accompany me?" As Xiaojio opened the door, she found village chief Xiao waiting patiently. With a smile, she remarked, "Village chief Xiao, you are still here. Do hurry back. Yang Yu will see me home." "There's no need. I'll take her back myself," village chief Xiao interjected, pushing past Yang Yu with a sycophantic grin. "There's truly no need. Village chief Xiao, in a few days, I will have someone deliver a few jars of my newly acquired fine wine for you to enjoy," Xiaojio gently replied. Yang Yu discerned a glimmer of unabashed malice in Xiaojio's gaze as he uttered those words. As Yang Yu was about to speak, Xiaojio grasped her arm firmly and said, "Village chief Xiao, you may leave now. I have matters to discuss with this child." Reluctantly, village chief Xiao turned away, his gaze still filled with animosity towards Yang Yu. Xiaojio observed this exchange keenly. Once Xiao departed, Xiaojio softly inquired, "Are you doing well here?" Upon hearing Xiaojio's question, Yang Yu seemed to grasp the underlying sentiment and stepped forward to respond. "I am quite well here, Sister Xiaojio. There is no need for concern." Xiaojio turned to face Yang Yu and offered, "If you wish, I can take you to live at the inn. Were you one to be subjected to such mistreatment?" Yang Yu gently shook her head, affirming, "This place is truly fine, Sister Xiaojio. Should I encounter any difficulties, I promise I will seek you out." It appeared that Xiaojio had already anticipated Yang Yu's response and chose not to press further, adding, "The jar of wine I gave you yesterday, please refrain from drinking it just yet." Yang Yu gently nodded. "Is there a problem? I heard Mo Yuan mention that the inner Dan within you is shattered. Thus, I am uncertain what changes may occur after you consume that wine." Inner Dan? Yang Yu appeared not to comprehend the concept of inner Dan. Humans require spiritual roots for cultivation, whereas demons or magical beasts depend on the inner Dan as a source of their demonic power, Xiaojio stated solemnly. "Ah, I see. No wonder I am unable to." Yang Yu sighed softly, "But it matters not. I shall consider it an unexpected gain." "Unexpected gain?" Xiaojio inquired with curiosity. "What do you mean?" Yang Yu led Xiaojio to a secluded spot and disclosed the situation regarding the essence of blood. "Is it truly possible to manipulate the essence of blood for cultivation?" Xiaojio asked, her voice trembling. "Though I have been remiss in my training, I possess a certain level of skill and have never dared to recklessly tamper with my essence. By the way, Sister Xiaojio, I have a question for you." Yang Yu continued. "What is it?" "The wine you gave me must be quite extraordinary. Is there any possibility it could alter one's fate?" Yang Yu inquired. "Alter fate?" Xiaojio regarded Yang Yu with skepticism. "Are you hoping to restore your inner Dan with that jar of wine? The likelihood is rather slim." "No. Not to restore the inner Dan," Yang Yu clarified. "I wish to know if that wine could potentially grant a human without spiritual roots the ability to acquire them." Xiaojio's expression shifted slightly. "Is it for Juzi? Or your sister, Meng Yun?" "I wish to assist them both," Yang Yu replied. Xiaojio fell silent for a moment. "I do not recommend you pursue this. Setting aside whether that jar of wine can achieve such an effect, even if it could, it is not something they are currently capable of enduring." "Why so?" "To defy destiny and alter fate is no simple matter," Xiaojio explained. "Among the practitioners in the world today, I can only think of one person who has successfully defied fate and possesses remarkable skills, Zhang Xuanyu, the current leader of the Dao sect. To think that this venerable individual achieved such greatness through defying fate." Yang Yu marveled. "Though this person is legendary, I would not advise you to seek apprenticeship at the Dao sect," Xiaojio stated. "In comparison, the Xianling sect would be more suitable for you. You might consider entering the inner courtyard, while Meng Yun and Juzi could explore the outer courtyard." "Sister Xiaojio, what you say aligns with what Brother Changfeng mentioned." Yang Yu noted. "Changfeng, is he that young lad enamored with alchemy?" Xiaojio sighed softly. "Sister Xiaojio, you even know Brother Changfeng," Yang Yu said quietly. "In any case, if you wish to secure an opportunity for them to defy fate, now is not the time," Xiaojio advised. "At the very least, you must genuinely embark on the path of cultivation before contemplating this matter." Before Yang Yu could respond, Xiaojio continued, "Remember, defying fate is a stroke of fortune, not to be sought after recklessly, lest one suffer a powerful backlash. I understand. Yang Yue replied softly. Sister Xiaojiu, what do you plan to do about village chief Xiao? Xiaojiu waved her hand gently. Do not worry, I will not take his life, however. He must be taught a lesson, so you need not concern yourself with that. Just as the two were about to part ways, Xiaojiu placed a delicate light pink pouch into Yang Yu's hands. This is a storage pouch I had crafted previously, which can be used without any magical power. Xiaojiu explained. Keep it. There are some spirit stones inside. You should absorb them all before you go to the Xianling sect to seek apprenticeship. Dear Sister Xiaojiu, this is far too precious. Before Yang Yu could finish her words, Xiaojiu waved her hand and replied, I cannot offer any further assistance, but rest assured, you need not worry about financial matters. Having said this, Xiaojiu prepared to turn away. Thank you, Sister Xiaojiu, Yang Yu spoke softly. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out at the inn, Xiaojiu remarked. It is truly wonderful that you are still alive after Yang Yu and Xiaojiu parted ways. They returned home, oblivious to the fact that this scene was clearly witnessed by Qi Yun and Mo Yuan. In stark contrast, Qi Yun was fiercely tugging at Mo Yuan's ear, his expression menacing as he glared at the imposing black bear before them. You certainly have a knack for this, Qi Yun said in a low, stern voice. You've even managed to involve Xiaojiu. It's a misunderstanding, Mo Yuan winced, explaining. Our nighttime escapade at the Zhao family has caused some trouble for the young master. He briefly recounted the events, deliberately omitting any mention of the tiger stripe matter. You are fully aware that Xiaojiu despises the Beast Forest, yet you still dragged her into this, Qi Yun admonished. There was no other choice, Mo Yuan replied helplessly. This mess ultimately stems from us, and the solution is quite straightforward. We need money. That doesn't mean you can. Seizing a fleeting moment, Mo Yuan swiftly evaded Qi Yun's grasp. The young master requires funds. Do you possess any? I certainly do not. Then consider this matter beyond your control, Qi Yun stated. How will you explain the tiger stripes? Mo Yuan seemed to have anticipated Qi Yun's inquiry, responding softly. This is inherently his possession. If you suggest I refrain from teaching, it would be disrespectful to our master. Have you forgotten our master's prior admonition? Qi Yun pressed. I remember, but I am unwilling, Mo Yuan replied gravely. Besides, I am not the only one who is taught. Qi Yun presumed Mo Yuan was referring to her, asserting, even if I were to teach, it would solely be to ensure the young master as self-defense. Mo Yuan let out a bitter laugh. I suspect you have imparted the techniques to him. How do you know that? If I were to say, it is simply fate, Mo Yuan remarked resignedly. What do you mean by that? Qi Yun inquired, sensing something amiss. What exactly is going on? Is there truly an issue with Pation? Pation may not be a mere martial technique, Mo Yuan elucidated. It resembles a unique mental cultivation method exclusive to our master's lineage. No wonder. Qi Yun sighed softly. What do you mean by no wonder? Mo Yuan questioned. Qi Yun then recounted the teaching incident, to which Mo Yuan nodded thoughtfully. It seems the three of us share a remarkable understanding. The three of us? Qi Yun echoed, puzzled. Who else? Have you truly not realized? Mo Yuan remarked. Xian Yu was the first to locate the young master and even imparted his lethal movement techniques to him. What a scoundrel! Qi Yun fumed, claiming we should not approach the young master, yet he was the first to. Mo Yuan, with a worried expression, interjected, he may have had no choice either. What do you mean by no choice? Qi Yun inquired. The Warcraft forest has been rather tumultuous lately. You must be aware of this, right? Mo Yuan replied, indeed. I am aware. However, even amidst this unrest, it hardly seems grave enough to warrant his concern. Has something transpired? I have noticed several instances of individuals from the Beast Tamer sect entering the Warcraft forest, Mo Yuan continued. Currently, the damage appears minimal. Yet prolonged exposure to such disturbances will undoubtedly bode ill for us. And what of Xian Yu? Qi Yun asked. Isn't it his turn to strategize now? He has ventured deep into the Warcraft forest to commence planning for this matter, Mo Yuan elucidated. Have you not observed his absence in recent days? You were aware of this from the outset? Qi Yun queried. I discerned it upon my first encounter with the young master, Mo Yuan replied. It is rather astonishing how adeptly he controls his blood essence, even at such an early stage, regardless of his innate talent. Thus, you surmised that Xian Yu had anticipated meeting with the young master beforehand? Qi Yun posited. Precisely, Mo Yuan sighed softly. One cannot deny the extent of his efforts for the young master and the Warcraft forest. Surely, he foresaw our eventual convergence with the young master. And that agile maneuvering was likely a preparation for Hu Wan and Pation. To think he had already foreseen this, Qian remarked. It appears we must return. Mo Yuan cast a lingering glance towards Taoyuan village, exhaling deeply. Some burdens cannot be borne alone. We have fulfilled our obligations. It is time to assist him. I wonder when I shall next encounter the young master upon our return. Qiyun expressed with a hint of melancholy. Do not fret. The inept disciples of the Beast Tamer sect will soon be dealt with, Mo Yuan assured. Moreover, we have Xiaojio to look after matters here. At this juncture, Mo Yuan paused briefly before a wry smile crossed his lips. I almost suspect that Xiaojio is an integral part of Xian Yu's scheme. Qian shook his head in resignation. It seems he has accounted for every possible variable. One must commend his foresight. With one last glance towards Yang Yue's direction, Qian and Mo Yuan delved deeper into the Warcraft forest. Yang Yu suddenly turned her gaze towards the direction of the Beast Forest, seemingly captivated by some fervent gaze. After observing for a moment, she returned home. That night, Yang Mingyun sought out Yang Yu, saying, do not concern yourself with the trade of goods for the villagers any longer. You must focus on preparing for your apprenticeship in 2 years. Yang Yu replied, I understand. Sister, do not worry. I have already arranged with Sister Xiaojio, who will send someone up the mountain periodically. She added, Sister, you and Brother Zhuzi must not give up. Even if the inner academy proves unfeasible, there is still the outer academy. Yang Mingyu nodded, reassuringly declaring that sooner or later, they would take their parents away from this place. A few days later, village chief Zhao indeed received 2 jars of wine sent by the little wine merchant. It was evident that he could not contain his excitement, boasting throughout the village as if he feared that anyone might remain unaware of his good fortune. However, it was not until the moment he tasted the wine that the entire Zhao family was overwhelmed by an unbearable stench. Village chief Zhao, adopting the demeanor of a lofty sage, confidently asserted that the wine sent by the merchant was undoubtedly of high quality, insisting that the entire family partake in its consumption. Unbeknownst to them, the wine had indeed been infused with some peculiar additives, the majority of which were animal excrement. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had swiftly passed. At this moment, Yang Yu had grown taller than the pillar, resembling a young lad of 17 or 18 years. Yang Mingyun and Zhuzi remained unchanged, which led to an increase in the whispers surrounding Yang Yu. Occasionally, Yang Yu found herself intrigued, having aided the villagers so much. Why was she still the subject of gossip? Over the past 2 years, she had not encountered Xian Yu, Qiyun, or Mo Yuan. Yet her meetings with Xiaojio had become frequent. One day, Xiaojio personally ascended the mountain to seek out Yang Yu, delivering news. It seems that Zhao family's son, Zhao Hui, intends to come up the mountain to seek a master. Xiaojio spoke in a grave tone. Upon hearing this news, Yang San's face fell into despair. Zhao Hui had already inherited his father's unreasonable temperament. If he succeeded in finding a mentor, it would be utterly unjust. Father will be fine, Yang Yu comforted him. He lacks the talent for cultivation, and with his unscrupulous nature, no sect would accept him. Yang Yu, perhaps I could. Xiaojio's words were abruptly interrupted by Yang Yu. Do not worry, a mere Zhao Hui cannot affect us. You err. Tomorrow marks the day we ascend the mountain. Yang Mingyan said softly, I feel a bit uneasy. Yang Yu looked at Xiaojio and softly said, Sister Xiaojio, after we depart tomorrow, I will trouble you with matters at home. Over the past 2 years, Yang Sankai and Sun Xiao had frequently interacted with Xiaojio. Knowing her to be a whimsical yet generous person, what trouble could it be? I have long suggested bringing your parents along, but you all disagreed, Xiaojio replied. This time, you surely wish to accompany me, father and mother. It is indeed the best course of action for you to leave with Sister Xiaojiu this time, Yang Yu whispered. Dear Master, there is still more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, as the following is even more thrilling. However, Sun Xiao gazed at Yang Sankai with reluctance, troubled by the thought of leaving home. Seeing this, Xiaoju let out a wry smile. You two truly are something. I wouldn't neglect your needs. Well then, I suppose I can move over. Hearing this from Xiaojio touched Yang Yu deeply, for he knew her aversion to the Beastmaster Forest, and yet in this moment, she seemed unbothered by it all for his sake. Once arrangements for home were confirmed, Yang Yu finally felt at ease, patiently awaiting the morrow's arrival. Throughout the 2 years, Yang Yu had never ceased his training, yet the profound intricacies of the tiger stripe still eluded him, leaving his blood unable to reach the center of the Dan. Remaining at the upper Dan, after 2 years of relentless effort, Yang Yu had made significant strides in his mastery of movement and the breaking heaven technique, even naming the technique imparted by Xian Yu as cloud treading. On the following morning, Yang Yu, Yang Mingyun, and Zhuzi organized their belongings, ready to ascend the mountain and formally become disciples. However, they encountered Zhao Hui shortly after setting off. 2 years had passed, and Zhao Hui had undergone considerable change, becoming even more insufferable. As Zhao Hui approached, Yang Yu sighed in resignation. "Young Master Zhao, where are you off to so early?" "Yang Yu, spare me your sarcasm," Zhao Hui bellowed. "You're going to pay respects to your master. I shall accompany you. Even if you go, the Xianling sect may not take you." Yang Yu replied softly. "Humph." Zhao Hui scoffed. "Does the Beast Master Mountain only accept disciples for your Xianling sect?" "Oh dear," Yang Yu sighed. "Young Master Zhao, have you found another sect?" "Congratulations, then we shall take our leave first. Mingyun, after we pay our respects today, I will approach my father to propose marriage. With a sect as our backing, perhaps you will." Before Zhao Hui could finish, Yang Mingyun turned and walked away, seemingly repulsed by the mere thought of lingering any longer. As Zhao Hui prepared to pursue her, Yang Yu suddenly positioned himself in front of him, declaring, "Keep your distance from my sister." Seeing Yang Yu blocking his path, Zhao Hui hastily stepped back, as it appeared he had received considerable care from Yang Yu over the past 2 years. "Yang Yu, you surely do not wish to see your sister live a life of solitude, do you?" Zhao Hui said in a grave tone. "Or do you wish to see her wed to someone without parents?" Yang Yu's countenance shifted subtly as she stepped forward. "I advise you to hold your tongue. Surely, you do not wish to be unable to ascend the mountain today. What do you intend to do?" Zhao Hui retreated a step, declaring, "If you dare to lay a hand on me, the Beastmaster sect will undoubtedly seek retribution." "Oh," Yang Yu drawled, "so it is the Beastmaster sect, is it? And what of it?" Zhao Hui retorted, "If I were you, I would consider joining me at the Beastmaster sect. I assure you, I can secure you a favorable position." Yang Yu turned around and softly spoke, "Sister, let us depart." The three of them disregarded Zhao Hui and advanced towards the direction of the Xianling sect. At that moment, Zhuzi, perplexed, inquired, "Yang Yu, why is Zhao Hui persistently following us? Is he not supposed to be at the beast-taming sect? It is said that all 7 sects will convene at the Xianling sect this year." Yang Yu replied, "According to Sister Xiaojiao, it seems there is some significant announcement to be made." Not long after they had set off, Yang Yu appeared to hear a sound emanating from above her. As she glanced upward, it seemed that something was obscuring her view, and it came crashing down heavily. "Yue!" Yang Mingyun cried out. "Yang Yu!" Zhuzi exclaimed anxiously from the side. At that moment, they all realized that it was a little girl, around 6 or 7 years old, who had fallen onto Yang Yu. Fortunately, Yang Yu had acted as a cushion beneath her. Otherwise, the girl could have sustained serious injuries. Yang Yu gently lifted the little girl and set her down beside him, rubbing his sore cheek. "What brings you here, little one? How did you fall from the heavens?" The girl shook her head and looked at Yang Yu with gratitude. "Big brother, thank you for catching me. There's no need for thanks. But what is a child like you doing in these mountains?" Yang Yu inquired. "Big brother, I am from the Tao sect," the little girl replied cautiously. "I was just playing, and I lost track of my master. One moment of inattention, and I stepped into thin air and fell." "Tao sect?" Yang Yu murmured softly. "Well then, why don't you accompany us? We are on our way to seek a master, and you will surely be reunited with your teacher." "All right," the little girl exclaimed. "But I need to leave a message for my master." "Impressive," Yang Yu remarked. "You've learned some magic at such a young age." The little girl gently shook her head. "It's not magic. It's a communication talisman my master gave me." Before Yang Yu and the others could react, the girl took out the talisman and called out loudly, "Master, a big brother is taking me up the mountain. Please wait for me there." "Big brother, I still don't know your name," the little girl asked. "My name is Yang Yu, and this is my sister, Yang Mingyun, and this is brother Zhuzi." Yang Yu introduced them, then turned to Zhao Hui, who was behind him. "I am not familiar with this person. Doesn't he seem trustworthy? So it would be wise to keep your distance." "Yang Yu, you." Zhao Hui glared fiercely at Yang Yu. The little girl turned to Zhao Hui and, noticing his demeanor, remarked, "You certainly don't seem like a good person." "Big brother, my name is Zhang Linger. You can just call me Linger." Zhang Linger jumped down and looked at Yang Mingyun and Zhuzi. "I'm sorry if I scared you, Sister Mingyun and Brother Zhuzi." Yang Mingyun stepped forward to gently stroke Zhang Linger's head, affectionately saying, "It's all right. Fortunately, your error caught you, or it could have been perilous." Throughout the journey, Zhang Lingo seemed to have an endless stream of questions, and this was the first time Yang Yu encountered such a lively child. It was hard to imagine how a sect could cultivate in peace with a disciple like this. Upon arriving at the territory of Xianling sect, Yang Yu spotted a familiar face. "Brother Chanfeng." she exclaimed loudly. Yang Yu. Feng looked at her with excitement. You truly came. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Waiting for us? Yang Yu inquired with curiosity, glancing at Feng. Feng then noticed Zhang Lingo beside Yang Yu and exclaimed, Oh, who is this? After a brief look at Yang Mingyun and Zhuzi, he finally focused on Zhang Linger, muttering to himself, It's only been 2 years, this shouldn't be. Yang Mingyun immediately comprehended the implication of Feng's words, and her face flushed with embarrassment. Observing her reaction, the pillar seemed to grasp the situation as well, hastily clarifying. Brother Feng, it is not as you think. She is from the Dao sect. Oh, I see, Feng replied, a hint of apology in his tone. Please, follow me. Brother Feng, you still haven't explained why you were waiting for us, Yang Yu inquired. 2 years ago, after our first encounter, I relayed your circumstances to the senior brother, the senior sister, and the sect leader, Feng elaborated. They have taken a keen interest in you. Before Yang Yu could voice her curiosity, Feng, wearing a grave expression, posed a significant question. Yang Yu, would you be willing to join the Xianling sect and cultivate alchemy alongside me? Yang Yu never anticipated such a transformation over the course of 2 years. While she was willing, the art of alchemy eluded her understanding. No matter, Feng remarked. I see that you are in good health, especially with your abundant vital essence. You can assist me in experimenting with the elixir. What? Upon hearing this, Yang Yu realized she was to be a test subject for the potion. What nonsense are you spouting? A man approached from behind Feng. Feng quickly turned around and said, Senior brother, I had my eye on Yang Yu first. You cannot claim her. Zhang Linger remained silent, while Qi Hao merely chuckled softly, his gaze settling on Yang Yu. So you are Yang Yu? Yes. She replied softly, feeling a rush of nervousness. Do not be anxious. I am Qi Hao, the senior brother of the Xianling sect. Feng has already briefed me on your circumstances, he said reassuringly. After delivering his words, Qi Hao glanced at Yang Mingyun and the pillar before finally resting his gaze on Zhang Linger. If these two wish to join the Xianling sect for cultivation, they will likely only be able to enter the outer court, he concluded. Yang Yu exclaimed with excitement. Sister, we can go to the outer hospital. Yang Mingyun finally felt a sense of relief. As long as she could enter the Xianling sect, even the outer court would suffice. Qi Hao continued. What is the situation with this little girl? Is she also seeking to join the Xianling sect? No, Yang Yu hastily replied. We encountered her on the road. She belongs to the Dao sect. Upon the conclusion of Yang Yu's words, the disciples and apprentices gradually entering and exiting the vicinity were abruptly struck into silence. All eyes converging upon Zhang Linger. Qi Hao, regaining his composure, stepped forward to verify. Yang Yu, did you just say, this little girl is from the Dao sect? Indeed, Yang Yu replied cautiously, then turned to Zhang Linger, softly inquiring, Linger, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? You truly belong to the Dao sect? Big brother, I am not lying. I truly am from the Dao sect, Zhang Lingo proclaimed loudly. My master's name is Zhang Xuanyu. Yang Yu had previously heard this name from a drunken patron, knowing that this esteemed elder had encountered peculiar circumstances, yet he had not delved deeply into the matter. However, at this moment, observing the expressions of those around him, Yang Yu sensed that this Dao sect disciple was indeed extraordinary. Little ancestor, at last, I have found you. A steady male voice resonated from behind the crowd. Upon hearing this voice, Qi Hao was the first to step forward, parting the throng of people. Junior Qi Hao pays respects to Master Xuanyu, he stated solemnly. Master, Zhang Lingo called out, I am here. She then dashed into the embrace of a strikingly handsome man with resolute features. Where have you been running off to? Zhang Xuanyu remarked with a hint of exasperation. Had it not been for your message, I would have scarcely come. Zhang Lingo, landing on the ground, grasped Yang Yu's arm and exclaimed, Master. It was this big brother Yang Yu who saved me. Zhang Xuanyu surveyed the young man before him, his brow furrowing slightly as he spoke softly. Thank you, young brother, for rescuing my mischievous apprentice. Upon hearing Zhang Xuanyu acknowledge their master-apprentice relationship, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Most cast envious glances, while others harbored jealousy. Such as Zhao Hui, who stood behind Yang Yu. Yang Yu, feeling somewhat bashful, said, There's no need for thanks, esteemed elder. I merely saved Lingo by chance. At that moment, a feminine voice resonated from within the Xianling sect. Zhang Xuanyu, it has been a long time. Hearing this voice, Zhang Xuanyu hurriedly maneuvered past the crowd and stepped through the grand entrance of the Xianling sect. Master Mingli, it is indeed a pleasure to see you again. Zhang Xuanyu respectfully remarked. Dressed in a flowing white robe, Mingli appeared before everyone, exuding an ethereal presence reminiscent of a celestial being. With a swift motion, she stood before Zhang Xuanyu, halting his inclination to bow. As the current leader of the sect, you are no longer required to pay me such respects, Meng Li said in a serious tone. Zhang Xuanyu chuckled lightly. Master Meng Li, please do not jest. Even my master is your junior, let alone myself. After all, you are now the sect leader, so such formalities can be set aside, Meng Li responded. I have heard that you have finally taken on a disciple. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanyu's pride swelled. Indeed, Master Meng Li. I have brought Lingzhou specifically for you to meet. How wonderful, Meng Li smiled. Zhang Xuanyu then gestured for Zhang Lingzhou to approach. Yet Meng Li's gaze was distinctly drawn to Yang Yue, who stood beside her. Yang Yue seemed to sense that the gaze of the sect leader upon her was somewhat peculiar. Lingzhou, quickly, pay your respects to sect leader Meng Li, Zhang Xuanyu solemnly commanded. Disciple Zhang Lingzhou pays respects to sect leader Meng Li, Zhang Lingzhou stated with gravity. Meng Li scrutinized Zhang Lingzhou closely, and then involuntarily gasped. Ah, Zhang Xuanyu. Meng Li murmured softly, I once thought your fortune was unparalleled in this world. Yet it appears you have stumbled upon such a treasure. If anyone had harbored doubts about Zhang Lingzhou's talents moments prior, they were now dispelled by sect leader Meng Li's words. You jest, sect leader Meng Li. Zhang Xuanyu could hardly contain his excitement. It seems that in the grand competition of the immortal sects a decade hence, other sects will merely serve as the backdrop for this young child. Meng Li sighed softly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanyu hastily added, Rest assured, sect leader Meng Li. Lingzhou will not participate in the competition 10 years from now. Meng Li regarded Zhang Xuanyu, and then gently nodded, acknowledging that this would afford other sects a chance and would ultimately benefit the young one. Zhang Xuanyu leaned closer to Meng Li and whispered, Sect leader Meng Li. That young man must be here to seek a master, correct? Meng Li understood that the person Zhang Xuanyu referred to as Yang Yue. It seems you have encountered him already. Meng Li remarked softly, What do you think? Zhang Xuanyu turned his gaze to Yang Yue, at which point everyone noticed the two sect leaders focusing their attention on him. His talent is exceptionally high, Zhang Xuanyu whispered, but given his current circumstances, pursuing this path may prove quite challenging. Even you say so, Meng Li murmured. What if the Dao sect were to take him in? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanyu first took a step back and then waved his hand dismissively, saying, Sect leader Meng Li. You are aware of the Dao sect's regulations, and moreover, this young man is clearly here to seek you. Meng Li sighed ruefully. I certainly understand the rules of the Dao sect, but since you, the leader of the Dao sect, cannot take him in, I must ask for your assistance. Please speak. Sect leader Meng Li, as long as it is within my capabilities, I will not refuse, Zhang Xuanyu replied earnestly. At this moment, Zhang Lingzhou interjected, Master. Why can't big brother Yang Yue join the Dao sect? Zhang Xuanyu replied helplessly, Adults are speaking. Children should not eavesdrop. After this apprenticeship ceremony concludes, please stay behind to assist me, Meng Li said softly, and perhaps offer me some insights. Sect leader Meng Li. If even you are unable to help, what can I possibly do? Zhang Xuanyu sighed. Less talk, Meng Li gently urged, though your Dao sect may be few in number. Your methods are certainly not inferior to those of the Xianling sect. After all, you just agreed. You cannot go back on your word, lest your resolve falter. Zhang Xuanyu could only shake his head in helplessness, offering a wry smile. Meng Li turned her gaze towards Qi, signaling him to invite all those who had come to seek apprenticeship into the hall. Observing this, Qi proceeded to open the mountain gate, while Changfeng leaned closely against Yang Yue, incessantly whispering in his ear, Do not forget to visit my alchemy chamber. Yang Yue nodded gently. Just as the crowd entered the Xianling sect, a sinister wind suddenly swept through the sky, prompting everyone to look up. They beheld a group of practitioners clad in dark azure robes arriving in unison. Upon encountering this group of individuals, a surge of vitality coursed uncontrollably through Yang Yue's veins. Nevertheless, it appeared that Yang Yue had no intention of suppressing it. After all, his eyes were ablaze with fury. It is the beast-taming sect. Some of the newcomers exclaimed, How impressive! Look at the disciples of the beast-taming sect. Each one is accompanied by a magical beast, truly a display of dominance. Observing this, Zhao Hui leaned closer to Yang Yue and whispered, What do you think, Yang Yue? This is the beast-taming sect. It is not too late to follow me now. Yang Yue paid no heed to Zhao Hui. Her face still contorted with fury as she gazed at the disciple of the beast-taming sect hovering in the sky. Noticing Yang Yue's indifference, Zhao Hui approached her, intending to utter a few words. However, Upon meeting her piercing gaze, he was seized by trepidation and found himself unable to voice his thoughts. Yang Yue. Zhao Hui stammered. What? What do you intend to do? At that moment, the atmosphere in the plaza of the Xianling sect seemed to grow significantly colder, and many disciples felt a shiver run down their spines. Qi Hao, too, was acutely aware of the shift, but he understood that it was not merely a chill. It was an unmistakable aura of murderous intent. At this moment, Yang Yue appeared to be consumed by a murderous intent, causing even Yang Mingyun and Zhuzi beside her to be slightly affected. Upon witnessing this, Qi Hao hurriedly approached Yang Yue and whispered, "Calm down." No sooner had Qi Hao's words left his lips than Meng Li and Zhang Xuanyu simultaneously appeared at Yang Yue's side, each placing a hand upon his shoulder. Young man, I haven't properly thank you for rescuing my Linger earlier, Zhang Xuanyu remarked with a smile. Yang Yue found herself somewhat flustered by the sudden arrival of these two individuals, but fortunately, she managed to regain a semblance of composure. Reflecting that the master of Xian Yu had already expressed his gratitude moments ago, Meng Li retracted her arm and whispered in Yang Yue's ear, urging her to maintain control. Meng Li's gaze shifted towards the disciples of the beast-taming sect hovering above the Xianling sect, and her expression subtly altered, causing the disciples to experience an overwhelming sense of pressure. The magical beasts nearby could scarcely endure such formidable magical oppression, and they began to tumble down. Master Meng Li, why stoop to the level of the younger generation? A rough male voice suddenly resonated. Accompanying this voice was a powerful surge of spiritual energy attempting to contend with Meng Li. However, this was the Xianling sect, and as its leader, Meng Li would not allow the beast-taming sect to gain any advantage. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xianyu hastily pulled Yang Yue back to evade the unfolding tension. Thank you, esteemed senior. Yang Yue recognized her earlier lapse in demeanor. Remember, you are here to seek mentorship, not to act recklessly. Zhang Xianyu stated with gravity. It is only natural to be unsettled by the demeanor of the beast-taming sect. I too share your sentiments. Yang Yue did not expect the esteemed leader to utter such words. Why are you staring at me like that? Zhang Xuanyu remarked. They can act recklessly, yet I am not permitted to express a few words of reproach. Yang Yue laughed heartily, exclaiming, well said. The brief confrontation between Meng Li and the Beast Control sect came to a close, with numerous disciples of the Beast Control sect lying defeated before the gates of the Xianling sect. Meng Li, is such behavior not beneath your dignity? A man spoke in a grave tone. Chenning, do you recall where we are? Meng Li replied, turning away without affording any consideration to the leader of the Beast Control sect. At that moment, Zhang Xianyu stepped forward. Chen Zongman. It has been quite some time. Have you come to pay your respects with your disciples? You, Chenning, aware of his inferior cultivation compared to Zhang Xianyu, dared not say much more. Zongman Xianyu, you arrived rather early, Chenning remarked softly. I have heard that the Dao sect has begun to accept disciples after a century of dormancy. Indeed, it has been a long time, Zhang Xianyu sighed. Finding a suitable disciple is a challenging endeavor. In that case, why not let your beloved disciple make an appearance, so we may all witness this rare prodigy? Chenning suggested gently. Zhang Xianyu snorted coldly before turning to Zhang Ling'er. Ling'er, Chen Zongman wishes to meet you. Go forth. The manner in which Zhang Xianyu spoke felt somewhat awkward, as if the Beast Control sect had come specifically to pay homage to Zhang Ling'er. Zhang Ling'er strode confidently forward, standing before Chenning. Greetings, Chen Zongman. I am Zhang Ling'er. Observing Zhang Ling'er's relaxed demeanor, Chenning could not help but envy Zhang Xianyu for having such a remarkable disciple. At that moment, a disciple of the Beast Control sect slowly rose, suddenly reaching out. Upon noticing this, Yang Yue swiftly employed her cloud-enhancing technique to pull Zhang Ling'er back. What do you intend to do? Yang Yue shouted. You rural bumpkin. The disciple of the Beast Control sect retorted, what business is it of yours concerning my relationship with junior sister Ling'er? Yang Yue shielded Zhang Ling'er behind her and spoke in a grave tone. What do you have in your hand? Upon hearing Yang Yue's words, the disciple of the beast-taming sect's expression changed dramatically, swiftly concealing his hand behind him. Just as Yang Yue was about to step forward, another figure suddenly shot out. Zhang Xuanyu, disregarding his status, stepped forward and grasped the disciple's arm. Master Xuanyu, Chenning exclaimed loudly. Your status does not permit you to. Zhang Xuanyu paid no heed to Chenying's protest. With a firm grip, he revealed a small, translucent needle glimmering with faint green light in the disciple's hand. Holding the needle, Zhang Xuanyu noted the absence of spiritual energy fluctuations, explaining why he had sensed nothing. Turning to Yang Yue, he nodded gently. This was the second time she had saved Zhang Ling'er, and he understood the weight of this debt. Master Chen. Zhang Xuanyu's voice turned somber. Please explain. There was no room for negotiation in Zhang Xuanyu's statement. The aura between the two leaders was markedly different. Chen Ying stepped forward and struck the beast-taming sect disciple with a palm. The disciple spat out blood and collapsed to the ground. It is my failure in discipline. I ask for your understanding, Master Xuanyu. Before Chen Ying could finish, Zhang Xuanyu approached the fallen disciple. My sect has not taken in disciples for a century. Perhaps you all have forgotten what kind of place my sect is. As he spoke, Zhang Xuanyu plunged the needle into the disciple's body. Zhang Xuanyu. Chen Ying's face changed abruptly. Zhang Xuanyu turned, his expression calm as he addressed Chen Ying. My disciples shall not be humiliated, though few in number. If any of you are dissatisfied, feel free to test that. Seeing this, Meng Li stepped forward slowly. It appears this matter has reached its resolution. However, Master Chen, despite having many disciples, you must exercise better discipline. Discipline? Chen Ying retorted sharply, the wrongdoers are your disciples from the beast-taming sect. And the intended victim was a disciple of my sect. Now that the villain has been punished, do you intend to continue with your harsh measures, or shall I intervene? At this moment, Chen Ying could only swallow his anger, realizing the source of the turmoil lay with the suddenly appearing youth. He glared fiercely at Yang Yue. Boy, whose disciple are you? You clearly lack understanding. Before Yang Yue could respond, Zhang Lingzhou peeked out. What do you mean lack understanding? Your disciple attempted to harm me. And my brother Yang Yue saved me. Is there anything wrong with that? I believe this was your instruction. The chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Everyone was aware of who the mastermind behind this incident was. Yet no one dared to speak it aloud, except for Zhang Ling'er, who blurted it out without restraint. You little brat, do not speak carelessly, Chen Ying remarked. Why would I harm you upon our first encounter? It is because I am a disciple of the Dao sect. Zhang Ling'er boldly stepped forward, her demeanor radiating pride as she gazed at Chen Ying. The three sect leaders present were taken aback by the audacity of such a young girl to utter these words in such a setting. Chen Ying felt a tinge of embarrassment, for Zhang Ling'er's every utterance unveiled the truth. Master Xianyu, will you not intervene? Chen Ying implored. Master Zhang Xianyu cast a look of disdain at Chen Ying, retorting, what is there to manage? Did my disciple speak incorrectly? If you assert such a thing, I believe it is necessary for us to have a proper discussion. Chen Ying's words were abruptly interrupted as Zhang Xianyu approached Zhang Ling'er, gesturing dismissively. Do not converse with me. Your presence irks me. You, a revered sect leader. Chen Ying was once again interrupted by a female voice. She has clearly expressed her disinterest. Why do you persist in your folly? The crowd turned to see a group of female disciples entering the Xianling sect, with the foremost being Master Wang Yu of the Fengming sect. Master Wang, it has been a long time, Chen Ying reluctantly greeted her. However, Wang Yu merely nodded in acknowledgement without further comment. Wang Yu had previously met with Master Meng Li and Master Xianyu. It has indeed been a while. Wang Yu respectfully stated. It has been a considerable time, Meng Li softly replied. Master Zhang Xianyu, standing nearby, added in a low voice, long time no see. Master Wang. Wang Yu approached Zhang Xianyu, saying, Master Xianyu, it has been quite some time. How have you been? Zhang Xianyu intended to step back, but found himself hindered by Zhang Ling'er behind him. This must be the new disciple of the Dao sect, Wang Yu remarked softly, presenting a jade bracelet to Zhang Ling'er as a congratulatory gift. At that moment, even Yang Yu could discern that this jade bracelet was extraordinary. Seeing this, Zhang Xianyu reached out to take the bracelet, only to be halted by Wang Yu. What are you doing? A master attempting to seize their disciple's gift? Wang Yu stated, making it clear that the gift was intended for Zhang Ling'er, not him. Before Zhang Xianyu could respond, Wang Yu continued to Zhang Ling'er. If he dares to bully you in the future, feel free to seek me out. Wang Yu's words were accompanied by a glance towards Zhang Xianyu, who bore an expression of helplessness, unable to refute her. Thank you, sister, Zhang Ling'er replied softly. Sister. Zhang Xianyu began to say something, but upon witnessing Wang Yu's expression, he swallowed his words. What is it? Wang Yu turned to Zhang Xianyu. The child calls me sister. Do you have any objections? Zhang Xianyu spread his hands in resignation. No objections. You may decide as you wish. At that moment, Chen Ying, with a hint of mischief, interjected. It seems even Master Xianyu has his fears. Zhang Xuanyu and Wang Yu turned their gazes towards Chen Ying, their expressions shifting abruptly. Mind your own business. The two spoke in unison, leaving Chen Ying utterly perplexed. Zhang San. A voice boomed from outside. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanyu appeared significantly more animated. Li San. Soon after. A man led a group of disciples clad in black robes into the Xianling sect. The man at the forefront approached Meng Li San from the Luoyun sect. I pay my respects to sect master Meng Li. Meng Li chuckled softly. You all are masters in your own right. Why such humility? Li San lifted his head and laughed heartily. Sect master Meng Li, please do not take offense. After all, my master is your junior. I dare not act presumptuously in your presence. Meng Li sighed wryly. The way you speak makes me seem quite aged. Li San smiled. Sect master Meng Li, your demeanor surpasses the past, and your beauty remains undiminished. Yet, as a junior, I must adhere to the proper etiquette. Li San, the master of Luoyun sect, appeared to be a jovial man, yet his thoughts were remarkably astute. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu stepped forward. Li San, you are late. Li San glanced around. Where am I late? I am not the last to arrive. By the way, congratulations. After a century, you have finally taken on disciples. Let me see them. Zhang Xuanyu burst into laughter and brought Zhang Linger before Li San. Linger, this is Senior Li San. Zhang Xuanyu leaned in to whisper something into Zhang Linger's ear. She nodded earnestly and stepped forward, extending her hand. I am Zhang Lingo from the Dao sect, grateful for your gifts, Senior Li San. The latter part of her statement was undoubtedly instigated by Zhang Xuanyu. Li San laughed heartily at Zhang Linger and nodded approvingly. Ah, your disciple is indeed extraordinary. After these exchanges, Li San unsheathed his sword. Zhang Xuanyu's brow furrowed slightly as he hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. This is unacceptable, he said solemnly. I merely spoke in jest. At this moment, not only Zhang Xuanyu but also Meng Li, Wang Yu, and even Chuning drew closer. Master Li, you aren't planning to. Chuning murmured. Li San glared at Chuning. Get lost. Your presence irritates me. How can you, as the master of Luoyun's sect, speak so rudely? Chuning retorted. Rude? Li San replied softly. If we weren't at Xianling's sect right now, I would settle some scores with your beast-taming sect. Zhang Xuanyu inquired gently, what is the matter? Li San exhaled deeply and pointed at Chuning. This scoundrel allowed his disciples to plunder the monster beast forest for intercourse, consequently drawing all the aggrieved monsters to Luoyun's sect. Upon hearing this, the first to react was not the masters but the disciples behind them, Yang Yu and Qi Hao, who quickly stepped forward. Yang Yu, do not act impulsively. Qi Hao said in a hushed tone. Yang Yu did not anticipate that upon arriving at the Xianling sect, her vital essence would seem to have been triggered by some unseen force, rendering it wholly unresponsive to her commands. Sensing the subtle shift within Yang Yu, the gathered masters turned their attention towards her. I apologize, master. This disciple who has come to seek guidance appears to be experiencing a disruption in her vital energy. I will escort her away for the time being, Qi Hao declared solemnly. Yue, how are you feeling? Yang Mingyun inquired with urgency. A disruption in vital energy? Chuning remarked, casting a puzzled glance at Yang Yu. Yang Yu cast a glance at Chuning, showing no sign of fear. Meng Li understood the situation immediately and nodded. If that were the case, it would be best to take a moment to rest. Wait, Chuning exclaimed loudly. This kid has issues. What issues? Both Zhang Xianyu and Zhang Linger inquired in unison. Chuning looked at them helplessly and softly replied, what does my matter with this kid have to do with you two? Just as Chuning took a step forward, Li San suddenly blocked his path. Li sect leader, what do you intend to do? Chuning asked, his face dark with concern. If I am not mistaken, this should be your first time meeting this boy, right? Li San turned to glance at Yang Yu and then nodded gently. Indeed, it is my first encounter. However, since this young man has managed to provoke you to such a degree, I shall stand by him. You, Chuning spoke in a low voice. Li San then looked at Zhang Xianyu. Zhang San, what has this boy done to incite your anger? Zhang Xianyu recounted the incident where Chuning had attempted to harm Zhang Linger, and he did not hold back on Yang Yu's act of saving her. Li San, slightly excited, turned to Yang Yu and gave him a thumbs up. Impressive, young man. Rest assured, if the beast-taming sect dares to harm you in any way today, I, the sect leader of the Falling Cloud sect, will resign. Hearing this, Meng Li shook her head helplessly, while Wang Yu, who had also heard of Yang Yu's previous actions, stood beside Li San. After all, you are the sect leader of Falling Cloud, and in front of so many disciples, you dare to speak such words? Wang Yu remarked with exasperation. Isn't it rare to encounter such a bold youth? Li San said, glancing at Yang Yu. Your name is Yang Yu, right? Would you be interested in joining the Falling Cloud sect? Li San. You. Chuning shouted. I practice swordsmanship in the Falling Cloud sect. Think it over. Li San completely ignored Chen Ying's presence. I can personally teach you. Upon hearing this, not only the disciples of Falling Cloud sect, but everyone present was taken aback. Who could have anticipated that the sect leader of Falling Cloud would make such an offer, suggesting he would personally impart knowledge? Meng Li merely smiled at this, while Qi Hao quietly remarked, "Sect leader Li, have you forgotten that today is the day for recruiting disciples for the Xianling sect?" Li San looked at Qi Hao, then turned to Meng Li, and suddenly burst into laughter. I see. It seems I have been presumptuous. My apologies, sect leader Meng Li. Meng Li lightly waved her hand, then turned her gaze to Qining, "Sect leader Qin, ever since your arrival at the Xianling sect, you have stirred up quite a few troubles. If you wish to observe the ceremony, please behave yourself, if you would be so kind." Although Meng Li's words sounded like a question, the palpable surge of spiritual energy around her made Qining reluctant to speak further, prompting him to retreat. "Yang Yue, you truly are a troublemaker, always provoking sect leader Qin's displeasure." Dream Li spoke softly. "It appears necessary to impart some proper teachings to you, so that you may possess discernment when encountering these sect leaders in the future." As her words fell, an unparalleled silence enveloped the Xianling sect, as if the crowd had collectively forgotten to breathe. This statement unmistakably indicated Dream Li's intention to take Yang Yue as her disciple, and coming from her lips, it was evident that she wished to personally mentor the young one. "Master Dream Li, what do you mean?" Qining inquired, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Dream Li. "Master Qin, I believe my previous remarks have been quite explicit," Dream Li replied gently. "This child has demonstrated remarkable qualities since ascending the mountain, not only in character but also in bravery, which I trust you have also perceived." Qi Hao nudged Yang Yue lightly. "You foolish lad, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and pay your respects to your master." In a moment of bewilderment, Yang Yue found herself at a loss for words, while nearby, Zhang Xuanyu lent a helping hand, deftly flicking his fingers to target Yang Yue's knee. Yang Yue immediately knelt down. Zhang Xuanyu, noticing that Yang Yue still seemed somewhat bewildered by the situation, hurried forward and whispered a few words to her. Yang Yue turned her head to look at Zhang Xuanyu, her expression still one of disbelief. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and pay your respects," Zhang Xuanyu said. "Disciple, Yang Yue, pays respects to master," she stammered. Meng Li stepped forward to help Yang Yue up. "Very well, return to rest for now. If you have any questions, simply approach Qi Hao." "Meng Li, it is my understanding that you have not taken a disciple for nearly a century," Qining remarked softly, pondering what exceptional qualities this young individual might possess. Meng Li turned to Qining, her expression becoming grave. "Chief Qin, I must remind you that this is my Xianling sect's matter regarding the acceptance of disciples. The method and choice of disciples is entirely our concern." Qining was perplexed, unable to comprehend what made this white-haired youth so unique that all the sect leaders were rallying to support him. Zhao Hui, on the other hand, wore a dazed expression, seemingly unable to fathom Yang Yue's extraordinary fortune. At that moment, two crisp footsteps approached from outside the mountain gate. The newcomers were two men, Zhang Wanning from the Shindao sect and Wu Qiankuan from the Lingzhou sect. Zhang Wanning, exuding righteousness, approached Meng Li respectfully. "Zhang Wanning of the Shindao sect, I pay my respects to Master Meng Li." "Wu Qiankuan of the Lingzhou sect, I pay my respects to Master Meng Li," added Wu Qiankuan. Meng Li nodded gently. "Since everyone is here, please take your seats." At this juncture, Li San stepped forward. "Master Meng Li, I apologize, but I have a personal matter to attend to. It will be quick." Meng Li did not object, but Qining furrowed her brow. "Li Master, what exactly are you planning? What are you anxious about?" "I am not seeking you out," Li San replied softly. "Our matters do not need to be resolved on such an occasion." With that, he approached Zhang Linger. "Come, child, this is a token of our first meeting." Zhang Xuanyu initially intended to intervene, but upon seeing Li San's determination, he refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, Wu Qiankuan from the Lingzhou sect gazed wide-eyed at the sword that had been following Li San. "Li Master, what is the meaning of this?" he inquired softly. "The Dao sect has accepted disciples for a century. Zhang San and I are friends, so presenting a token of our first meeting is quite ordinary," Li San replied solemnly. Zhang Wanning of the Shindao sect calmly remarked, "Li Master, that falling cloud sword should be your sect's treasured artifact. Are you truly giving it away so easily?" Li San looked at the sword in his hand and merely smiled. "A weapon does not represent my falling cloud sect." "Li Master is indeed generous," Wu Qiankuan said quietly. "It is said that the falling cloud sword is comparable to a celestial-grade treasure." Li San chose to ignore this, focusing instead on Zhang Linger, pointing to the falling cloud sword. "Linger, the treasures are splendid. They are ultimately external possessions. The Dao sect has never relied on such things. Do you comprehend my words? Zhang Linger gently spoke while cradling the falling cloud sword. Linger understands. Li San turned his gaze towards Zhang Xuanyu and sighed. It seems that all the grand opportunities in this world have been encountered by you. Although this was Li San's lament, the admiration from the other sect leaders towards Zhang Xuanyu was palpable. Master Mengli, I have taken up some time. My matters have been resolved, Li San remarked. Mengli nodded lightly, her gaze fixed on Li San, as if their exchanged glances held deeper significance. Esteemed guests, the recruitment of disciples in the Xianling sect has never been overly complicated. You may showcase your abilities at will, Mengli declared. Even if one is not suited for the Xianling sect, there are many masters present who would gladly take on disciples. Following her brief address, Mengli returned to her seat of authority. At that moment, Changfeng approached Mengli and spoke softly, Master. I have also taken a liking to Yang Yue. Mengli chuckled lightly. I am well aware of your intentions. This matter shall be left to Yang Yu's discretion. Should he wish to proceed, I shall not hinder him. But remember, moderation is key. Upon hearing this, Changfeng eagerly nodded and then sought out Yang Yue, who was beside Qi Hao. Yang Yue, I spoke with Master. Changfeng said excitedly. If you are willing, you may come to my alchemy chamber. Changfeng, you wouldn't be planning to use me as a test subject, would you? Yang Yue replied softly. What do you mean by Changfeng? Address me as senior brother, Changfeng insisted. Yang Yue, the essence within your blood is extraordinarily unique, which results in your physique being unlike that of ordinary individuals. Therefore, using you as a test subject for elixirs would undoubtedly be the best choice. Changfeng's words left Qi Hao beside them somewhat speechless. Changfeng, you spend all this time merely extolling your own benefits to junior brother, Qi Hao remarked. Changfeng, momentarily taken aback, then looked at Qi Hao and responded, but, senior brother, I sought out Yang Yue precisely because he is the only one capable of withstanding the effects of the elixirs. Naturally, it is advantageous for me. Yang Yue has come to a new understanding of Changfeng's forthrightness, yet she does not harbor any disdain for such candor. After all, Changfeng's words are spoken from the heart, devoid of any pretense. Qi Hao, with a look of resignation, turned to Changfeng, indicating, what I mean is, you haven't mentioned at all the benefits that our junior disciple can attain. Changfeng, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched the back of his head. I must admit, I did forget. Junior disciple, the advantage you may gain from this process is that you can absorb the efficacy of the elixirs through your own abilities. Qi Hao remained exasperated and then turned to Yang Yue. Junior disciple, although Changfeng's statement might seem inconsequential to you, I feel it necessary to clarify. Changfeng looked at Qi Hao with anticipation, for Qi Hao's actions clearly indicated he was advocating for him, which naturally delighted Changfeng. Changfeng is the most gifted disciple in alchemy at the Xianling sect, a fact even acknowledged by their master. Qi Hao continued. If you can harness your own strength to absorb the elixirs crafted by Changfeng, it would greatly benefit your cultivation. Indeed, that is the essence of it, Changfeng affirmed. So that is how it is, Yang Yue said, turning to Changfeng, senior brother Changfeng. Will these elixirs endanger my life? After a moment of contemplation, Changfeng replied softly. The master has just instructed us not to overreach, so your life will not be at risk. However, upon hearing Changfeng's however, Qi Hao's expression shifted. What do you intend to do? Changfeng gently patted Yang Yue on the shoulder. Senior brother, the condition of the junior disciple's essence blood is unprecedented. If we do not challenge the limits, would that not be a waste? You just mentioned that the master advised against overextending, Qi Hao retorted helplessly. Indeed, the master did say that, but I never explicitly agreed, and he surely knows I will not adhere strictly to his counsel. Changfeng turned to Yang Yue and added, thus, I do not intend to follow his advice to the letter. However, this matter is not urgent. Once the junior disciple can perfectly absorb the effects of the elixirs, we can then consider more perilous trials. Observing Changfeng's earnest demeanor, Yang Yue seemed to have made up her mind. Senior brother Changfeng, I am willing to test the elixirs for you. Splendid, Changfeng exclaimed. The commotion from this side drew the attention of the various sect leaders. So this is the prodigious alchemist, Changfeng? Zhang Xuanyu inquired softly. Zhang Xuanyu even remembers Changfeng, Mengli remarked. It seems she intends to recruit Changfeng to the Dao sect. Zhang Xuanyu sighed. I did indeed once entertain that thought, but upon reflection, it appears that the Xianling sect is more suited for this prodigy. Zhao Hui quietly approached the beast taming sect, where several disciples had already recognized him as the scion of the Zhao family. Qining, however, paid no heed to whether Zhao Hui would join the beast taming sect, not even casting a glance his way. This indifference only intensified Zhao Hui's jealousy, even stirring thoughts of eliminating Yang Yue. Yang Mingyun and Zhuzi successfully joined the Xianling sect, becoming disciples of the outer court. Numerous young scions from prestigious families, upon encountering Zhang Xuanyu of the Dao sect, were eager to join the Dao sect. However, Zhang Xuanyu exhibited no hesitation and rejected them all. Master Xuanyu, with so many talented youths, do you not find it regrettable that they seek to join the Dao sect? Qining remarked softly from the side. The Dao sect has its own principles. It only accepts one disciple, and if none are deemed suitable, it prefers to remain without. Zhang Xuanyu replied solemnly. If you wish to take them in, Master Chen, feel free to do so. His words rendered Chun Ying's expression particularly grim, as these individuals had never even considered joining the Beastmaster sect. Wu Qiankuan stepped forward and voiced, Master Xuanyu, shouldn't the Dao sect's rules be reconsidered? After all, your sect is facing a dearth of talent. Even if the Dao sect were to be left with only myself, I must ask, who would dare to come? Zhang Xuanyu's tone was devoid of compassion. Li San stood up and addressed Wu Qiankuan, Master Wu, by what authority do you propose altering the Dao sect's rules? As the master of Lingbao sect? You. Wu Qiankuan's gaze turned fierce. Li San appeared undeterred by Wu Qiankuan's menacing glare, continuing, if that is all you have to offer, it may not hold sufficient weight for the Dao sect. Wu Qiankuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his stare on Li San. Master Li, as the head of the Luoyun sect, you have even lost your sword. Do you truly wish to debate the matter of weight with me? Li San let out a cold laugh. It seems my previous words to Lingzhou went entirely unheard by you. While magical artifacts are indeed valuable, their efficacy depends on the wielder. If the person is inadequate, everything is doomed. Zhang Xuanyu interjected with a smile. Li San, from whom did you learn such wisdom? It appears to hold some merit. You too. Wu Qiankuan barked sternly. Yang Yu seemed to sense an unusual aura suddenly manifest, hastening forward to investigate. Before long, a golden sword blade appeared out of thin air in Wu Qiankuan's hand. At this moment, Qining stepped forward, exclaiming, Congratulations, Master Wu. You have acquired yet another magical artifact. Li San remarked, I am eager to witness how you, without your sword, managed to lead the Falling Cloud sect. Wu Qiankuan replied in a deep tone, Dreamily, your expression betrays concern, especially since we are still within the territory of the Xianling sect. And Wu Qiankuan has audaciously chosen to provoke. Observing this, Li San turned to Dreamly and gently shook his head, signaling that he could handle the situation. Although Dreamly intended to intervene personally, she reconsidered upon seeing Li San's demeanor. Li San narrowed his eyes slightly, extending two fingers that transformed into the edge of a sword. Facing the onslaught of the golden sword light, he exhibited no fear whatsoever. Humph! Wu Qiankuan scoffed. To think you could rely on your fingers to wield a sword, you underestimate the power of my artifact. Li San paid no heed to Wu Qiankuan, directing his fingers forward as a surge of vigorous sword intent coalesced at their tips, even causing Yang Yu beside him to feel an intense killing intent. Break! Li San softly commanded. The two forces clashed, yet Li San remained steadfast in his position, his fingertips subtly entwined with a hint of sword intent. Zhang Xuanyu, witnessing the scene, promptly rose to congratulate him. It's been a while since we last met, and I see you have made remarkable progress. Li San retracted his arm, casting a helpless glance at Zhang Xuanyu. I still fall short compared to you. Just as Yang Yu remained uncertain about the outcome of this contest, the golden sword blade suddenly shattered into fine powder, as if it had never existed. Wu Qiankuan staggered back a step, his complexion pale. He could hardly fathom that Li San, devoid of a weapon, could exhibit such sword intent. Returning to his seat, Li San looked at Dreamly and said, My apologies, Master Dreamly, for causing you trouble once more. Dreamly chuckled lightly. Not at all. Witnessing your advancement brings me great joy. Congratulations. Li San then turned his gaze towards Chen Ying, who stood beside Wu Qiankuan. Master Chen, we must settle our affairs in due time. His display elicited joy among the many disciples eager to apprentice under him. Yet Li San showed little interest in accepting Yang Yu or any of the aspiring students. Zhang Xuanyu approached Li San, whispering, You should accept a few. It would be a gesture of goodwill. Are you not considering passing on that sword intent? Li San waved his hand dismissively. What is there to teach? No matter how it is passed down, it remains my sword intent. Such things must be comprehended personally. Learning from others holds little value. Sighing, Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, Whom do you intend to accept? Li San replied with a soft sigh. The practice of swordsmanship differs fundamentally from other disciplines, so my remarks pertain exclusively to the teachings of the Falling Cloud sect. Kindly refrain from causing me further trouble. Yang Yu appeared to still be in a daze from the recent competition. Beside her, Qi Hao gently nudged her and inquired, "Junior sister, what is the matter?" Yang Yu turned her head to glance at Qi Hao, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "Senior brother, that was truly remarkable." Qi Hao, aware that Yang Yu lacked a spiritual root, surmised that she was astonished by such a spectacle. He then inquired with curiosity, "Pray tell, what was so impressive about it?" After a brief pause, Yang Yu softly remarked, "In that fleeting moment, two swords were thrust forth in succession, each exuding a distinct aura." Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Qi Hao wore a perplexed expression. "Wait, did you just say two swords?" At this moment, the closest sect leaders turned their gazes towards the silver-haired youth. Qi Hao, naturally aware of the leader's reactions, then shifted his attention to Meng Li, as if seeking her counsel. Meng Li merely shook her head gently. Observing this, Qi Hao subtly tugged at Yang Yu's sleeve, saying, "Little junior sister, let us discuss this matter further at a later time." Yang Yu nodded, her face still radiating excitement as she mused. "Is there a possibility that I could become so formidable?" Li San's gaze shifted from Yang Yu to Meng Li, offering a meaningful look before congratulating her. "Congratulations." Sect leader Meng Li. Meng Li smiled but offered no reply. Instead, Zhang Xianyu leaned closer to Li San and whispered, "Are they truly two swords?" Li San glanced at Zhang Xianyu with a resigned expression. "As the leader of the Dao sect, you should be aware that our newly acquired disciple is also present." "How dare you ask such a question?" Zhang Xianyu, appearing unconcerned, replied, "What of it? If one cannot discern, then one cannot. Please enlighten me. Are they indeed two swords?" With a long sigh, Li San gently nodded, though a hint of regret lingered in his eyes. "What is that expression?" "I believe that among everyone present, aside from that young one, no one has discerned the two swords," Zhang Xianyu commented. "You should feel elated." Having reached such a level of cultivation, Li San looked at Zhang Xianyu with a troubled expression. "If you don't understand, it's best to refrain from speaking." Meng Li softly interjected, "Xianyu has not delved deeply into swordsmanship. It is likely he does not comprehend its intricacies." Li San appeared somewhat ashamed. Recalling that the sword intent had originally manifested in two forms, yet the second was waning. Meng Li nodded gently, indicating that one more sword intent was still needed. And crucially, it was this final sword intent. Li San nodded in agreement, then turned to Zhang Xianyu. "Look at how insightful sect leader Meng Li is. Now compare that to yourself." Zhang Xianyu rubbed his chin and remarked, "Isn't it simple? Can't you just comprehend that final sword intent?" "Such understanding does not come easily," Li San replied, "yet this young child has managed to perceive the subtleties within. Quite impressive." Meng Li stated calmly, "Sect leader Li, do not rush. Once matters here conclude, we may remain behind. I too wish to inquire how Yang Yu discerned this." Li San concurred. "I share that sentiment." Zhang Xianyu nodded in agreement. "I had already promised sect leader Meng Li to stay, though I am also quite curious about the sword intent." At that moment, Chening stepped forward and cleared his throat. Before he could speak, Li San rolled his eyes and said, "If you have something to say, say it. Stop that unnecessary coughing." Li San was already in a foul mood over the sword intent issue, and Chun Ying's presence only exacerbated his displeasure. "Sect leader Meng Li, I have another matter I wish to discuss regarding our visit to the Xianling sect," Chening stated. Meng Li replied softly, "What is it, sect leader Chun?" "The Tiger King of the Beast Forest has fallen. What are your plans regarding the Beast Forest?" Chun Ying asked solemnly. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu, who had been lost in thought, immediately changed her expression. "What does sect leader Chen intend to do?" Meng Li inquired. "It is time to reclaim the Beast Forest for ourselves." Chening spoke softly. "Return to our hands?" Li San cast an irritated glance at Chening, questioning when the monster Beast Forest had ever belonged to the 7 major sects. There is no need for the sect leader to concern himself with such trivialities. "If there are no objections, we may proceed from today," Chening stated. Zhang Xuanyu rose and said in a deep voice, "This matter is not approved by the Dao sect." "Xuanyu, what do you mean by that?" Chening inquired. "First and foremost, the existence of the monster Beast Forest far predates the 7 sects," Zhang Xuanyu replied gently. "It is already unacceptable for you, sect leader Chen, to indulge your disciples in disturbing the monster Beast Forest. Are you still not satisfied?" "Xuanyu, one cannot speak in such a manner," Chening countered. "The monster Beast Forest is currently a leaderless entity. If that is the case, why can we not leaderless entity?" Li San sighed. "If it were truly a leaderless entity, you, Chening, would have seized it long ago without needing to consult us. Do you think I am unaware?" With a sullen expression, Chening glared at Li San. "Sect leader Li, why do you defend those beasts?" "Defend the beasts?" Li San scoffed. "Sect leader Chen, have you forgotten how your sect was founded? Without these beasts, Do you truly believe your beast-taming sect could survive? Watch your words, sect leader. Qining said sternly. Am I wrong? Lei Jie stepped forward. Your ancestors treated the beasts far better than you do. At the very least, they regarded them as companions and comrades. Just look at how your beast-taming sect treats them now. Are you implying that regarding the ownership of the monster beast forest the Fallen Cloud sect does not agree? Lei Jie said gravely, the monster beast forest does not belong to the 7 sects. Without it, the 7 sects would not have developed to this day. Meng Li stepped forward with a smile directed at Qining. At this moment, all eyes turned to Meng Li, seemingly awaiting her words. Sect leader Qin. You should be aware of my acquaintance with the Tiger King of the Monster Beast Forest, correct? Meng Li spoke softly. Sect leader Meng. I am indeed aware of this matter, but the Tiger King has already fallen. If that is the case, Zhang Xuanyu sighed bitterly. Are you suggesting that if one day an accident were to befall you, we could seize the beast-taming sect? Lei Jie grinned wickedly, if necessary. Such an accident could occur today. Sect leader, Meng Li spoke again, this matter cannot be endorsed by the Xianling sect. The Phoenix Christ sect does not agree. Wang Yu murmured. The Divine Path sect does not concur, Zhang Wanning added. Sect leader Wu, what about you? Lei Jie turned to Wu Qianquan, asking with a sly tone. Wu Qianquan let out a cold snort. I agree. Since it is a leaderless entity, why can't we utilize it? Everyone should not be so rigid in their thinking. Yang Yu etched the 2 figures before him into his memory, feeling an overwhelming urge to rush forward and eliminate them. However, he lamented his current lack of capability. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue relishing the captivating narrative. Qihao seemed to sense the impending shift in Yang Yu's demeanor and hastily intervened, urging, calm yourself, junior disciple, our master will decide. Lei Jie laughed heartily, declaring, it appears the matter is clear. The 2 of you intend to join forces to assault the Beastmaster Forest. Who does not know the treasures abound in the Beastmaster Forest? Without a leader, they shall be unable to withstand our onslaught. Disciples of Luoyun sect, heed my command. Lei Jie proclaimed with authority. From this moment forth, we shall guard the Beastmaster Forest. Any intruders from the Beast Tamer sect or the Spirit Treasure sect attempting to seize treasures shall be met with merciless retribution. Understood. We shall obey the master's orders. The disciples of Luoyun sect echoed loudly. Lei Jie, you, Qining exclaimed, his expression darkening. Are you truly willing to oppose us over a mere handful of magical beasts? Lei Jie scoffed. Qining, you misunderstand. I merely disapprove of your methods. Opposition is not the term to use. Thank you, sect leader Li, for your righteous intervention. A voice, ethereal and somewhat distant, resonated from above the Xianling sect. Who goes there? Qining shouted, hiding in the shadows. Are you afraid to reveal yourself? No sooner had Qin Ying's words left his lips than a few black feathers began to drift down from the sky, revealing a strikingly handsome figure suspended in midair. Yang Yu immediately recognized the individual as Xian Yu, who had vanished for 2 years. Thank you, Master Li, for stepping forth for the sake of the Beast Forest. A female figure appeared beside Xian Yu. Qian emerged as expected, her exquisite beauty unaltered, though her gaze towards Qining turned unusually fierce. Master Li's kindness shall be remembered by the Beast Forest. A robust man appeared next to Xian Yu, his icy stare fixed on Qining. Master Qin, we have searched everywhere for you. Why have you come here? Xian Yu spoke softly. Upon seeing the 3, Qin Ying's expression changed dramatically. You 3 demons dare to trespass into Xianling's sect. His words clearly indicated he intended to hand Xian Yu and the others over to Meng Li for punishment. Meng Li, however, was not oblivious to Qin Ying's scheme, and she stepped forward gracefully. May I inquire what brings you 3 to seek Master Qin today? Her succinct inquiry returned the question to Qining. After all, Xian Yu had already stated their purpose explicitly. Xian Yu took a step forward, bowing respectfully and solemnly stating, Master Meng Li, we have come here not to cause trouble, but to discuss the issues between us and Master Qin. Meng Li chuckled softly, glancing at Qining. Since they are here to see you, why not let you resolve this matter? Qining was taken aback, not expecting Meng Li to refrain from intervening. Master Meng Li, these 3 demons cannot simply be let go. It is fortuitous that our 7 sects are gathered here, so why not? Why not what? Lei Jie interjected irritably. Did you not hear? They have come to find you. Why not explain what transpired between you that led them to come here to confront you? Master Li's point is indeed reasonable, Xian Yu softly remarked. Qining, you have allowed your disciples to invade the Beast Forest and recklessly hunt magical beasts. Should we not come to an understanding regarding this matter? Qining, Qi Yun declared with a grim face, prepare to pay with your life. Just as Qi Yun was about to strike, a golden ribbon suddenly blocked her path. Xian Yu cast a cold gaze towards the man beside Qining. Master Wu, it seems this matter is intertwined with your Lingzhou sect as well. You dare to question me, a mere demon? Wu Qianquan replied in a deep voice. Masters, are you simply going to watch as these 3 demons commit atrocities? Commit atrocities? Mo Yuan scoffed. In the 2 years that have passed, I doubt the 2 masters are aware of how many magical beasts have been slaughtered by your disciples. Who is truly committing atrocities? Qi Yun retorted. Hearing their words, Yang Yu appeared close to losing control of her fury, her face flushed as if her vital essence were on the verge of exploding. Qi Hao, noticing her state, hurriedly suppressed her inner energy. Junior sister, what is the matter? In this situation, you must remain calm. At this moment, Yang Yu could no longer heed Qi Hao's words. While Yang Mingyun and Zhuzi anxiously surrounded her. Changfeng, the calming pill. Qi Hao uttered softly. Without hesitation, Changfeng retrieved a small wooden vial and poured out a pill. After consuming the calming pill, Yang Yu's condition began to improve, though her body seemed entirely filled with vitality, her skin turning a deep crimson. Changfeng, take the junior disciple back first, Qi Hao instructed gently. No, senior brother, I won't go anywhere. Yang Yu struggled to articulate. Sensing Yang Yu's aura, Xuanyu and the others turned their gazes towards her. Observing her transformation, they realized that further provocation could expose Yang Yu's identity to the world. Seeing this, Xuanyu turned to Mingli and bowed respectfully, saying, Sect Master Mingli, we had no intention of disturbing your sect. Today's intrusion was indeed unintentional. Qining seemed to sense Xuanyu's trepidation, interpreting his words as a sign of retreat, and quickly interjected, Sect Master Mingli, we must not let the tiger return to the mountain. The trio fell silent, their fierce gazes once again fixed upon Qining. And an overwhelming demonic aura erupted from them, as if it could shroud the entire monster beast mountain range. Qining was taken aback by the formidable power they exhibited together. The earlier golden ribbon trembled in response to this oppressive force. The onlookers were equally affected, their blood surging under the weight of this intense pressure. Xuanyu extended his arm and, with a grasp into the void, materialized a silver-white orb in his hand. The sight of the orb left everyone in attendance astonished. The inner pill, Qining exclaimed gravely, recognizing it as belonging to the white serpent. Xuanyu tossed the inner pill towards Mingli, saying, Sect Master Mingli, this is our congratulatory gift. Please accept it. Mingli accepted the inner pill, noting the lingering scent of blood, indicative of a beast that had recently fallen. This gesture ignited a fierce glint in Qin Ying's and Wu Qianquan's eyes, as they longed to seize the inner pill for themselves. To everyone's surprise, Mingli showed no reluctance and graciously accepted the gift. The Xianying sect thanks the 3 of you, Mingli said softly. Should the monster beast forest require assistance, do not hesitate to inform us. Sect Master Mingli, what do you mean by that? Qining asked hastily. Sect Master Chun, I have made my intentions clear, Mingli replied, her tone turning serious. I am an old acquaintance of the Tiger King of the Monster Beast Forest, as you are all surely aware. Aiding them is the least I can do for an old friend. Sect Master Mingli, do you comprehend the implications of your words? Wu Qianquan inquired solemnly. Mingli smiled lightly. I am fully aware of what I say, and I will take responsibility for it. There is no need for Sect Master Wu to remind me. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu stepped forward and gazed at Wu Qianquan. Master Wu, do you comprehend why the Lingzhou sect has begun to decline since your ascension to the position of sect leader? What did you say, Zhang Xuanyu? Wu Qianquan exclaimed, evidently struck at a sensitive point, his voice rising in agitation. Zhang Xuanyu maintained a demeanor of calm indifference. Master Wu, I harbor no ulterior motives with my words. I merely wish to remind you that while the materials for crafting artifacts are indeed significant, one must not contravene the principles of the celestial order. Zhang Xuanyu, Wu Qianquan retorted angrily, what qualifications do you possess to judge me, a person who has achieved their current status by mere fortune? With a wry smile, Zhang Xuanyu shook his head, choosing to say no more. You can endure such insults? Li San murmured from the side. I have already said all that I can. Zhang Xuanyu replied helplessly. I can't simply go over there and cripple his cultivation. Humph, if you won't, I certainly won't tolerate him. Li San turned to Wu Qianquan. You truly dare to speak in such a manner, relying on luck. Just imagine, even if your master were alive, would he dare to make such an assessment of Zhang Xuanyu? He has insulted our sect. Before Wu Qianquan could finish, Xian Yu sighed softly. Master Zhang is clearly attempting to guide you. How can you be so utterly unable to discern right from wrong at your age? What a shame for someone in your position. You wretched monster. Wu Qianquan fumed, Since when did it become your place to reprimand me? Zhang Xuanyu turned to Xianyu, who was not far away, and nodded gently. Upon receiving a nod in return, Xianyu suddenly leaped down in front of Wu Qianquan, much to the astonishment of those around. You claim to be devoid of wrongdoing, yet you refuse to believe it. In that case, we cannot have come here in vain. Xianyu spoke softly. Consider this a form of assistance, although you may also interpret it as retribution. As soon as Xianyu finished speaking, his expression shifted dramatically, and in a flash, he charged forward. Wu Qianquan could scarcely perceive Xianyu's movements, frantically attempting to utilize his magical artifact to defend himself. A golden ribbon shot towards Xianyu, but its speed was utterly eclipsed by Xianyu's. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Xianyu was merely dancing around Wu Qianquan, yet the afterimages he left behind were imbued with an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. Yang Yu recognized the technique being employed. It was indeed the cloud-treading method. However, at this moment, the manifestation of Xianyu's execution seemed to give form to his murderous intent. Xianyu seized the golden ribbon with a swift motion, prompting a faint smile to grace Wu Qianquan's face, though it quickly morphed into an expression of shock. With a slight exertion, Xianyu tore the golden ribbon asunder, and suddenly, a plume of gray flames ignited in his hand. The ribbon lost its original hue, slowly descending to the ground, transformed into a mere rag. Wu Qianquan gazed in astonishment at the tattered cloth, then gradually lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Xianyu, declaring, "You monstrous being. My Lingzhou sect, and you are irreconcilable." Zhang Xuanyu leaned closer to Li San and whispered, "Is that treasure particularly valuable?" Li San replied with a resigned expression, "You seem to care little for anything outside your Dao sect's possessions." Zhang Xuanyu softly continued, "You know I never utilize such items, thus I lack any research on them. Pray tell, what is this treasure truly like?" Observing Xianyu's actions, Li San felt a tremor within. In essence, it was not inferior to the falling cloud sword. "What?" Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed. "Isn't this tantamount to condemning Wu Zhongmin to death?" Li San gently shook his head. "Not quite. But alas, this treasure, despite its caliber, still lacks spirit. This is the predicament Wu Qianquan now faces." Zhang Xuanyu lamented, "His focus lies elsewhere. What a pity." Xianyu leaped back, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Wu Qianquan. "Zhongmin, this treasure requires further refinement." "Xianyu," Wu Qianquan spoke in a low, fierce tone. "Do you dare to destroy my Lingbao?" Xianyu let out a wry laugh. "Zhongmin, does this quality truly merit being called a Lingbao? Why deceive oneself?" Zhang Xuanyu inquired softly once more, "Is this Black Crow also named Xianyu? I sense you have not taken on disciples in over a century. Perhaps not even left the Dao sect." Li San responded with resignation. Zhang Xuanyu chuckled awkwardly, "Indeed, I seldom descend the mountain, as I have yet to find a worthy disciple and lack the inclination to wander." "He does share a resemblance to your name," Li San remarked. "These three individuals are no ordinary figures. The reason the Beastmaster Forest has not succumbed entirely since the fall of the Tiger King is due to their presence." "Oh, I see," Zhang Xuanyu mused. "Yet, Xianyu's technique feels particularly unique, almost reminiscent. The murderous intent exhibited through this technique," Li San stated solemnly, "is indeed formidable. Had Xianyu not held back, Wu Qianquan might have sustained severe injuries by now." As Wu Qianquan readied another treasure, Zhang Xuanyu sighed deeply. "Zhongmin, let us cease this matter here. Crafting treasures is inherently challenging, so why pursue this path?" "Zhang Xuanyu, do you not see what he has just done?" Wu Qianquan proclaimed loudly. "Master Wu, though I am not well versed in the art of artifact forging, I have heard that this path is fraught with challenges, requiring not only exceptional talent but also immense fortune." With a bitter smile, Wu Qianquan continued, "Indeed, I cannot claim to possess extraordinary gifts. Yet in the realm of artifact crafting, I am worthy of being deemed a prodigy of this era." Observing Wu Qianquan's demeanor grow increasingly despondent, Zhang Xuanyu intended to offer words of comfort but was halted by Li San. "Master Wu, it appears you believe that your cultivation has been hindered by a lack of fortune," Li San remarked. "Is it not true?" Wu Qianquan replied somberly. "If fortune had favored me, I would not be at a standstill, unable to forge those transcendent artifacts. It is utterly laughable." Xianyu interjected softly. "To blame ill fortune for one's own failings while harboring a flawed heart is quite absurd." "You." Wu Qianquan's eyes blazed with indignation, his brows furrowing as he glared at Xianyu. "What do you know, you mere anomaly?" Xianyu responded gravely, "While I may lack knowledge in artifact forging, I have encountered numerous exquisite treasures, many of which came from your master. Compared to yours, though your master's artifacts may not possess the same rank, They certainly do not fall apart so easily. Anomaly. How dare you mention my master? Wu Qianquan retorted in a low voice. Your master was a good man. Xian Yu sighed. In his lifetime, he never harmed a beast while crafting artifacts. Yet look at you. The entire Lingbao sect emanates a stench of blood. Wu Qianquan's expression shifted slightly. He understood that Xian Yu spoke the truth. Wu Qianquan, allow me to reveal another matter, Xian Yu continued solemnly. The protective array of the Beast Forest was crafted by your master. Impossible. Wu Qianquan could scarcely comprehend such a revelation. At that moment, Qining furrowed his brow. The two had spent considerable time studying the protective mechanism and had found no suitable methods to dismantle it, ultimately resorting to a brute force assault. Have you considered that the very mechanism you have been assaulting for so long originated from your master? Xian Yu queried. But this is not your fault. Surely you have forgotten much of what your master taught you. You speak nonsense. Wu Qianquan retorted. How could I ever forget my master's grace? If you have not forgotten, perhaps you should turn your gaze upon the artifacts of your disciples. Xian Yu's gaze hardened. Which one is not built upon a foundation of countless bones? Wu Qianquan appeared to be struck at his core, unwilling to confront the evasive eyes of his disciples. Xian Yu then turned to Chen Ying, Master Chen. Let us conclude for today. The grievances between us can be settled another time. As Xian Yu turned around, he cast a fleeting glance in Yang Yu's direction, a gesture unnoticed by the others. He then departed with Qi Yun and Mo Yuan. Wu Qianquan's expression was somber as he gazed at the shattered artifact, seemingly diminished in his role as sect leader. Observing this, Zhang Xuanyu stepped forward and spoke softly. Sect leader Wu, I did not finish my previous statement. There remains one last point. Wu Qianquan, with a bitter countenance, looked at Zhang Xuanyu and urged, please, go on. Although the crafting of artifacts demands exceptional talent and immense fortune, these aspects are not the most critical, Zhang Xuanyu articulated. The essence lies in possessing a pure heart. Wu Qianquan trembled slightly as he regarded Zhang Xuanyu, exclaiming, how could you possibly know? Zhang Xuanyu chuckled gently, your master, the venerable elder song, once instructed me to convey these words to you at the appropriate moment. It appears he has already spoken them himself. Master. Indeed. He mentioned this when I first entered the sect. Wu Qianquan's gaze was filled with remorse as he looked at Zhang Xuanyu. Sect leader Xian. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I hope you will forgive. Zhang Xuanyu shook his head lightly. Sect leader Wu, nothing has transpired. Merely some artifacts were damaged. Surely, you do not dwell on such matters, do you? Wu Qianquan cast another glance at the tattered remnants on the ground and sighed deeply. Yes, a failed artifact is but a loss. One must look ahead. Having spoken thus, Wu Qianquan bowed to Mengli and took his leave from the Xianling sect. Subsequently, Chen Ying realized his plans could not proceed, and after exchanging pleasantries, he too departed from the Xianling sect. Zhang Wanning, the leader of the Shun Dao sect, had remained silent throughout, yet he had managed to recruit numerous disciples, seemingly indifferent even to those without spiritual roots. After the departure of the Shun Dao sect, Wang Yu of the Fengming sect was about to voice something when he noticed Zhang Xuanyu still lingering nearby. He inquired, why do you still remain? Zhang Xuanyu pointed to himself, me? Sect leader Meng forbids my departure, claiming there are matters to discuss. Wang Yu turned to Meng Li, but before he could speak, Meng Li softly interjected, Xiao Yu, if you intend to stay, it would be fortuitous to do so together. This left Zhang Xuanyu somewhat awkward. Li San, standing nearby, asked, Sect leader Meng, do you require my assistance? Meng Li replied, if sect leader Li is willing, it would be most welcome. Li San stated, then it is settled. I shall remain to keep him company. Zhang Xuanyu rolled his eyes, retorting, if you would just speak properly, there would be no embarrassment. After the others departed, Meng Li led the group back to the grand hall of the Xianling sect. As Qi Hao prepared to escort Yang Yu away, Meng Li called out to them. You too shall remain. Dreamly whispered softly. Qi Hao wore a look of resignation, seemingly reluctant to partake in their discussion. Master, it seems rather inappropriate for me and junior brother to be present while you confer with the various sect leaders, Qi Hao murmured. Dreamly, well aware of her disciple's temperament, understood his underlying thoughts all too well. This matter is inherently linked to your junior brother. Without your presence, it would prove quite challenging, Dreamly replied gently. Moreover, although I have taken him as my disciple, the instruction must still come from you. At that moment, Zhang Xianyu leaned closer to Qi Hao, wearing a mischievous grin. You, having spent so much time by his side, must have gathered some insights, and now it seems fleeing is no longer an option. Master Xianyu, your words elude my understanding. Qi Hao replied quietly. Zhang Xianyu continued in a hushed tone. If after such a long duration you remain oblivious, then as the elder brother of the Xianling sect, you have truly failed in your duties, seeing that he could no longer conceal the truth. Qi Hao let out a deep sigh. Master Xianyu, from the implication of your words, it seems you are aware of the situation? Zhang Xianyu sighed softly, saying, initially, I was unaware. However, once the mysterious figure of Xianyu appeared and exhibited that peculiar movement technique, my suspicions were aroused. Furthermore, it appears you and Master Dream Li have been intent on concealing matters. Master Xianyu, the other leaders are oblivious to this. Please, do not. Qi Hao urged, pulling Zhang Xianyu aside and speaking in a low voice. I understand. Rest assured, Zhang Xianyu replied softly. However, having this young man in your midst is not a sustainable solution. What are the two of you discussing? Li San inquired softly. Why are you conspiring behind our backs? Nothing of consequence. Merely some idle chatter, Zhang Xianyu replied. Once all the sect leaders were seated, Dreamly gently spoke. I have summoned you all today to seek your counsel on a particular matter, Master Dreamly. You flatter us, Li San said respectfully. What matter could possibly require your inquiry? Indeed, Master Dreamly. What is it that necessitates our input? Wang Yu asked with curiosity. If a person possesses a rather unique constitution, lacking spiritual roots, and thus unable to cultivate spiritual energy, yet their blood vitality is exceedingly robust, Dreamly spoke softly. How might one navigate such a situation to achieve successful cultivation? Master Dreamly. The solution is quite simple. One must focus on body refinement. Upon hearing this, Li San exclaimed impulsively. Zhang Xuanyu and Wang Yu turned their gazes towards Yang Yu, who stood beside Qi Hao. Li San, with his boisterous personality, seemed momentarily caught off guard, and then softly remarked, Master Mengli, why do you suddenly ask this? Under such circumstances, it is not conducive to cultivation. Sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat delicate, Li San abruptly fell silent, shifting his gaze to the side where Yang Yu was. Suddenly, he rose and approached Yang Yu. Could it be? Before Yang Yu could utter a word, Li San placed his hand on her shoulder, seemingly employing his spiritual sense to probe something. Moments later, he hastily withdrew his arm, his face a portrait of astonishment. Impossible, Li San exclaimed. How can this be? He turned to Zhang Xuanyu, asking, Zhang, have you ever encountered someone like this? His vital essence is even more vigorous than mine. Since Xianyu had deployed the cloud treading technique, he had already deduced Yang Yu's identity with considerable accuracy. But upon hearing Li San's words, his expression shifted dramatically. Young man, may I inquire if I might investigate further? Zhang Xuanyu inquired softly. Yang Yu nodded gently, seemingly unfazed. Zhang Xuanyu did not place his arm upon Yang Yu's shoulder, but merely observed her with his gaze, before nodding slightly. However, as Zhang Xuanyu turned away, his expression shifted dramatically, the shock evident upon his countenance. After regaining his composure, he glanced towards Meng Li, the sect leader. This is truly staggering. Wang Yu appeared disinclined to approach for further investigation, as the expressions of Li San and Zhang Xuanyu had already conveyed everything, and it was unnecessary to question the astonishment that even Zhang Xuanyu felt. Meng Li cleared her throat and addressed the assembly, esteemed guests. I have summoned you to devise a solution, not to pry into my disciples' affairs. Qi Hao muttered softly from the side, they have already investigated. Why didn't the master mention it sooner? Meng Li's gaze swept over Qi Hao, prompting him to fall silent immediately. Li San stepped forward, sect leader Meng. It seems we can only pursue physical cultivation. Yet I am unfamiliar with the methods for controlling vital blood. Indeed, if the vital blood were unusually vigorous, physical cultivation would be the only recourse. However, the technique specific to vital blood cultivation. Wang Yu found himself at a loss. Xuanyu, what is your perspective? Meng Li inquired softly. Zhang Xuanyu paused for a moment before approaching Yang Yu, asking, Yang Yu, what is your purpose in cultivation? Purpose? Yang Yu echoed, seemingly uncertain of his own intent in cultivation. Qi Hao interjected, Master Xuanyu, the junior disciple is still quite young. He may not fully grasp the concept of cultivation. Indeed, Zhang Xuanyu mused, stroking his chin, there could be myriad reasons, such as, to grow stronger, to attain longevity, or perhaps something entirely different. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. Yang Yu merely shook his head gently. In his understanding, these matters seemed never to have been considered. Zhang Xuanyu turned to look at Meng Li, the leader of the sect, and boldly inquired, is it absolutely necessary for you to take this child under your wing? His words caused a subtle shift in the countenance of those present. Meng Li rose and approached Yang Yue, affirming, "Yes, it is absolutely essential." Upon hearing this declaration, Yang Yue felt a stirring within, his gaze softening considerably. The other leaders were equally astonished by Meng Li's unequivocal response. "Xuanyu, why do you ask?" Meng Li inquired softly. "Well, it's not of great significance," Zhang Xuanyu replied. "If it were not imperative for you to take him, I would, for once, break tradition and bring him back to the Dao sect." His statement left everyone in a state of shock. Zhang Xuanyu was willing to defy the very rules established since the sect's inception in order to take Yang Yue away. Is it simply because this child does not understand the purpose of his cultivation? Meng Li questioned. "That is one reason," Zhang Xuanyu responded. "More importantly, I do not foresee a future for the Xianling sect with this child." Meng Li's expression shifted dramatically, while Li San instinctively took a step back. "Zhang San, what you just said regarding the Xianling sect and this boy," Li San stammered. Zhang Xuanyu waved his hand lightly, reassuring, "It is of no consequence. Fortunately, nothing has come of it. Otherwise, I fear I may not return to the Dao sect this time." Meng Li stepped forward, grasping Zhang Xuanyu's wrist, her brow furrowed. "I sought your assistance, yet you seem to be acting recklessly." "Meng Li, how is he?" Wang Yu hurriedly asked. "Indeed, it is nothing serious," Meng Li replied softly. "However, his breath is somewhat erratic. Ensure he sits down. After all, he is a sect leader. He should not be in such a state." Wang Yu guided Zhang Xuanyu back to his seat and proceeded to examine his condition. "Zhang Xuanyu, you." Wang Yu's words trailed off, her expression one of disapproval. Li San turned to Yang Yue, saying, "Young lad, it seems you possess remarkable abilities to have brought him to this state. You will have much to recount in the future." At this moment, Yang Yue was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. She turned to her senior brother Qi Hao and asked, "Did I do something wrong?" Qi Hao gently shook his head and replied, "No, Master Li was merely jesting." Li San then softly inquired, "Yang Yue, cultivating the body is arduous and far more painful than ordinary practices." "I am not afraid," Yang Yue stated resolutely. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xianyu seemed to grasp something, offering a bittersweet smile. "It appears you have made up your mind." The others listened intently as Meng Li spoke softly. "Is there truly no other method besides body cultivation?" With a deep sigh, Zhang Xianyu recounted. "There was once a predecessor in our Dao sect who aspired to undertake a path never before ventured by anyone throughout history, dual cultivation. Why do I not recall this predecessor?" Li San asked solemnly. "It is quite simple. This Dao sect elder ultimately failed," Zhang Xianyu replied quietly. "Most practitioners like us tend to choose the path of qi cultivation, which involves refining one's inner self to influence external energies." Zhang Xianyu directed his words towards Yang Yue, and the atmosphere grew tense among the gathered individuals. For their vast experience made them acutely aware of the daunting challenges this path entailed. However, your current predicament renders you incapable of condensing qi, a critical flaw. Thus, you must rely on the cultivation of your essence blood to achieve the effects of body refinement. As for whether this will impact your inner self, frankly, I am uncertain, as I have never traversed this path myself. Just as Yang Yue was about to respond, Zhang Xianyu interjected, "I understand what you wish to say. You believe you can endure the hardships and pains involved, yet this path harbors a far more perilous flaw." Noticing Zhang Xianyu's growing concern, Li San hastily asked, "What flaw?" "Experience," Zhang Xianyu sighed. "Whether it is myself or Master Meng Li, whenever a disciple deviates in their practice, we can usually identify the issue and provide guidance. However, with body cultivation, we are at a loss." Upon hearing Zhang Xianyu's words, Yang Yue became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. She had already sensed the power of essence blood, yet it was equally a double-edged sword. At that moment, Li San spoke up, "Do not paint the situation so grimly. You are scaring the child." His words eased the tense atmosphere somewhat. "Yang Yue, what Zhang San says does hold some truth," Li San continued, "but you need not overthink it." "Do you know why?" Yang Yue gently shook her head and inquired, "Why?" "Haha, because you have no choice," Li San jested. "Aside from this path, there are no alternatives available to you, unless you choose to cease your cultivation, which would certainly simplify matters for us all." "What kind of talk is that?" Zhang Xuanyu said helplessly. "This concerns the child's future. Of course, it must be considered carefully." "Consider what nonsense," Li San retorted with a laugh. "Yang Yue, I don't care what your purpose in cultivation is, even if you think it's simply amusing at this moment. If you wish to pursue it, then do so. If you perish, so be it. What is the matter?" As soon as Li San finished speaking, the various sect leaders exchanged wry smiles. One must admit, from a certain perspective, it is indeed remarkable for Li San, as a leader, to possess such a mindset. I understand, sect leaderly, Yang Yue replied softly. Excellent. Li San boomed with laughter. As long as you comprehend. Should you require any assistance in body refinement in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out at the Falling Cloud sect. Sect leaderly, how did you know? The moment I laid eyes upon you, I knew you were even more stubborn than I. Li San chuckled. But that is a good thing, with your character. You may traverse this path further. Li San. Zhang Xuanyu seemed to sense something amiss with Li San. This feeling had already emerged since his arrival. Meng Li stepped forward. Yang Yue, should you not express your gratitude to sect leaderly? No need, Li San replied solemnly. If this child encounters any misfortune in the future, it will be entirely my fault today, and I hope that sect leader Meng will not hold it against me then. Meng Li gently shook her head. The path is one the child has chosen for herself. Naturally, I will not blame sect leader Li. However, is there something else, sect leader Meng? Li San inquired softly. Have you truly made your decision, sect leader Li? Meng Li asked earnestly. Upon seeing the intensity in Meng Li's gaze, it felt as though his resolution had been seen through. Haha, Li San chuckled. I have made my decision, and I shall not regret it. However, upon seeing this child today, I suddenly wonder if perhaps a few more years might not be too late. Meng Li turned to Yang Yue. Yang Yue, how about you cultivate for a few more years at the Xianling sect, and then visit sect leader Li at the Falling Cloud sect? Sect leader Meng, there is truly no need. Before Li San could finish, Yang Yue firmly declared, as a disciple, I shall certainly cultivate diligently. Sect leader Li, please wait for me. Li San observed the sincerity in Yang Yue's expression and then let out a wry smile. This child. Very well, for your sake. I shall wait a bit longer. After all, it seems you have indeed seen through my sword intent. Speaking of which, I am curious. How did you manage to discover the sword intent I concealed? Yang Yue smiled and remarked, it is the essence of my blood that has experienced 2 successive fluctuations. Although the second was somewhat feeble, it was nonetheless sufficient to cause me considerable discomfort for a time. I had no idea that the essence of blood could possess such an effect. Li San continued to inquire, Yang Yue, could you elaborate on your sensations regarding the second strand of sword intent? The onlookers could hardly fathom that the esteemed leader of the Luyun sect was seeking counsel from Yang Yue. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yue remarked in a low voice, reminiscent of splashes of water. Splashes of water, indeed. Li San chuckled ruefully, acknowledging that the sword intent was indeed incomplete. Not quite so, sect leader Li, Yang Yue interjected. Though the splashes may be minor, they could very well precipitate a great wave. Sect leader Li laughed heartily. I shall take your auspicious words to heart, dreamily. In that case, I bid you farewell. Young friend Yang Yue, I shall await your visit to the Fallen Clouds sect. Sect leader Li, I assure you that I will visit the Fallen Clouds sect. Yang Yue responded earnestly. Zhang Xuanyu cast a helpless glance at Li San's retreating figure. Alas, how could he leave so abruptly? The matter remains unfinished. For sect leader Li, it appeared that his affairs had been resolved. Wang Yu remarked, it seems that Yang Yue has indeed lent him a hand. Zhang Xuanyu turned to Yang Yue and softly inquired, Yang Yue, what prompted you to say those words just now? What words? Yang Yue asked, intrigued. About visiting the Falling Cloud sect to seek him out. Did you sense something? Zhang Xuanyu probed gently. At that moment, all eyes in the room turned to Yang Yue. I sensed that sect leader Li's mood was somewhat somber. It felt as though he was ready to forsake everything to pursue a certain endeavor. Yang Yue articulated. Dream Li gazed at Yang Yue in astonishment. After all, the changes in Li San were evident to the sect leaders, yet this child, who had never practiced cultivation, had also perceived the anomaly. Such insight was truly remarkable. Well then, the matters here with Dream Li have been settled. So I shall take my leave, Zhang Xuanyu announced as he rose. Can you truly return like this? Wang Yu expressed concern. There is nothing to worry about. My aura has stabilized, Zhang Xuanyu reassured softly. Do not leave just yet. Please have your disciple come in, Dream Li suggested. Qi Hao, go fetch Chong Feng, she instructed. Qi Hao stepped out of the grand hall first, and soon returned with Chong Feng in tow. Chong Feng, is there more? Dream Li asked, a hint of shyness in her voice. Chong Feng nodded, yes, master. Zhang Xuanyu observed the master-disciple duo with curiosity, pondering the nature of their cryptic exchange. How many do you have? Dream Li asked cautiously. Currently, there are 7 left, Chong Feng replied. Might you gift me 3? Dream Li inquired. No one could have anticipated that the leader of the Xianling sect would request medicinal pills from Chong Feng. Chong Feng produced a pale green wooden box from his robe, which subtly emitted a fragrant aroma. Zhang Xuanyu's expression shifted dramatically, as he seemed particularly intrigued by the wooden box before him. Xianyu, why are you not going to call your disciple? As Mingli spoke, she cast a glance at Changfeng. This elixir, I intend to present it to Xianyu's disciple. I wonder if you... Changfeng glanced at Zhang Xianyu and nodded in acknowledgement. Oh, it's quite all right. Just ensure caution during consumption, as this batch of elixirs possesses rather potent effects. Zhang Xianyu ushered Zhang Ling'er into the room and quietly inquired, Master Mingli, what exactly is this elixir? Though I am affiliated with the Dao sect, I have certainly heard of Changfeng's prominence in the Xianling sect. Mingli sighed with a bittersweet smile. Xianyu, to be honest, I do not know the name of this elixir, and even the formula is incomplete. Zhang Xianyu gazed at Changfeng with astonishment, for the aura emanating from the wooden box was far from that of an unfinished product. However, there is no need for concern, Mingli reassured Changfeng. Fortunately, with the child's assistance, Changfeng has managed to restore the elixir to its original form using the incomplete formula. Changfeng cast a somewhat sheepish glance at Zhang Xianyu. Master Xianyu, you must be present when consuming this elixir. Even I am uncertain of its complete effects. Mingli nodded gently. Indeed, including myself, 3 individuals from the Xianling sect have consumed this elixir. Qihao and Pan Pan have also tried it, though their results were not particularly pronounced. Master Mingli, what effects does this elixir have upon consumption? Zhang Xianyu asked with a hint of anxiety. After I consumed it, I was able to stabilize the hidden injuries and chaotic energies I had accumulated over the years, Mingli responded gravely. Though the process was somewhat intense, a bead of sweat trickled down Qihao's forehead. My situation was far more agonizing than my master's. Indeed, it boosted my cultivation, but it nearly rendered my abilities useless. Zhang Xianyu took the elixir from Mingli's hand, sensing an unusual restlessness emanating from it. Is it developing sentience? He inquired hastily. Not entirely, Changfeng replied. It remains within a controllable range. Zhang Xianyu glanced at Changfeng, then at Mingli. You, my friend, I must commend you. Changfeng looked at Mingli with confusion, as Qihao stepped forward and softly said, Master Xianyu is praising you. Zhang Xianyu gently pushed Zhang Ling'er towards Changfeng and instructed, Ling'er, express your gratitude to Brother Changfeng. Ling'er, thank Brother Changfeng, Zhang Ling'er said softly. Changfeng smiled at her and reiterated, Master Xianyu, you must be by Ling'er's side when she consumes this elixir. Zhang Xianyu nodded earnestly and, before departing, turned to Changfeng. By the way, Changfeng, how is your cultivation progressing these days? The gentle breeze carried an air of awkwardness as Changfeng scratched his head, realizing they had entered the latter stages of foundation establishment. Zhang Xuanyu's foot hovered in midair, and he thought to himself, how disheartening it is to see such disparity among people. Is it truly possible for someone at the foundation establishment level to concoct such a remarkable elixir? Mingli, with a bittersweet smile, confessed her own confusion regarding the matter. Logically speaking, with Changfeng's cultivation level, he lacked the spiritual energy necessary to complete the creation of this pill. Zhang Xuanyu shook his head in resignation, agreeing with the sentiment. Indeed, Changfeng, perhaps you should consider taking on disciples. It would be beneficial for you to impart your knowledge at Dao sect. Certainly, I would be delighted to. Changfeng replied with enthusiasm. As long as it pertains to alchemy, I am at your service. Zhang Xuanyu chuckled lightly, sighing. Ah, the alchemy enthusiast. But that is rather commendable. After Zhang Xuanyu departed with Wang Yu, Mingli turned to Changfeng, apologizing. I regret that I required 3 of your elixirs in one go. I shall find a way to compensate you. There's no need for that, Master, Changfeng responded. The elixirs I refine are meant for consumption. He lamented. It is unfortunate that the pills I create are difficult for the brothers in the sect to absorb. Qihao let out a heavy sigh, saying, Changfeng, this is truly not your fault. It is our issue. At this moment, Yang Yu stepped forward and spoke in a low voice. Senior Brother Changfeng, do not worry. I am in good health and shall be perfectly fine. Changfeng nodded earnestly, saying, Master, my junior apprentice has already agreed to assist me in alchemy and to help test the medicinal herbs. Please ensure your safety, Mingli advised. This chapter is not yet complete. Kindly turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Changfeng nodded once more and then produced a wooden box from his robe. It appeared similar to the previous medicinal pill, yet the fragrant aroma emanating from this box was distinctly more potent. Junior apprentice, this is a token of our first meeting, Changfeng declared. Mingli and Qihao, who stood nearby, could not help but marvel at the fact that such precious medicinal pills could be so casually gifted by Changfeng. Yang Yu gently inquired after taking the item. Senior brother, shall we partake now? Changfeng glanced at Meng Li, then at Qi Hao, before softly responding. Let us eat. Changfeng, wait. Qi Hao's words were left unfinished as Yang Yu opened the wooden box and promptly consumed the elixir. Observing this, Meng Li swiftly approached Yang Yu, exclaiming, Changfeng, I was just about to say, be cautious. Before Meng Li could finish her warning, Yang Yu's entire being flushed a deep crimson, yet her demeanor remained relaxed. Changfeng stepped forward, carefully asking, Junior brother, how do you feel at this moment? Yang Yu lowered her gaze to her flushed arms and softly remarked, I feel a warmth in my abdomen, as if a gentle current is meandering through my body. What about the rest? Qi Hao inquired anxiously, is there any discomfort? After a brief pause, Yang Yu gently shook her head. No, in fact, it feels quite pleasant. As soon as Yang Yu's voice fell, several strands of black and white patterns unexpectedly appeared on her flushed skin. Meng Li looked at Yang Yu in astonishment and then asked in a hushed tone, Yang Yu, to what extent have you cultivated the tiger stripes? Yang Yu wore a look of astonishment, for this tiger stripe had been imparted to him by Mo Yuan, and thus far, it seemed that only Xian Yu and Qi Yun were privy to this knowledge. Hurry and speak, Meng Li urged anxiously. Yang Yu dared not conceal anything. She had yet to reach the first layer. To this day, she was unable to channel her vital blood to the central Dan position. Meng Li was once again astonished, exclaiming, You actually chose such a method to cultivate the tiger pattern. What audacity! Master, Yang Yu whispered, have I practiced incorrectly? Meng Li offered a wry smile. You have not erred in your practice. However, it seems that this elixir has indeed facilitated your progress to the first layer of cultivation. Is that true? Yang Yu exclaimed with excitement. But I don't seem to feel anything. Meng Li sighed deeply. And herein lies the dilemma. The operation of vital blood is quite perplexing, even for me to elucidate. However, judging by your flushed complexion, it is highly likely that it is a manifestation of your vital blood's activity. Hearing this, Yang Yu immediately calmed her mind to perceive the circulation of her essence and blood. After a brief moment, her complexion gradually returned to normal, and the intermingling black and white patterns completely vanished. Junior brother, how do you feel? Changfeng inquired softly. This elixir is truly remarkable. Yang Yu replied in a low voice, it actually invigorates my essence and blood. Master, Qi Hao gently questioned, why does this elixir feel peculiar? It seems that the effects vary for everyone who consumes it. Indeed, Meng Li responded solemnly. For me, it resolved the lingering issues of hidden injuries and breath that have troubled me for years, while for you, it aids in enhancing your cultivation. As the two conversed, Yang Yu's skin once again underwent a transformation. Black and white patterns re-emerged across her body, yet this time, they appeared to shimmer with a radiant glow. Yang Yu's expression contorted in agony. Junior brother, Qi Hao exclaimed urgently. Meng Li hurriedly stepped forward, channeling her spiritual energy to suppress Yang Yu's restlessness. Yang Yu's silvery white hair flowed gently as she slowly raised her head and unleashed a thunderous roar that astonished everyone present. From her throat emanated a sound akin to a tiger's roar. Witnessing this, Meng Li promptly activated a formation to isolate the sound. Outside the Grand Hall, the disciples of the Xianling sect seemed to sense something amiss. I think I just heard something. Pan Pan whispered. It sounded like a tiger's roar. Sister Pan Pan, you must be mistaken. How could there be a tiger's roar at the Xianling sect? Meng Li's formation, designed to muffle sound, nearly shattered under the force of Yang Yu's bellow. The intricate patterns on Yang Yu's body vanished once more, but this time, she fainted on the spot. Changfeng, visibly anxious, rushed to her side. Master, what has happened to Junior brother? Just a moment ago, everything seemed fine. Meng Li, equally perplexed, noted that Yang Yu had indeed been perfectly well after consuming the elixir and had successfully reached the first level of the tiger pattern. Realizing this, Meng Li's expression shifted slightly as she softly murmured, could it be the tiger pattern? As she sensed Yang Yu's breath gradually stabilizing, Meng Li allowed herself to relax somewhat. You too, take Yang Yu back to rest and proceed from the rear, she instructed with a serious tone. I must visit the Beast Forest. Qi Hao refrained from questioning further, as he had evidently grasped Yang Yu's true identity by now. However, Changfeng looked at Meng Li with confusion. Master, what is your purpose in going to the Beast Forest? Is there a way there to assist Junior brother? Qi Hao pulled Changfeng away from the hall, remarking, Changfeng, you truly focus solely on alchemy and neglect everything else. What do you mean, Senior brother? Changfeng inquired, have I done something wrong? Qi Hao gently shook his head, saying, "It's not about being wrong. But regarding Yang Yu assisting you with the medicinal trials, I suggest you give more thought to her condition." Seeing Chang Feng still wear a bewildered expression, Qi Hao added, "It's all right if you don't understand now. Once junior brother awakens, we can decide then." Upon arriving at the Beast Forest, Meng Li felt a wave of nostalgia. In the span of 2 years, the forest had indeed undergone significant changes, primarily marked by the remnants of destruction wrought by disciples from other sections. Shortly after Meng Li entered the forest, Xian Yu, Qi Yun, and Mo Yuan appeared in succession. "Sect Master Meng Li, what brings you here?" Xian Yu inquired solemnly, "Is it concerning the young master?" "Do not rush," Meng Li replied. "There has been a slight issue with that child, but it has been resolved for now." "What has happened to the young master?" Qi Yun asked urgently. "How much do you know about the issue concerning his blood?" Meng Li questioned with a serious demeanor. The three exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison. "Even you are unaware." Meng Li sighed softly. "He has reached the first level of the tiger pattern." Xian Yu, with a smile of excitement, exclaimed, "This is good news. Why do you look so troubled?" Meng Li forced a smile. "It's not as fortunate as it seems." Everything was going smoothly until he inexplicably unleashed the tiger pattern a second time, followed by a roar. "Do you still consider it good news?" "What?" Xian Yu gasped. "What is the young master's current state? Do the people of the Xianling sect know of this?" Meng Li gently shook her head, suppressing her voice just in time. However, if he could not even control himself in this situation, the method of blood essence cultivation was indeed perilous. Qi Yun glanced at Xian Yu, suggesting that perhaps it would be best to bring the young master back. "Given your current circumstances, it is impossible for you to protect him." Meng Li spoke softly. "I did not come here to discuss sending Yang Yu back, but I fear that the Xianling sect may be powerless regarding the blood essence cultivation method. Master Meng Li, we are grateful for your willingness to take the young master as your disciple. As for the blood essence matter, we will take responsibility." Qi Yun replied gravely. "You?" Xian Yu exclaimed in exasperation. "Surely, you do not include me?" "What?" Qi Yun rolled his eyes. "Do you have any objections? Are you not aware of our current predicament?" Xian Yu retorted. "Do you truly believe Qining will simply let go of this matter? Is he more important than the young master?" Qi Yun questioned sternly. Xian Yu sighed deeply. "Have you heard the nonsense you are uttering? What does importance have to do with this? The Beast Master Forest is engaged in battle with his beast-taming sect, and the young master is relatively safe. We cannot afford to split our focus. Both of you." Meng Li furrowed her brow, urging them to cease their quarrel. "I will return and contemplate a solution. If you require assistance, you may seek help from the Xianling sect, and I will ensure Qi Hao." "Master Meng Li, we appreciate your goodwill." Xian Yu interjected. "However, if this matter involves the Xianling sect, it could pose a threat to the young master. Considering he is now a disciple of the Xianling sect." Meng Li offered a bittersweet smile, understanding the implications. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from behind. "Then allow me to lend my assistance." The group instantly became vigilant, turning towards the source of the voice. "You, what are you doing here?" Meng Li asked helplessly. "Did not Wang Yu accompany you back?" The newcomer was indeed Zhang Xianyu. "I heard that tigers roar, though timely. The intimidation it exudes cannot be mistaken." "Master Xianyu." Xianyu stepped forward and inquired. "You just mentioned offering help. Do you intend to assist the Beastmaster Forest or the young master?" Zhang Xianyu smiled. "For me, both options are viable. However, in my opinion, helping you resolve the issues with the beast-taming sect may prove to be a more thorough solution." Xianyu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "How so?" "After all, at the end of the day, Yang Yu still belongs to the Beastmaster Forest," Zhang Xianyu replied softly. "If the problems with the beast-taming sect remain unresolved, it seems that Yang Yu will live in constant fear for the rest of his life." Qi Yun seemed to grasp the implications of Zhang Xuanyu's words. Xianyu respectfully bowed to Zhang Xuanyu, expressing gratitude for the master's assistance, assuring that the Beast Forest would not forget this kindness. "Kindness is not quite the term." Zhang Xuanyu replied softly. "After all, Yang Yu has saved my disciple twice. I am indebted to him." "Master Xuanyu, may I inquire how you intend to assist us in resolving the issues with the Beast Tamer sect?" Qi Yun asked solemnly. "What do you require from us?" Zhang Xuanyu pondered for a moment, then replied, "No need. I shall handle this myself." "Master Xuanyu, do you intend to confront the entire Beast Tamer sect alone?" Mo Yuan inquired, his excitement palpable. "This sturdy man," Zhang Xuanyu said with a hint of resignation, "you are indeed overthinking this. I merely wish to have a candid discussion with Qining." Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over the group. "Master Xuanyu," Xianyu stepped forward to ask, Surely you do not believe that mere words can deter the beast tamer sect from attacking the beast forest? How can one know without trying? Zhang Xuanyu replied gently. In any case, leave this matter to me. As long as the beast tamer sect ceases its incursions into the beast forest, you three could save yourselves considerable trouble. Xian Yu appeared troubled, for from his standpoint, he found it hard to believe that anyone could persuade the beast tamer sect to relinquish its covetous desires for the treasures within the forest through mere discourse. Mr. Xian Yu, I implore you to trust me once more, Zhang Xuanyu said softly. At the very least, grant me the opportunity to attempt this. Xian Yu respectfully replied. Then I entrust this matter to you, Master Xuanyu. Zhang Xuanyu then turned to Meng Li, saying, regarding Yang Yu, I am at a loss. After all, the elder from the Dao sect failed in this endeavor. That is of no consequence. I shall devise another approach, Meng Li responded. However, it appears that this child is rather fortunate. When Chang Feng arrives at the Dao sect, we can have Yang Yu accompany him. I shall convey that to him. Meng Li replied softly. Subsequently, the two departed the beast forest. Upon Meng Li's return to the Xianling sect, Yang Yu had just awakened. Chang Feng had yet to return from the alchemy chamber in search of restorative elixirs. Observing this, Qi Hao softly remarked, Yang Yu, it seems the master is also here. Do you think you should disclose your identity to Chang Feng? After all, the more he knows about you. Before Qi Hao could finish, Yang Yu interjected, Senior brother, I have no objections. I simply did not expect that both you and the master were already aware. Meng Li seated herself nearby and said softly, for your sake, those three ventured to the Xianling sect at great risk. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu hurriedly sat up. Have Xin Yu and the others been here? They have been following you ever since your initial ascent, Meng Li explained. They were likely concerned for your safety and feared that Xianling sect would reject you upon discovering your true identity. Senior brother, how do you know this? Yang Yu inquired with curiosity. It just so happened that I escorted these three down the mountain that day, Qi Hao replied. Though Mr. Xian Yu appears indifferent, he is quite invested in your well-being. At that moment, Chang Feng rushed back, cradling an innumerable collection of medicinal vials. Junior brother, these herbs should be of assistance to you, he exclaimed excitedly. Senior brother Chang Feng, there is something I must tell you, Yang Yu said earnestly. Upon seeing Yang Yu's serious demeanor, Chang Feng's mood began to wane. Noticing this, Qi Hao curiously asked, Chang Feng, what troubles you? It must be that junior brother feels these pills are too potent and is reluctant to test them for me, but I can understand. That is not the case, senior brother Chang Feng, Yang Yu gently reassured him. I will still assist you in testing the herbs. Are you not going back on your word? Chang Feng responded with enthusiasm. As long as you remain steadfast, what is it that you wish to convey, junior brother? Yang Yu took a deep breath and said, Brother Chang Feng, I am not human. Subsequently, Yang Yu revealed his origins to Chang Feng, marking the first time he spoke of his lineage aloud, a secret he had never disclosed even to his family, with whom he had lived for many years. Chang Feng looked at Qi Hao and Meng Li with a hint of surprise. No wonder, he murmured. No wonder what? Qi Hao inquired. No wonder when I first encountered my junior brother, his vitality was so remarkably potent. Chang Feng remarked, however, that doesn't quite add up. I have encountered magical beasts, and none possess your unique condition. Regarding this matter, I am also uncertain, Yang Yu admitted. Perhaps it is the energy from my mother within the transformation pool. Yet, Chang Feng scrutinized Yang Yu closely and asked, but what of your inner core? When I first met you, you lacked an inner core. How do you explain that? According to Xiaojiu, my inner core shattered. Yang Yu responded. Shattered? Chang Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Can a magical beast survive without its inner core? Yang Yu sighed helplessly with a wry smile. At that moment, Meng Li extended her hand, revealing the inner elixir that Xian Yu had previously bestowed upon her. Master, this? Yang Yu inquired softly. Take it, Meng Li replied. It is merely a conduit in my possession, meant to be passed into your hands. It is likely intended to assist you in reconstructing your inner elixir. Reconstructing the inner elixir? Qi Hao questioned. Is that truly feasible? Meng Li sighed softly. I believe it to be quite a challenge, especially with the aid of another magical beast's inner elixir, but nonetheless, you should accept it. Yang Yu carefully examined the inner elixir handed to her, finding nothing particularly remarkable about it. Moreover, her vital essence did not exhibit any reaction to the elixir. As for your future cultivation, I'm afraid you must navigate it on your own, Meng Li remarked, acknowledging their ignorance regarding the methods of cultivating with vital essence. However, do not worry. I shall ensure that Qi Hao imparts the techniques of the Xianling sect to you. Rest assured, master, I will discover my own path to cultivation. Yang Yu replied solemnly. Good, your confidence is reassuring, Meng Li said. By the way, during your future practice, be sure to keep your lineage a secret. Understood. Yang Yu responded gravely. Subsequently, Meng Li instructed Qi how to escort Yang Yu back to her quarters. Along the way, Yang Yu encountered Yang Mengyun and Zhuzi once again. Learning that the training grounds for outer disciples was situated at the foot of the mountain, not far from Taoyuan village. Upon receiving this news, the three were filled with joy, and after parting ways, Yang Yu's residence was assigned next to Changfeng's. Brother Changfeng, what about those elixirs? Yang Yu inquired. I should be fine now. I can help you try them. Changfeng shook his head. Those elixirs may no longer be suitable for you. Why is that? Yang Yu asked. Brother Changfeng, are you still worried? I do have some concerns, but the previous elixirs were designed for humans or cultivators, Changfeng explained. Given your current condition, I will need to recalibrate the formula and dosage. Won't that be too arduous? Yang Yu asked quietly. How could it be arduous? Changfeng replied, slightly excited. This is the most intriguing situation I have encountered. Your vigorous vital essence, the physique of a magical beast, the damaged inner elixir. You're the perfect candidate. Brother Changfeng, you seem a bit odd right now. Yang Yu remarked softly. That's of little consequence, Changfeng responded. For the next few days, focus on learning the introductory techniques of the Xianling sect from the senior brother, while I prepare here. Thus began Yang Yu's journey of cultivation within the Xianling sect. Unfortunately, the promising start was marred by a significant issue on the very first day. Yang Yu. Qi Hao said with a look of exasperation, you cannot read? Master brother, no one has taught me to recognize characters, Yang Yu said, and furthermore, no one informed me that cultivation also requires character recognition. All right then, Qi Hao replied with a sense of resignation, let us begin with character recognition. I never anticipated that teaching would involve such a fundamental aspect. Fortunately, Yang Yu was quite astute, and by the end of the day, she had memorized a significant number of characters. Subsequently, Yang Yu's appetite astonished all the disciples of the Xianling sect once again. Yang Yu, are you really this hungry? You only spent the morning learning to recognize characters, a nearby disciple inquired. Brother, you are unaware that even while recognizing characters, the essence within me has been in continuous motion, Yang Yu replied solemnly. Upon hearing this, Qi Hao furrowed his brow, and after Yang Yu finished her meal, he took her aside. Little junior sister, were you serious about what you just said? Qi Hao asked in a low voice. Master brother, which statement are you referring to? Your claim that under the current circumstances, the essence within you is in motion? Qi Hao clarified. Indeed, Yang Yu affirmed, it's just that after consuming that elixir, the essence seems to have become even more active, with some of it even beyond my control. Wouldn't that pose any danger to you? Qi Hao inquired. Danger? Yang Yu gently shook her head. There's no real danger. It simply requires a bit more consumption than usual. Qi Hao nodded thoughtfully and then spoke. The foundational techniques of the Xianling sect are rather simple. As long as one possesses a spiritual root, they can generally be activated. However, your situation. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu silently lowered her head. However, it mattered not. After all, you are still a disciple of the Xianling sect, and the cultivation techniques must be learned. Qi Hao declared, one may struggle to master them, yet one must not neglect their study. This is the essence of my teaching philosophy. Before long, Qi Hao slowly extended his palm, upon which a wisp of faint crimson aura danced, exuding an air of peculiar mystery. Yang Yu instinctively took a step back, immediately adopting a defensive stance. Upon witnessing this, Qi Hao let out a wry smile and reassured her, do not be alarmed. This is merely a strand of my spiritual energy. Now, observe closely. He deftly manipulated the crimson aura as it danced around his body, ultimately guiding it back to his spiritual platform. Qi Hao exhaled deeply and inquired, do you understand now? Yang Yu gently nodded, senior brother. Do you mean that I should allow the energy within me to circulate through the lower, middle, and upper dantians in that sequence? Qi Hao affirmed, precisely. Your understanding is quite commendable, yet your tone suggests a certain disdain. Young one, do you comprehend how challenging this is for someone who has just begun their cultivation? Senior brother, that is not my intention, Yang Yu replied, but if I am unable to condense my energy, could I perhaps substitute it with my essence blood? Qi Hao shrugged. What other options do we have? I am not familiar with any alternatives. For now, just attempt it with your essence blood. Yang Yu cautiously leaned beside Qi Hao and said, senior brother, if it involves essence blood, I can manage it as long as it is not under excessive control. What? Qi Hao exclaimed, his face a portrait of astonishment. You can accomplish that? Come, let me see. Yang Yue sat cross-legged, mimicking Qihao's posture, and extended her palm, from which a small orb of essence materialized. Senior brother, this quantity is about my limit, Yang Yue remarked. Qihao, witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat. Just as he intended to speak, Yang Yue commenced her manipulation of the essence. This scene attracted a throng of disciples, for it was the first time in their lives they had witnessed such a form of cultivation. Observing Yang Yue's earnest expression, none dared to interrupt. Even Qihao, standing nearby, found his breathing considerably slowed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Yue adeptly guided the essence from the lower Dan to the middle Dan, ultimately reaching the upper Dan. As the atmosphere around them became palpably tense, Yang Yue slowly opened her eyes. Senior brother, it is like this. As Yang Yue opened her eyes, she was greeted by a multitude of senior brothers surrounding her. She hastily rose to her feet, a hint of embarrassment causing her to scratch her head. Qihao instinctively swallowed hard before addressing the crowd, urging, "Do not crowd around her. Observe our junior disciple and then take a good look at yourselves. Quickly return to your cultivation." Once the crowd dispersed, Qihao approached Yang Yue and, in a hushed tone, inquired, "Manipulating your vital essence like that, do you truly feel no discomfort?" After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yue gently shook her head, replying in the negative. Very well, very well." Qihao sighed, expressing his astonishment that while one cannot cultivate qi, they can still manipulate such contraptions. Impressive indeed. Goodness, it can be done this way as well. A voice echoed from above their heads. Qihao hastily looked up to find Pan Pan hiding atop a massive rock. Observing them stealthily, Yang Yue appeared unfazed by the presence of the whimsical young woman. "Junior apprentice, allow me to introduce you to Pan Pan, your senior sister. She is primarily responsible for the affairs of the Xianling sect," Qihao stated in a deep voice. "Master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page for a continuation of the story," Pan Pan remarked with a hint of exasperation. "Elder brother, how can you say such things? I truly lack proficiency in these matters," Qihao replied. With grace, Pan Pan leaped down and looked at Yang Yue. "So, you are the new junior apprentice. Your cultivation method is quite unique," she commented. Qihao interjected, "His situation is rather exceptional. He possesses no spiritual roots." "No spiritual roots," Pan Pan murmured. "Which means he cannot cultivate qi. Then why seek a master? Wait, you wouldn't be the one that Chanfeng mentioned 2 years ago, would you?" "Indeed. That is him," Qihao confirmed. Pan Pan began to circle around Yang Yue, intrigued. How fascinating. Cultivating with blood essence, a precedent yet unseen. At this point, he can only pursue body refinement, Qihao added. "However, elder brother, do you understand the method of body refinement?" Pan Pan inquired. "Need I say it?" "Of course. I do not," Qihao admitted, "but I possess a general understanding of the realms involved. In light of the junior apprentice's current state, what realm do you believe he has reached?" After a brief silence, Qihao softly replied, "Most likely, it is the pulse transformation realm. Though if the junior apprentice retains some potential, he might achieve a higher level." "Elder brother, what does this realm signify?" Yang Yue asked in a low voice. "You can simply understand it as having reached a certain stage in cultivation," Qihao explained. "When you hit a bottleneck, you can then strive for the next realm." "Pulse transformation," Yang Yue repeated softly. "You are fortunate," Pan Pan remarked. "Typically, disciples begin their cultivation from the qi refinement stage, but you have bypassed that entirely." Qihao nodded gently, acknowledging, "Indeed, the first stage of body refinement is body forging, yet judging by your blood essence's condition, you have likely transcended this phase." Yang Yue turned to Qihao and softly inquired, "Senior brother, what is the next realm, and how should I cultivate to attain it?" Qihao, with a look of helplessness, gently shook his head. "Blood forging, marrow cleansing. Beyond that, I am uncertain." The historical records of body refinement seem to halt at this point. Does that imply there is more beyond it, yet no one has ever reached it? Yang Yue questioned. "Theoretically, that is indeed the implication," Qihao replied softly. "According to Master, this situation arises because the methods of qi refinement have emerged, which are comparatively more suited to the physique of cultivators than body refinement." "But who conceived the idea of body refinement?" Yang Yue murmured. "It is likely that ancient powerhouses were responsible. Perhaps the physiques of individuals from that era differ from ours," Qihao remarked. "Nevertheless, junior brother, the way your vital essence flows is truly fascinating," Pan Pan interjected softly. "Could you possibly demonstrate it once more?" Yang Yue nodded gently. "No problem, senior sister." She then settled into a cross-legged position, directing the essence of her blood to circulate throughout her body. Yet there was no trace of disturbance on her face. as if this entire process were as effortless as breathing. This time, Yang Yue did not employ the technique taught to her by Qi Hao. Instead, she focused on the tiger pattern. However, unlike before, the intermingled black and white lines did not materialize. Observing this, Qi Hao hurriedly approached her, urging, "You need to activate the technique I just taught you." "What is this?" Yang Yue noticed a hint of unease on Qi Hao's face and immediately understood that he was concerned about a recurrence of the previous incident. "I apologize, senior brother. I merely conducted a casual exercise of my internal essence," Yang Yue hurriedly explained. "Isn't this what Sister Pan Pan wanted to see?" Qi Hao, with his back turned to Pan Pan, had his expression concealed, yet Pan Pan appeared particularly excited in the presence of Yang Yue's powerful essence. "Senior brother, I fear that if our junior brother continues training in this manner, he may struggle to grasp the essentials of body refinement," Pan Pan stated solemnly. "Do you have any solutions?" Qi Hao inquired. "Practical experience," Pan Pan declared. "Have you lost your mind?" Qi Hao retorted, exasperated. "This young man just became a disciple yesterday, and today you suggest he engage in practical combat? What's the harm?" Pan Pan replied. "In any case, 5 years from now, there will be a grand competition within the sect, and our junior brother will inevitably need to participate. The issue is that he currently possesses no skills," Qi Hao countered. "How can he engage in practical combat?" "Not to worry. We can find a more experienced disciple to spar with him, as long as no harm befalls our junior brother," Pan Pan assured. Qi Hao remained apprehensive, not out of concern for anything else, but rather for the possibility that Yang Yue might undergo another transformation during the sparring, at which point it would be impossible to conceal it. "Allow me a moment to consider," Qi Hao said. "What is there to ponder?" Pan Pan replied. "It is merely a friendly exchange among peers. Wait here. I will summon someone. Come back." But Pan Pan disregarded Qi Hao's objections and had already turned to leave. "Junior brother, if you are unwilling, you may refuse," Qi Hao said, mindful that your identity must remain concealed. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yue softly remarked, "Senior brother, I too am curious about my current level. As for concealing my identity, there is no need for you to worry. It seems you possess quite a bit of confidence," Qi Hao responded. "Confidence may not be the right word. Rather, I believe my senior brother should not be able to find direct evidence to expose my identity," Yang Yue replied. "Oh?" Qi Hao inquired with curiosity. "Why do you say that? Did not our master mention that the primary characteristic of a magical beast lies within its inner core?" Yang Yue sighed. "I do not possess one. If one were to determine my identity solely based on my skin color and markings, it would hardly be convincing." "That is a valid point," Qi Hao acknowledged. "I never expected you to appear somewhat naive, yet possess considerable wisdom. However, do remember to safeguard yourself at all costs. If you encounter any trouble, just give me a glance, and I shall be there to protect you without delay." Yang Yue felt a surge of emotion, for such a bond had only been experienced in the tranquility of her home in Peach Blossom Village. She never anticipated that she would encounter a similar sentiment upon arriving at Xianling's sect. It was indeed a rarity for her. Before long, Pan Pan came running over, pulling along a young man. "Here he is, our little junior brother," Pan Pan announced. "Yang Yue, this is Chun Liang, a Foundation Establishment novice who specializes in fire-based techniques." Pan Pan, "Really?" Chun Liang remarked with a hint of exasperation as he glanced at Pan Pan. "Why are you revealing so much information? Why worry? Yang Yue just became a disciple yesterday and has only just begun her training," Pan Pan replied in a serious tone. "Just be mindful. Take care not to hurt our junior brother." "You needn't worry about that," Chun Liang reassured her. "It's not as if we would engage in a serious confrontation right off the bat." Yang Yue nodded modestly and said, "Senior brother Chun Liang, I appreciate your assistance." "It is no trouble at all," Chun Liang replied softly. "Junior brother, how is your cultivation progressing?" "I have recently established my foundation," Yang Yue responded earnestly. "As per senior brother's instructions, I should now be at the stage of meridian transformation." "Meridian transformation?" Chun Liang looked at Qi Hao in confusion. "What is that?" "It is a realm of body refinement, essentially equivalent to the foundation establishment stage," Qi Hao explained. "What?" Chun Liang exclaimed, astonished. "Junior brother, you are practicing body refinement? And it is on par with the foundation establishment of qi practitioners? Why are you shouting?" Pan Pan interjected. "I suspect you have never encountered a body refinement practitioner in your life, and now you are making such a fuss." "That's not." Chun Liang sighed in exasperation. "Sister, I truly have never seen one practicing body refinement. Is that even feasible?" Qi Hao turned to Chun Liang and asked, "What makes it unfeasible? When I entered the sect, Was it not said that body refinement is not only arduous, but also that its strength pales in comparison to that of qi cultivation? Even if junior brother's current level is equivalent to foundation establishment, does that not imply? Come on. Qihao shot Qinliang an annoyed glance. Are you looking down on junior brother? Qinliang hurriedly clarified. No, that was not my intention. I merely believe that you should not choose this path at such a young age. I am truly impressed. Qihao remarked helplessly. In the end, you simply underestimate body refinement, believing that because of junior brother's youth, he could not have achieved such a level, hence assuming body refinement lacks difficulty. Qinliang quickly apologized, then turned to Yang Yue, saying, Junior brother, believe me, I genuinely do not mean it that way. I just think this path may not be the best choice for you. Yang Yue let out a bitter smile and said, Senior brother Qinliang, it is not a matter of choice. I simply have no options. What does that mean? Qinliang inquired earnestly, turning to Qihao. He lacks a spiritual root, Qihao replied. Qinliang gazed at Yang Yue in disbelief, exclaiming, No spiritual root. He then slowly approached Yang Yue and whispered a few words in her ear. Yang Yue looked at Qihao with a puzzled expression. What did he say to you? Qihao inquired. Senior brother Qinliang asked me if I have any background. Come, Qinliang, Qihao said impatiently. You and the junior disciple can compare in front of all the disciples. Senior brother. Qinliang looked seriously at Qihao. Isn't this inappropriate? After all, the junior disciple has just begun. You need not worry about that. Qihao turned to Yang Yue. Yang Yue, do not hold back later. Just remember this. If you cannot be defeated, then fight with all your might. Pan Pan looked helplessly at Qihao. Senior brother, why are you being so serious? He has just begun to establish his foundation. Look at what he can do. Qihao remarked. He truly does not understand the vastness of the world. Qinliang appeared somewhat anxious. Senior brother, that was not my intention. Enough, do not say more. Qihao leaned closer to Yang Yue and whispered. Are you confident? Yang Yue glanced at Qinliang and then whispered in Qihao's ear. I believe there shouldn't be any significant issues. Even if we can't win, I can still escape. All right. Qihao turned to Qinliang and said, Don't hold back. Let loose during the fight. If anything happens, it's on me. Pan Pan hurriedly stepped forward. Master brother, is this truly necessary? Don't hold me back. Wasn't it you who suggested we engage in a real battle? Qihao retorted. I want to see what kind of cultivation Qinliang possesses to speak so arrogantly. Before Qinliang could respond, Qihao led the group towards the martial arts stage, attracting the attention of numerous disciples. This junior disciple, didn't he just become a disciple yesterday? One of the disciples whispered. How is he challenging senior brother Qinliang today? I heard it wasn't the junior disciple who proposed this. It was senior sister Pan Pan who orchestrated it. Could it be that senior sister Pan Pan wants senior brother Qinliang to teach this junior disciple a lesson? Enough with the wild speculation. Qihao interjected. This is merely a contest, and it's a perfect opportunity for you all to witness the first disciple of the Xianling sect who specializes in body refining. Body refining. Upon hearing this term, the disciples were greatly astonished. Subsequently, Yang Yue and Qinliang positioned themselves on opposite sides. Qinliang appeared somewhat flustered, after all. As a senior brother facing a junior brother skilled in body refining, he was at a loss for how to proceed. Yang Yue smiled and said, Senior brother Qinliang, it's perfectly fine. You may act freely. Qinliang hesitated and replied, Junior disciple, do you have any protective talismans? If so, you might want to activate them beforehand. Yang Yue gently shook her head, then straightened her chest, her eyes transforming with a fierce determination as she regarded Qinliang. Qinliang couldn't help but marvel at how such a young age could exude such an imposing presence. Witnessing Yang Yue's earnestness, he felt a twinge of shame. Qinliang, remember what I said. There's no need to hold back, Qihao remarked, reiterating his previous sentiment. If you can't be defeated, then fight with all your might. At that moment, Pan Pan sensed that she might have made an error. Qinliang nodded solemnly and then began to manipulate his hands in various forms, conjuring a blazing flame that flickered to life before him. Qihao observed this with a slight frown. The intensity of the fire was disappointingly low, indicating that Qinliang was still subconsciously restraining his power. Upon witnessing the event, Yang Yue wore an expression of perplexity. The magical incantations he had envisioned were of a cataclysmic nature. Even a lesser manifestation should not have resulted in such a feeble flame. Suddenly, Qinliang shouted, Junior brother, be cautious. As the flickering flames morphed into a fiery sword hurtling towards Yang Yue, the speed was almost unbearable to behold. Qinliang. Qihao furrowed his brow and remarked, Whom do you look down upon? Master brother, should anything happen to junior brother, Chunliang's words trailed off. And then a sharp crack echoed through the air as Yang Yu extinguished the flames with a mere slap of his palm. Remarkably, his hand remained unscathed. Qi regarded Yang Yu with a serious demeanor, and Yang Yu seemed to grasp the significance of Qi's gaze. He promptly enacted his cloud-treading technique, and suddenly, the entire training platform was enveloped in a palpable aura of menace. The other disciples felt a chill creep up their spines, causing involuntary shivers. At that moment, Chen Liang came to his senses and turned his attention to Yang Yu, only to find him standing a short distance away, already poised to unleash a punch. Years later, as Chen Liang reminisced about this day, he still vividly recalled the intense killing intent that surged from Yang Yu's eyes, rendering him completely immobile. Observing the situation, Qi silently cursed his luck and urgently called out, "Chen Liang, quickly evade." Yet, Chen Liang, drenched in sweat, seemed unable to move. Prompting Qi to hastily step forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Chen Liang. Yang Yu's fist could no longer be halted. By the time he discerned that the person before him was Qi, it was already too late. Pan, witnessing this, was poised to rush forward, but was restrained by Qi's hand. As their fists met, a wave of energy radiated outward from the two, sending disciples of lesser cultivation reeling several meters away. Yang Yu executed a punch infused with the essence of the breaking the heavens technique, yet he refrained from unleashing his full might. Fully aware that this was merely a friendly sparring session among peers, not a life-and-death struggle. Upon seeing Qi before him, Yang Yu hastily withdrew his arm, an expression of contrition gracing his features as he spoke. "Senior brother." "Not at all," Qi replied with a calm demeanor. It was evident that a substantial portion of his sleeve, intended to catch Yang Yu's arm, had been rendered tattered. This spectacle did not escape the notice of onlookers, altering their perception of Yang Yu. Meanwhile, Chen Liang appeared utterly dazed, resembling a fool lost in thought. Pan rushed forward, concern etched upon her face. "Senior brother, are you all right?" With an air of resignation, Qi replied, "What do you mean? I'm perfectly fine. It's merely a bit of torn clothing." Pan gazed at Qi's sleeveless garment, letting out a soft sigh. "Your attire." "It's nothing," Qi said, turning to Chen Liang with a proud expression. "So, what do you say, Xiaoliang? Are you still willing to continue?" Chen Liang, momentarily taken aback, realized that had Qi not intervened, he would not have emerged unscathed from that previous blow. He swallowed hard, a look of confusion crossing his face as he addressed Qi. "Senior brother, I lost my focus for a moment." "Lost your focus?" Qi chuckled lightly. "Are you implying that you wish to proceed?" Cautiously, Chen Liang glanced at Yang Yu, a transformation in his gaze evident. The youth before him was no longer merely a novice disciple, but a formidable opponent. Perhaps even one who could surpass him. Resolutely, Chen Liang declared, "I wish to see what the refinement of the body truly entails. I may not be able to withstand this punch, but my body insists that I at least attempt to gauge its power." Qi nodded in approval. "Very well. Continue then. Junior brother, hold back just a tad." "Huh." Chen Liang watched as Qi walked away, confusion clouding his mind. "Senior brother, what do you mean by that?" "Do not inquire. It is for your own good," Qi murmured softly. After stepping down from the platform, Pan leaned in, her voice barely above a whisper. "Senior brother." Qi gestured for her to remain silent, yet Pan could clearly see his turned arm trembling uncontrollably. With a pained smile, Qi murmured, "It truly hurts, and this is merely the initial phase of meridian opening." Pan took a step back, examining Qi's arm, which had become exceedingly swollen and red. Had he not been using his breath to suppress the injury, blood would have surely spilled forth. "Senior brother, if you are in such a state, then Chen Liang." Pan sighed deeply. "Isn't he doomed?" "Junior brother is not so reckless." Qi reassured her. "That punch was merely a reflection of the intent I conveyed to him. I just did not anticipate such formidable power behind it." At this moment, Chen Liang no longer dared to underestimate the youth before him. The flicker of a flame had transformed into a blazing inferno, enveloping him entirely. And it was evident that this fire was not intended for aggression. As Yang Yu observed the scene, she cautiously advanced step by step, faced with the flames before her. She dared not draw near recklessly. Suddenly, Chen Liang launched a fireball, hurtling directly towards Yang Yu. This time, rather than deflecting it with her palm, she elegantly evaded it using her agility. "Master, there seems to be something amiss with junior brother's technique," Pan murmured softly. "What seems to be the issue?" Qi inquired. "I can't quite articulate it," Pan replied, "but the technique we typically practice emphasizes nimble footwork, Yet junior brother's movements lack any complexity in steps. Yang Yu continuously evaded the fireballs launched by Chen Liang, yet the distance between them gradually diminished, a fact not lost on Chen Liang. It appears we are nearing the conclusion, Qi Hao murmured softly. To think that Chen Liang would succumb so easily. Pan Pan remarked quietly, had I known. I would have chosen another. As Yang Yu approached Chen Liang once more, he revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Oh, it seems there is a twist, Qi Hao sighed lightly. Inferno prison, Chen Liang proclaimed loudly. In an instant, flames erupted around Yang Yu's feet, ensnaring him tightly. Much like a cage as Chen Liang had described. Junior brother, I concede, Chen Liang said solemnly. Yang Yu wore a puzzled expression. Senior brother Chen Liang, I did not initiate this. At that moment, Qi Hao approached and softly remarked, Junior brother, what Chen Liang means is that the contest has concluded. Consider it an act of humility. Concluded? Yang Yu still appeared bewildered. Why has it ended? Is it possible for you to still escape this cage? Chen Liang inquired. Observing the situation, Qi Hao chuckled lightly, realizing that the contest had not yet been finalized. Chen Liang, you spoke too soon. Chen Liang, displaying a defiant demeanor, retorted. Junior brother, given the circumstances, do you still refuse to concede? Yang Yu's expression was tranquil, yet a faint layer of dark patterns emerged upon her skin. Upon witnessing this, Qi Hao was taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, realizing that Yang Yu at this moment was not the same as before. Even the markings on her body and the aura she emanated had undergone a transformation. Yang Yu's body seemed to take on a reddish hue as she slowly parted her lips, releasing a breath of white mist. The last time she exhibited such a transformation was during the simultaneous activation of the tiger pattern and breaking heaven techniques. In an instant, Yang Yu unleashed a powerful punch, effortlessly dismantling the surrounding fiery cage. At that moment, Chen Liang perceived that the flames appeared to intentionally evade Yang Yu, having broken free from her confinement. Yang Yu did not pause for even a moment. She swiftly appeared before Chen Liang and delivered a direct blow to his abdomen. The flames that had been meticulously arranged around him were instantly dispersed by Yang Yu's force. Faced with this strike, Chen Liang found himself unable to evade. He was propelled off the martial arts stage by Yang Yu's punch, leaving the onlooking disciples in a state of stunned silence as they gazed at her retreating figure. After delivering that punch, Yang Yu found herself half kneeling on the ground. Reminiscent of the times when Qi Yun had instructed her that a punch delivered with the breaking heaven technique required all her strength. Although this was merely a contest among peers, she had held back some of her power. Recalling Qi Hao's words that one should strike with unrelenting force as long as the opponent was not incapacitated, Qi Hao and Pan Pan hurried to Chun Liang's side. Relieved to find that his life was not in danger, although the dark, ominous bruise on his abdomen filled them with trepidation. You take him to Changfeng. Qi Hao whispered. I will handle matters here. After Pan Pan nodded in agreement, she quickly escorted the unconscious Chun Liang away, returning to the martial arts stage. Qi Hao inquired about Yang Yu's condition before formally announcing, this contest is won by Yang Yu. The disciples began to question the efficacy of body refinement versus energy cultivation. Intrigued by the implications of Yang Yu's remarkable performance, Qi Hao, too, recognized this shift in perception, albeit he had not anticipated Yang Yu's display to be so striking, thus bearing some responsibility for the ensuing discussions within the sect. This scene did not escape the notice of Mengli, the sect leader. Yet she chose not to personally address the matter. Upon seeing Chun Liang's injuries, Chang Feng curiously asked, what happened to senior brother Chen Liang? He was struck by Yang Yu, Pan Pan replied. What? Chang Feng exclaimed in excitement. What of Yang Yu? Pan Pan regarded Chang Feng with incredulity. Why are you concerned about Yang Yu? Chen Liang has been in the sect longer than you. Surely you have spent more time together. While that may be true, Yang Yu is perhaps the only one capable of assisting me in alchemy, Chang Feng remarked. Pan Pan fell silent, conceding, all right, Yang Yu should be fine. Is she truly unscathed? Chang Feng asked cautiously. Senior brother Chen Liang has been so severely injured. The chapter is not yet complete. Please click on the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. Before long, Qi Hao arrived, inquiring, what transpired? Is everything all right? The gentle breeze swayed, and there seemed to be no significant issue, though perhaps a brief respite was in order. Master brother, what animosity exists between Yang Yu and brother Chen Liang to warrant such severity? Qi Hao lamented. It is merely a customary contest, and the outcome bears some of my responsibility. No. It was I who proposed it. I share in the liability, Pan Pan interjected. Since you have taken such a stance, the resolution of this matter shall fall to you, Qi declared. Master brother. Pan Pan spoke softly. What do you mean by that? Are you choosing to disengage? Your explanation would carry more weight than mine, Qi replied. Explanation? Pan Pan inquired. What is there to explain? It was simply a competition among peers. Is it not natural for there to be winners and losers? I recall that not long after you joined, you too triumphed over a senior brother. That is not the same, Qi countered. What makes it different? Pan Pan pressed. So, it is permissible for you to win, but not for the junior brother? Qi shook his head gently. The issue lies not there. The concern is that the junior brother practices body refinement, not merely energy cultivation. You are worried, but there is no need for concern. Qi continued. Upon my arrival, some junior brothers have already begun to inquire if it is still feasible to return to body refinement. How did you respond? Pan Pan asked cautiously. I did not answer. I imposed a penalty, Qi stated. Day after day, they ponder such unreliable matters. Should they not be penalized? We are exemplars of our kind. Pan Pan murmured. Master brother, if we wish to resolve this, it seems you must step forward personally. Qi queried. What can I accomplish? Quite simply, Pan Pan replied. Tomorrow I shall arrange another contest, pitting you against the junior brother. Given your cultivation, victory is assured. And thus this matter will be resolved. Wouldn't that seem rather contrived? Qi retorted. Would the junior brothers truly believe it? Then devise another plan. I find this to be the simplest solution, Pan Pan suggested. We cannot possibly expect all disciples of the Xianling sect to switch to body cultivation. My intervention may be somewhat inappropriate, Qi remarked. Indeed, Changfeng interjected at this juncture. Having the master brother intervene might appear excessively deliberate and may not yield the desired effect. Changfeng, do you possess an alternative solution? Pan Pan inquired. Actually, you might suggest that the junior brother's success in body refinement is attributable to my elixir, Changfeng proposed. All within the sect are aware of the effects of my concoctions. This could effectively dispel their aspirations for body refinement. As Qi and Pan Pan exchanged a glance, they nodded in agreement and turned their attention to Changfeng. This idea is splendid. It must be you, Changfeng. In critical moments, we must rely on you. At that moment, Yang Yue arrived at the alchemy chamber. Senior brother, you're all here. How is senior brother Qinliang? Do not worry, he is perfectly fine. Changfeng replied. Our junior brother fought splendidly. His future is promising. Qi interjected. Changfeng, perhaps you should say less. Senior brother, did I do something wrong? Yang Yue asked with a look of concern, sensing Qi's expression. No, it is not your fault, Qi reassured her. I should have considered things more thoroughly. However, rest assured, everything remains unchanged. Just focus on your cultivation diligently. In the days that followed, Pan Pan, as if prearranged, disclosed Yang Yu's physical training endeavor as per Changfeng's suggestion. Yet, this revelation led to another phenomenon. The disciples began to whisper that without Changfeng's elixirs, Yang Yu could not sustain her physical training. Consequently, Yang Yu acquired a new nickname, the apothecary of the Xianling sect. Because of this incident, Pan Pan felt a twinge of guilt towards Yang Yu, as the nickname was entirely a misunderstanding. Yang Yu held no particular opinion on the matter. Even when his fellow disciples referred to him as a medicine jar in his presence, he remained unfazed, merely offering a smile. Thus, Yang Yu continued with his cultivation until one morning a month later, a man sought out Pan Pan. Senior sister Pan, I wish to challenge junior brother Yang Yu to a duel, the man said softly. Pan Pan waved her arm dismissively, saying, if you have nothing better to do, help me with some internal affairs of the sect, or else find somewhere else to cool off. I know that junior brother Yang Yu is no mere medicine jar. The man replied, his tone serious. Pan Pan halted, turning to face him. Lu Fei, what do you mean by that? I witnessed the entire duel between junior brother Yang Yu and senior brother Qinliang, Lu Fei said quietly. Even the moment when the elder brother intervened to stop that punch. And so? Pan Pan inquired. I am aware that such physical prowess cannot be solely attributed to the consumption of pills, Lu Fei stated. Knowing is sufficient. Why must you insist on a duel? Pan Pan pressed further. I wish to ascertain whether my cultivation path truly holds merit. Before Lu Fei could finish, Pan Pan hastily waved her hand. Focus on your cultivation. Why do you keep associating with physical training? Look at junior brother. He pays no mind to what others say and remains undistracted during his practice. I waited a month precisely to allow junior brother to recuperate, Lu Fei replied. However, Lu Fei, considering your level of cultivation, isn't it somewhat unfair to challenge junior brother? Pan Pan remarked. Everyone in the sect knows that in terms of diligence, you may even surpass Chong Feng. Senior Sister Pan, you flatter me. Alas, I lack the talent, Lu Fei said, his expression tinged with bitterness. Despite years of practice, my progress remains stagnant. Pan Pan gently shook her head. Do not say such things. The depth of one's cultivation cannot be judged solely by their realm. Just look at Junior Brother for a simple example. So, did you agree, Senior Sister Pan? Lu Fei asked. Sigh. This matter is not solely mine to decide. I must consult with the elder brother and also seek Junior Brother's consent, Pan Pan replied. Junior Brother has already agreed. Lu Fei stated. I have spent considerable time with him this past month. You are quite swift in your actions, Pan Pan remarked. If it were up to me, I'd suggest you both descend the mountain and find a secluded spot to spar discreetly. Just be cautious not to exert too much force, lest our master discovers it. But Senior Sister, that would contravene the sect's rules. Lu Fei said softly. Pan Pan looked exasperated. I seem to have forgotten. You are quite the stickler for rules. Very well, I will inform the elder brother, and I shall relay his decision to you. I agree. Suddenly, Qi Hao appeared from nowhere. Elder brother? Pan Pan exclaimed, her expression one of surprise. Have you all come to an agreement? It cannot be said in such a manner. Qi Hao remarked. While Lu Fei indeed practices with great diligence, the path of cultivation sometimes requires more than mere hard work. It necessitates external assistance. Are you suggesting that the external assistance is our junior brother? Pan Pan inquired. Perhaps a thorough beating from him could awaken Lu Fei's potential, Qi Hao replied. How can you say such things? Lu Fei is right here, Pan Pan retorted, as if our junior brother is guaranteed to win. The crux of the matter is that Lu Fei adheres too strictly to the rules, Qi Hao continued. I do not mean to imply that this is inherently negative. Yet an unwavering commitment to tradition may hinder one's progress in cultivation. Spare me your musings, Pan Pan interjected. The issue is that when Lu Fei encounters stagnation in his practice, you have not offered assistance. What can I contribute to cultivation? Qi Hao murmured softly. So you intend to leave it to our junior brother to assist? Pan Pan said with resignation. Pan Pan, let us cease this conversation here. I am in agreement with this matter. A friendly sparring session poses no issue. When you are prepared, let us schedule it for tomorrow, Qi Hao announced. Upon hearing this response, Lu Fei appeared exceedingly delighted and immediately informed Yang Yue of the development. Senior brother Lu Fei, I shall see you on the martial arts platform tomorrow, Yang Yue replied gently. Junior sister Yang Yue, I hope you will not hold back tomorrow, Lu Fei said in a serious tone. In the course of their recent interactions, Yang Yue discerned that Lu Fei's character bore resemblance to Chong Feng's. Both were unwavering in their pursuits, yet Lu Fei exhibited an even greater adherence to decorum. Junior brother, what prompted you to agree to the duel with senior brother Lu Fei? Chong Feng inquired, muttering to himself as he pondered the alchemical formula. Yang Yue pondered for a moment, observing that senior brother Lu Fei's approach to cultivation was remarkably disciplined, in stark contrast to the more casual methods of the senior brother. This sense of propriety instilled in her the notion that she could discover an alternative path through Lu Fei's rigorous practice. Consequently, news of the impending duel between Yang Yue and Lu Fei's fellow disciples spread swiftly, and by the following day, the martial arts arena was teeming with eager disciples. As Yang Yue stepped forward, the crowd below erupted in cheers, inquiring with excitement, has the junior brother partaken of the Chongfeng elixir today? Yang Yue merely smiled in response, offering no further commentary. Qi Hao and Pan Pan exchanged glances, their brows furrowed, casting serious looks toward the disciples. If you are dissatisfied, you may partake. The arena is always prepared for you, Qi Hao stated. Upon hearing his words, the disciples promptly fell silent. Lu Fei ascended the stage, a hint of apology in his demeanor as he said, Junior brother, do not hold it against them, they're unaware. Yang Yue gently waved her hand, reassuring him, it's all right, senior brother Lu, let us proceed. Lu Fei nodded solemnly, affirming, as we previously agreed, do not hold back. Yang Yue nodded in acknowledgement, and together they turned their gaze towards Qi Hao, seemingly awaiting his instructions. Qi Hao nodded gently, signaling the onlookers to retreat. The contest was about to commence. At that moment, Chongfeng arrived at the martial arts stage. What brings you here? Qi Hao inquired. Surely you haven't come to deliver medicine? Not at all. I merely wish to observe, Chongfeng replied. Let us begin. Qi Hao then turned his attention back to the stage, declaring, the contest begins. As soon as his words fell, the two competitors sprang into action simultaneously, albeit in slightly diverging directions. Yang Yue charged directly towards Lu Fei, while Lu Fei, in contrast, attempted to maintain his distance from her. From the sidelines, a disciple shouted, "Go, senior brother Lu. Don't let that medicine jar defeat you." Hearing this, Chang Feng shook his head with a wry smile, surprised that even after all this time, some still referred to him in such a manner. "That was your idea from the beginning," Pan Pan remarked with resignation. "The junior brother has had to bear that title for over a month now. It's quite unfair to him." Chang Feng sighed. "But how do you perceive this contest? You've taken an interest in the match between your fellow disciples?" Qi Hao asked, intrigued. "The junior brother mentioned something rather peculiar yesterday, which piqued my interest," Chang Feng explained, subsequently relaying Yang Yu's words from the previous day. "Another path?" Qi Hao murmured. "Could it be that, as Master Xin Yu suggested, the junior brother intends to explore dual cultivation? The issue is, he hasn't even mastered qi condensation. How can he cultivate?" Pan Pan lamented. "Chang Feng, has the junior brother taken any of your elixirs this past month? Or is there a possibility that your elixirs could assist him in regaining his qi condensation?" Chang Feng chuckled ruefully. "In the last month, I haven't managed to concoct even a single pill, let alone administering one. I haven't even devised a suitable formula for the junior brother." As the three conversed, a sudden loud crash drew their attention back to the arena, where they saw Yang Yu being sent flying several meters by Lu Fei. Both competitors wore smiles on their faces. "This is," Qi Hao sighed, "the rain transformation cauldron. Lu Fei has summoned his treasure so swiftly. What is remarkable about this treasure?" Chang Feng inquired softly. With a look of resignation, Qi Hao replied, "Chang Feng, you ought to pay more attention to your fellow disciples. The rain transformation cauldron is a treasure that Chang Feng himself forged. While its grade may not be high, it is exceptionally suited to him." Pan Pan added, "As long as Lu Fei's magical power remains, the rain transformation cauldron can persist indefinitely." Before Yang Yu, countless pale blue shields materialized, enveloping Lu Fei within, seemingly devoid of any vulnerabilities. "A defensive artifact," Chang Feng murmured. "It should pose no challenge to our junior brother, especially considering the might of his punch." Before Chang Feng could finish his thought, Qi Hao gently shook his head. "That artifact is far from merely a defensive tool." Suddenly, innumerable rain transformation tripods erupted with brilliance, launching a flurry of sharp spikes directly toward Yang Yu. Upon witnessing the situation, Yang Yu swiftly employed the cloud treading technique to evade the attacks. Although the steps of cloud treading are intricate, its essence lies in offense and slaughter. Faced with such an overwhelming number of assaults, even cloud treading could not allow her to evade them all. Soon, small wounds began to appear on Yang Yu's body. After a month of companionship, it seemed that the two had come to understand each other well. Qi Hao remarked, "No wonder the movements were so intense at the onset of the competition." Indeed, Pan Pan sighed softly, noting that one excels in close-range combat, while the other specializes in long-range attacks. It appears that Lu Fei was compelled to deploy the rain transformation cauldron under duress. The damage inflicted by the rain transformation cauldron did not significantly affect Yang Yu, yet it undeniably made it exceedingly difficult for her to approach Lu Fei. The surrounding disciples murmured, "It seems that relying solely on pills is indeed no match for senior brother Lu Fei." "Indeed," another agreed. "As long as senior brother Lu Fei can outlast the effects of the medicine, this pill container will inevitably face defeat." "Junior brother, I thought we agreed not to hold back," Lu Fei said in a solemn tone. Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, Yang Yu's expression subtly shifted. She halted her steps, confronting the impending spearhead with unwavering resolve. Raising her arm, a crisp sound resonated as the spearhead shattered upon contact with her flesh. Observers noted a peculiar change in the color of Yang Yu's arm, which emanated a faint crimson hue from within. "Look, the effects of the potion are beginning to manifest," Qi Hao remarked, clearly uninterested in the ignorant disciples surrounding him, as he stepped forward, intent on scrutinizing the phenomenon. "This is essence blood," Qi Hao intoned gravely. "Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page for further intrigue." "The essence blood has deflected the attack of the rain transformation cauldron," Pan Pan said solemnly. "How could essence blood possess such power? Isn't it merely a substitute for breath and cultivation?" Chang Feng, seemingly unfazed, commented, "Why are you all so astonished? The breath we exude corresponds precisely to the essence blood of our junior brother." In a swift motion, Yang Yu brandished her arm, neutralizing the onslaught before her, then utilized her cloud-stepping technique to reappear above Lu Fei. With a powerful strike, she brought her fist down, forcing the rain transformation cauldron to shift its position and intercept her blow. Lu Fei seized the opportunity to create distance once more. To their astonishment, The cauldron that had defended against Yang Yu's attack began to dissipate gradually. Qi Hao, once again taken aback, exclaimed. He shattered the rain transformation cauldron with a single punch. I understand now, Pan Pan murmured. That punch was imbued with the power of essence blood. The rain transformation cauldron was obstructing our breath, and thus, it stood defenseless against the essence blood. Upon landing, Yang Yu did not dare to relax, continuously edging closer to Lu Fei. Observing this, Lu Fei naturally would not grant Yang Yu such an opportunity. He retreated while launching counterattacks through the rain transformation cauldron, persistently laying ambushes at Yang Yu's landing spots. Faced with such an adversary, Yang Yu felt somewhat at a loss, for no matter how potent an attack may be, it is futile if it does not reach its target. It seems the drawbacks of body refinement have surfaced, Qi Hao remarked solemnly, lamenting the scarcity of effective offensive techniques. As most of the time one must rely on their own strength. Indeed, Pan Pan whispered, in terms of the diversity of attacks. Body refinement ultimately pales in comparison to energy refinement. Chong Feng interjected softly from the side. However, if we, as energy refiners, exhaust our magical power and our physical bodies are not sufficiently robust, the outcome would be no different. Qi Hao and Pan Pan turned their gazes towards Chong Feng, then slowly shifted their attention to Yang Yu. It appears that both body refinement and energy refinement possess their respective shortcomings, Chang Feng noted. Observing that body refinement seemingly demands greater effort and tests the limits of the human body more rigorously. At this moment, Yang Yu's gaze underwent a remarkable transformation. Her once pitch-black pupils appeared to take on a vivid crimson hue, and the red that had initially manifested on her arms now spread across her entire body. She relentlessly endeavored to draw closer to Lu Fei, entirely disregarding the assaults wrought by the rain transformation cauldron, relying solely on the strength of her flesh to withstand the damage. Observing Yang Yu in this state, the disciples of the Xianling sect instinctively took a step back. For such an approach to combat could hardly be deemed characteristic of a cultivator. Lu Fei, sensing that the attacks from the rain transformation cauldron no longer posed a threat to Yang Yu, waved his hand decisively, causing the cauldron to ascend into the air. In the next moment, he retracted all the previously released needles, transforming them into a cascade of water droplets that coalesced together. Seeing this, Yang Yu dared not be careless. While remaining vigilant against the attacks above, she kept her gaze fixed on Lu Fei before her. As Lu Fei shifted his hand gestures, the rain transformation cauldron suddenly returned to his side, and the previously collected droplets of water converged entirely within Lu Fei's body. Yang Yu swung her fist towards Lu Fei. In an instant, Lu Fei raised his arm, and with a resounding crash, a wave of force surged through the arena, causing the less skilled disciples to fall to the ground. Upon closer inspection, Lu Fei had only retreated a few steps, surprising everyone as he managed to withstand Yang Yu's punch, though he still staggered back several meters. Yang Yu, with an expression of disbelief, gazed at Lu Fei. Although he did not deliver a fatal blow, the force was sufficient to send Lu Fei flying. Lu Fei shook his arm and remarked, "Indeed, your strength is formidable. Without this surge of magical power, I would have surely been defeated by now." As soon as he finished speaking, a suit of armor materialized around him, seemingly formed from the abundant splashes of water moments ago. He truly managed to forge it, Qi Hao remarked solemnly, recalling that the last time he saw this armor, it was not yet fully formed. This armor possesses an unusual quality, Pan Pan observed, as if it is constructed from Lu Fei's own magical essence. Moreover, Qi Hao added, the existence of the rain transformation cauldron was also a preparation for this armor. Yang Yu appeared visibly anxious, acutely aware of the formidable power behind his punch. To his astonishment, it had been effortlessly deflected, and Lu Fei seemed hardly fatigued. In a sudden burst of movement, as Lu Fei closed the distance to Yang Yu, he swiftly altered his hand seals. Before Yang Yu could react, a colossal water dragon materialized, engulfing him entirely. Why is senior brother Lu Fei being so serious with Yang Yu? The disciples murmured amongst themselves, perceiving that Yang Yu's earlier display was merely a testament to the efficacy of the Changfeng elixir. Little junior brother, if you have any reservations left, now is the time to reveal them, Lu Fei intoned gravely. Otherwise, this contest shall conclude here. Yang Yu struggled incessantly in the maw of the water dragon, a sight that left Lu Fei utterly astonished. The water dragon, animated by magical forces, appeared to possess a strength that was somewhat inferior to that of Yang Yu. With a muffled grunt, Yang Yu forcefully hurled the water dragon away. Qi Hao observed that the black patterns on Yang Yu's body had re-emerged, yet this time, They were strikingly pronounced. Yang Yue returned to the ground, just poised to rush towards Lu Fei, when the water dragon unexpectedly reformed before Lu Fei once more. Yang Yu's fist struck the forehead of the water dragon, causing a sudden explosion of water droplets that transformed into sharp, menacing spikes, relentlessly surging towards her. This time, Yang Yue dared not defend herself with her body. Having experienced the might of the water dragon, she understood that these spikes, born from the water dragon's essence, possessed an equal force. Under the influence of the tiger's stripes, her movements became increasingly fierce, a palpable aura of lethal intent gradually emanating from her. Lu Fei, witnessing this, adopted a grave expression. Yang Yu's evasive maneuvers began to take on a wild quality, eliciting awe among the onlooking disciples, who perceived her movements as transcending the bounds of humanity. Meanwhile, Lu Fei was gripped by tension, for at this moment, all of Yang Yu's murderous intent was directed towards him, the chilling atmosphere causing a momentary pause in his awareness. Yang Yue seized the opportunity and unleashed a powerful strike, piercing through yet another colossal dragon before her. Lu Fei, unable to evade in time, was struck directly in the abdomen. Fortunately, thanks to the battle armor forged from the rain transformation cauldron's condensed magic, he merely coughed up a mouthful of blood. Looking at Yang Yue, her body bore numerous marks from needle-like wounds, yet her expression was one of heightened exhilaration. Is this truly the effect that elixirs can achieve? Many disciples began to harbor doubts. In this moment, Yang Yue, with her flowing white hair dancing in the wind, crimson eyes ablaze, and a red body adorned with dark patterns, exuded an aura of madness. Could this be the after-effect of the elixir's potency? In Yang Yu's view, there was only Lu Fei before her, completely disregarding the sounds emanating from the audience below. Lu Fei struggled to rise, his complexion significantly pale. He never anticipated that his most formidable means of defense would be nearly shattered by a single kick from Yang Yue. Yang Yue bent at the waist, her movements seemingly transcending the realm of humanity, and Lu Fei felt as though he were a prey being targeted. "Senior brother," Pan Pan inquired softly, "should we intervene?" Yang Yu's current state is rather peculiar. Before Chi Hao could respond, Chang Feng gently interjected, "No, it's all right." The two were left puzzled by Chang Feng's unwavering certainty, when suddenly, Yang Yue sprang into action. With a powerful leap, she struck out her palm directly towards Lu Fei's chest. Just as Lu Fei summoned the water dragon once more, Yang Yue exerted a forceful grip, her arm piercing through the body of the water dragon. Just when everyone anticipated the water dragon would disperse and transform into piercing needles, Yang Yu's fist tightened, as if she had halted the water dragon's motion entirely. Yang Yue slowly parted her lips and softly proclaimed, "It is right here." Lu Fei, sensing the impending danger, hurriedly stepped forward in an attempt to thwart Yang Yu's intentions. However, with a firm grip, Yang Yue felt a surge of energy dissipate, and the water dragon transformed into gentle raindrops. Lu Fei gazed at Yang Yue with a melancholic expression. "Junior sister, you have discovered it." The formidable water dragon was sustained by a thread of Lu Fei's spiritual power within her body. Yang Yue stated solemnly, "If we disrupt this thread of spiritual energy, the water dragon will dissipate on its own. Are you not concerned that I might use my spiritual power to conjure another water dragon to engage you?" Lu Fei inquired gravely. "I will not," Yang Yue replied softly. "The armor on your body is of utmost importance. You would not squander your magical energy to conjure a water dragon to contend with me." Lu Fei smiled at Yang Yue, acknowledging her exceptional nature. Despite her inability to condense energy, she possessed an acute sensitivity to it. "You flatter me, senior brother. I shall not hold back any longer," Yang Yue said gently, for she knew she could not maintain this form for much longer. Lu Fei chuckled lightly. "What a coincidence. This armor cannot endure much longer either." Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, both displayed serious expressions as the contest was on the verge of revealing its victor. Almost simultaneously, the two charged forward, unlike before. This time, Lu Fei did not create distance, but advanced alongside Yang Yue in a relentless sprint. Yang Yue swung her fist directly towards Lu Fei, who astonishingly mirrored her movements by raising his arm and clenching his fist. This scene left the onlookers both apprehensive and transfixed. At this moment, whether Yang Yue had transformed into this formidable figure solely due to Changfeng's elixir seemed to have slipped from everyone's concern. Even if the potion possessed extraordinary potency, it was likely depleted after such a prolonged and intense battle. When their fists collided, as anticipated, Lu Fei staggered back several steps. Nevertheless, Yang Yue gazed at him with an expression of disbelief. To her astonishment, she noticed a faint aura subtly gathering around Lu Fei's fist. Indeed. The physical prowess of our junior brother is remarkable, Lu Fei remarked solemnly. If it truly comes down to a contest of physical strength, I am undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Senior brother, Pan Pan murmured, did Lu Fei just condense the water-based cultivation technique onto his arm? Zhihao nodded gently, seemingly in agreement. Though the effect was not particularly pronounced. I never imagined Lu Fei would resort to such tactics, Pan Pan commented. It appears that spending time with our junior brother has indeed brought about significant changes in him. Yang Yue sensed that Lu Fei's recent punch had seemingly incorporated some form of martial technique. Observing this, Lu Fei once again assumed his stance, poised to launch another assault. Just as Lu Fei began to channel the energy coursing through his body, Yang Yue regained her focus, her crimson eyes appearing to perceive an unusual spectacle beside Lu Fei. She witnessed Lu Fei charging towards her once more. However, this time, he refrained from utilizing his fists for the onslaught, instead manipulating the surrounding water currents to mount his attack. Yang Yue never anticipated that the seemingly ordinary water would possess such formidable power when propelled by Lu Fei's techniques. The battle armor adorning Lu Fei shimmered with an extraordinary radiance, facilitating a more seamless manipulation of his water-based abilities. At this moment, Yang Yue appeared somewhat disheveled. The onslaught of water came without the slightest warning. Although she bore no severe injuries, her body was already marked with bruises of various hues. Zhihao could not help but exclaim, "It is truly astonishing that Lu Fei's water-based techniques could inflict such damage upon our junior disciple. Senior brother, do you not feel that something is amiss with Lu Fei?" Pan Pan inquired. Amiss? Zhihao murmured, in what way? After such an extended bout, even our junior disciple shows signs of fatigue. Yet Lu Fei seems unchanged, even exhibiting a tendency towards increased vigor, Pan Pan responded. Chang Feng casually remarked, could it be that he is on the verge of a breakthrough? Upon hearing this, Zhihao and Pan Pan exchanged alarmed glances, then scrutinized Lu Fei intently. Senior brother, should we call a halt to this? Pan Pan urged urgently. Let us wait a moment longer. Zhihao replied gravely. Our junior disciple appears to have sensed something, but sensing it is of no use, Pan Pan said. He has only just begun his physical cultivation and is unaware of what is required for a breakthrough in qi training. Zhihao gently shook his head. Indeed. Our junior disciple does not comprehend what he should do, yet he seems to realize that Lu Fei is but a step away from a breakthrough. A step away? Pan Pan queried. Are you suggesting that our junior disciple is aiding Lu Fei in his own way towards this breakthrough? Perhaps, Zhihao replied, do not worry. Should anything seem amiss, I will intervene. Yang Yue continuously evaded Lu Fei's assaults, inching closer to him. However, at this moment, Lu Fei wielded his water-based techniques with an almost divine prowess, not only preventing Yang Yue from advancing even a step, but instead forcing her to retreat significantly. Yang Yue furrowed his brows as he noticed his body once again glowing with a rosy hue, wisps of white vapor seemingly emanating from him. At that moment, a torrent of water surged forth, aimed directly at Yang Yue's face. With a frigid gaze, Yang Yue extended his hands, barely managing to block the impending attack. Seizing this opportunity, he abruptly vanished from his original position and dashed toward Lu Fei at great speed. Observing this, Lu Fei remained unperturbed, his hands continuously waving as the surrounding water flowed in accordance with his movements, attempting to intercept Yang Yue. Suddenly, a disciple in the audience wiped his face and whispered, "Is it raining? You must be mistaken. It's just the water from senior brother Lu Fei splashing onto you," another disciple replied. Wait, that doesn't seem right. The first disciple stuttered. This water feels a bit warm. The crowd turned their gaze to Yang Yue, where the white mist rising from him became increasingly pronounced, while Lu Fei's attack appeared to vanish before even making contact. This, Pan Pan sighed. Could the junior disciple be gathering energy? Zhihao shook his head, stating, that is not gathering energy. It is the heat from his essence blood repelling the water. Essence blood can be utilized in such a manner? Pan Pan inquired. How would I know? I've never practiced with essence blood, Zhihao replied helplessly. Yet the phenomenon unfolded before their eyes. Lu Fei, being the closest to Yang Yue, clearly understood what was transpiring. In that moment, Yang Yue resembled a beast engulfed in flames, rendering Lu Fei's water-based techniques utterly ineffective. As if to demonstrate his prowess, Yang Yue waved his hand, sending a wave of heat toward Lu Fei, who raised his arm to fend off the water. In the next instant, Yang Yue's arm pierced through the torrent, appearing directly before Lu Fei. Realizing the imminent threat, Lu Fei hastily retreated, his battle armor emitting a golden glow that repelled Yang Yue once more. Yang Yu endured the pain and advanced once more. Lu Fei realized that the moment of reckoning had arrived. He incessantly urged the spiritual energy within him. And as Lu Fei's aura surged, his battle armor unexpectedly shattered into pieces. Upon witnessing this, Yang Yu finally halted her steps and immediately retracted all her offensive maneuvers. Brother Lu Fei, your aura has now reached its zenith, Yang Yu spoke softly. Although I lack the ability to cultivate qi, Brother Changfeng has informed me that such moments often signify the optimal opportunity for a breakthrough. Lu Fei gazed at Yang Yu with a look of astonishment. Junior sister. You. Yang Yu then turned her gaze towards Qi Hao, inquiring, Master brother, is there anything you require of me at this moment? Lu Fei, filled with excitement, asked, have you all conspired together from the very beginning? Yang Yu gently shook her head, of course not. It was just that I sensed something unusual about your aura earlier. Unusual? Lu Fei inquired softly, what do you mean? There was a sensation as if the energy within you yearned to escape, yet it was being suppressed by an unseen force, Yang Yu explained quietly. It later dawned on me that it was due to that battle armor. Lu Fei could hardly believe that what had been hindering his progress was, in fact, his greatest weapon. However, senior brother Lu, that armor is indeed a remarkable artifact, Yang Yu stated earnestly. But what? Lu Fei pressed, his voice low. But it seems as if it does not quite understand you, Yang Yu sighed softly. At that moment, Qi Hao ascended the platform and turned to Lu Fei. You should focus on breaking through. I will guard this place for you. Junior brother, how are you faring? Pan Pan asked gently. I'm fine, just some superficial wounds. Yang Yu replied quietly. Since that is the case, I shall take my turn next. A feminine voice resonated from above. Accompanying her words was a seemingly unremarkable longsword that descended gracefully. Yang Yu felt the chilling aura emanating from the blade, causing her to instinctively take a step back. Qi Hao gazed at the sword before him with palpable fear, questioning who had released her. Hadn't she been in seclusion? Pan Pan hastily shook her head. Retreating alongside Yang Yu, senior brother, I cannot contend with junior sister Yu Hong. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens. Yang Yu barely caught a glimpse of the person before she felt a cold sensation at her throat. Cautiously lowering her gaze, she discovered that the very sword was poised perilously close to her jugular. This must be the newly initiated junior brother, the woman remarked softly. Yang Yu gazed at the woman before her, whose cool demeanor and flowing black hair danced in the breeze, while the blade in her hand emitted a low, resonant sound. Yu Hong, how did you emerge from seclusion? Qi Hao inquired hastily, carefully moving the sword away from Yu Hong's grasp. Senior brother, I wish to spar with junior brother. Yu Hong declared in a hushed tone. Yu Hong, what are you doing? Junior brother has just finished a match and is still nursing injuries. Qi Hao protested. As a senior sister, you should not bully others. Not now, Yu Hong replied. In a month, once junior brother has fully recuperated. As Yu Hong prepared to turn away, Qi Hao quickly interjected. Yu Hong, shouldn't you at least ask junior brother if he consents? Turning back to Yang Yu, Yu Hong remarked. It seems junior brother has no reason to decline. That's not. Qi Hao stammered. The disparity in your cultivation levels is rather significant, isn't it? I am merely at the early stage of the golden core, Yu Hong replied while glancing at Lu Fei, and I do not surpass him by much. What is the issue? Lu Fei appeared somewhat abashed. Senior sister Yu Hong is being modest. Do not speak, just focus on breaking through. Such opportunities are rare. Yu Hong said solemnly. Junior sister, Pan Pan murmured. Isn't it a bit hasty to spar right after emerging from seclusion? Senior sister, I made no significant progress during this retreat, Yu Hong said earnestly. It appears that only practical combat can facilitate my advancement. Lu Fei is a prime example. Isn't it somewhat inconsiderate to put junior brother through this? Qi Hao remarked helplessly. It is merely a mutual benefit, Yu Hong replied. Junior brother. We shall meet in a month. Take care to heal. Yu Hong's presence silenced the disciples considerably. Once she departed, Yang Yu quietly asked, Senior brother. What about this senior sister? Do not fret. I shall speak to master about it. Qi Hao began, but Pan Pan interjected. What? Are you going to lodge a complaint? What do you mean by complaint? Qi Hao retorted. This match is unfair. Do you truly believe master will intervene? Pan Pan said. After all, competitions within the sect are entirely voluntary. It is all right, senior brother. I will assist junior brother, Changfeng said gently from the side. In this month, I should be able to concoct a suitable elixir for him. Upon hearing Changfeng's words, the others finally confirmed that Yang Yu had not consumed any elixirs prior. Qi Hao let out a wry smile. Changfeng, do you truly think that mere elixirs can secure victory over that sword fanatic? There is no need to win. Changfeng replied. but ensuring that junior brother does not sustain any fatal injuries should be quite feasible. Yang Yu cautiously inquired, "Senior brother, is that senior sister truly so formidable?" Qi Hao solemnly nodded. "Indeed, Yang Yu. Yu Hong is utterly devoted to the path of the sword." The sect leader, Li San, once referred to her as a sword fanatic. Even Li, the leader of the Luoyuan sect, has acknowledged her prowess. Yang Yu sighed softly. "I find myself quite exhilarated. I would advise you to temper your expectations," Qi Hao interjected. Although Yu Hong's cultivation is merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, her mastery of swordsmanship is exceptionally high. In terms of sword technique alone, I dare say none among the inner disciples can rival her. Indeed, junior brother, if possible, I shall accompany you to meet Sister Yu Hong and help you extricate yourself from this matter, Pan Pan suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yu gently shook her head and replied, "However, Senior Sister Yu Hong just mentioned that she has made no progress during her seclusion. It stands to reason that she wishes to achieve a breakthrough through this competition." Qi Hao shook his head and remarked, "You certainly have a broad perspective." Subsequently, the news of Yu Hong challenging Yang Yu spread, and the entire Xianling sect began to empathize with this newly initiated junior disciple. Yang Yu encountered a bottleneck in his body refining progress, for there was no one within the entire Xianling sect capable of imparting the correct methods for such refinement. The tiger pattern remained stagnant at the first level, and Yang Yu even sensed that during his last competition with Lu Fei, the tiger pattern had scarcely demonstrated any efficacy. One day, Changfeng approached Yang Yu and said, "Junior brother, come, eat this." Yang Yu received the elixir handed to her by Changfeng and promptly placed it in her mouth. "Brother Changfeng, have we finally succeeded?" Yang Yu inquired softly. "Well, it's somewhat of a success," Changfeng replied with a hint of exasperation. "Do you feel anything?" Yang Yu sensed the changes within her body and the flow of essence and blood. She then gently shook her head, feeling nothing remarkable. Upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Changfeng seemed devoid of any disappointment. "It matters not. Let the potency of this elixir temporarily reside within you. One day, I shall concoct a pill capable of unleashing the full potential of all dormant elixirs. However, Brother Changfeng, do you believe my method of body refinement is indeed correct?" Yang Yu inquired softly, feeling that her recent efforts were yielding little progress. After a brief silence, Changfeng replied, "Yang Yu, I am not well versed in the intricacies of body refinement, but it is not uncommon for practitioners like us to encounter bottlenecks. Take my experience with alchemy as an example. There are often prolonged periods without advancement." "Brother Changfeng, do you mean to suggest that I should continue to persevere?" Yang Yu asked. "Primarily because you possess no alternative," Changfeng remarked. "Yet, do not fret. The cultivation results you have amassed thus far will, in due time, yield their rewards." Yang Yu rose and softly said, "Rather than this, I would prefer to start anew." Without waiting for Chang Feng's response, she turned and departed. Yang Yu arrived alone at the rear mountain of the sect, where a magnificent waterfall cascaded nearby. This place was also a frequent retreat for her meditation. She settled into a cross-legged position, her mind drifting back to the words of her senior brother, Qi Hao. He had once remarked that her current level of physical cultivation was at the transformation vein stage, suggesting that there remained another realm yet to be truly experienced. Yang Yu murmured to herself, "It appears necessary to undertake a renewal of my practice. Do not rush into it, little one." A calm male voice suddenly resonated from behind her. Yang Yu hastily rose to investigate, yet found no one in sight. Even her attempts to sense the presence of others using her essence yielded no results. "Do not be anxious, little one," the man's voice reemerged. "Were it not for your commendable character, I would not have intervened to assist you." "Assist me?" Yang Yu inquired, her curiosity piqued. "When did you ever help me?" "You, child, we're just moments away from being hindered in your cultivation. Is that not assistance? May I ask, esteemed elder, who exactly are you?" Yang Yu cautiously probed. "I am known as Wang Xian. Esteemed Wang Xian, might I inquire as to your whereabouts?" Yang Yu continued her questioning. "You little rascal, if I could appear before you. Why would I converse with you in this manner?" Wang Xian replied, exasperated. "Are you trapped?" Yang Yu asked. "Perhaps I could be of assistance." "You?" Wang Xian chuckled wryly. "No need for that. Your willingness is sufficient to please me. Do you not trust me?" Yang Yu countered. "Though my cultivation is modest, I have my senior brother and master. They could surely help you." "Little one, you must not disclose our conversation to anyone within the Xianyun sect," Wang Xian warned sternly, "or I shall cease to assist you." "Esteemed elder, are you an adversary of the Xianyun sect?" Yang Yu queried warily. "If that is the case, I would not require your help, and I would certainly inform my senior brother and master. After a brief silence, Wang Xian suddenly burst into laughter. How amusing, yet somewhat rigid. What do you mean? Yang Yue asked, puzzled. If I were truly an enemy of the Xianyun sect and could aid you, why would I not first fulfill my own agenda before reporting to your sect? Wang Xian replied gravely. If you are indeed an enemy of the Xianyun sect appearing in the back mountain, that would pose a grave danger to them, Yang Yue asserted. Thus, you cannot be allowed to remain. Haha. Wang Xian laughed again. You have only recently joined the Xianyun sect, yet you are quite concerned for its welfare. However, you remain rather inflexible. So, esteemed elder, who exactly are you? Yang Yue asked with curiosity. Wang Xian's tone grew significantly more solemn. I am the former sect leader of the Xianyun sect. Tell me, little one, do you consider me formidable? How can you prove this? Goodness. Wang Xian responded, slightly astonished. You have suddenly become quite astute, having been so rigid moments ago. After all, what you claim is of considerable magnitude. And I have only recently joined the Xianyun sect, making verification impossible, Yang Yue replied. Moreover, you stated earlier that I should not disclose our meeting. You are an intriguing child, Wang Xian remarked. I fought alongside Meng Li in the last battle between immortals and demons, only to never return from that encounter. The battle between immortals and demons? Yang Yue whispered softly. What is that? It was a battle. Wang Xian's voice grew somber. As that confrontation resulted in countless casualties among us cultivators, ultimately achieving victory at a painful cost. Suddenly, Yang Yue respectfully bowed and spoke in a low tone. Disciple Yang Yue pays my respects to Master Wang Xian. Oh? Wang Xian appeared curious. So swiftly you have come to believe my words. Are you not afraid of being deceived? No, you have not deceived me, Yang Yue replied. I can sense the sincerity in your words, and I do not feel anything unusual. Unusual feelings? Wang Xian gently inquired. Could it be that the essence within you aids in discerning truth from falsehood? Are you aware of my essence? Yang Yue asked in a hushed tone. Of course. I am aware. Since the moment you first entered the Xianling sect, I have known all about you, including your other identity as the young master of the Beast Forest. Yang Yue's expression grew tense, for this matter was known to only a select few. There is no need to be anxious, Yang Yue, Wang Xian said softly. I would never bring you harm. If you harbored ill intentions toward the Xianling sect, you would not have lingered here for so long. I trust my judgment, and naturally, I trust Meng Li's choice as well. Thank you, Sect Master Wang, Yang Yue replied softly. However, the issue with your inner elixir is indeed a difficult one to resolve. Wang Xian continued gently. Throughout the entire Xianling sect, even if I were to be reborn, I would be unable to assist you in reconstructing your inner elixir. Yang Yue curiously inquired, Master Wang Xian, is the inner elixir truly that significant? Wang Xian let out a hearty laugh. After being human for so long, have you truly forgotten your own identity? The inner elixir may not hold much importance for humans, but for you magical beasts, it surpasses even the essence roots. Then I shall focus on refining my body. Yang Yue replied, somewhat disheartened, as the inner elixir was already lost, leaving her with no alternatives. You certainly have a pragmatic outlook, Wang Xian sighed gently. But, alas, there are no other options left. I have been hearing the same refrain lately. You have no choice. Yang Yue lamented. Indeed, little one, at this moment, you truly have no choices, Wang Xian acknowledged. Yet, despite this, I still hold hope for you. Thank you, Master, Yang Yue responded. For what? Wang Xian replied with a hint of exasperation. I have yet to do anything. The essence within you is your greatest asset. But recultivating is not the optimal path for you at present. But Master, it seems my cultivation has stagnated for quite some time. Yang Yue murmured. So what? Wang Xian questioned. Are you becoming anxious? This is merely the beginning. But I am to compete with senior sister Yu Hong next month. She stated. So compete, then. What difference does winning or losing make for you? Wang Xian remarked. Even if you win, your inner elixir will not return. Just compete as you will. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, Yang Yue felt a subtle shift within her. Yang Yue, during my lifetime, I encountered countless practitioners. Even I have faced bottlenecks countless times, Wang Xian remarked. Yet, I never considered the notion of starting anew. Do you know why? Yang Yue gently shook her head. It is simply too arduous. Wang Xian spoke solemnly, reflecting on the hardships they had endured along this journey, a burden only they truly comprehended. Rebuilding. Perhaps in the next life. Upon hearing these words, Yang Yue's expression revealed a hint of helplessness. She had not anticipated that the former leader of the Xianling sect would harbor such a profound fear of the trials of cultivation. You need not wear that expression. Wang Xian remarked. The hardships you will face in body refinement will undoubtedly surpass those of qi refinement. In due time, you shall come to understand. Master, I am not afraid of suffering, Yang Yue declared earnestly. There is no need to speak so prematurely, Wang Xian replied softly. Some matters require the passage of time for true validation. I do not intend to frighten you. I merely wish for you to be prepared. Yang Yue did not respond verbally, merely nodding in silence. Observing your straightforward nature, I shall offer you a piece of advice, Wang Xian said in a solemn tone. To begin with, the simplest thing. Upon your return, inform Changfeng not to restrict himself in alchemy, particularly in your case. Be bold and unrestrained. However, senior brother Changfeng has promised Master not to cause too much commotion. Yang Yue replied softly. Fear not, even if significant trouble arises. Mingli can handle it, Wang Xian assured her, and besides, I am here as well. Understood, Master, Yang Yue responded. There is also the matter of your current cultivation. Wang Xian continued. My suggestion is to engage in practical combat. Master, I have already participated in real combat. Before Yang Yue could finish her sentence, Wang Xian sighed lightly. What they call combat within the sect is hardly genuine. Do you really believe that Qin Liang or Lu Fei would dare to strike you with lethal force? So, what do you mean, Master? Wang Xian replied solemnly. Consider returning to the monster beast forest. I have heard that the beast taming sect has previously sought trouble with the monster beast forest, which would serve as an excellent opportunity for your training. Yang Yue nodded silently. Upon hearing the name of the beast master sect, a surge of anger welled up within him, causing his blood to stir restlessly. Remember to conceal your identity before you go, Wang Xian advised. We wouldn't want you to be captured and have the blame fall on the Xianling sect, leaving Mingli to expend great effort to extricate you. I understand, Master. I shall return to the demon beast forest tonight, Yang Yue replied solemnly. Is there anything else you wish to impart? Wang Xian paused for a long moment before softly inquiring, how is Mingli faring these days? The master seems well. Though the matters within the sect are managed by senior brother and sister Pan Pan, Yang Yue responded. I see, Wang Xian murmured. If you ever find yourself in need of guidance, do not hesitate to come here. But remember, what transpires between us must remain confidential. Yang Yue nodded with great emphasis before departing from the back mountain. The Beast Master Forest. The Master of Xianyu truly is formidable. The Beast Master sect has not made an appearance in the Beast Master Forest for an entire month, Qi Yun murmured. We must remain vigilant, Xianyu replied gravely. While the Master of Xianyu is a man of integrity, the same cannot be said for the Beast Master sect, even if he has made promises to them. Whether the Beast Master sect will honor those commitments remains questionable. Rest assured, Mo Yuan interjected. I am currently overseeing the patrols. Should any issues arise, I will inform you promptly. I wonder how the young master is faring, Qi Yun remarked. Should we sneak up the mountain to check on him? There is no need, Xianyu replied. If we are discovered, it could lead to rumors of a connection between the Xianling sect and the Beast Master Forest, which would ultimately endanger the young master. Did not the Master of Dreamly make herself clear the other day? Qi Yun countered. Even if there is some connection between the Xianling sect and the Beast Master Forest, what could those other sects possibly do? My concern does not lie with the relationship between the Xianling sect and the Beast Master Forest, Xianyu stated. Rather, I worry about how other sects will react should beasts emerge from the Xianling sect. Qi Yun, let us heed Xianyu's counsel on this matter, Mo Yuan suggested. At that moment, a young woman clad in white suddenly appeared not far from the three. Master Xianyu, she whispered softly. What brings you here again? Xianyu replied, exasperated. I have already told you that your mother has indeed passed away, and I have entrusted her inner core to the young master. Master Xianyu. I do not desire the inner core, the white-clad woman said, her gaze cast downward. Then what is it that you seek? Xianyu inquired. I wish for the life of the one who killed my mother. Qi Yun, filled with compassion, approached the young woman. Xiaobai. The one responsible for your mother's death is Chuning, the leader of the Beastmaster sect. Given the current state of the Beastmaster Forest, it is simply impossible to engage in open conflict with these sections. Sister Qi Yun, then I shall take matters into my own hands. What will you do by yourself? Xianyu interjected sharply before the young woman could finish. Are you even aware of your own capabilities? What could you possibly achieve by confronting the Beastmaster sect? Will you merely become their nourishment? The white-clad woman felt unjustly accused, tears welling in her eyes. Why are you being so harsh? Qi Yin defended her. Xiao Bai is understandably heartbroken. Is it not natural to desire vengeance? Humph. Xianyu scoffed. Desiring revenge is one thing, but you must at least possess the means to carry it out before contemplating such matters. Otherwise, you may end up failing in your quest and inadvertently benefiting your enemy. Qi Yun turned to the young woman. Xiao Bai, do not mind him. He simply has a sharp tongue. After Qi Yun led Xiao Bai away, Mo Yuan turned to Shen Yu. Do you have other plans? Shen Yu glanced at Mo Yuan and then sighed deeply. Aunt Bai was always kind to us. Before her passing, she entrusted me with the care of her only daughter. It is better to speak harshly than to let her rush headlong into danger. I did not mean that, Mo Yuan remarked. I was referring to the matter of revenge. Do you have any other plans? Xuan Yu glanced at Mo Yuan again. You great black bear, have you grown wiser recently? I have always been astute, Mo Yuan replied. Revenge must be exacted, but it cannot be us who take action. Xuan Yu spoke solemnly. If it's not a seeking vengeance, who else could it be? Mo Yuan inquired with curiosity. I merely flatter your intelligence, Xuan Yu replied. The young master requires a legitimate reason to return to the Beast Forest. One that is recognized by all the beasts. This task is most fitting for him. So that's how it is. Mo Yuan said in a low voice. You have indeed thought this through. Sighing softly, Xuan Yu continued. I am in urgent need of a sharper mind to help me with certain matters. I initially believed you had matured, but it seems you are still lacking a bit of refinement. Mo Yuan was not offended. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the direction where Qi Yun and Xiao Bai had departed. What do you think of that girl? Her? Xuan Yu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. She is too young, impulsive, and prone to tears. It won't do. Aren't all children like that? Mo Yuan replied. She merely lacks a proper mentor to guide her. Xuan Yu's expression shifted slightly. What makes you believe in her potential? It's not so much belief. Rather, at this moment, she is the most suitable choice, Mo Yuan explained. Her mother has just passed away, and in her youth, during this time of greatest need, you agreed for Aunt Bai to help care for her. Allow me to contemplate that, Xuan Yu said. Shouldn't you be patrolling the outskirts at this hour? There hasn't been any major incident, so my presence is not required, Mo Yuan answered. If something significant were to occur, wouldn't you be there? Little junior brother. Is it really necessary for you to head to the Beast Forest at such a late hour without informing elder brother? Changfeng asked hastily. It's quite all right. Brother Changfeng, have you forgotten my identity? Going there feels like returning home, Yang Yu replied nonchalantly. In truth, since leaving the Beast Forest, he had scarcely returned formally. The teachings from Xuan Yu and the others had only occurred at the outskirts of the forest. Little junior brother, perhaps I should accompany you, Changfeng suggested. In case anything arises, it would be good to have someone to rely on. Really, there is no need, Brother Changfeng. Do not worry, Yang Yu said softly. By the way, there is something else I need to tell you. What is it? Regarding my elixirs, you may feel free to be as bold as you wish. Yang Yu stated seriously. Do not worry about harming me. I am, after all, refining my body and possess an exceptionally robust vitality. Changfeng's expression shifted. Yang Yu, have you encountered some trouble? Not at all, Yang Yu replied. Her curiosity piqued. Why do you ask? After all, for more than a month, you have not inquired about my alchemical endeavors even once. Why the sudden interest? Changfeng remarked. I was merely concerned that you might be feeling disheartened due to the lack of progress with your alchemy, Yang Yu replied. In any case, you should proceed with confidence. I can handle it. Having said this, Yang Yu turned to leave, reminding Changfeng to keep his nocturnal excursions a secret. Upon hearing Yang Yu's advice regarding alchemy, Changfeng felt a subtle shift within himself, as if his previous caution had been unwarranted and his worries excessive. Due to her inability to condense her aura, Yang Yu found it exceedingly convenient to conceal her presence. After effortlessly departing from the Shenling sect, she set her course towards the Beast Master Forest. Unbeknownst to her, the forest was currently enveloped in an unusual tranquility, a state brought about by the cessation of hostilities between the Beast Master sect and the forest. A consequence of Zhang Xuanyu's influence. As she reached the periphery of the Beast Master Forest once more, Yang Yu experienced a twinge of familiarity. Clad in dark attire, she adeptly blended into the shadowy surroundings. However, despite her efforts, a faint trace of her aura was detected. Before Yang Yu could step into the depths of the forest, a slender figure clad in white suddenly materialized before her. Who are you, and how dare you intrude upon the Beast Master Forest? Yang Yu beheld a young woman before her. One she had never encountered before, yet there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity about her. The woman stepped forward, her expression shifting dramatically. You. How could you possess the aura of my mother? Who are you? Mother? Yang Yu replied, utterly perplexed. Young lady, I believe you are mistaken. Before she could finish, the woman abruptly raised her hand, and a flash of white light surged forth. Yang Yu barely managed to evade it, turning to witness an enormous stone beginning to decay before her eyes. Speak quickly, the woman urged in a hushed tone, or your fate shall mirror that of the stone. I have already said, you are mistaken, Yang Yu insisted urgently. I know nothing of your mother. Humph. The woman scoffed, you claim ignorance. Yet you brazenly ventured into the Beast Forest at this hour. You are undoubtedly a disciple of the beast-taming sect. The beast-taming sect? Yang Yu frowned slightly. Who are you insulting? Such a disciple of the beast-taming sect, willing to forsake her own sect to save her life. The woman asserted gravely. I am no disciple of the beast-taming sect. I belong to the Xianling sect, Yang Yu replied with conviction. The Xianling sect. The woman let out a derisive snort. And yet, why would a disciple of the Xianling sect wander into the Beast Forest at such an hour? At this juncture, you still seek to cast blame upon the Xianling sect. Before Yang Yu could clarify, the woman struck once more, extending her arm, from which several slender white snakes emerged from her sleeves, hastening towards Yang Yu. Yang Yu understood that the other party's intentions were solely aimed at the beast-taming sect, and there must be some misunderstanding behind it. Thus, he had no intention of truly resorting to violence. However, having witnessed the previous kind of poison, he felt compelled to flee. As Yang Yu fled, she implored, please calm down. I am truly not from the beast-tamer sect. I hail from the forest of magical beasts. Cunning human, the woman retorted, her voice low and menacing. You claimed to be from the Xianling sect just moments ago, and now you profess to be from the forest of magical beasts. This matter is rather lengthy to explain. Please hold your hand and allow me to elucidate. Yang Yu hastily replied, attempting to buy time. The woman barked, today marks your demise. To the woman's astonishment, Yang Yu indeed refrained from counterattacking, merely continuing her escape. Observing Yang Yu's agility, the woman felt a strange familiarity. Was your mother not harmed by the beast-tamer sect? Yang Yu whispered, I share a vendetta with them. I can assist you in seeking vengeance. Do not attempt to deceive me. The woman's expression shifted as she heard Yang Yu mention her mother. You will not escape today. A dense white mist enveloped the woman, surging toward Yang Yu. Yang Yu realized that she had been surrounded and controlled by women as thick white smoke steadily approached, rendering her ability to escape on clouds futile. She paused, took a deep breath, and felt her vital essence surge within her, manifesting in the form of tiger stripes upon her body. Upon witnessing Yang Yu's transformation, the woman immediately halted, slowly extending her finger while stammering, Who are you? How do you possess tiger stripes? Just as the woman prepared to retreat, the surrounding poisonous gas had completely engulfed Yang Yu. As the woman was about to advance, a sudden shockwave erupted, causing the toxic fumes to dissipate in an instant. You recognize the tiger stripes, Yang Yu exclaimed with excitement. That's wonderful. I am Yang Yu. Before Yang Yu could finish her words, three figures suddenly materialized before the woman. Yang Yu recognized them as Xian Yu, Qi Yun, and Mo Yuan. The woman was none other than the little white snake who had been clamoring to avenge her mother during the day. The little white snake appeared somewhat flustered, instinctively taking a step back. Xian Yu. This person, he bears the tiger stripes of the esteemed one. Xian Yu turned to look at the little white snake, and then shook his head in resignation. As he turned back, the three exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a silent consensus, and simultaneously knelt on one knee, solemnly proclaiming, We welcome the young master. The little white snake stared blankly at Yang Yu, utterly astonished that the person she had been pursuing relentlessly was, in fact, the young master of the Beast Forest. In her panic, the little white snake's legs weakened, and she fell to her knees. Yang Yu hurriedly stepped forward to assist the four individuals to their feet. It had been quite some time since they last met, although one could hardly say it was an eternity. Xian Yu rose and remarked, after all, we glimpsed the young master from a distance when he was apprenticed at the Xianling sect. Qi Yin stepped forward and embraced Yang Yu, exclaiming, Young master, how I have missed you. The little white serpent cautiously approached Mo Yuan and whispered, Lord Mo Yuan, is he truly the young master? Mo Yuan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I understand what you wish to convey, but it is indeed true that he is the young master. The little white serpent leaned in closer, speaking delicately, Young master, I am Bai Jie. I beg your pardon for my earlier transgressions, I hope. Before Bai Jie could finish, Yang Yu stepped closer and reassured her, it is of no concern. I will find a way to assist you, but please grant me a little time. At that moment, Bai Jie was not entirely convinced that the youth before her could truly avenge her, yet, given the young master's esteemed status, she could only nod gently in agreement. Uncle Crow, the inner core you previously bestowed upon me belonged to Bai Jie's mother, did it not? Yang Yu inquired softly. Indeed, Xian Yu replied quietly. Bai Shi's mother was slain by the Beast Tamer sect's leader, Chen Ying, in collaboration with his disciples while guarding the monster Beast Forest. Yang Yu's gaze shifted subtly, a flicker of brilliance crossing her eyes. I realized that the beast-taming sect had not ventured into the monster forest recently. Xian Yu gently shook his head, revealing that the sect leader Xian Yu had intervened, negotiating undisclosed terms with the beast-taming sect, resulting in their absence from the monster forest for the past month. I understood, Yang Yu whispered, expressing her intent to properly extend her gratitude to the sect leader upon their next meeting. Master, what brings you back today? Qi Yun inquired softly. I came here hoping for a stroke of luck, to perhaps encounter disciples from the beast-taming sect. Ideally to engage them in some practical combat, Yang Yu replied with a hint of resignation. I had no idea the monster forest would be so tranquil, master. If you seek practical combat, it is not difficult at all, Mo Yuan suggested quietly. Just call on me. Let us skip Uncle Black Bear. You certainly wouldn't give it your all, Yang Yu remarked. However, it would be best if news of my return remained undisclosed. Xian Yu nodded gently. I understand, master. Has everything been proceeding smoothly at the Xianling sect? Yang Yu smiled and said, the senior brothers and sisters of the Xianling sect have treated me with kindness. But they are not particularly knowledgeable about the techniques of body refinement. This is something I must navigate on my own. Body refinement? Bai Jie inquired with a puzzled expression as she turned to Yang Yu. Why does the young master wish to refine his body? Did not the master mention this previously? Before Bai Jie could finish her sentence, she noticed Qi Yun turning around and gently shaking his head. Yang Yu let out a bitter smile. My circumstances are rather unique. Aside from body refinement, I have no other means of cultivation. Bai Jie nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding, yet did not dare to inquire further. Since there is nothing more to attend to here, I shall take my leave, Yang Yu said softly. Young master. Xian Yu called out gently. Please, do take care. Yang Yu nodded and turned to leave, however. This time he did not return directly to the sect, but instead headed towards Taoyuan village. At this moment, Yang Sankai and Sun Xiu were already fast asleep. Upon seeing that everything at home was well, he stood at a distance to take a look before quietly departing. It was not that he did not wish to enter and see his adoptive parents, but rather, he feared that upon seeing them, he would find it difficult to part ways. After leaving Taoyuan village, Yang Yu ran towards the outer courtyard, having not seen Yang Mingyun and Juzi for over a month. He stealthily approached the location of the outer courtyard. This place was not far from Taoyuan village, compared to the strict regulations of the inner courtyard of Xianling sect. The outer courtyard was far more lenient, allowing for the possibility of returning home if necessary. With Yang Yu's current abilities, the people of the outer courtyard would not be able to detect his presence, especially since he bore no traces of qi refinement, making it even harder to be discovered. Sister, Yang Yu softly called out. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Yang Mingyun hastily donned her garments and stepped outside, only to find the vast square utterly deserted. A flicker of disappointment crossing her features. Could it be that I misheard? She pondered to herself. Suddenly, a figure leaped down from the rooftop, removing the mask that concealed their face, revealing the signature white hair. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yang Mingyun burst into tears. Where? It truly is you, she exclaimed joyfully. Sister, it's me. How have you been here? Yang Yu inquired softly. Quite well. I believe life here is less monotonous than in the inner courtyard. I practice my skills and attend to my own affairs, and I often manage to visit our parents, Yang Mingyun replied. I just returned from seeing them. Yang Yu murmured, lowering her gaze, but I didn't go inside. Observing Yang Yu's demeanor, Yang Mingyun seemed to comprehend the turmoil within her sister's heart. Gently stroking her head, she reassured, it's all right. Mother and father will not blame you. I will tell them that you have been here. What about Brother Juzi? How is he? Yang Yu asked quietly. He is well and holds great esteem with Master, Yang Mingyun replied softly. Yue, has something happened? Yang Mingyun inquired gently. Are you truly all right after leaving without permission? Yang Yu smiled and remarked, it should be fine. Today, an esteemed senior told me that I am too rigid. Yang Mingyun softly replied, I feel that you have something on your mind. If there is anything troubling you, please do share. Even if I am not by your side, you can confide in your friends. Yang Yu nodded gently. Sister, I must return now. I shall visit you often. What a peculiar thing to say. As if you are departing for good, Yang Mingyun replied with a smile. Hurry back, and do take care of yourself. After Yang Yu departed from the outer gates, he was poised to return to the sect when, unexpectedly, another shadow darted forth, but its target was not him. Rather, it was the distant Beast Forest. Upon witnessing this, Yang Yu felt a surge of anxiety and quietly trailed behind the figure. Before long, she realized that such shadows were not solitary. Upon closer inspection, there appeared to be approximately 10 individuals. Moreover, Yang Yu sensed a subtle yet distinct aura of malevolence emanating from them, as if they were deliberately concealing their intentions. Yang Yu's expression changed dramatically. After all, infiltrating the monster beast forest at such a time, coupled with a murderous intent, could only indicate trouble. Fortunately, Yang Yu had not cultivated qi, and throughout the journey, her presence remained undetected by the 10 individuals. Under Yang Yu's covert guidance, they indeed arrived at the monster beast forest. Yang Yu harbored suspicions that these 10 individuals were disciples of the beast-taming sect in disguise. However, she seemed to detect no scent of magical beasts emanating from them. Yang Yu's suspicions regarding the identities of these 10 individuals deepened. Upon reaching the periphery of the monster beast forest, they halted in their tracks. The person at the forefront made a series of simple gestures, after which the remaining 9 dispersed entirely. Upon witnessing this, Yang Yu was momentarily taken aback. With 9 directions to consider, how could one possibly track them? Just as Yang Yu was engulfed in confusion, a familiar figure suddenly emerged. It was the delicate silhouette of Bai Jie. She was closely trailing behind a shadowy figure. Without hesitation, Yang Yu resolved to follow suit. The shadow gradually ventured deeper into the monster beast forest, eventually halting by the edge of a small lake. Little one, you've followed me all this way. It's time for you to reveal yourself, the shadow spoke in a deep voice. Yang Yu was taken aback. She had believed her stalking to be exceedingly discreet, yet she was unexpectedly discovered. Before Yang Yu could reveal herself, Bai Jie boldly emerged, daring to trespass into the beastly forest. Yang Yu wore a look of helplessness, pondering why Bai Jie incessantly uttered the same phrase. This little creature. Is this the best the entire beast control sect could muster against me? The man spoke in a low voice. You. Bai Jie exclaimed in fury. Who are you? The beast control sect. The man replied quietly, surrender your inner core, and I can grant you a swift end. Upon hearing the name of the beast control sect, Bai Jie's eyes seemed to blaze with fury, and in a swift motion, she charged forward. Yang Yu's expression tightened upon witnessing Bai Jie's actions. It was undeniably reckless to act so impulsively without discerning the nature of her opponent. In the shadows, the man appeared to wear a sinister smile. With a swift motion, his dark attire transformed into an enigmatic cloak, adorned with luminous specks that glimmered like stars. Yet, Bai Jie showed no sign of fear. A small white serpent emerged from her sleeve, opening its mouth to unleash a cloud of white mist that surged towards the man. He let out a cold chuckle as the bizarre cloak effortlessly dispelled the toxic gas. Bai Jie was left in shock as the man suddenly vanished from sight, only to reappear behind her in an instant. Although Bai Jie sensed his presence, it was too late. He struck her from behind, and she barely managed to remain standing, feeling as though her back was engulfed in flames. Such a lowly creature requires further cultivation before I can extract its inner core, the man stated gravely. Aware that she was no match for him, Bai Jie's arms fell to her sides, and a small serpent slowly descended from her sleeve, darting towards the beast-infested forest behind her. This movement did not escape the man's keen observation. It is too late to send a warning now, he murmured. Once more, he executed his ghostly technique and appeared behind Bai Jie, swiftly crushing the white serpent beneath his foot, which promptly dissipated into a cloud of mist. Bai Jie hastily distanced herself, but the injury on her back intensified, as if her entire spine were ablaze. Yang Yu observed keenly from the shadows. This was no ordinary fire-based technique, for it appeared to be intertwined with other elements. The beast forest was not as formidable as it seemed. The man spoke with disdain. How pathetic to have someone like you obstruct us. Bai Jie realized the implication of his words. It seemed that there were indeed multiple adversaries arriving tonight. The man raised his arm, and a dim crimson flame encircled Bai Jie. Seeing this, she understood that escape was futile and prepared to unleash her final strength in a bid for mutual destruction. Upon witnessing Bai Jie's resolve, the man rushed forward and, with his arm piercing through the flames, firmly grasped her throat. Little white snake, it's not so easy to die, he uttered in a low tone. Just as his words fell, Yang Yu sprang into action, unleashing all his might in the cloud-treading technique, with tiger stripes already manifesting on his body. He dashed through the flames and landed a powerful punch squarely on the man's face. Although Yang Yu did not exert his full strength, it was sufficient to render the man unconscious. He then swiftly carried Bai Jie to safety. Young master. Bai Jie gazed at Yang Yu in astonishment. How did you return? Yang Yu paid no heed to Bai Ji's inquiry and instead asked, "How is the wound on your back?" Bai Ji gently shook her head. Her face etched with pain as she replied, "It is of no consequence. We must swiftly inform Lord Xin Yu of the situation here. There is no time to lose." Yang Yu spoke in a grave tone. "There are 10 of them, and they have already dispersed. It is too late to send a warning now. 10 people." Bai Ji gasped. "What shall we do now?" "We need to create a diversion," Yang Yu declared. "Gather the remaining 9 here, and then we will take them by surprise." "Take them by surprise?" Bai Ji appeared somewhat perplexed. "You have seen their cultivation level," Yang Yu continued. "Are you confident in a direct confrontation?" Bai Ji shook her head helplessly. "Then that settles it," Yang Yu stated. "I, too, lack such confidence, which leaves us with no choice but to strike covertly. Fortunately, they seem unaware of my presence. Young master, what kind of commotion do you intend to create?" Bai Ji inquired solemnly. "Since we cannot split up to notify Uncle Crow." Yang Yu sighed deeply. "Let us awaken the entire Beast Forest." "What do you mean by that?" Before Bai Ji could finish her sentence, the tiger stripes on Yang Yu's body grew more pronounced, emanating a faint glow in the darkness. Suddenly, Yang Yu raised his head and let out a fierce roar, surprising Bai Ji, for the sound emanating from his throat was that of a tiger's roar. Upon hearing such a sound, Bai Ji instinctively took a few steps back, her gaze shifting as if her perception of the young man before her had altered. This tiger's roar roused the entire Beast Forest, with Xin Yu, Qi Yun, and Mo Yuan being the first to take notice. After all, it had been a long time since the Beast Forest had heard such an invigorating roar. The other 9 intruders naturally sensed that something was amiss and began to make their way toward the source of the roar. "Young master, should this person be killed?" Bai Ji asked in a low voice. Yang Yu's gaze was tinged with hesitation, and she softly uttered, I have never taken a life. The young master belongs to the Beast Tamer sect, the very faction most despised within the monster Beast Forest." Bai Ji remarked that even during the presence of the esteemed one, the Beast Tamer sect would occasionally stealthily venture into the monster Beast Forest to hunt magical beasts. Yang Yu approached to examine the unconscious man, then rose and declared, "Bai Ji, he is not a disciple of the beast taming sect." "How can this be?" Bai Ji exclaimed, her voice filled with agitation. "He just confessed it himself. There is not a trace of beastly aura about him. Not even the slightest hint of the essence that one would expect from someone who has long coexisted with magical beasts," Yang Yu replied. "I have encountered disciples of the beast taming sect before, and each one bore the unmistakable scent of magical beasts, their master included." "But," Bai Ji murmured, "then why did this man claim to be one of them?" "To incite discord between the Beast Forest and the beast taming sect," Yang Yu said in a grave tone. "It seems that the enemies of the Beast Forest extend beyond just the beast taming sect." Yang Yu noticed that Bai Ji seemed inclined to utter more words, and promptly pulled her aside to conceal themselves. "Now is not the time for such discussions," Yang Yu asserted. "Someone is approaching, and indeed, there is but one." Just as Yang Yu had indicated, it wasn't long before another shadow clad in black appeared nearby. "Young master," Bai Ji whispered, "I will divert his attention. Be ready to strike at any moment." "Who goes there?" the man shouted. "Since when has the beastly forest become a refuge for the cowardly?" Yang Yu intended to grasp Bai Ji's hand, but Bai Ji swiftly dashed forward, enduring the searing pain in her back as she unleashed another cloud of toxic mist. The man dispelled the noxious vapor using the same method, his cold gaze shifting back and forth upon Bai Ji. "Where is your companion?" he demanded in a deep voice. "With your level of cultivation, it is impossible for you to have inflicted such a condition upon my junior brother." "Humph," Bai Ji scoffed. "I can only say that his cultivation is lacking. The Beast Master Forest truly wishes to oppose the beast taming sect?" the man stated gravely. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji recalled Yang Yu's earlier words and, with a look of realization, responded, "You are not from the beast taming sect." The man's expression shifted dramatically at her words. Had it not been for the darkness and the cloak obscuring his face, the expression Bai Ji would have witnessed would have been quite remarkable. A hint of tension flickered in his demeanor, a fact that did not escape Yang Yu's notice, confirming his prior suspicions. "Young lady, you know far too much." The man intoned solemnly, "I cannot allow you to leave today." Feigning fear, Bai Ji retreated, inadvertently drawing the enemy into Yang Yu's range of attack. As the man lunged forward to seize Bai Ji, he seemed to sense impending danger, yet it was too late for any reaction. In an instant, a youth with bloodshot eyes delivered a powerful punch to his cheek. Observing this, Bai Ji quickly advanced, her small white serpent dancing through the air, swiftly sealing the man's throat and executing him on the spot. Yang Yu witnessed the practitioner perish before her eyes, yet she felt little emotion. She merely turned her gaze towards Bai Ji. Young master, Bai Jie softly uttered, these individuals must not be allowed to remain. Yang Yue remained silent, observing Bai Jie's efficient dispatch of their adversary. It seemed to her that the young girl displayed a decisiveness that surpassed her own. Bai Jie, we can no longer linger in this place, Yang Yue stated solemnly. If more individuals arrive and discover two bodies lying here, suspicion will inevitably arise, compromising our ability to execute a surprise attack. What shall we do then, young mistress? Bai Jie inquired with a serious tone. We shall remain concealed in the shadows. But this time, we will take the initiative to seek them out, Yang Yue replied softly. You may be right. These individuals cannot be allowed to live. Yet they may serve a purpose. What do you mean? Bai Jie asked, curious about the young mistress's intentions. There's no need to rush on that front, Yang Yue answered. We must first deliberate with Uncle Crow regarding the specifics. With that, the two once again utilized the cover of night and the terrain of the Beast Forest to hide themselves. Unfortunately, just as they were about to depart, a companion of the man they had just encountered appeared before them. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Yue unleashed her cloud-treading technique, delivering a decisive punch straight to the man's chest. Caught off guard by the sudden assault and the remarkable speed of her movement, he had no time to evade. A muffled groan escaped his lips as he collapsed unconscious. Observing this, Bai Jie stepped forward to administer a finishing blow, completing what Yang Yue had been unable to do. Young mistress, Bai Jie cautiously asked, do you feel any compassion for these humans? Upon hearing Bai Jie's question, Yang Yue's expression turned distant. After all, she had lived as a human for many years and had never contemplated the shift in her allegiance upon returning to the Beast Forest. Yang Yue let out a soft sigh. Bai Jie, do you perceive me as human or as a beast? No matter what you are. I only know that you are my young master, Bai Jie replied with a grave expression, seemingly without a hint of hesitation. Unbeknownst to the two as they conversed, they had already drawn the attention of an adversary. Suddenly, a shadow darted forth, aiming directly for Yang Yue's vital points. Yang Yue was caught off guard, struck on the neck by the enemy, and was sent crashing to the ground, creating a considerable commotion. Upon witnessing this, Bai Jie hurriedly rushed forward. Young master, are you all right? Bai Jie inquired anxiously. Yang Yue rose, gently brushing off the dust from her attire, reassuringly stating, it's nothing, do not worry. As soon as Yang Yue's voice fell, 7 figures clad in black surged forward. Yang Yue never anticipated that the remaining individuals would converge in such a manner. The monster forest harbors creatures like you. One man stepped forward and remarked, yet, judging by your appearance, you must be human. Why do you ally with the beasts? Child, enlighten me. What was that tiger's roar just now? Another man inquired, his tone grave. Brother, this lad is somewhat peculiar. My previous strike was aimed directly at his neck, one man whispered. Even if it did not sever, he should not be unscathed. Look at him now. At that moment, the tiger's stripes on Yang Yue's neck became more pronounced, and his eyes glimmered with murderous intent. Bai Jie, I will hold them off here. You go find Uncle Crow and the others, Yang Yue said softly. Young master, this is not permissible. Bai Jie exclaimed anxiously. I cannot leave you behind alone. Still hoping to cover for your companion's escape? The man sneered. Do you truly believe we do not exist? Yang Yue pushed Bai Jie aside, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. The aura of lethal intent dissipated along with her figure, and a pair of crimson eyes, slicing through the darkness, suddenly materialized behind a man. Yang Yue's vital energy surged within her as she unleashed a powerful kick aimed at the man's back, the sharp crack of breaking bones resonating through the air. The onlookers were taken aback by the swiftness of Yang Yue's movements, shattering the stillness of the night with this jarring sound. Following her successful strike, she deftly employed her unique cloud-stepping technique, vanishing from sight. Junior brothers, gather together quickly. The man commanded with urgency. Brother, my spine is shattered. He struggled to articulate. Junior brother, form a formation. The leading figure instructed in a grave tone. The remaining 6, harmoniously channeling their internal energies, prepared for action. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Yue reappeared, delivering a swift kick to the cheek of a cloaked man. He was sent flying like a cannonball, ultimately crashing against a massive boulder, his fate uncertain. Now's the time. The man urged in a low voice, seize him. As Yang Yue was preparing to retreat once more, she discovered herself ensnared within a formidable array. Observing the array before her, which emanated a powerful surge of magical energy, Yang Yue struck it fiercely with several punches, yet only succeeded in creating a mere tremor, failing to inflict any damage upon the formation. Senior brother, this fellow is quite sinister, remarked one man. We must capture him alive. I am eager to ascertain whether he is human or beast. Whether he is man or magical beast is hardly a concern for you, wretched few. A dark, ominous voice suddenly echoed from above the group. In an instant, under the weight of that voice, the array shattered, granting Yang Yue her freedom. She quickly raised her head, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. The remaining 5 men looked up, their expressions shifting dramatically as they beheld the figure before them. Just as they prepared to flee in panic, a sudden earthen wall erupted, obstructing their escape. Since you have come this far, why not engage in a proper discussion? Resonated another robust male voice. In a state of utter disarray, the 5 men collapsed to the ground, inching backward in terror. At that moment, a large hand, adorned with sharp claws, reached out and seized one by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. Before the unfortunate soul could utter a word, there was a sickening crack, and his body fell lifeless, akin to a deflated balloon. Young master, are you unharmed? Qi Yun inquired softly, holding the lifeless body in his grasp. Yang Yue gently shook her head, expressing relief at their timely arrival. How is Bai Ji? Is she injured as well? Rest assured, young master, Xiao Bai is fine, Qi Yun responded. The leading man was incredulous at the title just uttered. It was Mo Yuan who utilized earth-based magic to block the 5 individuals. Young master, it is fortunate you have returned. That tiger's roar was impressive. Which sect do you belong to? Xian Yu inquired, his expression darkening as he stepped forward. Do not mention the Beast Tamers sect. I am familiar with that group. The remaining 5 were already terrified, their eyes darting around before finally resting on Yang Yue. You, the leading man stammered. Why do you assist the magical beasts? You were commanded to answer questions, not to pose them. Mo Yuan interjected sternly. Xian Yu seemed to discern something from this exchange. Suddenly, he raised his hand and removed the covering from Yang Yu's head, revealing her signature white hair before the 5. Their eyes widened with fear. Xian Yu, seizing upon this detail, approached the 5. It appears you recognize my young master? Your young master. The leading man's disbelief was palpable as he gazed at Yang Yue. No, I do not know her. With a smile, Xian Yu remarked. It seems your identities warrant further investigation. Excluding the Beast Tamer sect, the Spirit Treasure sect, the Dao sect, and the Falling Cloud sect, there are not many remaining sections. You, do not speak nonsense. We are from the Beast Tamer sect, the leading man asserted, his voice low. Imagine, by tomorrow morning, I present your corpses to the Beast Tamer sect. What do you think Chun Ying's reaction will be? Xian Yu asked softly. You dare to kill us? The leading man found his courage to speak. Xian Yu was momentarily taken aback by his words, then chuckled lightly. Why wouldn't I? You trespassed into our magical beast forest. To us, you are enemies. The magical beast forest shows no mercy to foes. Mo Yuan added gravely. Once you set foot in this land, your lives no longer belong to you. As his words settled, Qi Yun stepped forward, thrusting his palm through one man's chest. The fallen disciple's companion looked on in horror. Please, don't kill me, the leading man pleaded, his voice trembling. Is it too late to beg for mercy now? Xian Yu inquired solemnly. I suspect you were the ones who colluded with the Beast Tamer sect and the Spirit Treasure sect to attack the magical beast forest, though you concealed yourselves well. The leading man slowly lowered his head, falling silent. Oh, it seems my guess was correct, Xian Yu remarked quietly. Thus, we can exclude the Spirit Treasure sect, leaving only the Phoenix Cry sect and the Divine Path sect. The man appeared increasingly flustered, due to the fact that the Foaming sect does not accept male disciples. Xian Yu let out a soft sigh, pondering the Divine Path sect instead. Yang Yu stepped forward, inquiring if they were disciples of the Divine Path sect. It is highly probable, Xian Yu replied, yet the matter of Foaming sect not accepting male disciples is merely hearsay. Who can truly ascertain whom they accept? Her icy gaze fixed upon the man, a blend of inquiry and intimidation. The man, intimidated, dared not utter another word, with just a few exchanges. He had unwittingly revealed the essence of his identity. Observing this, Xian Yu gently shook her head, concluding that no valuable intelligence could be extracted from him. Nevertheless, she resolved to deliver their corpses to the Beast Tamer sect, intrigued to discover who would ultimately reclaim them. Don't. The man's protest was abruptly silenced, feeling a sudden chill at his throat, as if a sharp object had grazed him, and moments later, life left him. After Qi Yun dealt with the remaining adversaries, he began to clear the bodies. Xian Yu turned to Yang Yue, asking if she had decided on a name for her technique. Yang Yue nodded gently and called out, treading on clouds. Treading on clouds. Xian Yu nodded lightly, quite good. But what was that you just used? Yang Yue was taken aback by the dramatic transformation of Xian Yu. Is there a problem? She inquired cautiously. This technique, known as cloud treading, is inherently imbued with lethal intent. Why has it all become an art of assassination? Yang Yue replied with a sense of resignation. Have you been here the whole time? Yang Yue asked softly. Yang Yue nodded helplessly, saying, I arrived when you faced your opponent for the second time. I intended to observe your current state. But the application of cloud treading is far too rudimentary. At this moment, Yang Yue resembled a chastened disciple, quietly absorbing the teachings of Yang Yue. Lei Jie approached and inquired, Master Yang Yue, since you have arrived, why did you not take action at the earliest opportunity? Little one, it is unwise to pry into the matters of adults, Yang Yue replied with evident impatience. You, come to me first thing tomorrow morning. Allowing these few insignificant beings to reduce you to this state is a disgrace to the Beast Master Forest. Why she lowered her head, refraining from further comment. Young master, there is nothing more to be done here. We should return promptly, Yang Yue advised. By the way, should you encounter anyone, you may recount the recent events of the Beast Master Forest truthfully. Encounter whom? Yang Yue asked with curiosity. For instance, your master, the esteemed Master Mengli, Yang Yue responded. I suspect that upon your departure from the Xianling sect, she became aware of it immediately, so there is no need for concealment. Yang Yue nodded and, after bidding farewell to the others, hurried back to the sect. Lord Yang Yue, Lei Jie said cautiously, you have attempted to leave the Beast Forest for revenge twice tonight. Yang Yue replied solemnly. At this point, are you still prepared to depart? Lei Jie lowered her head in silence. Aunt Bai entrusted me with your care. Yang Yue's tone softened as he glanced in the direction where Yang Yue had departed. I have never looked after a child and lack experience. The young master is my first charge. One more or one less makes little difference. So, do me a favor and refrain from wandering. Come find me in the morning. The chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Lei Jie lifted her gaze to Yang Yue, noticing that his typically stern demeanor had vanished, revealing a gentle older brother figure. I understand, Lord Yang Yue, Lei Jie replied. Go back and rest, Yang Yue sighed lightly. Lord Yang Yue, where will you go now? Lei Jie inquired as she stepped forward. The delay in finding you was not a deliberate test. I was held up by certain matters. Yang Yue explained with a hint of exasperation, and coincidentally, the individual involved is quite significant. What kind of person? Lei Jie asked. It's an adult's affair. Children should refrain from prying. Return and rest, Yang Yue instructed, and remember to seek me out tomorrow. With that, Yang Yue turned and departed. Heading deeper into the Beast Forest. Upon arriving at a secluded location, Qi Yun and Mo Yuan had been waiting for some time. Why did you take so long? How are we supposed to handle this young girl? Mo Yuan asked helplessly. What are you planning to do? A delicate-looking girl was bound to a large tree. Her eyes filled with defiance. You, young lady, are the one who recklessly entered the Beast Forest, and you dare question our intentions? Qi Yun replied with a sigh. Haven't I already apologized? The girl murmured, I am the next clan leader of Qingqiu. Please do not act rashly. Yang Yue stepped forward. Lowering his voice, young lady, merely claiming to be from Qingqiu does not compel us to believe you. Furthermore, you lack even the clan leader's seal. How can we trust you? The girl quickly interjected. The next leader, do you understand? My father is still alive. Yang Yue shook his head and sighed. Young lady, there have been far too many incidents in the Beast Forest recently. I cannot simply let you go. What? The girl exclaimed loudly. Are you planning to keep me bound like this? Yang Yue gently raised his arm, and the restraints on her were loosened. We want to keep you bound, but you must endure a bit of discomfort and stay in the Beast Forest for now. The girl moved her body and looked at Yang Yue. What if I insist on leaving? Yang Yue spread his hands and remarked that just tonight, 10 adversaries who dared to trespass into the Beast Forest had been slain by them. If you insist on departing, we cannot halt you. The woman appeared to be somewhat apprehensive about the current situation. For the time being, please stay with us. We can at least assure your safety, Yang Yue stated gravely. However, if you choose to leave, regardless of your affiliation with Qingqiu, you may be mistaken for an ally of the Beast Forest. You are threatening me. The woman whispered. Yang Yue chuckled softly. I am not threatening you. If I were to do so, any one of us three could easily keep you here. He then glanced at Qi Yun and Mo Yuan behind the woman and nodded gently, signaling that he could handle the situation on his own. Once Qi Yun and Mo Yuan departed, Yang Yue continued. Miss, my name is Yang Yue. May I know how to address you? I am Su Yu, she replied. Miss Su, I apologize for any offense earlier. Please do not take it to heart, especially considering you must have heard that tiger's roar. Yang Yue spoke softly. I did hear it. Su Yu hesitated before adding, but it seems somewhat different from the Tiger King I had imagined. Miss Su, you jest. That roar was emitted by the young master of the Beast Forest, Xian Yu said solemnly. As for the Tiger King you mentioned, our revered master has already fallen. The Tiger King is truly dead? Su Yu looked at Xian Yu with disbelief. Miss Su, how could I lie about such matters? Xian Yu replied gently. When my father told me, I found it hard to believe. I assumed you were deliberately concealing the truth, so you stated seriously. I sneaked out to the Beast Forest to verify this matter. Xian Yu smiled lightly. Miss Su, what your father said is indeed true. Our master fell during his tribulation. So you stepped forward and gently patted Xian Yu's shoulder, saying, do not be saddened. I have long wished to see just how majestic the Tiger King of the Beast Forest truly is. Alas, Miss Su, you still have a chance. Xian Yu said earnestly. Su Yu's bright eyes twinkled as she looked at Xian Yu. You cannot be referring to your young master, can you? Precisely, Xian Yu replied earnestly. You heard that roar. The future of the Beast Forest rests upon him. And what relevance does this have for me? So you asked softly. If the Beast Forest and Qingqiu can collaborate, there would be nothing in this world that could threaten us, Xian Yu stated gravely. So you took a step back and raised her hand, saying, no. Qingqiu has never interfered in worldly affairs. It is best as it is. Many years ago, during the War of Immortals and Demons, Qingqiu and the Beast Forest were comrades on the same front. Surely, Miss Su, you are not unaware of this? Xian Yu spoke softly. Please, do not say such things. So you hurriedly replied, at that time, it wasn't just Qingqiu. There were also numerous celestial sects in this world. Why not seek them out? Xian Yu solemnly responded, because they are human. Whereas Qingqiu is a realm of magical beasts that can be completely trusted. Feigning contemplation, Su Yu raised her head and said seriously, you should discuss this with my father. The matter is too significant for me to decide. Not only could she not make the call, but Xian Yu. You two cannot take charge of this. A stern voice echoed from above the two. Upon hearing this voice, Xian Yu initially frowned but then slowly lifted his gaze. Smiling as he said, Brother Golden Eagle, what brings you here at such a late hour? Why resort to such petty cleverness? The voice continued. Who in the magical Beast Forest could pretend that nothing has happened after that tiger's roar? Just as Xian Yu was about to respond, the sky seemed entirely shrouded, with massive wings casting shadows over them. Xian Yu, that roar of the tiger was indeed real, but, do not say but, Xian Yu interjected. Give me more time? No, give the young master more time. One cannot expect him to become the ruler of this magical Beast Forest overnight, can they? The expression of the Golden Eagle softened considerably. Xian Yu, I admit, after our master departed, without you, the magical Beast Forest could have easily fallen to other sects. We owe you that much. Xian Yu waved his hand dismissively. Owing is not the right term, but if you truly think so, then grant me more. That's a separate issue, the Golden Eagle continued. We owe you a debt, but we do not owe it to the young master you speak of. How can this great bird speak without reason? So you interjected suddenly from the side. Xian Yu, momentarily caught off guard, turned to stop her, only to see the Golden Eagle gesturing for her to continue. Little one, do enlighten me. In what way am I being unreasonable? The Golden Eagle asked in a deep voice. Your Tiger King has but this one child. By lineage, he should rightfully be the young master of your magical Beast Forest. Su Yu asserted. What could possibly be wrong with that? The Golden Eagle chuckled lightly. Little girl, the magical Beast Forest does not operate like Qingqiu. Here, it is strength that matters, not lineage. Upon hearing this, Su Yu momentarily found herself at a loss for words, yet instinctively felt a sense of injustice. But he is your master's only child, Su Yu exclaimed passionately. Do you intend to seize his home? Seize? The Golden Eagle let out a bitter laugh. This remains his home. However, he cannot return as the young master. Do you understand what I mean? The words of the Golden Eagle seemed directed at Su Yu. Yet his gaze was firmly fixed on Xian Yu. As Su Yu appeared poised to speak further, Xian Yu stepped forward and stood before her, proclaiming, Brother Golden Eagle. Grant me 10 years, just 10 years. What are you truly clinging to, Xian Yu? The Golden Eagle replied with a hint of exasperation. The young master you speak of lacks an inner core. It is utterly impossible for him to dominate the Beast Forest through physical cultivation alone. What? Su Yu exclaimed in disbelief. No inner core, what about his inner core? Xian Yu wore an expression of resignation. This is my oversight, yet even without an inner core, the young master can still cultivate. Within him lies, are you referring to that vigorous essence? The Golden Eagle interjected gravely. Since time immemorial, neither humans nor beasts have attempted to cultivate using mere essence. Cultivating with essence? Su Yu gasped once more, incredulous. Is that even feasible? ISNT that meant for survival in dire straits? Humph. The golden eagle scoffed lightly. Even this girl understands your fixation. What is it that you are truly devoted to? Xian Yu turned his serious gaze toward the golden eagle. 10 years. I only require 10 years. 10 years? The golden eagle sneered. For a beast. 10 years is but a fleeting moment. Do you genuinely believe that a decade will suffice for that boy to undergo a complete transformation? After 10 years, he shall return as the rightful master of the Beast Forest, Xian Yu asserted solemnly. At that time, whether it is you, Brother Golden Eagle, or anyone else, shall be able to ascertain his worth. As soon as Xian Yu finished speaking, the leaves around them began to tremble violently, and in the shrouded darkness, it felt as if countless eyes were watching him. Su Yu, overwhelmed by the multitude of gazes, felt a chill run down her spine. Gaining a profound understanding of the formidable essence of the Beast Forest, noticing her trepidation, the Golden Eagle cast a mischievous grin in Su Yu's direction. Oh, little girl from Qingqiu, what is the matter? Are you afraid? As the future leader of Qingqiu, Su Yu could not yield to such provocation. Summoning her courage, she stepped forward and spoke with conviction. What is there to fear, especially from those who bully a child? Bully a child? The Golden Eagle inquired, intrigued. You hail from Qingqiu, yet do beasts truly show mercy and spare you for your youth? After the Golden Eagle's words, Su Yu replied earnestly, in the Grand Beast Forest. Do you genuinely believe such notions are just? Humph. The Golden Eagle scoffed coldly. Let us not even discuss beasts. When humans enter the Beast Forest to hunt, do you think they would spare newborns? Su Yu recognized the truth in the Golden Eagle's statement. However, from her perspective, their actions were simply intolerable. Seeing the situation escalate, Xian Yu hastily stepped forward. Brother Golden Eagle, esteemed guests, let us not stray from the topic at hand. The Golden Eagle withdrew its gaze to look at Xian Yu. Considering the efforts you have made for the Beast Forest, I have granted you 10 years. However, their words are beyond my authority. Turning around and standing tall, Xian Yu respectfully addressed the assembly. Esteemed ones, I kindly request that you grant me this favor. I only need 10 years. If, after this period, you remain unconvinced of the young master, I shall depart the Beast Forest alongside him, never to set foot here again. Why must you go to such lengths? A gentle female voice interjected. I will concede to your request. 10 years it shall be. Thank you, Xian Yu replied solemnly. The other beasts offered no explicit response, yet their actions conveyed a tacit agreement. Once the area regained its tranquility, Xian Yu noticed that his back was drenched. Beside him, Su Yu, upon witnessing this, plopped down onto a nearby stone. You nearly frightened me to death. It's so perilous here. Do not worry, Miss Su. They rarely emerge, Xian Yu assured in a low tone. Thus, you should trust that as long as you remain within the Beast Forest, you are safe. But I cannot linger here for eternity, Su Yu countered. I must eventually return to Qingqiu. Miss, when the time is right, the young master can accompany you back. Xian Yu suggested softly. You could also take this opportunity to interact with him. I have a feeling you harbor ulterior motives. Su Yu remarked, wait. You don't mean to suggest that I should. Xian Yu chuckled lightly. Is that such a terrible notion? Of course it is. Su Yu replied gravely. Do you know why I sneaked out? Xian Yu shook his head helplessly. I can only surmise. Perhaps you are escaping an arranged marriage? How did you know? Su Yu exclaimed with excitement. My father wants me to marry a Fox clan member I have never even met. How is that possible? Fear not, Mississippi. I will certainly find a way for you to meet our young master, Xian Yu replied earnestly. If you wish to see him, he is at Xinling's sect. And tomorrow I can secretly escort you up the mountain. But is that the crux of the matter? Su Yu said, rolling her eyes. I have just arrived in the Beast Forest, and already you have captured me, and now you intend to confine me, coercing me into marrying your young master. Mississippi. What you are saying is completely unfounded, Xian Yu responded with exasperation. Admittedly, we did capture you at first, but we have not confined you. Nor have we pressured you into marriage. We merely mentioned that you could see him first, and if you disagree, that would be the end of it. Does the young master of the Beast Forest truly fear he will lack a partner? Brother Crow. Xian Yu raised a hand. Please refrain from calling me brother. Address me as uncle, lest we confuse our generational ties. Indeed, Uncle Crow, it appears that the current status of our young master remains uncertain, Su Yu remarked. The esteemed elders concealed in the shadows have yet to acknowledge it. After a decade, do you truly possess the confidence? Xian Yu gently shook his head. I indeed underestimated the situation. Initially, I intended to propose a century, but fearing their potential rejection and immediate hostility, I opted for 50 years instead. Look. Su Yu pointed at Xian Yu. In 10 years, you lack confidence entirely. Yu calmly replied, "It is not a matter of lacking confidence, but rather that a more generous time frame allows for greater preparation, which naturally extends to the cultivation of our young master. I remain curious, without an inner core, how do you plan to nurture a magical beast in a mere decade, so that the aforementioned elder will recognize it?" So you spoke in a low tone. "That ultimately depends on the depth of the Xianling sect's foundations," Yu responded solemnly. "Miss Su, shall I take you to meet the young master tomorrow? Who knows? It might resonate with you. Let us discuss tomorrow's matters when the time comes," Yu replied softly. "Where shall I rest tonight?" "Follow me," Yu instructed, ensuring Su Yu was settled before he turned to leave. At that moment, Qi Yun and Mo Yuan approached. 10 years. Is that feasible? Qi Yun pondered gravely. "You were present earlier," Yu remarked casually. "However, it didn't escape. That is unlike your usual manner." Mo Yuan wore an expression of helplessness. "I detained her. Given her temperament, had she ventured out then, this matter would not have concluded so easily." "You acted wisely," Yu stated solemnly. "In any case, having secured 10 years, I did not anticipate their swift approach. Perhaps it was the young master's roar that roused them," Qi Yin suggested. Mo Yuan glanced at Su Yu. "Who was behind Xian Yu? Is this little girl truly from Qing Qiu?" Xian Yu nodded. "I believe so, while she lacks the Qing Qiu clan seal. The unique aura of Qing Qiu is unmistakable. Why do you keep her?" Qi Yin inquired. "Do you truly intend for her to marry the young master? If the Beast Forest can forge a connection with Qing Qiu, perhaps the situation may undergo some transformation," Xian Yu replied. "As for whether they can truly be together, it ultimately depends on their own intentions. Our opinions hold little sway." At that moment, Yang Yu had arrived within the realm of the Xianling sect. Standing atop a roof, preparing to stealthily return to her residence for rest, when she suddenly felt a powerful grip at her collar, whisking her away to an unknown location. Due to the swiftness of the action, Yang Yu scarcely had time to glance back and discern who it was. Yang Yu felt as though she had been drawn into a room, where the light was soft and the surroundings seemed unremarkable. Yang Yu sank down onto the ground. Her collar loosened behind her. Hastily, she turned around and, upon seeing the person before her, quickly rose to her feet and bowed respectfully. "Master," Yang Yu said cautiously. Meng Li gazed at Yang Yu with a serene expression. "First, take a moment to regulate your internal energy." Following Meng Li's instructions, Yang Yu settled into a cross-legged position and regulated the surging essence within her body. Before long, she managed to suppress the tumultuous flow of energy. Just as Yang Yu prepared to rise, Meng Li gently raised her hand and said, "There is no need to get up. Remain seated, Yang Yu. I have a question to pose to you." "Master, please ask," Yang Yu replied. "Do you trust me?" Meng Li inquired solemnly. Yang Yu hesitated for a moment before cautiously inquiring. "Master, why do you ask such a question?" There was no direct response. Meng Li softly remarked, "It seems there are still some reservations." At that moment, Yang Yu found herself at a loss for words. Meng Li simply waved her hand and said, "It's all right. There is no rush. Your current demeanor resembles hers quite closely." Upon hearing Meng Li mention her, Yang Yu's expression subtly shifted, as if she wished to inquire further, but was intercepted by Meng Li. "I have indeed encountered your mother on several occasions." Meng Li smiled and continued, "Coincidentally, when she was in distress, I refrained from delivering a fatal blow, and when my own misfortunes befell me, she too chose not to strike." "My mother?" Yang Yu asked tremulously. "Regardless of what others may say, I believe she is a wonderful person," Meng Li asserted. "If not for the numerous prejudices of the world, I am certain that she and I could have become the best of friends, especially since we have both witnessed each other's darkest hours." Before Yang Yu could respond, Meng Li continued, "Yang Yu, I share this not to compel you to believe me immediately. There is ample time, so we shall take it slowly. However, do you remember the question Xian Yu once posed to you?" After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yu cautiously inquired, "The purpose of cultivation?" Meng Li gently nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Do you recall? Have you come to a conclusion now? Or rather, if you have already arrived at one, would you be willing to share it?" Yang Yu fell silent for a moment, unable to meet Meng Li's gaze. It seemed she had made up her mind, yet felt unable to express it. Meng Li softly remarked, "You bear a striking resemblance to her, even in the way you resolve upon a decision." "Master, I have indeed made my choice." Yang Yu spoke in a low voice, "But, no matter, once you have made your decision, it is sufficient," Meng Li replied. "Now that you are a disciple of the Xianling sect, I bear the responsibility of ensuring your safety, even if the path you choose is fraught with peril." "I am sorry, Master," Yang Yu said, her voice full of remorse. "What is there to apologize for?" Meng Li responded, "The path you tread is of your own choosing. Even if it is one that no one has ever traversed successfully, what does it matter? As long as you do not regret your decision. Having said this, Meng Li produced a piece of paper and handed it to Yang Yue. This contains records regarding body refinement that I recently discovered in ancient texts, Meng Li said softly. Unfortunately, it only delineates the realms of body refinement. With little additional information available, Yang Yue took the note, which bore the distinct handwriting of Meng Li. It was inscribed clearly with the terms, body refinement, meridian transformation, blood forging, marrow cleansing, inner strength, outer strength, primordial unity, golden body, and sacred physique. To be honest, I was taken aback to discover that the realms of body refinement were categorized in a manner akin to that of qi cultivation. Meng Li remarked, "Qi should have mentioned to you that you are currently at the meridian transformation stage. As for how to ascend to the blood forging realm, I am uncertain." Yang Yue carefully tucked away the note and softly replied, "It is all right, master. This is sufficient, at the very least. It allows me to discern how much further the path stretches ahead." Meng Li gently interjected, "Do not perceive that as a final destination. For those of us on the path of cultivation, the conclusion is not delineated by realms, but rather determined by one's own choices." Yang Yue seemed to be perplexed by Meng Li's words. Observing this, Meng Li chuckled softly and inquired, "What level do you believe Chang Feng can attain in this lifetime?" Given his talent in alchemy? Yang Yue gently shook her head. "I am uncertain. Yet I am aware that Brother Chang Feng possesses a far greater interest in alchemy than in any other pursuit," dreamily remarked. Chang Feng is well aware of the path he must tread, a clarity that surpasses the understanding of the entire Xianling sect. Yang Yue seemed to gradually comprehend Meng Li's words. Her heart incessantly contemplating the purpose of her cultivation, her gaze igniting with fervor. "Let us rest here for the night," Meng Li spoke in a low voice. "Relax. The Xianling sect is quite secure. There is no need to remain in a constant state of tension, as it would not be beneficial for your cultivation." As Meng Li prepared to turn away, Yang Yue hastily called out, "Master, do you not wish to inquire where I have been at such a late hour? When you truly trust me, I will divulge it to you." Meng Li replied softly. "I returned to the Beast Forest," Yang Yue stated with a serious tone. Meng Li halted her steps, turning to look at Yang Yue. "Did something happen in the Beast Forest?" Yang Yue nodded gently and then recounted the events of the evening. Dreamly gave a wry smile, expressing her astonishment that a sect would attempt to frame the beast-taming sect. "Master, Uncle Crow suspects that it might be individuals disguised from the Divine Path sect or the Phoenix Cry sect," Yang Yue softly remarked. "Xian Yu's suspicions are not without merit," Dreamly replied, though she acknowledged that he could not be entirely certain at this moment. "It is said that the bodies of those individuals will be sent to the beast-taming sect tomorrow morning," Yang Yue continued. "It is indeed a clever plan." Dreamly chuckled lightly, "But I suspect that no one will come forth to claim these bodies. They shall ultimately become lost souls wandering the earth. If that's the case, won't the trail be lost?" Yang Yue asked quietly. "You can simply return tomorrow night," Dreamly suggested. "After all, their target is the monster beast forest. If you go every day, you are bound to uncover some clues." "Master, do you truly permit me to venture into the monster beast forest at night?" Yang Yue inquired softly. "I noticed a change within you upon your return. Merely one night was sufficient to invigorate your essence to this extent," Dreamly observed. "Even during your match with Lu Fei, your essence did not exhibit such vigor, indicating that this kind of real combat is indeed suited for you." Yang Yue gazed at Meng Li, eager to share the matters concerning Wang Xian, for it was indeed Wang Xian who had provided insights into the practical aspects. Observing her demeanor, Meng Li smiled and remarked, "If there are things you wish not to disclose or cannot divulge, do not force yourself. To be candid, even my master harbors his own secrets." Yang Yue nodded gently, watching as Meng Li departed. Once she was alone, Yang Yue resumed her seated meditation, contemplating how to attain the next realm, the blood forging stage. Without taking a moment to rest, she diligently continued her practice of refining her essence blood, striving to elevate her tiger stripes to a higher level. However, despite the passing night, the tiger stripes remained stagnant at the first stage, showing no signs of progress. Yang Yue rose to his feet and gently pushed open the door. The first rays of morning sunlight illuminated his face, seemingly dispelling all the fatigue from the previous night. Just as Yang Yue was about to seek out Chang Feng, he was startled by a commotion emanating from beyond the sect's walls. Yang Yue leapt onto the eaves and gazed downward, where she spotted a woman clad in a flowing red dress, furtively searching for something elusive. Yang Yue lightly leaped down and solemnly inquired, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Xianling sect?" The woman, startled, hurriedly turned around and, upon seeing a silver-haired youth before her, quickly grasped Yang Yu's arm, pulling him aside. "Shh, do not utter a word," she whispered urgently. "I merely lost my way. Please refrain from shouting." "Lost your way?" Yang Yu regarded her with skepticism. How could one become lost and end up at the Xianling sect? Yang Yu mobilized the essence and blood within her body, sensing that the woman before her was no ordinary human. After a brief moment, the essence and blood began to stir restlessly once more. Yang Yu took a hurried step back. "Who on earth are you?" "Young man, please refrain from raising your voice," the woman said, quickly grasping Yang Yu's arm. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Suyu, who has stealthily escaped and found my way to the Xianling sect while wandering." "Suyu?" Yang Yu scrutinized the girl before him. "Where do you hail from?" "The Beast Master Forest," Suyu replied softly. "However, arriving at the Xianling sect is fortuitous. I was just hoping to find someone and ascertain his true worth." "Who are you searching for?" Yang Yu inquired cautiously. Suyu was momentarily taken aback, realizing she had neglected to ask for a name. With a calm demeanor, she gently shook her head and said, "It seems that fate has decreed we are not meant to be. After all, I have come all this way, and it appears our paths must part here." Yang Yu wore a look of helplessness, utterly perplexed by the murmurs of the woman before her. Even if you do not recall the name, could you perhaps describe their general appearance?" Yang Yu inquired softly. Suyu waved her hand dismissively. "It no longer matters. Young one, my tale with him concludes here. What is it that you truly seek in this place?" Yang Yu asked in a solemn tone. Yang Yu was evidently somewhat taken aback by the girl addressing her as young man, for the girl before her appeared to be only slightly older. "Young man, if you tell me how to descend the mountain, I shall reveal to you a secret, shall I?" Suyu whispered softly. Yang Yu pointed towards the direction of the monster beast forest, asserting that traversing it would lead them down the mountain. "Isn't there another route?" Suyu murmured, suggesting an alternative that would allow them to bypass the treacherous forest. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Yang Yu's curiosity was piqued. "Why is that? Do you harbor some grudge against the monster beast forest?" Suyu waved her hand dismissively. "Not at all. After all, I have only just escaped from there, yearning to explore other places." Yang Yu let out a bitter smile, then extended her index finger towards the sky. "You could simply fly over there." "Young man, are you genuinely jesting with me?" Suyu remarked. "What I am about to share with you is a grand secret pertaining to the Beast Master Forest." "Do tell," Yang Yu replied. "If it is indeed a significant secret, I might find a way to help you escape. Just say it." Suyu leaned closer to Yang Yu and whispered, "Last night, nefarious individuals launched a surprise attack on the Beast Master Forest." As Yang Yu beheld the proximity of Suyu, her cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Noticing her reaction, Suyu hastily remarked, "Why are you so flustered? It is evident that you have not encountered much of the world. You must promptly inform your master about this matter, for it is surely a significant achievement. However, before that, you must first escort me out." Yang Yu shifted slightly backward. "How did you come to know about the assault on the Beast Forest?" "You see, last night I fought alongside the young lord of the Beast Forest, so of course, I am aware," Suyu proudly proclaimed. "The young lord of the Beast Forest? With you?" Yang Yu inquired, visibly perplexed. "What, do you look down upon me?" Suyu retorted indignantly. "I am the next clan leader of Qingqiu." "Qingqiu? You have never heard of Qingqiu?" Suyu gazed at Yang Yu in astonishment. "It appears you are relatively new to cultivation. Does your sect never mention these legends to you?" Yang Yu gently shook her head. Suyu wore a look of helplessness. "It seemed that when I ascend to the position of clan leader, I should encourage our people to venture into the world, lest we become forgotten by society. Thus, you are a magical beast?" Yang Yu inquired softly. "You are quite astute," Suyu replied in a hushed tone. "The Qingqiu Fox clan is indeed a legendary entity. Yet I believe the Fox clan should not be merely categorized as magical beasts." Yang Yu placed her finger gently against Suyu's lips, whispering, "You must never reveal the existence of magical beasts to any human." Observing the earnest expression on Yang Yu's face, combined with the warmth of her finger against her lips, Suyu felt a flush creep across her cheeks. She hesitantly stammered, "But, aren't you human as well? I will keep your secret. But you must not disclose your identity again." Yang Yu replied with solemnity, "There exists a beast tamer sect here, which is not as benevolent towards magical beasts as you might imagine." Suyu nodded softly and inquired quietly, "After all this conversation, I still do not know your name." "I am called Yang Yu," she responded. Suyu murmured the name, Yang Yu. "But you, being a youth, are also a practitioner of the arts. Should you not be more diligent in your studies?" "Why do you say that?" Yang Yu asked, her brow furrowing. "I perceive your cultivation to be rather lacking, seemingly not even reaching the foundational stage. Where, then, have your thoughts been directed?" Suyu questioned softly, adding, Yet, your physique appears quite robust. Could it be that you are engaging in body refinement? Yang Yue said helplessly, firstly, why do you always refer to me as a youth? You don't appear to be much older than I am. Siyu, noticing this, leaned closer to Yang Yue with a beaming smile and said, this young lady is merely 18, unmarried, and unengaged. I wonder if young Master Yang has any intentions? Yang Yue gazed at the adorable girl before her. Her cheeks once again flushed with color. She hurriedly stepped back, striving to quell the surge of vitality within her. You, observing Yang Yue's crimson face. Siyu chuckled softly. Yang Yue, why do you appear so flustered? Could it be that you are feeling shy? Before Yang Yue could respond, Siyu continued, however. Oh, what is the story behind your head of white hair? Have you fallen ill? After Yang Yue calmed her emotions, she softly remarked, it's not an illness, it's innate. The naturally white hair is quite peculiar. Siyu let out a gentle sigh and said, oh, those two individuals over there are acting rather suspiciously. Yang Yue followed Su Yu's and indeed saw two individuals dressed like disciples from other sects, each carrying a cloth bag on their backs, within which something was evidently struggling. Upon witnessing the situation, Yang Yue hastily concealed herself along with Su Yu. What are we hiding from? Aren't those your fellow disciples? Siyu inquired softly. What kind of gaze is that? Yang Yue replied gently. Our garments are distinctly different. What does it matter if the attire differs? Siyu questioned. The clansmen of Qingqiu all don various outfits. Disciples of the same sect typically wear similar attire. Yang Yue elucidated, however. There is something peculiar about the aura emanating from those two individuals. Yang Yue, you are quite strange. Clearly, you have commenced your cultivation. Why not utilize your aura to investigate instead of relying on your sense of smell? Siyu remarked. It has become a habit, Yang Yue casually replied. Follow this path down the mountain. It should lead us around the monster Beast Forest. What are you planning to do? Siyu asked. I must follow and observe it. Yang Yue responded. I have an unsettling feeling that they are not benevolent. Take me with you. Siyu exclaimed excitedly. I believe accompanying you will be far more intriguing. What if danger arises? Yang Yue queried. Then there is even less to fear. Siyu asserted, if you, with your level of cultivation, are unafraid. Then what should a dignified fox spirit of Qingqiu fear? Are you certain? Yang Yue asked once more. You are quite tedious. Keep close to me, Siyu whispered. If anything happens, I assure you I will not abandon you. Rest assured. Yang Yue let out a helpless smile, then quietly followed behind Siyu, stealthily tracking her. Brother. Those 10 individuals have yet to return by dawn. Could it be? Said the man carrying a satchel. It is highly likely. Replied another man with fair skin in a low voice. However, one must see the living to confirm their fate. I am quite eager to discover what has transpired. Brother, could there be an ambush? A mere glance from afar will suffice, the fair-skinned man replied. Do not concern yourself with anything else. What matters most is the burden you carry. Yang Yue, what kind of teachings does your Xianling sect impart? Siyu inquired. Why is your cultivation so low? Yang Yue wore a helpless expression. Su Yu had reiterated these words throughout their journey. The teachings of our sect are sound, Yang Yue murmured softly, but alas. My aptitude is lacking, and no matter how hard I try, I cannot grasp it. Su Yu gently shook her head and replied, I beg to differ. Just observe your physique. It's remarkably robust, entirely unlike what one would expect from someone of your age. This indicates something significant. Yang Yue began to worry that Siyu might discern her true circumstances. You are more suited for body refining rather than qi refining. You should regard qi refining as a supplementary practice, Siyu remarked, but this approach has its drawbacks. What drawbacks? Yang Yue inquired. Siyu's words echoed a concern that had been occupying Yang Yue's thoughts recently. However, the most fundamental issue remained unresolved, the inability to condense qi. As far as I know, the upper limit of body refining does not surpass that of qi refining, Siyu continued. Of course, my perspective stems from the fact that it has been a long time since a true practitioner of body refining has emerged. For the torment of such physical trials is not something everyone can endure. Yang Yue cautiously inquired, is it even impossible for magical beasts? Siyu presumed that Yang Yue was referencing her identity as a member of the Fox clan and replied, the Qingqiu clan is not suited for body refinement. Thus we have never considered this path. Yang Yue then asked, what about the physical conditions of other magical beasts? Siyu responded, I am not well versed in many of them. However, I have heard my father mention that even the formidable bodies of the forest sovereigns could not withstand the thunder tribulation. Before Siyu could finish, Yang Yue's expression dimmed. Indeed. Yet, Siyu reassured her, do not lose heart. I find you quite sincere. Should an opportunity arise in the future, come to Qingqiu, and I shall ask my father to teach you some of our clan's techniques. Perhaps this could help mitigate your current disadvantages. Yang Yue merely nodded lightly in response. Perhaps there will be an opportunity. Following this, Yang Yue and Su Yu accompanied the two figures into the depths of a secluded forest. As Yang Yue gazed downward, she beheld a location where a sect resided. Could it truly be connected to other sects? Yang Yue mused to herself. Su Yu, following Yang Yue's line of sight, looked down and was taken aback to see 10 corpses displayed before an opulent sect. This sect is exceedingly extravagant, Su Yu remarked in a hushed tone. This must be the Beast Tamer sect, Yang Yue whispered, known for its covetous gaze upon the monster forest. Yang Yue, this place feels rather eerie. Perhaps we should leave. Su Yu suggested softly. Yang Yue sensed Su Yu's trepidation and nodded slightly. An instinctual awareness informed him that this place was indeed perilous. Just as Yang Yue and Su Yu prepared to depart, the pale-skinned man let out a soft sigh, remarking, "You two have followed me this far. And now you intend to simply leave?" Upon hearing this, Su Yu momentarily froze, while Yang Yue swiftly grasped Su Yu's arm, paving a path through the clouds as he turned to flee. However, the pale-skinned man deftly sidestepped and positioned himself directly in front of Yang Yue. Observing Yang Yue's demeanor, the pale-skinned man furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, "We have been trailed by such an inexperienced youth, truly embarrassing, my junior." At this moment, a man carrying a bag approached the pale-skinned man, his gaze transforming into one of ferocity. "Brother, allow me to handle this," the man declared in a low tone. "Rest assured, there will be no lingering consequences." The pale-skinned man nodded slightly, cautioning, "Do not create too much disturbance." After uttering these words, he turned and walked away without a backward glance, while the bag-bearing man tightened his grip on the bag's rope, directing a menacing look at Yang Yue. "You two little ones can only blame your misfortune," he intoned grimly. As Yang Yue was poised to flee, she suddenly felt Su Yu pull her behind him, a grave expression adorning his face as he declared, "I am of the Qingxiu Fox clan. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, the entirety of Qingxiu shall not spare you." Yang Yue was taken aback, having just warned her not to reveal her true identity, yet in an instant, Su Yu had done precisely that. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, the fair-skinned man, who had not strayed too far, halted his steps. After a moment of silence, he murmured, "Spare the woman. Fear not, senior brother." In that moment, the man's arm appeared to swell, charging directly at Su Yu. Witnessing this, Yang Yue seized Su Yu and fled into the depths of the forest. Su Yu, momentarily stunned, allowed herself to be dragged away in a hasty escape. "I specifically told you not to disclose your identity," Yang Yue exclaimed urgently. "I thought the reputation of Qingxiu would intimidate them," Su Yu replied helplessly. "Well, now you see the outcome," Yang Yue retorted. "Not only did it fail to frighten them, but it seemed to excite them instead. Nevertheless, Yang Yue, your agility is truly remarkable, though it feels oddly familiar," Su Yu commented. "This is not the time for such discussions. We must return to the sect at once." Yang Yue insisted. "You little ones won't escape." The man's physique seemed to grow even more imposing, closely pursuing Yang Yue. Realizing that Yang Yue was unable to exert her full strength while dragging her along, Su Yu steeled herself and said resolutely, "Yang Yue, do not concern yourself with me. You must flee and find your master, then return to rescue me." Yang Yue's gaze grew resolute as she declared, "What nonsense are you speaking? We came together. And of course, we shall return together. You are carrying me. You cannot run swiftly." Su Yu replied in a hushed tone. The chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. She was not mistaken. The white-haired youth shouted from behind Yang Yue, "Release her. And perhaps I might spare you." Yang Yue sighed softly before uttering, "Su Yu, I must apologize." "What?" Before Su Yu could react, Yang Yue exerted a gentle force and pulled Su Yu closer, enveloping her in an embrace. In that moment, Su Yu noticed a faint crimson glow flickering in Yang Yue's eyes. With Su Yu in her arms, Yang Yue accelerated dramatically, swiftly creating distance between them and the pursuing man. At this instant, Su Yu could focus solely on Yang Yue, her heart racing in tandem with the intensity of the moment. The man chasing them was taken aback by Yang Yue's unexpected agility, realizing he was about to lose his quarry when suddenly, a surge of dark green energy shot toward Yang Yue from behind. Observing this, Su Yu cried out urgently, "Yang Yue, be careful." Unfortunately, Yang Yue was unable to attend to the impending threat, and the dark green energy struck her back directly. Yang Yue embraced Su Yu, shielding her with her own body to ensure her safety. Upon seeing Yang Yue collapsed and unresponsive, Su Yu hurriedly called out, "Yang Yue, are you all right?" In a faint whisper, Yang Yue replied, "Sure." Su Yu instantly grasped Yang Yue's intent and urgently shouted, "Yang Yue, you mustn't die. Please, get up." That enormous bear is approaching. Yang Yu pretended to faint, listening to Su Yu's exaggerated cries, even beginning to worry that the man would not approach easily. Humph. The man scoffed. That white-haired boy is quite the runner. Having been struck by my poison, he is undoubtedly doomed. Yang Yu, you must not come to harm. Su Yu exclaimed with a quivering voice, the great bear is already upon us. Upon hearing Su Yu's signal, Yang Yu suddenly vanished from her position, only to reappear behind the man. Her arm, infused with vital essence, appeared vividly crimson. In an instant, she delivered a powerful punch to the man's back, striking him squarely. The surroundings seemed to fall into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of his heart shattering. The man turned to Su Yu with an expression of disbelief before collapsing to the ground. Su Yu, noticing Yang Yu drenched in sweat and her arm swollen and bruised, hurriedly rushed to support her. Yang Yu, are you all right? Su Yu inquired anxiously. Yang Yu did not anticipate that this invocation of vital blood would impose such a tremendous burden upon him. With great effort, he suppressed the pain and managed saying, it's nothing. Let us hasten our return. If that pallid-faced man returns shortly, we may find ourselves unable to escape. As Su Yu assisted Yang Yu to rise and was about to depart, they suddenly observed the sack upon the man's back stirring unexpectedly. Yang Yu furrowed her brow slightly, then stepped forward to open the cloth bag with her other hand. Suddenly, a frail little boy darted out and curled up beneath a large tree. Yang Yu and Su Yu exchanged a glance before she gently stepped forward. Elder brother, elder sister, please spare me. The young boy implored in a rather streetwise manner. Before Yang Yu could respond, Su Yu interjected sternly, who is your elder sister? Can you not see that he is the one who saved you? The boy turned his gaze towards the man who lay on the ground, then scrutinized Yang Yu once more, referring to him as this elder brother. Before he could finish, Yang Yu interrupted, I am not your elder brother. No, the boy exclaimed, rising to grasp Yang Yu's injured arm. You saved me. You are my elder brother. Do not touch that hand. Su Yu hastily cautioned. Do you not see he is injured? Before Su Yu could complete her sentence, a faint glow emanated from the boy's hand, and to their astonishment, Yang Yu's arm began to heal gradually. It seemed that he felt the influence of an external force as his vital essence surged within him, gathering towards the wounded arm. Seeing this, Su Yu refrained from intervening and softly remarked, at least you possess a sense of gratitude. However, why were they attempting to capture you? The boy, gazing at Yang Yu's injured arm, responded solemnly, to be frank with this elder sister. This lady's name is Su Yu, not elder sister. She replied with a hint of exasperation. Lady Su, an elder brother, could you do me one more favor? The boy asked. What favor? Su Yu inquired cautiously. Take me to the monster forest. It is the only place that can protect me now, the boy whispered. You still have not explained why they wanted to capture you. Su Yu gently pressed. Yang Yu observed the expressions and actions of the young boy in silence, perplexed that even the essence within him seemed unaware of the boy's true identity. I am a child of the forest, the boy declared in a low voice. What are you? Su Yu asked, astonished, having never encountered such a term before. Beside her, Yang Yu was equally baffled by the meaning of a child of the forest. In simple terms, I am a seed born of the purest power of the forest, the boy replied solemnly. What is your name? Yang Yu inquired gently. I have no name, the boy stated, but since elder brother saved me, I can take your surname. How should I address you? I find your way of speaking quite peculiar. Su Yu remarked. Sister. Su, you will get used to it, the boy said. I am Yang Yu. And please refrain from calling me elder brother. It feels rather awkward. As for the monster beast forest, I can guide you there. But only if we manage to escape this place. Yang Yu asserted. I am familiar with this area, but I will need the assistance of elder brother Yang and sister Su for protection, the boy continued. Elder brother Yang, when you find the time, could you give me a name? I plan to stick with you from now on. Stick with him? Su Yu interjected. He must return to the Xianling sect and cannot take you with him. Xianling sect? The boy murmured. Is that the sect on the mountain? But elder brother, why do you wish to go there? Yang Yu, fearing that the young boy who claimed to be the child of the forest might discern her true identity, hastily exclaimed. This is of no importance right now. We must leave this place at once. We have already lingered too long. Indeed, as she spoke, the boy's words remained unvoiced, for a sudden look of terror welled up in his eyes, prompting him to swiftly seek refuge behind Yang Yu. Upon witnessing the scene, Yang Yu swiftly turned around, and in the mere span of that turn, a pair of ominous eyes suddenly appeared before her. I wonder why my junior hasn't returned yet, the pale-skinned man murmured. What tricks did this white-haired brat employ to bring about his demise? Su Yu hastily grasped Yang Yu's arm, retreating a considerable distance. It is merely that your junior lacks the requisite skill. I advise you to depart at once. We may spare your life, Su Yu stated in a grave tone. Yang Yu understood that Su Yu's intention was to make the other party retreat in the face of difficulty. However, in the fleeting moment when their gazes met, Yang Yu realized that the man before her seemed to yearn for bloodshed even more fervently. Yang Yu reluctantly raised her arm to shield Su Yu and the child of the forest behind her. Su Yu, take him back to the Beast Forest and then seek help. Yang Yu murmured without looking back. Su Yu shook her head in response, saying, You didn't abandon me just now, and I will never forsake you. Meanwhile, the young boy gently tugged at Su Yu's sleeve and whispered, Miss Su. I believe what Brother Yang said holds merit. Be quiet. Su Yu softly scolded. You are truly ungrateful. After being saved, you wish to abandon your savior? Are you speaking nonsense? Do you think I won't hand you over? The child of the forest looked at Su Yu with a perplexed expression. Miss Su. Brother Yang's words indicate he lacks the advantage, yet he might be able to hold the opponent off, creating an opportunity for our rescue. You misunderstand me. A mere boy who hasn't even reached the foundation establishment dares to attempt a rescue in my presence? The pale man scoffed. In an instant, as the laughter faded, the pale man lunged forward. Yang Yu, unwilling to back down, immediately performed the cloud stride technique to obstruct the pale man's advance, then unleashed a punch with her still recovering arm, aimed directly at his face. Upon witnessing the oncoming attack, the pale man's expression shifted abruptly, and he swiftly altered his stance, only to hear the sickening sound of a bone fracturing. Just as Su Yu and the child of the forest rushed forward, Yang Yu's anguished cries began to echo. Interesting. The pale man turned to gaze at Yang Yu, noting her remarkable composure despite her young age and grievous injury. At that moment, Su Yu observed Yang Yu's arm hanging limply, devoid of color. In a single strike, the pale man had shattered Yang Yu's arm, the excruciating pain eliciting soft groans from her as she gradually rose, her eyes filled more with fury than fear. The sight sent a chill down the pale man's spine. Fascinating, he spoke somberly. It seems my junior brother's demise at your hands was not unwarranted. Concern etched on her face, Su Yu rushed to Yang Yu's side. Yang Yu, your arm. It's nothing. The words sounded hollow to anyone else. Yet only Yang Yu understood that her vital essence was tirelessly mending her fractured arm. However, this restoration required time, and the pain from the process was vividly reflected on her face. The pale man stepped closer, prompting Su Yu to swiftly position herself before Yang Yu. I will go with you. You must not harm him again. Otherwise, I will unleash the entire Qingqiu to seek your life. Oh, the little princess of Qingqiu. The pale man jested. I never anticipated that my first visit here would lead to such extraordinary encounters. Su Yu. Yang Yu stammered, unable to leave with him. Su Yu turned around and softly reassured, It's all right. He wouldn't dare to harm me. After all, I have the support of Qingqiu. Just as Su Yu spoke, Yang Yu clearly observed the movement of the fair-skinned man and hurriedly pulled Su Yu away. A flash of white light from the man's hand struck directly at Yang Yu's chest. Seeing the crimson stain spreading across Yang Yu's bosom, Su Yu cried out in alarm. Yang Yu, princess of Qingqiu, could it be your first time away from home? The fair-skinned man remarked softly. If you perish here, who would know it was my doing? This place is close to the beast tamer sect. Qingqiu would only suspect them. You. Su Yu glared fiercely at the man. This scoundrel dares to directly slay my junior brother to protect you. Leaving him alive would only pose a threat to me. The man's expression shifted subtly. Yang Yu's complexion was ashen, struggling to rise, her eyes still brimming with fury. You are not wrong, as long as I still draw breath. I will not let you go. The white-haired youth remarked with curiosity. Given your level of cultivation, you should have perished long ago. The pale-skinned man spoke solemnly. What kind of power has allowed you to endure until now? Yang Yu let out a cold laugh. Do you wish to know? Come closer, and I shall reveal it to you. This statement reeked of a trap set by Yang Yu. The fair-skinned man snorted disdainfully at this juncture. He still clung to his bravado. Run quickly, Yang Yu whispered in a low voice. Yet, at that moment, Su Yu had no intention of abandoning Yang Yu to flee alone. The fair-skinned man held an undeniable advantage and would not allow the 3 children before him to escape. He was acutely aware that he could not afford to delay any longer, for they were near the vicinity of other sections. With that, the fair-skinned man once again set his sights on Yang Yu, executing a strange movement technique that brought him directly before her. Yang Yu seemed to be well prepared. She suddenly tilted her head back and then struck down fiercely. The fair-skinned man did not anticipate that Yang Yu would resort to such a savage tactic, and he was caught off guard, resulting in a direct blow to his nose. It was at that moment he truly comprehended the terrifying magnitude of Yang Yu's strength. With a cry of pain, he immediately began to spew forth a copious amount of blood from his mouth and nose. Clutching his face in agony, he seethed with anger. "You little brat! You're courting death!" The fair-skinned man charged forward once more, as if he had lost all sense of composure. Upon witnessing the scene, Yang Yu summoned her strength anew, and although her severed arm had not fully healed, it nevertheless responded to her call. The fair-skinned man could not have anticipated that Yang Yu would lift her dismembered arm, the latent power within it instilling a sense of peril within him. Just as the fair-skinned man prepared to evade, a slight figure suddenly darted forth, clinging tightly to his ankle. "Brother Yang, strike now!" The forest child shouted. "You little brat! Get away from me!" The fair-skinned man retorted furiously. As he was about to retaliate against the forest child, a burst of crimson flames unexpectedly surged towards him. The caster was Su Yu, standing behind Yang Yu. Although the feeble foxfire from Qingqiu did not inflict significant harm upon the fair-skinned man, it was sufficient to grant Yang Yu ample time. "You wretched girl from Qingqiu, silence yourself!" Yang Yu stormed forward, her eyes ablaze with fury. In this moment, it remained unclear whether her wrath stemmed from the harm inflicted upon her companion by the man or from the myriad of agonies he had caused her own self. Yang Yu's fist struck the man's face with precision, the immense force of the blow surprisingly sending even the forest guardian soaring through the air. The force of Yang Yu's punch was a downward thrust, causing the fair-skinned man's body to spin in an exceedingly exaggerated arc several times before crashing to the ground. Yang Yu stumbled forward, and Su Yu hastily rushed to check on her injuries. "We must return to the Xianling sect," Yang Yu spoke solemnly. "I am uncertain if he possesses other means. We must depart swiftly, without a moment's hesitation." Su Yu supported Yang Yu and set off along the path they had come, with the forest child trailing closely behind them. Su Yu dared not run too swiftly, as the wound on Yang Yu's chest appeared quite horrific, continuously bleeding. "Do not worry. Once we reach the Xianling sect, all will be well," Yang Yu reassured her in a low voice, seemingly sensing Su Yu's apprehension. "Brother Yang, it seems he is pursuing us," the forest child spoke nervously. Yang Yu did not hesitate for a moment and spoke in a deep voice. "You all, I will not abandon you here and return to Xianxing sect to report." Su Yu, without a hint of retreat, replied, "Elder brother Yang, neither will I." The son of the forest declared loudly, "Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, as the following content is even more thrilling." Yang Yu felt a sense of helplessness, as these two individuals had anticipated everything he wished to express, silencing him with a mere phrase. As they approached the realm of Xianling sect, Yang Yu finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. However, the fleeing Su Yu's pace had begun to wane. Observing the girl before him, drenched in sweat, Yang Yu felt a pang of compassion. Su Yu instinctively turned to Yang Yu and softly inquired, "Why are you looking at me like that?" After a moment of silence, Yang Yu softly spoke, "I do not know why, but I feel a pang of sympathy for you, having endured so much suffering." Upon hearing these words, Su Yu's already flushed cheeks deepened with a hint of embarrassment. "Where do you little ones think you are running off to?" A voice belonging to a pale-faced man echoed behind them. Yang Yu turned to look and saw the man's face smeared with blood, his features distorted with ferocity. "Su Yu, listen to me. Once we ascend the mountain, we will reach the Xianling sect. If you set me down, I assure you I will be unharmed." Yang Yu said in a grave tone, "If this continues, none of us will." "Enough of the nonsense." Su Yu replied sternly, "If I say no, then it is no." The pale man leapt forward, completely blocking the trio's path. "You cannot escape." Before he could finish, a chilling female voice interjected, "All these injuries on my little junior brother are thanks to you, are they not?" The pale man hastily turned around to see a woman gripping a seemingly ordinary longsword, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "Sister Yu Hong," Yang Yu murmured. In an instant, Yu Hong had bypassed the man and stood before Yang Yu, examining the wounds on his chest and arms, her brow furrowing in concern. "It seems the competition in a month must be postponed." Yu Hong's expression reflected deep regret. Hearing this, Yang Yu could only manage a wry smile. "Thank you, young lady, for protecting my little junior brother," Yu Hong said, turning her gaze towards Su Yu. Su Yu merely nodded slightly, aware that his injuries were severe and required immediate attention. "Rest assured," Yu Hong reassured softly, "my little junior brother is quite resilient. Such minor injuries will not claim his life." Upon hearing this, Su Yu appeared even more anxious, eager to voice his thoughts, when Yu Hong inquired, "What is your name?" "Young lady?" Yu Hong seemed to regard the pale man with disdain, yet at that moment, he dared not act recklessly. fully aware of the prowess displayed by Yu Hong moments earlier. I am called Suyu. Yang Yu was about to gently tug at Suyu's sleeve, fearing that Suyu might inadvertently reveal her identity as a member of Qingqiu. Thank you very much this time, Miss Su, Yu Hong said softly. When Yu Hong turned around, Yang Yu cautiously glanced at Suyu, who was also looking at him, her eyes seemingly conveying the message, do not worry. I shall not easily disclose my identity again. Before Yu Hong could speak, Yang Yu heard footsteps approaching from behind. Suyu prudently turned around, positioning herself protectively in front of Yang Yu. Junior brother, what brings you here? And what happened to you, with all these injuries? Yang Yu exclaimed in astonishment as he looked at the two figures, Chun Liang and Lu Fei. How did you end up here? We came to assist Chang Feng in procuring some medicinal herbs, Lu Fei replied in a deep voice. But how did you sustain such injuries? It was this very person before us who harmed the junior brother, Yu Hong interjected. Oh, Yu Hong is here too. Chun Liang's expression turned grave as he regarded the fair-skinned man standing before Yu Hong. Before Yang Yu could utter a word, both Chan Liang and Lu Fei strode toward Yu Hong, their eyes ablaze with fury, fixating on the man before them whose face was contorted in anguish. Chan Liang stepped forward, exclaiming, You seek death. How dare you harm my junior brother? Lu Fei added with a solemn tone. Who are you to recklessly intrude upon the monster beast mountains and severely injure my junior brother? The man, acutely aware that this was not the opportune moment to engage in conflict, began to retreat. Witnessing this, Suyu's expression darkened as she shouted, We cannot let him escape. Do not worry, Miss Su, Yu Hong replied softly. You will not leave here today. The man's countenance darkened as he regarded the two golden core cultivators and one foundation establishment practitioner before him. He understood that evading capture would be no easy feat nevertheless. Surrendering was not an option he would entertain. In the blink of an eye, Chun Liang was the first to strike, his palms glowing a fierce crimson as they surged toward the man. Be cautious, Brother Chen. His movements are quite peculiar, Yang Yu called out from behind. With a wry smile, Chen Liang retorted, No matter how strange, it cannot surpass your own peculiar skills. Indeed, as Chen Liang observed the man's movements, he realized they paled in comparison to Yang Yu's. Within moments, he discerned the man's intentions. As the man saw Chen Liang closing in, a flash of white light emanated from his hand, poised to deliver a fatal blow upon Chen Liang's approach. However, it seemed he had overlooked the fact that he was not facing just one Chen Liang. The instant the man made a move, Lu Fei advanced, effortlessly intercepting the man's attack and delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. The man was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a formidable sect would strike at him with two cultivators simultaneously, especially from a seemingly frail scholar who unleashed such formidable force with a single kick. Yang Yu observed the combat styles of the two individuals, noting a significant alteration compared to their previous match. Yu Hong, perceiving Yang Yu's confusion, promptly remarked, Ever since our duel, they seem to have taken a keen interest in emulating your offensive techniques. However, the two senior brothers are cultivators of qi, and such aggressive tactics are exceedingly perilous. Yang Yu replied solemnly. Upon hearing this, Suyu, standing nearby, grew increasingly curious about Yang Yu's training methods. The man, clutching his abdomen in evident pain, gazed at the two adversaries before him, incredulous that the esteemed Xianling sect would resort to overwhelming numbers. Are they not concerned about the repercussions of this getting out? Getting out? Yu Hong chuckled lightly, Let it spread. We are equally eager to learn how the outside world perceives our Xianling sect's protective nature. Chun Liang, visibly displeased, stepped forward. Enough of your idle chatter. Knowing they are disciples of the Xianling sect, do you still dare to strike so ruthlessly? It seems you hold our sect in contempt. Humph. The pale man scoffed. What about the Xianling sect? Do you think the matter of your junior brother slaying mine will simply be overlooked? The expressions of the three shifted subtly as they turned their gaze towards Yang Yu. Their eyes seemed to inquire silently, and without any hesitation, Yang Yu nodded gently. Senior brothers and sisters, I am indeed the one who took his life, but what? Yu Hong interjected before Yang Yu could finish. A life was taken. It is simply a matter of skill. You. The fair-skinned man's expression changed drastically, although his features were now too pained to reveal much. What do you mean you? Chun Liang retorted irritably. If your junior brother hadn't attacked my junior disciple first, would this outcome have occurred? Yang Yu gazed at Chen Liang in astonishment and quietly inquired, How does senior brother Chen know that they struck first? Chen Liang casually replied, I am not certain, but I have a strong feeling it is so. Just then, the forest child unexpectedly emerged, exclaiming, It was Brother Yang who rescued me from their clutches, and that is why they are pursuing him. Dear Master, this chapter has more to offer. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. As the unfolding tale grows ever more captivating, the trio cast their eyes toward the small boy beside Yang Yue, their expressions shifting once more. Though they were unaware of his identity, the pure energy radiating from him was unmistakable. Who might you be? Shenliang asked softly. Brother, do not concern yourself with my identity. It is of utmost importance that we eliminate this man first, the forest child intoned gravely. Senior brother Chun, he must not be killed. We should leave him alive to present to Master, Yang Yue declared emphatically. Upon hearing Yang Yue's words, Yuhong's interest peaked. It seemed there were further developments at play. Since the junior disciple had suggested sparing him, they would temporarily allow him to remain alive. The man realized that if he fell into the hands of the master of the Xinling sect, both he and the schemes he had orchestrated would surely be unveiled. In that moment, he was compelled to make a choice. Just as Yuhong prepared to approach, Yang Yue sensed a tumultuous surge of energy within her. As if issuing a warning, Yang Yue hurriedly grasped Yuhong's arm, urging him to return swiftly. Shenliang and Lu Fei, upon hearing her urgent call, hesitated not and retreated to her side. Before them, the man's visage contorted into a grotesque expression as his garments suddenly disintegrated, revealing intricate patterns of formation etched upon his pale skin. This is, Siyu murmured, such a strange array mark. Observing this, Yuhong furrowed his brow deeply and promptly pulled Yang Yue and the others to retreat hastily. In the next instant, a resounding explosion erupted from the spot where the man had stood, the shockwave nearly engulfing Yang Yue and her companions. He took his own life. Yang Yue uttered, her voice trembling. But why? Yuhong's countenance darkened, revealing that this was not an act of volition, but rather a desperate measure. The Beast Mountain range had become perilous indeed. Yang Yue witnessed a living soul explode right before her eyes, leaving her with an indescribable feeling. Yuhong, observing the scene, softly remarked, there is no need to overthink. Individuals like them often find that their lives are beyond their own control. Upon hearing Yuhong's words, Siyu also slowly lowered her head. All right, let us return and allow Chang Feng to assess the extent of the injuries, Yuhong gently stated. Yang Yue gently moved her arm and spoke. My arm is no longer seriously injured, and the wounds on my chest are also healing. Is this the effect of the essence blood within you? Yuhong inquired softly, genuinely astonished by what he witnessed. Essence blood? Siyu exclaimed, casting a look of surprise towards Yang Yue. What does that mean? It seems that Miss Su does not know you well enough, Yuhong remarked. My junior apprentice has a rather unique cultivation method, but let us save this discussion for when you both return and rest. Siyu intended to decline, but found herself unable to articulate her destination. So she resignedly followed behind Yang Yue as they made their way back to the Xianling sect. Shenliang leaned closer to Yang Yue and whispered, Junior apprentice, what did you think of my fire-based technique earlier? Senior brother Chun, Yang Yue responded, a look of embarrassment crossing her face. Is it appropriate for you to ask me to critique your technique? Indeed, how could our junior apprentice feel comfortable offering advice? Lu Fei interjected quietly. What's the harm in it? After all, I did lose during our contest, Shenliang replied. I would like to seek your guidance on any shortcomings in my cultivation approach. Upon witnessing this, Yang Yue softly remarked, Senior brother, I am unworthy of your praise, but if I may offer my humble suggestion, I would advise against pursuing such a perilous cultivation method. It poses too great a risk for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei, who stood nearby, expressed his astonishment. Senior brother, you too. Yang Yue whispered, the techniques you and senior brother Chen employ are excessively hazardous. And yet you criticize me. Chun Liang teased from the side. It seems our efforts are in vain. Why can't you all perceive the good intentions of our junior brother? Yuhong gently interjected. What truly suits oneself is indeed the best. Anything ill-fitting, no matter how one contemplates it, proves futile. Siyu, standing beside Yang Yue, quietly inquired, Yang Yue, I am quite surprised to see you hold such esteemed influence. Even senior brother seeks to learn from you. Yang Yue chuckled awkwardly and remarked, it is merely good fortune. And it is also due to the kindness of my senior brothers and sisters that I find myself in this position. Little junior brother, if your vital essence possesses such remarkable restorative effects, does that mean we need not postpone our competition? Yang Yue's expression grew solemn. I was merely jesting. Please don't take it to heart. Yuhong chuckled lightly. Yang Yue gently shook her head. No, senior sister, I was just assessing the speed of my blood recovery. It appears that there should be no significant issues, especially with brother Changfeng around. Our competition should proceed as planned. Yuhong paused to regard Yang Yue, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she turned to walk towards the mountain gate. Yang Yue, Does your sect still conduct regular competitions? Suyu inquired softly. Before Yang Yu could respond, Yu Hong, with her back to Suyu, answered, Miss Su, it is not a regular competition. Rather, this is a challenge I have extended to my junior brother. Suyu's gaze towards Yang Yu shifted once more. Your senior sister has issued you a challenge? I understand it may be difficult to comprehend, Yu Hong continued, but if there are no pressing matters, you may stay at Xianling's sect for a while and witness the competition. I am not a member of Xianling's sect. Is it truly acceptable for me to remain? After speaking, Suyu turned her eyes towards Yang Yu. Given Suyu's unique circumstances, Yang Yu was uncertain whether Xianling's sect could accommodate her. She worried about the potential dangers if Suyu's identity were to be unveiled. You are the savior of my junior brother. It is of no concern, Yu Hong reassured her. I will inform my master of your situation, and I believe Xianling's sect will receive you warmly. Yang Yu held a degree of trust in Meng Li, confident that, despite any inability to shelter Suyu, she would not allow any harm to come to her. Yang Yu nodded gently towards Suyu, who felt a sense of relief. Observing their exchange, Yu Hong could not help but smile wryly. You needn't be so tense. You resemble a distressed young couple. Senior sister Yu Hong. Yang Yu's face flushed crimson. Suyu, equally blushing, clarified, You misunderstand, Miss Yu Hong. Even if I misunderstood, Yu Hong said softly. The group then returned together to Xianling's sect. The forest child seemed unperturbed, instead finding a tranquil spot to sit down. Elder brother Yang, you may carry on with your tasks. I shall wait for you here. The forest child said quietly. Yang Yu merely nodded, offering no further elaboration. Junior brother, who exactly is he? Yu Hong inquired softly. He claims to be the child of the forest, Yang Yu replied. Upon hearing the name mentioned by Yang Yu, Yu Hong abruptly halted his steps. It appears that the identity of those pursuing you is rather complex. However, it is fortunate that you inadvertently rescued the child of the forest. Sister, is the child of the forest truly of such significance? Yang Yu asked. I cannot ascertain its importance, but during my youth, I heard a tale regarding the child of the forest, Yu Hong responded. The child of the forest appears only under two circumstances. Suyu, intrigued, stepped forward and eagerly inquired, what are the two circumstances? The first is during a time of peace, when all things flourish, Yu Hong explained. This signifies that the world will enjoy a prolonged period of tranquility. After Yu Hong finished speaking, Yang Yu furrowed his brow, as he could surmise that the second circumstance was likely the antithesis of the first. Suyu also frowned, although she rarely ventured outside. She understood that the current world could hardly be deemed peaceful, otherwise, those two would not have appeared here. Yu Hong let out a wry smile. I haven't finished. But judging by your expressions, it seems you have already guessed. The second circumstance is when turmoil is about to erupt in the world. The child of the forest will also manifest, aiming to restore its power to the earth and leave a glimmer of hope for this world. Observing Yang Yu and Suyu bow their heads as if confronting the apocalypse, Yu Hong sighed softly. What are you two children contemplating? After all, the matter of the child of the forest is merely a legend. Its truth remains unclear to me. With that, Yu Hong led Yang Yu and Suyu to find Meng Li. Subsequently, Yang Yu recounted the entire sequence of events, refraining from disclosing Suyu's true identity due to Yu Hong's presence. However, Meng Li's gaze lingered on Suyu, and Yang Yu sensed that, without a doubt, his master had already discerned Suyu's true identity. The child of the forest, is it? Meng Li's expression grew solemn. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. This matter does not require your youthful concerns. Following this, Meng Li instructed Yu Hong to return first, leaving Yang Yu and Suyu behind. Yang Yu cautiously inquired, Master, do you already know? Meng Li smiled at Yang Yu, then glanced at Suyu. So, Su Zheng is your father? Do you know my father? Suyu exclaimed in astonishment. Meng Li's expression softened considerably as she gently sat down, gesturing for Yang Yu and Suyu to join her. Time truly flies. Meng Li sighed. I can't believe Su Zheng has already become a father. Father. Suyu quickly approached Meng Li, looking her over. How can you refer to him as a lad when you are so beautiful, and my father has a head full of white hair? Meng Li was clearly amused by Suyu's adorableness, and she gently caressed Suyu's cheek. As I recall, your father was the youngest participant in the Celestial Demon War. And back then, he called me sister. Ah? Suyu exclaimed, if my father called you sister, does that mean I am? You resemble your father quite a bit, Meng Li softly remarked. Call him whatever you wish. Here, you need not worry about identity being revealed. If you wish to go to the Beast Forest, I will have Yang Yu escort you. Master, I don't think that is appropriate, Yang Yu said helplessly. Suyu turned her head, frowning at Yang Yue. What do you mean it's not appropriate? Meng Li chuckled knowingly. Suyu, what was the purpose of your escape from Qingqiu? Suyu, feeling somewhat awkward, turned away. How can you be so sure that I escaped? What if I was helping my father with something? Meng Li shook her head in exasperation. You too. After so many years. Can't you think of a fresher excuse? Since you want to speak, let me guess. Eloping? Suyu's eyes widened as she scrutinized Meng Li. How do you know everything, beautiful sister? Meng Li wore a troubled expression and gently rubbed her forehead. It seems that fate is indeed quite mysterious. What do you mean? Suyu asked in confusion. Could it be that my father also escaped from Qingqiu, perhaps to elope? Meng Li lightly tapped her fingers on the table. Could this be a tradition in your Qingqiu? Sister Meng Li, please tell me more about my father's past. Suyu urged. He couldn't have eloped just to escape my mother, right? Not quite, Meng Li replied solemnly. Your mother followed your father to the battlefield later on. All things considered, your parents have indeed experienced life and death together. Their bond during such turbulent times is truly enviable. Beautiful sister. Do you have any matters at hand recently? Suyu asked with unwavering determination. Little girl, what mischief are you concocting now? Meng Li inquired softly. It's not like that. Suyu shook her finger, expressing her desire for both of us to return to Qingqiu and have a serious conversation with my father. Why is it that he could escape marriage in his youth, yet I must adhere to his arrangements? Such a decision certainly does not align with his usual demeanor. Meng Li spoke softly, however, you managed to escape successfully, which is quite commendable. Suyu seemed to sense a different implication in Meng Li's words. Noticing Suyu's confusion, Yang Yue stepped forward and explained, Suyu, what the master means is that your father, knowing you well, is at ease in arranging your betrothal. Suyu's expression shifted dramatically. Are you suggesting my father is aware that I would undoubtedly flee? There is only this one interpretation. Yang Yue spoke solemnly. When my senior brother taught me to read, he once mentioned that parental love for their children often manifests as considerations for their future, even if that future seems elusive. As parents, they tend to think far ahead. Suyu nodded gently. If that is the case, should I not hasten my return? I actually feel that it might be unwise to return so soon, Yang Yue replied softly. Meng Li smiled at Yang Yue, encouraging her to elaborate. Your father must know you very well. Such a decision could not have been made lightly or voluntarily, Yang Yue continued. Though I am unfamiliar with the situation in Qingqiu. As the clan leader, he must have numerous matters to contemplate. Suyu needs to wait until her father resolves everything before she can return to Qingqiu with peace of mind. Meng Li nodded slightly, acknowledging the overall accuracy of the analysis. My little apprentice has shown a moment of insight. However, the specifics of how to proceed are ultimately up to you two to decide. Beautiful sister, may I truly stay here? Suyu asked softly. Of course, Meng Li replied. The Xianling sect always welcomes friends from Qingqiu. Thank you, beautiful sister, Suyu responded. However, I may need to make a trip back to the Beast Forest, as that is where I escaped from. That is simple. Just inform Yang Yue when you wish to return to the Beast Forest, Meng Li said. She will take care of it. Master, I still need to cultivate, perhaps. Before Yang Yue could finish her thought, Suyu leaned in, saying perhaps what? I insist on you escorting me to the Beast Forest. You have never feared such opponents before. Why do you seem apprehensive about the Beast Forest? Do not worry. This time, I shall surely protect you. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the door swung open, and Chang Feng rushed in, a look of urgency on his face. Master, how is the junior disciple? He asked hastily. Meng Li offered a wry smile. He is no longer in critical condition. After a few days of rest, his external injuries will heal. Chang Feng glanced at Yang Yue's condition and felt relieved. He then turned his attention to Meng Li and said, Master, I apologize for my earlier impatience. Meng Li waved her hand dismissively and replied, It's of no consequence. Since you're here, take you to find Pan Pan and arrange a place for her to stay. Understood, Master, Chang Feng responded. Suyu leaned closer to Yang Yue and whispered, Who is this little chubby one? He seems quite concerned about you. That is senior brother Chang Feng. He possesses remarkable talent in the cultivation of medicinal pills, Yang Yue replied solemnly. Subsequently, Chang Feng led Yang Yue and Suyu to find Pan Pan. After inquiring about Yang Yue's condition and confirming that all was well, he then departed with Suyu. Junior brother, I took your advice and loosened my grip a bit, Chang Feng remarked. I've made some progress. Here, take this. In his hand appeared a jade-green pill adorned with faint golden patterns. Before he could place it into a pill bottle, he handed it directly to Yang Yue. Senior brother Chang Feng, what effects does this pill have? Yang Yue asked as she prepared to place the pill in her mouth, only to be stopped by Chang Feng. Not yet. Wait until your body has fully recovered, he cautioned. This pill should stimulate the essence and blood within you, making them more vibrant, which will significantly aid in your physical cultivation. Should? Siyu suddenly appeared behind the two, her curiosity piqued. Yang Yue was startled. How come you're back? Didn't you go to the residence with Senior Sister Pan? I've already checked the place, Siyu replied. I just came back to find you. You should go back and rest well, Yang Yue advised. Were you discussing the elixir just now? Siyu inquired, noticing the potion in Yang Yue's hand. Why do you say it should be helpful? Chang Feng, feeling a bit guilty, responded, regarding the elixir for the junior disciple, I cannot be entirely certain, so. Upon hearing this, Siyu snatched the elixir away. That won't do. You can't just take it casually. What if something dangerous happens? It's all right, Yang Yue reassured her. I trust senior brother Chang Feng, and besides, I'm in good health. Nothing serious will happen. What kind of talk is that? Siyu said sternly. Even if you're seeking to enhance your cultivation, you shouldn't take such risks. I insist you shouldn't consume it. Observing Suyu's reaction, Chang Feng remained composed and calm. Junior disciple, I believe Miss Su has a point, he said. Yang Yue gazed at Chang Feng in astonishment. Senior brother, why have you lost your confidence? It is I who will consume the elixir. What is there to fear? What do you mean? It is you who will consume the elixir. You are far too reckless with your life, Siyu replied in a grave tone. Siyu, trust me, senior brother Chang Feng's elixir is undoubtedly safe. Yang Yue hastily asserted. I have unreserved faith in any elixir crafted by senior brother Chang Feng. Hearing Yang Yue's words, Chang Feng felt a deep sense of gratitude. Miss Su, you may keep this elixir for now. After all, it must await the complete recovery of our junior brother before it can be consumed. At that time, the decision will rest in your hands. That is more agreeable, Siyu softly acknowledged. However, dear brother, the energy contained in your elixir is indeed excessively potent. In Qingqiu, we have uncles who specialize in alchemy, and their creations are nowhere near as overwhelming as yours. This elixir is specifically tailored for our junior brother, Chang Feng replied. None of the other brothers would dare to consume it. Siyu glanced at the exquisite elixir in her hand and then softly inquired, Yang Yue, when do you plan to take me to the Beast Forest? Yang Yue hesitated and said, allow me to draw you a map. If you follow it, you will surely arrive. If not, I shall insist that you take me with you. Siyu replied in a low voice. I am quite curious to learn what it is that you truly fear. Yang Yue, with a look of helplessness, murmured to herself. I fear you may not be able to accept it. What are you saying over there? Siyu inquired, raising her voice. I mean, I can take you there right now. Yang Yue replied. Right now? Siyu glanced at Yang Yue's condition. Is your injury all right? Yang Yue casually waved her arm, having nearly fully recovered, with the wound on her chest healing significantly. It appears you are indeed suited for physical cultivation, Siyu remarked, marveling at the astonishing speed of her recovery. After exchanging greetings with the others, Yang Yue proceeded to lead Siyu towards the Beast Forest. Yang Yue, do tell me, what is it that you fear in the Beast Forest? Siyu inquired excitedly. I fear nothing, Yang Yue replied, but what about you? Why did you flee from the Beast Forest? Were you imprisoned there? Siyu gently shook her head. Not at all. They treated me quite well, especially that Uncle Crow. Who spoke to me at length? What did he say? Yang Yue asked, her curiosity piqued. Most of it revolved around his young master, Siyu explained. He hopes that I will marry their young master to facilitate cooperation with Qingqiu. Upon hearing this, Yang Yue was momentarily taken aback, standing frozen in place. What is it? Siyu glanced at Yang Yue, whose expression was one of shock. Do you not wish for me to marry their young master? Yang Yue turned her head slowly to look at Siyu, still remaining silent. Rest assured, I heard from that elder that their young master is in the Xianling sect. He has come out this time to meet someone, Siyu said. Who would have thought that instead of encountering the young master of the Beast Forest, I would run into you and experience so much? It seems that fate has not aligned between me and their young master. If by chance you do meet the young master of the Beast Forest, are you truly considering marrying him? Yang Yue asked softly. I am uncertain. Yet I genuinely wish to meet the young master spoken of by that elder, Siyu sighed. Why is that? The elder mentioned that their young master has endured a tragic life, Siyu replied. As a beast, his inner core has shattered, which makes it exceedingly difficult for him to be accepted by his kind. Yang Yue's expression dimmed considerably. However, despite this, the young master chose to continue his cultivation at the Xianling sect. Such resolve is truly admirable. Siyu said in a deep voice that even without marrying him, Qingqiu was willing to collaborate with the monster Beast Forest. Yang Yue gazed upon Siyu's countenance, and after a moment, averted her gaze. She pondered how much Xuan Yu had sacrificed for her, realizing that, as the heir of the Beast Master Forest, she had indeed fallen short of her responsibilities. Yang Yue. Su Yu inquired softly, if I were to truly marry their heir, what would you do? Yang Yue seemed momentarily perplexed by Su Yu's words. Her face reflecting confusion as she inquired, did you not just say that you do not wish to marry? Su Yu rolled her eyes and replied, do you understand now? Yang Yue chuckled to herself, perhaps this young master of the Beast Forest may hold a fondness for you. Humph. Su Yu scoffed lightly. We have never even met. How could there be any feelings of affection? Yang Yue came to a gradual halt, turning her gaze towards Su Yu. Su Yu, there is something I have yet to share with you. What is it? Su Yu inquired, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Actually, young master? A familiar male voice suddenly echoed from a distance. Yang Yue instinctively turned her head, and there was Mo Yuan approaching them slowly. Su Yu could hardly believe what she had just heard, convinced that she must have misheard something. Miss Su, you have finally returned, Mo Yuan exclaimed, filled with excitement. Xian Yu informed me that there was no need to search for you, yet I remained uneasy. I never anticipated that you would return alongside the young master. Su Yu. Allow me to explain, Yang Yu hurriedly interjected. Su Yu gazed at Yang Yu in shock. You deceived me, I trusted you so deeply. Yang Yu stepped forward, causing Su Yu to instinctively retreat a step. Miss Su, have I said something amiss? Mo Yuan inquired cautiously. Su Yu appeared on the verge of tears as she gazed at Mo Yuan, great black bear. I ask you, Yang Yu, is he truly your young master? Mo Yuan nodded tentatively. Yes, indeed. You were together just now. Did you not know? Yang Yu spoke earnestly. Su Yu, I have never intended to deceive you. It is merely that I cannot ascertain your true purpose in seeking me. Thus there is not a single good person in your Warcraft forest. Su Yu replied in a low voice. Mo Yuan quietly interjected from the side. Young master, we are not human ourselves. Yang Yu wore a look of helplessness, not sparing a glance at Mo Yuan. Su Yu, believe me. I never intended to deceive you. I simply never mentioned this matter. Everything I have shared with you along the way is genuine. I wish to depart from the Beast Forest. Su Yu exclaimed loudly. If you return to Qingxiu now, it can only lead to. Yang Yu murmured softly. My affairs are not your concern. Su Yu retorted. I refuse to return to Xianling's sect, nor do I wish to remain in the Beast Forest. Su Yu. I apologize. I acknowledge my wrongdoing in this matter. However, I cannot simply send you back to Qingxiu, Yang Yu said gravely. For I know that if I were to do so, it would likely lead to regret. Su Yu slowly lifted her gaze to meet Yang Yu's eyes. Feeling a twinge of compassion, yet an inexplicable surge of resentment suddenly welled up within her. So, do you intend to imprison me? Su Yu said defiantly. Yang Yu let out a bitter smile. Of course not. I will arrange another residence for you, one that will be far safer than the current Beast Forest. As long as it is not in the Beast Forest, I believe any place is secure. Su Yu retorted angrily. Yang Yu turned to look at Mo Yuan and said, Uncle Black Bear, could you please escort Su Yu to Xiaojiu? Humph. Su Yu let out a cold snort. As long as it's not in the Beast Forest, I can go anywhere. With that, she strode ahead, unaware of who Xiaojiu was, making her way towards the foot of the Beast Forest. Mo Yuan gazed at Yang Yu in confusion. Young master. Yang Yu nodded gently. Go ahead. Just tell Xiaojiu the truth. Mo Yuan nodded and led Su Yu to her destination. At that moment, Xian Yu finally appeared before Yang Yu. Young master, is it truly all right to let Miss Su leave like this? It is fine. Xiaojiu will take good care of Su Yu. Yang Yu replied with a soft sigh. I heard from Su Yu that some other matters occurred last night. Xian Yu chuckled wryly. It's nothing serious. I can handle it. So you need not worry, young master. If there is anything I can assist with, please let me know. Yang Yu spoke solemnly. By the way, where is Sister Red Wolf? There are some matters I asked her to help me with. Xian Yu explained. She may not be in the Beast Forest for a while. What matters? Just going to reconnect with some old friends, Xian Yu replied. After all, it has been 2 years since the master has passed. They should come back to pay their respects. Before Yang Yu could respond, Xian Yu lowered his voice. Young master, it is getting late. You should return. You will need to explain why Miss Su did not accompany you. Yang Yu nodded helplessly and then departed from the Beast Forest, returning to the Xianling sect. Mo Yuan brought Su Yu to the Great Hacker Inn. Big fool, what brings you here? Xiaojiu's voice echoed from within the tavern. When Xiaojiu emerged and noticed the distressed girl beside Mo Yuan, she wasted no time, launching a flying kick aimed directly at his face. Fortunately, Mo Yuan was prepared and swiftly caught her, urging her to calm down. This matter has nothing to do with me. Allow me to explain. Little sister, tell your elder sister how this scoundrel has wronged you, Xiaojiu said, hurriedly ushering Su Yu inside to sit down. Upon hearing Xiao Jiu's gentle voice, Su Yu couldn't help but shed tears. "Miss Su, please don't cry." Mo Yuan stammered, feeling flustered. Xiao Jiu suddenly stood up, turning to Mo Yuan. "Tell me, which rascal dares to bully such a lovely girl?" Mo Yuan leaned closer to Xiao Jiu and whispered a few words. Xiao Jiu's expression shifted dramatically, her pupils seemingly expanding several times over. "You're talking nonsense," she retorted. "How could it be the young master?" Su Yu looked at Xiao Jiu with a face full of grievance. It was him. Xiao Jiu, feeling awkward, approached Su Yu. "Little sister, is there perhaps a misunderstanding? The young master is still just a child. He wouldn't do anything outrageous." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Mo Yuan murmured. "You're thinking too far." "Huh?" Xiao Jiu glanced between Mo Yuan and Su Yu, puzzled. Su Yu recounted the entire story, and only then did Mo Yuan grasp the situation. Although he deemed the matter trivial, he felt compelled to soothe Su Yu's emotions. "Ah, so that is how it is," Xiao Jiu quietly remarked. "Little sister, even though he is my young master, I believe he was in the wrong." Upon hearing this, Su Yu nodded emphatically. "Listen to your elder sister. Stay here for now," Xiao Jiu advised. "As for men, just wait a few days. He will come looking for you." "If he comes to me, I won't forgive him," Su Yu retorted angrily. Xiao Jiu shook her finger confidently. "You don't understand. You must forgive him, showing him our magnanimity, and ensure he remembers it for a lifetime." The more Su Yu listened, the more Xiao Jiu's reasoning resonated with her. She wiped her tears and nodded, feeling a sense of familial warmth. Mo Yuan, seemingly uninterested in the proceedings, declared, "I have delivered her safely. You take care of her, and I shall take my leave." "Wait a moment. Stay at the door for me," Xiao Jiu instructed. Mo Yuan began to protest. "Is there anything that cannot be?" But before he could finish, Xiao Jiu lifted her leg, preparing to kick again, prompting Mo Yuan to hurriedly step outside. "Little sister, please wait here for me." The gentle voice of Xiao Jiu softly murmured, "I shall return shortly." Stepping outside, she approached Mo Yuan and whispered, "Please inform the young master that I can manage the situation, but he must visit frequently. Otherwise, the girl may leave eventually." Understanding dawned upon him. He had thought it was a trivial matter. Before Xiao Jiu could react further, Mo Yuan swiftly dashed back into the Beast Forest. "Sister Xiao Jiu, I cannot remain idle. I can assist you with your tasks," Su Yu stated solemnly. "It's entirely up to you," Xiao Jiu replied. "Here, the work is rather simple. When guests arrive, take their orders and serve drinks. If anyone dares to cause trouble, we deal with them directly, no leniency." Taken aback by Xiao Jiu's words, Su Yu asked, "Sister Xiao Jiu, isn't this an inn? Are we allowed to confront the guests directly? Typically, those who come to dine and drink are guests, or even friends. Those who cause disturbances are not." Xiao Jiu nonchalantly responded, "Troublemakers or foes. If I don't poison them, it would be merciful of me. But how can one discern who is a guest and who is a troublemaker?" Su Yu inquired cautiously. "In time, you'll learn," Xiao Jiu assured her. "By the way, there's another matter to consider. An old beggar appears at the entrance every day. If he wishes to enter, do not stop him. Just prepare some food and drinks for him." Su Yu nodded. "Sister Xiao Jiu, you are truly kind." "There's no need for flattery," Xiao Jiu replied. "Since you are with the young master, you must be aware of our identities." "I am," Su Yu said. "Sister, I am from Qingqiu." "Qingqiu," Xiao Jiu exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. "I've heard tales of that place long ago. They say it is exceptionally beautiful, almost like a paradise. It's not quite as exaggerated. When I return home, you can accompany me to see it," Su Yu replied. "However, I cannot go back just yet." "Why?" Xiao Jiu asked, her concern palpable. "Are you being mistreated in Qingqiu?" "Not at all," Su Yu reassured her. "I am quite popular there. I simply don't wish to comply with my family's arrangement to marry off a runaway bride." Xiao Jiu's excitement grew. "I've only read about such tales among humans. I never expected to encounter such a narrative among the beasts." Su Yu sighed, then turned to Xiao Jiu. "Sister Xiao Jiu, what did you mean by that earlier statement?" Xiao Jiu paused briefly, then chuckled lightly. "Oh, you must have misheard me." Su Yu grasped Xiao Jiu's hand, speaking softly. "I did not mishear. Did you imply I am being bullied in Qingqiu? That is all in the past," Xiao Jiu said. "Let us not dwell on it. You are in the Beast Forest." Su Yu murmured, her expression shifting to one of anger. "Who is it?" The expression on Xiao Jiu's face dimmed considerably. She merely shook her head and said nothing further. "Isn't Yang Yue going to take care of this?" Su Yu exclaimed in indignation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiu let out a soft laugh. "Silly girl, how could the young master intervene in such matters?" The Beast Forest does not concern itself with the superiority or inferiority of bloodlines. Only strength commands respect. Isn't that devoid of humanity? Suyu retorted. Qingqiu would never allow such a thing. The circumstances in the Beast Forest are vastly different from those in Qingqiu, Xiaojie replied. I can comprehend it. Yet I cannot concur. If the Beast Forest were not like this, it likely would not have endured until now. I will surely inform Yang Yue and have him seek justice for you. Suyu declared earnestly. The young master is already aware of this matter, Xiaojie responded. Ironically, back then, the young master had yet to even train at Xianling's sect when he promised to help me, to seek justice on my behalf. One must wonder, is it my fortune to have such a young master, or the misfortune of the Beast Forest, that he was once so naive? He was indeed quite foolish, Suyu murmured. During my recent visit to the Beast Forest, I encountered a rather irritating giant bird that seemed intent on targeting Yang Yue. Upon hearing Suyu mention the giant bird, a shift occurred in Xiaojie's expression. Silly girl, heed my advice. Even if you harbor feelings for the young master, it is best to steer clear of the affairs in the Beast Forest. Suyu, blushing, retorted. Who said I liked him? Xiaojie chuckled lightly. In any case, it is advisable to minimize involvement in the matters of the Beast Forest. Sister Xiaojie, you haven't been bullied by that giant bird, have you? Xiaojie appeared to reminisce about past events, her countenance turning somber. Even Suyu, despite her naivety, could sense the gravity of the moment. She abruptly stood up and said, I must return. I need to inform Yang Yue. And what is the point of being polite to that Uncle Xianyu? The giant bird you mentioned is a golden eagle known as Xiongyan. With prowess surpassing that of Xianyu, Xiaojie explained. He can afford to show Xianyu respect solely because of the contributions Xianyu made to the Beast Forest following the demise of the esteemed one. These are feats he could not achieve himself. Then Yang Yue is in grave danger. Suyu exclaimed hurriedly. I must rush back to warn him. Informing the young master will be of little use, Xiaojie replied. Leave this matter to Xianyu. Though I harbor disdain for the Beast Forest, I do not feel the same towards them. Without their assistance, I might not have survived. Suyu began to feel uneasy at the thought of Yang Yue inevitably having to interact with such entities. Oh no, I haven't tea given him. Suyu realized as a delicate pill appeared in her hand. Xiaojie looked at the treasure with curiosity. What is this? A 5th grade pill? Suyu whispered. Is 5th grade considered high or low? Given the quality of this pill, it is indeed high, Xiaojie replied solemnly. Where did you procure this? This does not belong to me. It is a gift from Yang Yue Sr., Suyu remarked, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. As it had been snatched away from him, Xiaojie nodded gently, acknowledging the formidable energy of the elixir, which seemed poised to transcend the 6th-tier realm. The alchemist was indeed remarkable. That chubby fellow possesses such prowess? Suyu sighed. It appears that the young master's senior truly holds him in high regard, offering such a precious elixir. I shall hasten to deliver it to him, Suyu stated solemnly. Not so fast, Xiaojie interjected, preventing Suyu's advance. This elixir can undergo further refinement. It is just what is needed to stabilize its volatile energy. Sister Xiaojie, can you refine elixirs? Suyu inquired eagerly. That I cannot, but I am skilled in distillation, Xiaojie replied with gravity. Distillation? Suyu queried, bewildered. Isn't it brewing? Brewing is for beverages meant for consumption. Xiaojie smiled, whereas distillation is an entirely different endeavor. With that, she retrieved a dust-laden jar from behind the counter. It has been quite some time since I last practiced this, but such a fine elixir deserves refinement. The young master is worthy of the best. Upon hearing Xiaojie's words, Suyu promptly extended the elixir he held. Upon returning to the Xianling sect, Yang Yue informed Mingli about Suyu's situation. Mingli merely smiled, offering no further comments. Upon hearing the news, Pan Pan sought out Yang Yue, relentlessly mocking her, which only deepened Yang Yue's sense of melancholy. In her despondency, Yang Yue ventured once more to the back mountain, to the waterfall, where she practiced alone. Hardly had she settled down when Wang Xian's voice echoed. You foolish lad, have you driven the young lady away? How do you know about this matter? Yang Yue inquired helplessly. I am aware of everything that transpires within the Xianling sect, Wang Xian replied softly. Who told you to keep your identity hidden from the beginning? But tell me, how did you come by all these injuries? Yang Yue recounted the events that had transpired. The children of the forest. Wang Xian sighed softly. I have also heard the tales surrounding the children of the forest as mentioned by Yu Hong. However, it is peculiar that prior to the last battle between the immortals and demons, no children of the forest had emerged. Senior, it appears I have forgotten about him upon my return, Yang Yue chuckled bitterly. Please wait a moment, I will go fetch him. There's no rush. If he truly is one of the children of the forest, he should not remain at the Xianling sect, Wang Xian remarked. Accompanying you back to the Beast Forest is the correct course of action. I am not returning just yet, Yang Yue replied. Having just returned. I have an unsettling feeling about the Beast Forest. It seems that Xian Yu is deliberately urging me to leave. After a prolonged silence, Wang Xian spoke again. Young one, I wish to pose a question to you. Please, senior, Yang Yu urged. Are you willing to take me as your master? Wang Xian asked in a solemn tone. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu quickly rose to his feet. Senior, my identity, you are willing to. What nonsense is this? This proposition originated from me, and besides, I am already aware of your identity, Wang Xian interjected. What matters is whether you are willing. I am willing, Yang Yu responded earnestly. However, if I proceed with this, Master Mingli. Mingli is indeed my junior sister. You need not worry, Wang Xian assured him. But one thing is paramount. The matter of taking me as your master must remain confidential. Just as before, no one is to speak of my existence. Do you understand? Yang Yu nodded, understanding the sentiment. As your master, I find myself in a position where I have little of value to offer you. Wang Xian's words carried a hint of bitterness. Master, I do not require any gifts from you, Yang Yu replied earnestly. Is there anything I can do to assist you in regaining your health? Wang Xian let out a wry smile. Your kind intentions bring me joy, but I am merely a remnant of a deceased soul, even if I possessed a corporeal form. I could never return to my former state. Yang Yu's expression bore a hint of melancholy. Though he held the position of a teacher, he felt he had little to offer her, yet he could provide some guidance. Wang Xian spoke in a low voice. You have already offered your insights before. I have ventured into the Beast Forest, Yang Yu replied, having developed some new thoughts regarding the essence within her body. That does not count, Wang Xian remarked. Mingli should have informed you about the distinctions in the realms of body refinement. Yang Yu took out the paper from her bosom. My master has already informed me. Excellent. Then what I can assist you with next is to aid you in refining your body and breaking through your current limitations. Yang Yu's expression revealed her hesitation as she softly inquired, Master, according to senior brother, I am currently at the meridian transformation stage. How can I break through to the blood forging stage? My dear disciple, I must confess, I too am uncertain, Wang Xian replied solemnly. After all, my own path of cultivation has not been one of physical refinement. However, in the realm of cultivation, one must not be impatient, often. One cannot foresee the events that may assist in breaking through one's limitations. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, Yang Yu did not feel disheartened. The process of physical refinement indeed differs from that of qi cultivation, and it is likely that no one within the entire sect could offer any constructive advice at this moment. Nevertheless, Yang Yu, why not share with me if you have encountered any peculiar occurrences during your physical refinement? Wang Xian gently suggested. Peculiar occurrences? Master, what do you mean? Yang Yu asked. Her brow furrowed in confusion. It matters not. Anything that strikes you as unusual, no matter how trivial it may seem, is worthy of discussion, Wang Xian encouraged. Even if I am not well versed in physical refinement, it is never too late to learn, for I have no other place to be. Yang Yu meticulously recalled the events that transpired during his previous cultivation, and there was only one matter that perplexed him, the sudden agitation of his vital blood. After confiding this concern to Wang Xian, a moment of silence ensued before Wang Xian spoke, inquiring, Is the agitation of your vital blood something you can control each time? Yang Yu gently nodded. What I meant to inquire was whether the difficulty of control has increased. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yu shook her head. Teacher, I cannot recall clearly, for each time my essence becomes agitated, it coincides with the most tumultuous fluctuations of my emotions. At such times, managing even a fragment of my energy is the utmost limit I can achieve. As for whether it is difficult or not, I truly cannot remember. Wang Xian sighed softly. Ah, Yang Yu, this seems to indicate a sign of breakthrough. Ah, Yang Yu exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. So, does that mean I should not restrain the agitated essence, but rather allow it to? No, Wang Xian interjected gently. That would not be correct. For cultivators, encountering such a situation often marks a pivotal moment for breakthrough. If one fails to regulate the flow of energy within and permits it to swell uncontrollably, it ultimately leads to instability in one's realm. Then, teacher, should I? Yang Yu paused momentarily. Guide this agitated essence into my dantian? Indeed. That is a viable approach, Wang Xian affirmed. However, remember, do not allow this tumultuous essence to engulf your consciousness. Yang Yu nodded gently. I will be mindful, teacher. Let us begin, Wang Xian said in a solemn tone. As your mentor, I shall protect you. Now, gather all your vital energy and strive for a breakthrough. Yang Yue sat cross-legged, endeavoring to discern the tumultuous state of her vital essence. Indeed, the moment she began to mobilize the vitality within her, it surged forth like a deluge, seemingly intent on filling her entire being. Observing a peculiar fluctuation in Yang Yue's form, Wang Xian's expression shifted to one of concern. Yang Yue, you must remain composed, he admonished in a grave tone. In the next instant, faint patterns began to emerge upon Yang Yue's forehead, a manifestation of her awakening tiger stripes. Witnessing this, Wang Xian manipulated the already unstable phantoms around them, sweeping his hand to conjure a barrier that appeared devoid of any discernible energy, instantly enveloping them both. As he beheld Yang Yue's body gradually turning crimson, it dawned on Wang Xian the immense suffering that a cultivator must endure. Though her countenance betrayed no sign of distress, her garments had long been incinerated by her searing skin, and numerous lacerations marred her back. Only the blood-forging realm, Wang Xian mused, acknowledging that such rigorous cultivation was not for the faint of heart. Perceiving that Yang Yue's current vitality could potentially dismantle the formation he had painstakingly erected, Wang Xian exerted every ounce of his remaining spirit to maintain it. My dear disciple, you must not lose yourself, he implored, a hint of resignation in his voice. Could it be that on the very first day of taking you as my student, we would be separated forever? Time slipped away unmeasured, and as the day waned into twilight, Yang Yue suddenly opened her eyes. In an instant, the patterns on her forehead dissipated, and her complexion gradually returned to normal. However, this ordeal proved to be a considerable strain for Wang Xian, who, as a mere remnant of a soul, was tasked with sustaining the formation for Yang Yue. Upon witnessing this, Yang Yue hurriedly rose to her feet. Teacher, are you all right? Wang Xian, appearing somewhat fatigued, waved his hand dismissively. I am fine. But what about you? You seem. Did you not succeed? Yang Yue cast a somewhat shameful glance at Wang Xian, apologizing. I'm truly sorry, teacher. I did not succeed. Wang Xian, however, did not reproach Yang Yue. Instead, he encouraged her, saying, there is no need to feel dejected over a failure. Ask those disciples of the Shin Spirit sect how many achieved foundation establishment on their first attempt. If it didn't work this time, there's always next time. Yang Yue nodded gently. Teacher, although I did not succeed this time, I have devoted all my restless essence blood to solidifying my pulse realm. Is that even possible? Wang Xian exclaimed in astonishment. I attempted to guide the essence blood towards the central elixir, thinking that I could seize this opportunity to elevate the tiger pattern to a higher realm, Yang Yue replied softly. However, it seems as if the central elixir is an insatiable void. Is that tiger pattern your clan's technique from the white tiger lineage? Wang Xian inquired solemnly. Is the pattern that has appeared on your body also a consequence of this technique? Yang Yue nodded in agreement, stating that despite her efforts to channel her essence into the central Dan, it seemed to repel her, leading her to ultimately abandon the central Dan entirely. Abandon the central Dan? Wang Xian inquired with curiosity. What did you do next? I deduced that since the tiger stripes could not be enhanced, I would instead distribute my essence throughout my limbs and meridians, Yang Yue explained. The crisis I faced this time nearly cost me my life and almost implicated Suyu as well. Wang Xian's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He could hardly believe that the young individual before him had managed to disseminate his essence throughout his entire body. Therefore, to avert such perilous situations in the future, I believe it prudent to fill my body with essence, not only to enhance my physical capabilities, but also to secure a safeguard for my next breakthrough. Yang Yue stated solemnly. Wang Xian suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, well, who would have thought that even in death, I would gain such a remarkable disciple? Excellent. Yang Yue was perplexed by Wang Xian's words and cautiously inquired, Teacher, I am uncertain whether my actions are right or wrong. Before she could finish her sentence, he interjected, what does it matter if it's right or wrong? You have already taken action. In this world, there is likely no one else but you who practices body refinement, so follow your instincts in your training. Yang Yue nodded gently. I have frequently heard my senior brother and brother Changfeng speak of how those who cultivate qi concentrate their energy within their dantian. However, what I have just done is entirely different from their descriptions. Cultivating the body is distinct from cultivating qi, especially considering your method of refining through vital essence. Wang Xian remarked. While you may take inspiration from qi cultivation, there is no necessity to emulate it entirely. Yang Yue, why are you still here so late? Due to the formation, she was completely unaware of the person approaching her. When she turned to look, she realized she had overthought the situation, even without the formation. It was not easy to detect someone drawing near. "Master, what brings you to the back mountain?" Yang Yue inquired softly. "I sensed that you were engaged in cultivation, so I came to take a look," Meng Li replied softly. "Is your practice going smoothly?" "It has been relatively smooth," Yang Yue responded. "Since it is going well, let me add another lesson for you," Meng Li suggested gently. "It seems that since your initiation, I have not offered you any guidance, which is rather inappropriate." Yang Yue never anticipated that on the same day, she would receive guidance from both masters of the Xianling sect simultaneously. Such an occurrence is surely beyond the imagination of an ordinary disciple. Yang Yue gazed absent-mindedly at Meng Li. "There is no need to look at me with such astonishment," Meng Li gently remarked. "By your expression, it seems you have just attempted to transcend your current realm." Yang Yue nodded, "Yet it was a failure." Meng Li chuckled softly, declaring, "In my view, it is not a failure at all. You performed admirably. Now, allow me to guide you on where to cultivate further." Yang Yue followed Meng Li's, where it led to the vicinity of the monster beast forest. "Master, do you wish for me to return to the monster beast forest?" Yang Yue inquired softly. "No, there is no need to return tonight. We are still a short distance from the monster beast forest," Meng Li replied. "This area still belongs to the Xianling sect, and currently, there is someone cultivating there." Yang Yue seemed not to grasp the intention behind Meng Li's words. "It is Yu Hong who is currently in the midst of her cultivation. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, her sword intent is on the verge of taking shape tonight. Be sure to observe without disturbing her," Meng Li said in a solemn tone. Yang Yue gazed at Meng Li with a face full of concern. "Master, this may not be appropriate. After all, spying is not something one should engage in. It's not as though you are learning anything clandestine. It is merely a matter of observation," Meng Li replied. "Moreover, she is your fellow disciple. It would be beneficial for you to witness that sword intent firsthand. Master, if senior sister Yu Hong finds out, it won't be a problem, I assure you," Meng Li said in a solemn tone. "Chi Hao and Pan Pan occasionally indulge in such peeking, and nothing adverse has befallen them." Yang Yue nodded and then said, "Understood, master. I shall make my way there immediately." With that, Yang Yue departed from the back mountain without a backward glance, fully aware that Wang Xin preferred to remain unnoticed. Thus he left no trace of his passage. Meng Li also turned away without looking back, merely sighing as she watched Yang Yue's retreating figure. Before long, Yang Yue arrived at the location indicated by Meng Li, where he found Yu Hong seated in meditation, a long sword resting upon his knees. Yang Yue dared not disturb Yu Hong. She could only observe quietly. Whether it was the recent manipulation of her vital essence coursing through her body or a result of her elevated realm, Yang Yue noticed a faint green aura enveloping Yu Hong, swirling around him incessantly. She could even discern the direction of this ethereal essence with remarkable clarity. Yang Yue could hardly believe her eyes. Cautiously, she rubbed them gently, and with that motion, it seemed as if she could faintly discern the outline of Yu Hong's skeletal structure. In the next moment, she was astonished to see that the barely visible skull had actually turned to face her. Yang Yue was taken aback, hurriedly rising in a state of panic. "Yang Yue?" The voice of Yu Hong reached her ears. Yang Yue finally regained her composure and shook her head slightly, turning her gaze back to Yu Hong. As the earlier scene faded away, "Senior sister Yu Hong." "I." Noticing Yang Yue's hesitant demeanor, Yu Hong refrained from saying much more. "Did your master send you here?" Yang Yue did not conceal the truth. She nodded gently. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately decided to disclose what she had just witnessed. "Are you saying you saw my bones?" Yu Hong asked, his expression one of disbelief. Yang Yue nodded, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "Junior brother, could it be that your realm has ascended, resulting in an enhancement of your vision as well?" Yu Hong spoke softly. Yang Yue wore an expression of helplessness, yet she pondered that even with further enhancement, it would be impossible to directly observe the bones. This was rather. Yu Hong chuckled lightly, suggesting that one would eventually grow accustomed to it. "Nevertheless," he inquired, "by the way, after witnessing the interior of my body, did you notice anything amiss?" "Anything amiss?" Yang Yue responded, her face reflecting confusion. "Such as what?" "Anything at all. Just anything that struck you as peculiar or simply felt off," Yu Hong asked. Yang Yue paused for a moment in recollection, then shook her head and replied, "Senior sister Yu Hong, I did not dare to look closely just now, but I did not notice anything amiss." After a brief moment of contemplation, Yu Hong pulled Yang Yue closer to her and said, "Perhaps master summoned you for my benefit as well." "What do you mean?" "Junior brother, find a way to enter that state again," Yu Hong instructed. "Then I will circulate my energy," and at that moment, You can help me discern if there are any discrepancies. Yang Yue appeared somewhat awkward. Senior sister, it is permissible, but after all, I am a man. Why concern oneself with such matters? Yu Hong smiled and remarked, logically, your heart should belong solely to Miss Su. Yang Yue, her cheeks flushed, said, Senior sister. The issue is that I do not cultivate qi, and I am also unfamiliar with matters pertaining to energy manipulation. Is it truly acceptable? Yu Hong replied. It matters not if you do not cultivate qi. Even as a practitioner of physical enhancement, one should not engage in aimless training. Simply follow your instincts. Yang Yue nodded gently. Yu Hong settled back into his position, and in an instant, he entered a state of profound meditation. This scene left Yang Yue utterly astonished. Such unwavering focus was something he could not achieve even during his recent attempts to break through. Yang Yue endeavored to mobilize the essence within her body, aiming to invigorate her vision. Indeed, the previous scene resurfaced before her eyes. She observed as the pale green aura surrounding Yu Hong gradually merged into her being, flowing delicately into her dantian. This was the first occasion on which Yang Yue witnessed the movement of such energy, which possessed an exquisite beauty of its own. As she watched, Yu Hong's aura leisurely ascended from the lower dantian to the middle dantian, effortlessly achieving a state that Yang Yue had long yearned for. Now effortlessly realized by Yu Hong. Just as Yang Yue was captivated by the sight of Yu Hong channeling his energy, the longsword resting by his knees began to levitate slowly, emanating a faint green luminescence. Upon witnessing this, Yang Yue refrained from interrupting Yu Hong and continued her observation. The energy residing in Yu Hong's middle dantian came to a halt, seemingly engaging in a communion with the sword, resembling a harmonious state of unity between man and blade. A soft hum resonated from the sword's edge, a sound that, though subtle, was distinctly audible to Yang Yue. At that very moment, the essence within Yang Yue stirred restlessly, causing her brows to furrow in distress as she thought, of all times, it had to be now. Yu Hong appeared to sense her agitation, gradually opening his eyes and extending 2 fingers toward her chest. No matter, he intoned, I have heard that the essence within you is unlike that of ordinary individuals. Today, I finally witness it. With a modicum of control, the remainder of the guidance shall be my responsibility. Yang Yue did not expect that by harnessing the aura of Yu Hong, this restless essence of blood would become significantly more docile. Yang Yue felt the essence within her settle for a brief moment, only to soon become restless once more, driving away the aura of Yu Hong. Yu Hong's expression shifted slightly, intrigued. Upon witnessing the scene, Yang Yue hurriedly exclaimed, Senior sister, it's all right. I can handle the rest myself. With a serious expression, Yu Hong gazed at Yang Yue and inquired, Junior brother, may I challenge you to a contest of this essence of blood? Senior sister, what do you mean by that? Yang Yue questioned, are we not scheduled to compete in a month's time? Yu Hong gently shook her head and replied, no, it is not a contest against you, but rather a simple engagement with this essence of blood. Senior sister, if I recall correctly, you seem to be comprehending the sword intent at this moment. Yang Yue murmured softly, rest assured, it will not have any adverse effects. It may even facilitate my understanding, Yu Hong replied in a solemn tone. Of course, you need not worry about any harm coming to you. Yang Yue shook her head helplessly with a wry smile. Senior sister, to be frank, I came to observe your cultivation, hoping to gain some insights that might aid my own practice. I am aware, Yu Hong replied calmly. Is this not akin to a different form of combat? It will serve to test which is superior, my nascent sword intent or your essence. Yang Yue had intended to convey more, but she observed that Yu Hong appeared to be fully prepared. Junior brother, if your vital essence exhibits vigorous resistance shortly, I hope you will not suppress it. I wish to witness the extent of my capabilities in the presence of your vital essence, Yu Hong implored. Yang Yue merely nodded in silence. Subsequently, Yu Hong summoned the pure essence within him, and Yang Yue was astonished to witness a delicate, pale green blade materializing from Yu Hong's being, appearing remarkably exquisite and compact. Yang Yue instinctively swallowed, feeling an intense aura emanating from the blade of the sword. A pressure unlike anything Qin Liang or Lu Fei had ever imparted upon him, as if sensing an external threat. The essence within Yang Yue's body instinctively assumed a defensive posture. He adhered to Yu Hong's request, refraining from suppressing his essence, for he was curious to discover the extent of its self-defense capabilities in such a scenario. Before Yang Yue could fully comprehend the situation, his essence, mimicking Yu Hong, coalesced into a blade of its own, albeit lacking the refinement of Yu Hong's creation. Blood essence continuously flowed from it, presenting an exceedingly eerie sight. Observing this, Yu Hong furrowed his brow, cautiously guiding his sword blade closer, only to witness an immediate counterattack from the essence, which, with a mere strike, repelled the sword intention conjured by Yu Hong. The brief contact seemed to stir a subtle disturbance within Yang Yue, causing his cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Yet his breath remained steady. This scene did not escape Yu Hong's notice, prompting him to inquire with utmost care, "Junior brother, are you all right?" With a smile on her face, Yang Yue said, "It's all right, senior sister. I simply did not anticipate that this essence of blood could be utilized in such a manner." Once Yu Hong confirmed that Yang Yue was unharmed, he once again took control of the blade, drawing closer to the crimson sword that stood resolutely before Yang Yue's chest. The blood-red blade seemed to have calmed significantly, and Yang Yue's emotions appeared to be settling as well. This time, as Yu Hong launched his attack, the crimson sword did not immediately retaliate. Instead, it used its blade to block Yu Hong's onslaught. At that moment, Yu Hong realized that this action seemed to be a deliberate choice on Yang Yue's part. Observing the situation, Yang Yue silently nodded, as if he were testing the strength of the essence of blood, a bold maneuver considering his opponent was Yu Hong, the master of the Xianling sect who excelled in the sword path. Seeing this, Yu Hong let out a long breath, seemingly preparing to unleash his full potential. As she gently closed her eyes and the essence of her sword intent began to manifest, what Yang Yue beheld was no longer a diminutive blade, but rather a formidable azure longsword, adorned with intricate azure patterns, seemingly capable of vanquishing all malevolence in the world. The blood-red blade, forged from the essence of life itself, appeared to be influenced by this scene, beginning to tremble violently. Yang Yue could distinctly sense the pulsation of the essence coursing through him. This was not fear, but rather exhilaration. In that fleeting moment, he felt the entirety of his essence within his dantian being summoned forth, even manifesting tiger-like markings upon his body. Yu Hong slowly opened his eyes, observing the transformation in Yang Yue without uttering a word, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Little junior brother," he seemed to say, "this strike will determine our fates." Yang Yue silently nodded, having already made thorough preparations. In the distance, Meng Li seemed to sense something, her brow furrowing as she whispered, "These two individuals." The azure longsword above Yu Hong's head gently pierced towards the crimson blade. Yang Yue was acutely aware that the seemingly soft and feeble strike concealed a sword intent that had long been poised for action. This time, the blood-red blade did not remain stationary but surged forward directly. The moment the larger and smaller blades, one azure and one crimson, collided, a tremendous surge of energy erupted. This startling sound roused all the disciples of the Xianling sect from their reverie. What transpired? Could it be an assault from another sect? Chanfeng quickly rose to his feet. Noticing Yang Yue had yet to return, without hesitation, he seized several vials of elixirs and dashed outside. Upon emerging, he spotted the figure of Ming Li. "Master," Changfeng whispered, "is that the junior disciple?" Ming Li glanced at the vials in Changfeng's hand and chuckled softly. "You are indeed perceptive, Changfeng. In that case, let us proceed together." With that, she seized Changfeng's hand, and they vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Yang Yue was beginning to show signs of retreat. The blood-red blade was visibly dissipating. A bead of sweat appeared on Yu Hong's brow. She never anticipated that her obsession with the sword path would lead her to be cornered by her physically adept junior. A glint of determination flickered in Yu Hong's eyes as the aura of the azure blade suddenly surged, as if it aimed to utterly vanquish Yang Yue's essence. In an instant, the blade formed from her condensed essence shattered, and just as it pierced through towards Yang Yue, a low, resonant roar emanated from within her, a tiger's growl. "Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading." The excitement only intensifies. Before Yu Hong could react, the essence surged forth once more, but this time it took the vivid form of a blood-red tiger's head. Surprised by this unexpected turn of events at such a critical moment, Yu Hong watched as the tiger's head suddenly opened its jaws wide, clamping down on the azure blade. With fierce intent, the blood-red tiger head exerted its strength, severing the azure blade cleanly. At that moment, Yu Hong also coughed up a mouthful of blood. Upon witnessing the scene, Yang Yue hastily withdrew her essence and approached to inquire about Yu Hong's injuries. Yu Hong managed a wry smile and waved his hand dismissively, assuring her it was nothing serious. "You've concealed yourself quite adeptly, junior martial brother." Upon hearing this, Yang Yue immediately assumed that Yu Hong had discerned her true identity. The potency of her essence was indeed astonishing, capable of manifesting various transformations. Yu Hong spoke gravely, recalling the time he had sparred with Lu Fei, noting that she had held back. At that moment, Ming Li and Changfeng arrived. Master, Yu Hong murmured, "What brings you here?" Ming Li replied with a bittersweet smile. If I hadn't come, I feared you two might dismantle this place. Chang Feng suspected that an accident would occur. Chang Feng stepped forward, urgently presenting a pill to Yu Hong. Senior sister, this medicine is not overly potent. It is safe to take now. Yu Hong nodded appreciatively, expressing gratitude to Chang Feng. Chang Feng then turned to Yang Yu, observing, Junior martial brother. You appear unscathed, so it seems the medicine is unnecessary for you. While Chang Feng's words were not inaccurate, they struck Yu Hong as slightly awkward. After consuming the medicine, Ming Li watched Yu Hong intently, anxious that the effects might be too intense for him to endure. Fortunately, as Chang Feng had previously indicated, Yu Hong did indeed show signs of improvement after taking the pill. Before long, Yu Hong rose and looked at Chang Feng, remarking, this medicine works remarkably well. It surpasses the previous ones by a significant margin. Senior sister, are you truly unharmed? Yang Yu inquired cautiously. Yu Hong chuckled lightly. I am fine now. Do not worry. However, I must admit, in the recent contest, I was the one who lost. Yang Yu merely shook her head. The competition held little significance, as long as it did not hinder her senior sister's comprehension of the sword intent. In fact, it had been quite beneficial for me. Yu Hong spoke solemnly, stating, I must retreat into seclusion. 1 month from now, if I successfully emerge, we shall resume our contest. Should I fail to do so, let it be known that I accept defeat. Sister. Yang Yu sighed softly. Winning or losing is of no consequence. It is just that, dear sister. You are now entering seclusion. I need to reforge my sword intent, Yu Hong replied gently. It seems I must truly experience the concept of no destruction, no establishment. Yu Hong, one must not force matters, especially in the realm of cultivation, dreamily cautioned in a serious tone. Rest assured, master, I shall not act recklessly. Yu Hong assured softly. With these words, he turned and departed. Yang Yu let out a long sigh. Master, senior brother, senior sister Yu Hong. It seems they have not detected my true identity. Even if they were to realize it, Yu Hong would not mind. Meng Li spoke in a low tone. Observing, this child appears to be more concerned with his own cultivation, showing little interest in other matters, which is quite reminiscent of Chang Feng. Chang Feng leaned closer to Yang Yu and whispered, Junior brother, are you all right? Yang Yu gently shook her head, expressing that she felt quite refreshed and realized that her inner self had become much more relaxed. Upon reflection, she sensed that previously she had been somewhat constrained. Dreamily observed Yang Yu, but chose not to comment further. Subsequently, Yang Yu returned indoors with Chang Feng. Throughout the night, Yang Yu's vital energy remained stable, without any incidents. Poor Chang Feng, however, had not slept well, anxiously monitoring Yang Yu's changes. In the monster forest, upon returning, Mo Yuan recounted the events to Xian Yu and Qi Yun. Xian Yu did not involve himself too much in the matter, while Qi Yun appeared somewhat excited. Let the little girl from Qingqiu handle this for the time being, Xian Yu said solemnly. I have other matters to discuss with you. Why so serious? Qi Yun inquired curiously. You weren't here when the young master returned, but this big fool was. Xian Yu directed his gaze at Mo Yuan. Did you notice the young master's injuries? What? Mo Yuan exclaimed in surprise. The young master is injured? Hearing about Yang Yu's injury, Qi Yun quickly turned to Mo Yuan. How could you not know about such a significant matter? The situation was indeed a bit chaotic at that time. I truly didn't notice. Mo Yuan hurriedly explained. Xian Yu waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. It's fine if you didn't notice. It seems a group of strangers has arrived in the Monster Mountain range. The injury on the young master's chest does not appear to be caused by any of the 7 sects. I will go find them tonight. Qi Yun spoke in a low voice, even if it means turning the Monster Mountain range upside down. Before Qi Yun could finish, Xian Yu interrupted with a wave of his hand. You have already been on the move all day. There's no need to investigate this matter in detail. Qi Yun looked at Xian Yu in shock. Had it been the past, she would have questioned him loudly, but having witnessed Xian Yu's capabilities firsthand, she had become much calmer. Do you have another way? Qi Yun asked softly. Xian Yu shook his head gently. Not yet. But my energy cannot be diverted to these individuals at present. What has happened? Mo Yuan asked solemnly. Is there anything I can do? Last night, you were already aware of what transpired with Xiong Yin, correct? Xian Yu spoke gravely. It now resembles more of a wager. The 10-year term? Qi Yun whispered. Are you concerned about this? I always thought you were just speaking lightly. If it were someone else, perhaps they would be, Xian Yu replied. But his words cannot be dismissed lightly. Is that why you had me seek his assistance early this morning? Qi Yun asked. At this point, he is the only one who can aid us, Xian Yu remarked, To my knowledge, he arrived in the Beast Forest alongside the Esteemed One. It is said that a fierce battle ensued between them, after which the Esteemed One became the sovereign of the Beast Forest, while he is rumored to be in seclusion. Qian sighed deeply. I have searched throughout the entire Beast Mountain range today. Yet I could not detect even the slightest trace of his presence. Given his capabilities, he cannot truly be dead, can he? Xian Yu spoke solemnly. In any case, what I wish to convey is that if we can locate him and secure his assistance, our chances of success would be significantly enhanced. What shall we do now? Qi Yin inquired softly. If we cannot find him, we must temporarily relinquish our search, for we do not possess the luxury of time to squander. Xian Yu stated resolutely. Having witnessed the young master being threatened again today, I have resolved to discreetly assign someone to protect him. Allow me. Mo Yuan began to speak. But Xian Yu interrupted, stating, none of us three are suitable. The target is too conspicuous. Not only would we fail in our protective efforts, but our mere appearance would undoubtedly draw attention. What, then, is your target? Qian asked. Bai Shi, Xian Yu replied solemnly, discreet protection requires more than just her. I sought you out to inquire if there are any astute individuals with good talent within your respective clans. There should be. Mo Yuan responded quietly. I can assist in locating them, Qian offered. How many do you require? Not too many, otherwise it would be easy to be discovered, Xian Yu cautioned. Including Bai Ji, each of you should find me one more. Any additional would be beyond my capacity to instruct. You intend to teach personally? Qi Yun exclaimed in astonishment. You must also make time to continue searching for him, Xian Yu added. I do not have confidence in Mo Yuan's character when it comes to teaching. Your considerations are quite thorough. Mo Yuan seemed unfazed by Xian Yu's assessment. You do not intend to impart your techniques to the young master, do you? Qian asked softly. Techniques are meant to be utilized. Whoever can master them possesses the skill, Xian Yu replied gently. There is no need for secrecy. Very well, I understand. At dawn tomorrow, I shall present you with the candidates. You may select at your discretion, Qi Yin stated earnestly. I shall do the same. Aligned with Dao. As Xian Yu's pupils constricted slightly, he thought that for the time being, this would ensure the safety of the young master. As for what would transpire next, it would depend on fate. At this moment, Yang Yu remained unaware that 3 shadow guards would soon join him, one of whom he recognized as Bai Shi, with whom he had once fought side by side. As dawn broke, Qi Yun and Mo Yuan sought out Xian Yu, bringing forth the chosen candidates. 5 individuals stood before Xian Yu, 3 brought by Qi Yun and 2 by Mo Yuan. Without unnecessary preamble, Xian Yu addressed them, stating, I shall select 2 from among you. Those who fear for their lives may withdraw now. Regardless of what they told you yesterday, if you do not wish to participate, you may leave at once. Hearing Xian Yu's words, the 5 exchanged resolute glances, displaying no signs of retreat. Excellent. Henceforth, you 5 shall temporarily form a team. Xian Yu declared, you have 1 day to evade my pursuit. The last 2 remaining will be declared victors. The 5 exchanged glances, fully aware of Xian Yu's formidable reputation. If he were to pursue them, it would be a mere child's play. You may now commence, Xian Yu instructed. Without a moment's hesitation, the 5 dashed toward the forest behind them. Mo Yuan, astonished, looked at Xian Yu and asked, are you truly going to test them personally? Qi Yun, with a hint of resignation, added, is there even a need for such a test? Are you so lacking in confidence in those you selected? Xian Yu replied softly. Moreover, I am only capturing them, not slaying them. When do you intend to set out? Qi Yun inquired. What suggestions do you have? Xian Yu asked gently. Qi Yun merely shook his head. After all, this was for the young master, and utmost care was essential. I too wish to see if these young wolves have been training diligently. Indeed, I feel the same, Mo Yuan concurred. Upon hearing Qi Yun and Mo Yuan's sentiments, a wicked smile crept across Xian Yu's face. I just thought of something amusing, he said in a low voice. What if we join forces? Very well, Mo Yuan replied. Since the beast-taming sect has become more subdued, I haven't had a proper workout in ages. Qi Yun turned to Bai Ji, who lingered behind. Little Bai, are you interested? Although Bai Ji had gained some understanding of Xian Yu's character, this sudden shift caught her off guard. My lords, with my cultivation, I may not be able to keep up with you, she murmured softly. Xian Yu turned to Bai Ji, saying, No. You can undertake something else. I have other matters to test them on. You shall handle this. Lord Xian Yu, what would you have me do? Bai Ji inquired softly. Xian Yu leaned closer to Bai Ji's ear and whispered something, causing her smile to deepen. Bai Ji instinctively took a step back. Lord Xian Yu, is this truly permissible? After all, I will have to train with them in the future. Xian Yu shrugged. If they do not pass, they cannot train with you, so why fret? I am merely gathering you together for training, not to forge unbreakable bonds of friendship. Did you not just say we were a team? Lei Jie murmured. Xian Yu gently shook his head. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. What I meant was, they are a team for the time being, which does not include you. At this moment, Lei Jie could only nod helplessly. I understand, Lord Xian Yu. I shall depart now. Go ahead, Xian Yu replied. Try to locate them before we arrive. Lei Jie could only manage a wry smile. I will do my utmost. After saying this, she followed the 5 individuals' energies as they pursued their path. Mo Yuan casually approached Xian Yu, whispering, "What did you say to Xiaobai?" Her reaction was quite pronounced. Xian Yu chuckled lightly. "Do not rush. Once we find them, you will understand. We are nearly ready to begin." "So soon?" Qian remarked. "Did Xiaobai not just enter?" "And so?" Xian Yu replied, "The trials for those 5 are one matter, while Xiaobai's trial is entirely different." "Does Xiaobai still require a trial?" Mo Yuan asked. "Did you not promise to teach her?" "A promise is a promise, yet today I shall conduct her first lesson." Xian Yu gently asserted, "Do not trust anyone else's words." In a swift motion, Xian Yu vanished into the forest, leaving a bewildered Mo Yuan and Qi Yun standing in place. Having such a master, one can only blame Xiaobai's misfortune. Qi Yun murmured. Within the confines of the Qingling sect, Chang Feng had not slept throughout the night, attentively monitoring Yang Yu's condition while diligently researching alchemical formulas, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. Upon seeing Qi Hao enter, Chang Feng seized him. "Senior brother, please look after junior brother while I attend to some matters." Before Qi Hao could comprehend the situation, Chang Feng dashed out, heading straight for the alchemy chamber. Qi Hao, evidently perplexed, had merely come to check on the commotion from the previous night. Before long, Yang Yu awoke, her gaze resting on Qi Hao, who bore a look of confusion. Qi Hao chuckled lightly. "I was just wearing that same expression. Chang Feng mentioned he had urgent matters to attend to and left me here to care for you." "Care for me?" Yang Yu inquired curiously. "What is amiss?" "Indeed," Qi Hao replied, equally baffled. "I just examined your condition and found nothing amiss. I too wish to understand what is wrong with you." Yang Yu appeared somewhat embarrassed. After rising, she intended to investigate the urgent matter concerning Chang Feng. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated, prompting both of them to hastily exit the house. They witnessed a thick plume of smoke billowing from the alchemy room, clearly the source of the explosive sound they had just heard. Yang Yu rushed into the alchemy chamber. "Brother Chang Feng," she shouted. "Chang Feng." Qi Hao echoed her call. The commotion even drew Meng Li, who arrived at the alchemy room with a look of concern etched across her face. "Master, we must find Chang Feng first," Meng Li said anxiously. Before anyone could commence their search, a sphere-shaped pill radiating a golden light began to rise slowly from the dust. The group stood frozen, well aware that this elixir was of a considerable grade, perhaps even possessing a hint of sentience. I am here." Chang Feng's voice emerged from beneath the collapsed debris. Upon hearing the sound, Yang Yu immediately rushed over and effortlessly lifted the fallen boulder. The onlookers, witnessing this remarkable feat, could not help but express their relief, acknowledging that had it not been for Yang Yu's timely intervention, the spell casting in the Dan room could have potentially triggered a second explosion. "Junior brother," Chang Feng sighed wryly, momentarily losing control. "Let us set that aside for now. I must first extricate you," Yang Yu insisted, her voice laced with urgency. "No, junior brother, first retrieve that golden Dan." Chang Feng replied solemnly, "It was crafted specifically for you." Upon hearing these words, Yang Yu was nearly moved to tears. Without a moment's hesitation, she hoisted Chang Feng onto her back and made her way outside. As she emerged with Chang Feng in tow, the other disciples hurriedly approached to inquire. "Chang Feng, are you all right?" Pan Pan asked anxiously. "What happened this time?" "Again?" Yang Yu asked, her expression one of confusion as she turned to Pan Pan. "Junior brother, you are unaware," Pan Pan replied with a hint of exasperation. "It exploded just 6 months ago, though that incident was not nearly as tumultuous. This time, even the alchemical chamber has been obliterated." Before Chang Feng could respond, the golden core suddenly began to move swiftly, seemingly in search of something. The onlookers had yet to grasp the situation when the golden core darted outside, positioning itself above Chang Feng's head. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Yang Yu hastily shielded Chang Feng behind her, her expression fraught with anxiety as she gazed at the golden elixir. Just as Chang Feng reached out to take the elixir, he noticed it stabilizing and gradually moving closer to him. "Master, could it be that the elixir recognizes its owner?" Qi Hao inquired softly. I am not well versed in the art of alchemy, Meng Li replied, but I have heard that high-grade elixirs can indeed develop sentience, and some even attract heavenly tribulations, also known as the tribulation of the elixir. As soon as Meng Li finished speaking, the elixir began to quiver once more before Changfeng. It seemed to be a novel experience for Changfeng, who intended to exert control over it. However, the elixir eluded his grasp and soared toward Yang Yue. That earlier tremor did not appear to stem from fear, Meng Li murmured. It seemed more akin to excitement. The elixir arrived before Yang Yue and instantly fell silent. Observing this, Changfeng exhibited great exhilaration, suppressing his physical pain as he urged, Junior sister, quickly pick it up. Yang Yue extended his hand to catch the golden elixir. In that moment, he felt his vital essence surging within him like a tumultuous tide. And even his attempts to suppress it proved far more challenging than before. Observing this, Meng Li hurriedly stepped forward to assist Yang Yue in regaining control over the turmoil of his internal essence. Yang Yue, drenched in sweat, turned to Meng Li and said, Master, just now. Meng Li merely nodded gently and replied, Do not worry. It seems that the essence within you has reacted with this golden pill. The other disciples were astonished to witness Yang Yue's condition, for this was undoubtedly the elixir concocted by Changfeng. How did it end up in Yang Yue's hands? Qi Hao inquired softly. Changfeng, what treasure have you concocted this time? It is specifically crafted for our junior brother, Changfeng responded, though this pill carries certain risks. Upon hearing this, Qi Hao could not help but exclaim, This is the first time I've heard you speak so directly. Previously, you always seemed uncertain. With Pan's assistance, Changfeng softly explained, This pill can significantly enhance our junior brother's physique, thereby fortifying the essence within him. How did you deduce that strengthening Yang Yue's body would amplify his essence? Pan asked. I observed our junior brother's condition throughout the night, Changfeng replied, noticing several instances of his breath becoming rapid. I discovered this was due to a slight agitation in his essence, which caused changes in his body. Meng Li chuckled lightly and inquired, Why not consider methods to stabilize or suppress the essence? Because the essence is the foundation of our junior brother's cultivation, Changfeng explained. Just as with qi cultivation, having a robust essence is not detrimental. If we cannot control it, it simply indicates that our cultivation is insufficient. So, your intention is to strengthen the body and allow the essence to roam freely? Yang Yue asked softly. That is approximately the idea, Changfeng affirmed, but for now, you should refrain from consuming this pill. When the time is right, I will inform you. What are you waiting for, Changfeng? Pan questioned. I await a celestial phenomenon, Changfeng replied gravely, for only then can the full efficacy of this pill be unleashed. Meng Li shook her head with a bittersweet smile, realizing that consuming Changfeng's elixir was not as simple as it seemed. Good disciple, Changfeng is indeed correct. The elixir in your hands possesses such qualities. A voice suddenly resonated in Yang Yue's mind. It was Wang Xian, acknowledging Changfeng's talent as an alchemist, capable of crafting such a pill even at the foundational level of cultivation. At this moment, Yang Yue dared not respond to Wang Xian, merely gazing silently at Changfeng. Senior brother, we should hasten back to rest, Yang Yue spoke in a low voice. You have sustained injuries from the explosion. Changfeng glanced at his arm, noting only some superficial wounds. It's nothing of concern, do not worry, he reassured her. Subsequently, the collective gaze of the group turned towards Meng Li. As per our usual custom, Meng Li said with a hint of resignation, Whoever caused the damage must take responsibility for the repairs. As for anyone willing to assist, that is entirely up to you. Yang Yue chuckled softly, reassuring, Do not worry, brother Changfeng, I can assist you in repairing it. It will serve as a fine opportunity for me to strengthen my physique. Little did Yang Yue anticipate that this matter would require none of her efforts. As the entire sect's disciples eagerly vied to aid Changfeng in restoring the alchemy chamber, Yang Yue looked at Qi Hao with a puzzled expression. Changfeng is indeed a treasure of our Xianling sect, Qi Hao remarked. After all, the pills refined by Changfeng are primarily distributed among the disciples of our sect, though whether they can be consumed successfully is another matter. This is also a testament to the good relationships we have cultivated through Changfeng, Pan softly added. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Changfeng replied, Thank you, fellow brothers and sisters. Once the alchemy chamber is rebuilt, I shall certainly assist everyone in refining suitable pills. The group of disciples could only smile wryly, urging Changfeng to return and rest promptly. As Yang Yue assisted Changfeng back into the room, with only the two of them remaining, she whispered, Brother Changfeng, it seems that something has gone awry. What is it? Changfeng inquired hastily. You haven't succumbed to temptation and indulged, have you? Yang Yu shook her head and said, Not at all. I merely feel that the essence within me is absorbing the energy of this golden elixir. What? Changfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Let me see it. Yang Yu retrieved the golden elixir from her bosom, and indeed, the radiance upon it had significantly dimmed. Subsequently, Changfeng directed his gaze towards Yang Yu's form, his brows slightly furrowing. How peculiar it is. Junior brother, do you not sense anything unusual? Yang Yu sensed the changes within her body and shook her head, saying, No, but it seems my vitality is not as turbulent as it once was. It shouldn't be the case. Changfeng sighed softly. Without the enhancement of the celestial phenomena, it would be quite challenging to absorb the effects of this elixir. Dear disciple, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The following is even more thrilling. So what now? Yang Yu inquired. Have I wasted the golden elixir? Not quite, Changfeng replied. I observe that your vitality appears to have become significantly denser. Yet this golden elixir is meant to strengthen your physical form. Before Yang Yu could respond, Changfeng inquired once more, Junior disciple, do you truly feel no discomfort in your body? Yang Yu nodded emphatically, affirming that there was indeed nothing amiss. Instead, she felt a remarkable sense of ease within her body, as if her vital essence were undergoing a profound transformation. As soon as Yang Yu's voice fell, she extracted a drop of essence blood from within her body. Upon witnessing this, Changfeng couldn't help but exclaim, immediately becoming tense. Little junior brother, are you certain that extracting your essence blood in such a manner is safe? Changfeng inquired. While I am aware of your abundant vitality, I still have my concerns. It is nothing to worry about, merely a small amount. It will have no effect, Yang Yu replied in a solemn tone. The slight amount mentioned by Yang Yu, in Changfeng's perspective, could indeed be an unattainable quantity for the entire Xianling sect. Senior brother, did you observe the intricate details within that essence of blood? Yang Yu softly inquired. Following her gaze, Changfeng noticed, to his astonishment, a subtle golden pattern woven within the essence. Though sparse, it had undeniably merged with the blood. Changfeng nodded thoughtfully, realizing that this elixir had yet to bolster her physical form, instead elevating her essence of blood. Hurry and store it away, he urged. Yang Yu retracted her essence blood, her expression remaining unchanged. Reflecting on her time learning the tiger pattern from Mo Yuan, she recalled how he had once extracted his essence blood for demonstration, only to grow exceedingly pale afterward. My dear disciple, tonight after everyone has fallen asleep, ascend the mountain. Wang Xian's voice resonated once more, proclaiming the impending breakthrough. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, Yang Yu silently nodded, embodying the determination to achieve her breakthrough that night. Upon returning, Changfeng was exceedingly fatigued and retired early. Master, are you there? Yang Yu inquired softly. What is it? Wang Xian responded gently. Is senior brother Changfeng all right? Yang Yu asked, her voice laced with concern. Do not worry. Changfeng is fine, Wang Xian assured her. However, this lad is indeed fortunate. What do you mean? Yang Yu whispered. You will find out tomorrow morning, Wang Xian replied. Now, let us proceed to the back mountain and prepare. Bring that golden elixir with you. I have a strong feeling that you will succeed tonight. Yang Yu gingerly picked up the golden elixir and cautiously stepped outside, anxious not to disturb Changfeng. Upon reaching the back mountain, she inquired once more, Master. Senior brother Changfeng mentioned that this elixir should ideally be consumed during a celestial phenomenon. I am aware, Wang Xian replied, but just now, I seem to have grasped an important insight. What insight? There are indeed various types of celestial phenomena, Wang Xian explained. The simplest manifestations would be thunder or various elemental anomalies. Are there not others? Yang Yu questioned. Certainly, Wang Xian affirmed. The peculiar events that occur within our world should logically be included as well. Master, would that not be a bit of a stretch? Yang Yu murmured. Theoretically, it may seem a bit far-fetched, yet. Wang Xian paused momentarily. What if the strange occurrences surrounding an individual are exceedingly bizarre? Or what if the events experienced by that person transcend the comprehension of the average individual? Master, are you suggesting that this individual is? Before Yang Yu could finish her thought, Wang Xian replied solemnly, Indeed, it is you, my dear disciple. The vitality of your blood far surpasses even my former peak, as well as anyone else I have encountered in my cultivation journey. But Master, is that truly acceptable? Yang Yu spoke softly. Can the vitality within me truly be deemed a celestial phenomenon? Wang Xian chuckled lightly. Have confidence, why not? As a magical beast, Although your inner elixir shattered in your infancy, it has not obstructed your path of cultivation. Rather, it has enhanced the vitality of your blood to such an extraordinary degree. Yang Yu's expression appeared somewhat hesitant, seemingly unaware of the extraordinary vitality of the essence within her. Perhaps you do not realize, Yang Yu, the immense potency of the essence coursing through your veins, or what such essence signifies for practitioners of the art. However, that is of no consequence. Wang Xian spoke in a solemn tone, stating, "What I can convey to you is that throughout history, no individual has ever relied solely on their essence for cultivation. The simplest reason being that their essence pales in comparison to yours." Yang Yu had heard such words before, yet even so, she remained uncertain about the essence within her. "My dear disciple, now retrieve that golden elixir and summon the essence within you. Regardless of how greedily the essence absorbs the elixir's potency, do not interfere," Wang Xian instructed. "Once the essence has fully absorbed it, that will mark your moment of breakthrough." Yang Yu promptly retrieved the golden elixir, then sat cross-legged, channeling her essence and vitality to absorb its power. This process did not induce the slightest discomfort. Rather, she felt an unparalleled sense of tranquility enveloping her being. Once the absorption was complete, Yang Yu would experience a fleeting moment of intense agitation within her essence and blood. Wang Xian remarked that this was the critical moment of breaking through. However, he cautioned her to remember that once she transcended, the surging energy must be restrained, for it must not be allowed to expand unchecked. Yang Yu nodded earnestly, and the disciple vowed to remember. This process indeed lasted a considerable duration, but fortunately, both Yang Yu and Wang Xian possessed the virtue of patience. Thus they immersed themselves in the transformation of the essence of blood. As Yang Yu observed the light of the golden cord dimming, an unsettling tension began to envelop him. He could already sense the latent surge of his essence blood, threatening to erupt. "It is about to commence." Wang Xian spoke solemnly, "From this point forward, it rests solely upon you." No sooner had Wang Xian's words fallen than Yang Yu's body abruptly flushed a deep crimson, with tiger stripes uncontrollably spreading across his form. Witnessing Yang Yu's scarlet eyes, even the seasoned Wang Xian could not help but feel a wave of anxiety wash over him. Yang Yu, mindful of Wang Xian's words, commenced another breakthrough in the fervor of her vitality. This time, she seamlessly merged the patterns of the tiger with the force of the heavens, allowing the essence of her blood to intensify. In but a fleeting moment, it enveloped her entire meridian system. Yang Yu even felt as though her blood had ceased to flow. The only essence circulating within her being was that of her vital energy. At this moment, Wang Xian seemed to sense that Yang Yu's heart had stopped beating, were it not for her palpable presence before him. He might have believed she had already succumbed to the silence of death in this place. Yang Yu's expression contorted in agony, the veins on her body becoming starkly pronounced. In an instant, blood erupted from the veins in her neck. Wang Xian was taken aback, even as a seasoned warrior. He had never witnessed such an occurrence during a breakthrough. Moments later, scalding blood gushed from her chest, wrists, and thighs, heightening Wang Xian's concern. "Yang Yu, my dear disciple, do not frighten me." Wang Xian inquired anxiously, "What on earth is happening?" Before him, Yang Yu's eyes were bloodshot, and blood trickled down her forehead. "Master." She appeared somewhat haggard. "I believe I am beginning to grasp the essence of the blood-forging realm. Dear disciple, if it becomes too perilous, we shall cease. Life is of utmost importance." Wang Xian spoke solemnly. "Even without physical refinement, I possess means to enhance your strength." Yang Yu could sense that Wang Xian was genuinely anxious this time. With great difficulty, she raised her hand, her arm stained with blood, and said solemnly, "Do not worry. Teacher, it will be accomplished soon." As soon as Yang Yu's voice fell, his garments suddenly burst apart, revealing a layer of golden pattern slowly flowing across his skin. During his apprenticeship, Yang Yu had consumed a pill gifted by Chang Feng, which allowed his tiger stripes to reach the first stage. However, this state was not stable. Yet now, with the violent surge of his vital blood, combined with the dual enhancement of the breaking heaven and the tiger stripes, the first stage of the tiger stripes had finally been completely realized. Observing Yang Yu's expression growing increasingly agonized, Wang Xian contemplated seeking assistance from Meng Li, for as a remnant soul, he could not assure Yang Yu's safety should danger truly arise. At this moment, Yang Yu appeared as if drenched in blood, his face contorted in pain, his entire body trembling incessantly. "Good disciple," Wang Xian said with a quivering voice, "let us abandon this body refinement. It is beyond human endurance." Yang Yu did not respond to Wang Xian. At this moment, He lacked the energy to focus on anything else. With a deep breath, Yang Yue felt the ruptured meridians visibly healing, though the accompanying pain was a burden he had to endure. Wang Xian sensed that Yang Yu's skin was becoming translucent, allowing him to faintly observe the vital essence within him tirelessly mending the damaged meridians. It was then that Wang Xian comprehended the strange ordeal Yang Yue had just experienced. The vital essence had purified every drop of blood within Yang Yue, while the fragile meridians grew stronger under relentless assault and restoration. Time seemed to lose meaning as Yang Yue slowly lifted his head. The flush on his face had faded, revealing a semblance of color, yet he appeared exceedingly feeble, devoid of the grace typically displayed by one who has transcended their former limits. Yang Yue seemed to utter something, but it appeared that every ounce of strength had been expended, leaving him voiceless. Just as Wang Xian was about to inquire further, a slender figure suddenly materialized behind Yang Yue, effortlessly supporting him. Such recklessness. Teacher. Yang Yue managed to utter these words with the last of his strength before succumbing to unconsciousness. The newcomer was Meng Li, who gently cradled Yang Yue and departed without a backward glance, her eyes filled with concern. Upon bringing Yang Yue back to the hall of Xianling's sect, Meng Li carefully laid him down and retrieved a pale green vial from a cabinet. Upon opening the vial, several drops of golden liquid fell onto Yang Yu's chest, vanishing almost instantly. Meng Li watched in astonishment, pondering the nature of this extraordinary ability. How could this golden sun dew be absorbed in such a manner? Yang Yu's condition has shown signs of improvement. After a careful examination, Meng Li confirmed that Yang Yue had succumbed to slumber, and thus, she kept vigil by his side. Much like the gentle breeze of the previous night. Throughout that night, it seemed as though Yang Yue drifted into a dream, where he found himself floating in a lake of resplendent golden water. The water caressed his body, washing over him with a soothing touch, and he felt no discomfort, as though his physique had transformed into something entirely extraordinary. Whenever Yang Yue endeavored to awaken, he would be gently ensnared by the golden waters, which seemed to urge him to linger a little longer. Yang Yue did not resist. He merely glanced around, unaware of when it was that the surrounding lake, shimmering with a golden hue, had completely vanished. It was only then that he awakened from his reverie. Dreamily, noticing Yang Yu's sudden rise, hurriedly approached and inquired, "Is there something amiss with your body?" As Yang Yue was about to rise and pay her respects, she was halted by Meng Li, who urged her to first attune herself to her body and ascertain whether there were any issues. Yang Yue, following Meng Li's guidance, attuned herself to her physical state. After a brief moment, she rose slowly and said, "Master, I am well now, thanks to your timely rescue." Meng Li gently shook her head, replying, "I did nothing remarkable. I merely brought you back." By that time, you had already reached your conclusion. "Master, Yang Yue began, but Meng Li waved her hand dismissively, saying it is of no consequence. Your choice to break through is perfectly valid. As for the elixir from Chanfeng, it is now yours. Master, I have successfully reached the blood-forging realm," Yang Yue proclaimed solemnly. Upon witnessing Yang Yu's excitement, Meng Li smiled and remarked, "So this is the blood-forging realm. It is entirely distinct from the golden core stage of the qi-refining realm. Master, I seem to grasp just how extraordinary this essence blood truly is now." Yang Yue spoke with a serious tone. "Only now do you comprehend?" Meng Li sighed softly. "For us cultivators, a single drop of essence blood is immensely precious. Not only is it rarely used for cultivation, but it is often reserved for life-saving situations. Master, during my breakthrough last night, I felt as if every drop of my blood was being consumed by the essence blood, as if it sought to drain me completely." Yang Yue whispered. That sensation was truly agonizing. Meng Li nodded silently, acknowledging, perhaps this is the fundamental distinction between body refinement and qi refinement. Body refinement entails enduring the profound suffering of the physical form, which is exceedingly difficult to bear. It is likely why so few choose the path of body refinement. Before Yang Yue could respond, Meng Li gently inquired, "Are you afraid after this breakthrough?" Yang Yue nodded gently, and for a fleeting moment, it felt as though her entire being had been frozen in place. Indeed, fear had gripped her. Meng Li chuckled softly. "Fear is a natural response. We practitioners must harbor a sense of reverence. When we encounter a breakthrough in the future, we must be thoroughly prepared." Just as Meng Li finished speaking, a voice from outside the door called out, "Master, what is the matter that causes such alarm?" Meng Li replied softly. Qi hurriedly pushed the door open, his expression brimming with excitement. "Master, Changfeng has achieved a breakthrough." It seemed that in his exuberance, Qi only then noticed that Yang Yue was also present. Junior brother, what brings you here? Qi Hao inquired in a hushed tone. I encountered a minor issue during my training last night, Yang Yue replied softly. Fortunately, Master brought me back. But, did you say that Brother Changfeng has broken through? Indeed, Qi Hao said, his brows slightly furrowed. Wait, you mentioned you had a problem during your training. What happened? It's nothing. It has already been resolved, Yang Yue reassured him. Did Brother Changfeng really achieve a breakthrough after just one sleep? Absolutely. Qi Hao exclaimed, it is truly remarkable. As Yang Yue reminisced about Wang Xian's words from the previous night, she murmured to herself, realizing that the mention of good fortune pertained to this event. It appears that the successful forging of that golden elixir is indeed a stroke of luck for Changfeng, Ming Li softly remarked. How delightful. In a single night, 2 disciples from our Xianling sect have simultaneously broken through. What splendid news. 2 disciples? Qi Hao inquired, his expression one of confusion as he turned to Ming Li. She then directed her gaze toward Yang Yue. Junior sister, Qi Hao exclaimed, incredulity etched on his face. You 2 have broken through? It's merely good fortune. Yang Yue replied with a smile, nothing perilous. After the meridian transformation comes, the blood-forging realm, Yang Yue explained. Leaning closer to Yang Yue, Qi Hao whispered, have you noticed any changes? Yang Yue nodded and said, indeed, I feel my body has become more robust, and the blood within me has grown clearer and purer. Is that all? Qi Hao seemed somewhat incredulous that the breakthrough in body refinement yielded only such effects. As for the other aspects, I am not entirely sure. Yang Yue replied, that's simple enough. I shall accompany you for a trial, Qi Hao said, but then shook his head, adding, forget it, in due time. Yu Hong is awaiting a duel with you. I wonder how senior sister Yu Hong is faring in her seclusion. Yang Yue murmured. You still have the leisure to worry about Yu Hong? Qi Hao remarked. Even if you have achieved a breakthrough, do not let your guard down. You must continue your cultivation. Yes, I understand, senior brother. After Yang Yue finished speaking, she turned and departed to find Changfeng. As it was imperative to inform him about the utilization of the golden elixir, once Yang Yue had left, Qi Hao quietly inquired, Master, did the junior disciple successfully break through? Ming Li sighed softly, not smoothly. When I arrived, I could hardly bear to imagine what it would be like for individuals like us to lose that much vitality. Qi Hao rarely witnessed Ming Li displaying such concern. The child had remarkably endured. Qi Hao, Ming Li said gently. The existence of this child seems to serve as a reminder to practitioners like us. What do you mean by that, Master? Qi Hao asked softly. Humph. Ming Li scoffed lightly, feigning ignorance. Hurry back to your training. You must not allow your junior disciple to surpass you one day. Qi Hao forced a bitter smile. Master, in your estimation, what will be the junior disciple's strength after the breakthrough? After a moment of silence, Ming Li gazed toward the direction in which Yang Yue had departed. If Yu Hong does not achieve any improvement upon his retreat, it is possible that he may not harm Yang Yue's physical form. Qi Hao's pupils constricted sharply. He found it hard to believe that such an assessment came from Ming Li. Master, isn't that a bit exaggerated? Qi Hao asked, harboring a glimmer of hope. Even if his physical body is strong, it cannot be broken. Before Qi Hao could finish his sentence, Ming Li gently sat down, her expression devoid of emotion as she stated, believe it or not, if it were you. Controlling your cultivation at the golden elixir stage without employing your magical artifacts, you would stand no chance whatsoever. Master, your words seem rather exaggerated. Qi Hao did not complete his thought, as he observed the seriousness in Ming Li's eyes, devoid of any embellishment. Her demeanor now grave as she too turned her gaze toward the direction Yang Yue had taken. Upon encountering Changfeng, Yang Yue hastily inquired about his recent breakthrough. However, it appeared that Changfeng was entirely oblivious to it, only realizing it after his morning encounter with Qi Hao. Junior brother, Changfeng murmured. You seem to have changed a bit as well. Brother, it seems we are indeed fated, Yang Yue responded, for I too experienced a breakthrough last night. Yet, she continued, there is some unfortunate news. How could there be anything unfortunate after a breakthrough? Changfeng asked with curiosity. The golden pill you gave me yesterday. With a gentle chuckle, Changfeng replied, you've already used it, haven't you? Yang Yue was taken aback to discover that Changfeng was aware of it. With a hint of remorse, she spoke, Senior brother, I sincerely apologize for not being able to witness the celestial phenomenon that day. Changfeng gently raised his arm and replied, no, upon further reflection, I realized that my understanding of the so-called celestial phenomenon might have been somewhat narrow. What do you mean? Yang Yue inquired. Changfeng softly elaborated. In my perspective, the essence of your blood and your very existence embody the celestial phenomenon. Therefore, If that golden elixir can aid you in transcending your current state, it indicates that my thoughts were indeed correct. Yang Yue did not anticipate that the slightly plump man before her would share such a remarkable connection with her teacher, Wang Xian. My good disciple. This young man from Changfeng is indeed extraordinary. Wang Xian's voice resonated once more in Yang Yue's ears. Yang Yue seems to have grown quite accustomed to Wang Xian's manner of appearing. Yang Yue, last night, as your minner. Wang Xian softly spoke. I did not safeguard you properly. Yang Yue merely shook his head silently, choosing not to elaborate further, for Changfeng stood right before him. Junior brother. Was the elixir effective during your absorption of the golden core? Changfeng inquired softly. Yang Yue nodded. The golden elixirs had all been absorbed by the essence of blood. And it seemed as though the blood within her body had been cleansed, faint golden patterns subtly appearing upon its surface. How astonishing! Changfeng marveled. He then observed as Yang Yue gently bit her fingertip, and immediately, a droplet of blood materialized before him. Junior disciple, what are you doing? Changfeng inquired. His voice tinged with concern. Elder brother, do not worry. This is merely ordinary blood, not essence blood, Yang Yue reassured him. Upon hearing this, Changfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. As he scrutinized the blood before him, he confirmed Yang Yue's words. Indeed, it bore faint golden patterns. Whether it was an illusion or a reality, Changfeng sensed that this droplet of blood pulsated with life, steadily throbbing. Yang Yue noticed this as well. Come, junior disciple. Let us proceed to the alchemy chamber, Changfeng suggested. I have some thoughts. Yang Yue grasped Changfeng tightly. Senior brother, have you forgotten? The alchemy room exploded. It's only been a day. I fear it has yet to be rebuilt. Oh, right, Changfeng replied, appearing somewhat disheartened. Senior brother, you have just broken through. You still need ample rest, Yang Yue said solemnly. After all, your breakthrough was rather extraordinary, and now you should focus on stabilizing your realm. Changfeng gently rubbed his chin and then turned to Yang Yue. Since we cannot concoct elixirs at the moment, let us test your physical strength instead. Come, let us head to the training platform. Without waiting for Yang Yue's response, Changfeng hurriedly pulled her out the door, a scene witnessed by Qi Hao and Pan Pan, who had just arrived. Where are you two rushing off to? Pan Pan inquired curiously. Senior sister, we are going to the training platform, Changfeng replied without looking back. The training platform? Pan Pan asked, puzzled. Did you both not just break through? What could you possibly compete in? At that moment, Qi Hao approached Pan Pan. You are overthinking it. It is certainly not a competition between Junior Brother and Changfeng. I surmise it is to gauge Junior Brother's current strength. I want to go too, Pan Pan quickly stated. I am exceedingly curious about Junior Brother's physical training. Wait a moment, Qi Hao interjected. Are you daring enough to spar with Junior Brother? Me? Pan Pan looked at Qi Hao with skepticism. I am already in the late stage of the Golden Core. On the verge of a breakthrough. Wouldn't that be bullying? Qi Hao shook his head lightly. Junior Brother is currently in the blood-forging realm of physical training, which is essentially on par with the Golden Core stage. Can they truly be compared? Pan Pan replied helplessly. I have been at the Golden Core stage for quite some time, and I have even deliberately suppressed my cultivation. From what you were saying, you believe you would undoubtedly win? Qi Hao asked. Pan Pan placed her hands on her hips. So you were suggesting that I am destined to lose? Qi Hao regarded Pan Pan thoughtfully. I believe that unless it is a life or death battle, restricted to sparring among peers, you would certainly lose. From where does your confidence stem? Pan Pan said in a low tone. Even if Junior Brother possesses exceptional talent, he could not possibly defeat me through physical training. Shall we compare? Qi Hao's teasing smile was unhidden. Pan Pan leaned closer to Qi Hao and whispered, what do I gain from this? You are asking for benefits in a friendly spar? Qi Hao replied, looking exasperated. I would help you refine your cultivation, and you expect something in return? I know your intentions, Pan Pan said expressionlessly. You want to witness Junior Brother's strength, which is why you are pushing me forward. After a moment of silence, Qi Hao replied solemnly, what do you desire? Songlong. Pan Pan blurted out. What? Qi Hao exclaimed, stepping back in shock. You can choose not to compete. You are asking for too much. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Do not be so stingy, Pan Pan smiled and said. I merely wish to borrow it for a glance. I shall return it in 10 days. 10 days? Qi Hao hesitated for a moment. 1 day. Deal. With that, Pan Pan made her way towards the martial arts platform. Are you? Before Qi Hao could finish his sentence, Pan Pan softly interjected. You guessed correctly. Upon their arrival at the martial arts platform, they discovered that disciples had already begun sparring with Yang Yue. However, Yang Yu effortlessly countered the successive challengers solely with her physical prowess. Changfeng stood nearby, his brow furrowed, seemingly dissatisfied with the unfolding scenario. Noticing his demeanor, Panpan approached Changfeng and inquired, "What troubles you, Changfeng? Shouldn't you be jubilant after breaking through?" "I merely wish to observe the extent of my junior brother's physical strength." But Changfeng's words trailed off. Nevertheless, Panpan and Qihao understood his sentiments. "Do not fret, Changfeng," Qihao assured. "I will find a suitable opponent for our junior brother. You shall be pleased." "Excellent," Changfeng replied excitedly. "Thank you, senior brother." Panpan chuckled softly. "Changfeng, have you not thought to inquire whom the senior brother intends to bring? Anyone will suffice. This platform is not a place for life and death struggles. Merely a venue for friendly competition," Changfeng remarked. Panpan shook her head with a light laugh, then turned her attention to Yang Yu and a sweating disciple on the platform. "May I take the next turn?" As soon as Panpan spoke, both Yang Yu and the exhausted disciple ceased their sparring. Furthermore, the surrounding disciples gazed at Panpan in astonishment. "Sister, are you serious?" the disciple on the platform asked softly. "Of course I am," Panpan replied firmly. "I see that you are weary. Why not step down and allow me to take your place?" Given Panpan's insistence, the disciple, well aware that he was no match for Yang Yu at that moment, gratefully accepted her offer and stepped down from the platform after a glance at Yang Yu. With a graceful leap, Panpan ascended to stand opposite Yang Yu. "Junior brother," she softly said, "just moments ago, senior brother mentioned that if our contest were not a matter of life and death, I would assuredly lose. I did not believe it. So here I am." Yang Yu turned to look at Qihao, who coincidentally was also gazing at him. With a thumbs up, Qihao exclaimed, "Junior brother, do not show any mercy just because it's Panpan." The crowd, upon hearing Qihao's words, could hardly believe that this esteemed senior brother of the Xianling sect held such a high opinion of Yang Yu. "Junior brother, the senior brother just wagered with me that if I win, he would lend me that songlong for a day," Panpan stated gravely. "Songlong? This is the first time I've heard that name." "Sister, what is it?" Yang Yu inquired. "It is a magical artifact of the senior brother," Panpan whispered. "Hardly anyone within the sect has seen it, and it is said to be extraordinarily powerful. You should deliberately lose to me, and then the two of us can take a look together." Before Yang Yu could respond, Qihao interjected loudly, "Have you no sense of being a senior sister? Besides, I am right here. Junior brother, pay her no mind. Even if you win, given the chance, I can let you see it as well." "Junior brother, do not believe him," Panpan softly cautioned. "I've borrowed it from him countless times, and he always finds excuses to evade me." "Spare me," Qihao replied helplessly. "Let us compete fairly. Don't you want to see just how formidable junior brother's physical training is? This is the perfect opportunity." Panpan sighed, saying, "Junior brother, to be honest, it is actually him who wants to see. He has merely coaxed me into this." For a moment, Yang Yu found herself at a loss, bewildered by the conversation between the two. It was then that Changfeng remarked from the side, "Junior brother, feel free to take action whenever you wish. Senior sister will not mind." "Oh, you clever Changfeng," Panpan replied softly. "If that is the case, let us commence." Yang Yu's expression grew serious, while Panpan remained at ease. "Do not be anxious, junior brother. This is merely a simple sparring session. Rest assured, I will not harm you." Upon hearing Panpan's words, Qihao's demeanor shifted slightly. "Panpan, do not be overly complacent," Qihao said in a low voice. After a long absence from witnessing such a serious expression on Qihao's face, Panpan seemed to realize that Yang Yu's potential breakthrough indeed heralded significant changes. With a more solemn demeanor, Panpan turned to a nearby disciple. "Junior brother, may I borrow your sword?" This disciple, who appeared to have entered the sect shortly before Yang Yu, did not ponder for long and promptly handed over his long sword to Panpan. Panpan examined the sword in his hand and sighed softly. "The quality is somewhat lacking, but it should suffice." As Panpan grasped the weapon, several disciples instinctively took a step back. The newly arrived disciples, oblivious to the circumstances, moved closer to the martial arts platform. With a gentle flick of the blade, Panpan's gaze shifted, and a powerful wave of energy surged forth, causing the nearest disciples to topple to the ground. "What?" The seated disciples wore expressions of shock as they looked toward Panpan, bewildered by the turn of events. Qihao, along with Changfeng and several older disciples, approached with smiles, helping the fallen disciples to their feet. "You will get used to it. Panpan's situation is rather unique," Qihao said softly. "In time, you will adapt." Yang Yu appeared to be somewhat intrigued by Panpan's transformation, hesitant to approach. for the aura before her was significantly more formidable than that encountered during her battle with Lu Fei. Junior disciple, are you curious about my technique? Pan Pan inquired softly. Is this a technique? Yang Yue asked, her curiosity piqued. Whether it is or not depends on your ability to comprehend it in such a brief time. Pan Pan replied solemnly. As your senior sister, I shall grant you 3 attempts. Yang Yue gently nodded, then swiftly assumed a stance and shot forward with explosive speed. Pan Pan was utterly taken aback, never anticipating that Yang Yue could move so rapidly. Yang Yue, adhering to her usual approach, raised her arm and propelled her right fist forward, charging directly at Pan Pan. To her astonishment, Pan Pan displayed no intent to evade, instead positioning her long sword horizontally across her chest. Observing this, Yang Yue hastily tempered her strength, delivering a punch that landed squarely upon the blade. What she did not anticipate was that, unlike her previous powerful strikes that reverberated with great force, this time it produced merely a crisp sound. Nevertheless, even this impact compelled several disciples with lesser cultivation to stagger back several meters. With a resounding clang, the onlookers beheld the sight of Pan Pan's sword, now severed into 2 distinct pieces. Yang Yue leaped backward, exhaling deeply. Fortunately, he had managed to restrain some of his strength. Otherwise, had that punch been delivered with full force, Pan Pan might have sustained severe injuries by now. Chong Feng's forehead was already glistening with perspiration, and he observed Qi Hao, whose eyes were wide with disbelief as he gazed at the severed blade on the ground. Senior brother, Chong Feng murmured. That borrowed longsword seems to have been infused with Sister Pan Pan's spiritual energy. Indeed, Qi Hao slowly replied. Is it truly that a single punch could shatter it? The young disciples were perplexed by the expressions of Chang Feng and Qi Hao, seemingly believing that given Yang Yu's strength, it was inevitable for such an unremarkable longsword to break. At this moment, Pan Pan wore a complex expression as she glanced at the broken sword in her hand, then looked at Yang Yue. Junior brother, do you realize the long sword I hold? Pan Pan sighed softly. Never mind. I seem to grasp senior brother's intent now. The sword in sister's hand was indeed far sturdier than an ordinary blade. Yang Yue spoke softly. Is this the effect achieved through the infusion of spiritual energy? Pan Pan smiled wryly. It no longer matters, junior brother. I may need to retract my previous statement. 3 moves. I can no longer hold back. Before Yang Yue could respond, Pan Pan ascended into the air, wielding the broken sword with fervor. Suspended in midair, she began to swing the severed blade, seemingly sketching an intricate formation. With a decisive motion, she gestured, and the formation gradually took shape, a pale green pattern appearing, remarkably complex. Then, with a commanding shout, countless flying swords surged forth from the formation, hurtling towards Yang Yue. Yang Yue stood calmly, as if the very heavens could crumble and the earth could split. Yet not a single tremor would disturb him. Pan Pan was acutely aware of Yang Yu's formidable physical prowess, yet she remained concerned that such an onslaught could overwhelm him. Countless blades sliced through the air towards Yang Yue, and Pan Pan was once again astonished to witness that these weapons inflicted no harm upon him whatsoever. Observing this spectacle, Qi Hao and Chong Feng stepped forward, their pupils narrowing in disbelief. Such a scene was beyond their wildest imaginings. What manner of physique is this? To withstand the spells of a cultivator at the Golden Core stage? Qi Hao spoke with a grave tone. Yang Yue furrowed his brow. Although Pan Pan's sword formation inflicted no harm upon him, his body still registered the sensation of pain, as if countless needles were incessantly pricking at his flesh. With a sweeping gesture, Yang Yue deftly evaded countless blades using the cloud-treading technique, steadily closing the distance to Pan Pan. Yang Yue then raised her arm once more, revealing intricate patterns of crimson gold that began to shimmer upon her skin. Pan Pan observed Yang Yu's actions, yet the gap between them remained insufficient for any counterattack. Yang Yue stepped forward abruptly, causing the ground of the martial arts platform to shatter. With a powerful punch, he aimed directly at the formation in front of Pan Pan. Qi Hao could hardly fathom that Yang Yu's strike unleashed a ferocious wind, shattering all the blades that rushed towards him. In an instant, the formation constructed by Pan Pan was completely obliterated by the force of Yang Yu's punch. Pan Pan remained suspended in midair, her understanding of body refinement seemingly upended by Yang Yu's transformation. Excellent, Qi Hao exclaimed exuberantly. Well done, junior apprentice. At that moment, Pan Pan appeared to grasp that the junior disciple before her was far more formidable than she had initially perceived. She turned her gaze toward Qi Hao below the platform, as if she had come to comprehend the significance of his earlier words. Pan Pan, if you do not take this seriously, you will indeed be injured. Qi Hao warned gravely. The junior disciple has already shown restraint twice. Pan Pan was well aware that Yang Yue had held back during the first strike, which had shattered the long sword, and again when he had dismantled the sword formation. As Pan Pan slowly descended, her expression shifted once more, and she reached up to untie the azure ribbon from her hair. Noticing this, Qi Hao hurriedly cautioned, "Junior disciple, be careful. Pan Pan is now serious." Yang Yue also noticed that the azure ribbon in Pan Pan's hand was far from ordinary. Therefore, she summoned the essence of her blood, and in an instant, intricate black patterns emerged upon the surface of her body. "Little junior brother, this treasure is named Yulinglong," Pan Pan spoke solemnly. "It is the artifact that has accompanied me the longest. Should you come to harm, I, your senior sister, shall offer my sincerest apologies." No sooner had Pan Pan's words left her lips than Yulinglong slipped from her grasp, darting directly toward Yang Yue. Yang Yue did not dare to be careless. She quickly dodged. Fortunately, although the spiritual energy contained within the jade bell was formidable, its speed was utterly incapable of keeping pace with Yang Yue's swift movements. Yang Yue must not only guard against Yulinglong's attacks but also remain vigilant of Pan Pan's every move. Upon observing Pan Pan's serene expression, he begins to suspect that Yulinglong may be more formidable than she appears. Yang Yue furrowed his brow slightly and cast another glance at Yulinglong. It was at this moment that he noticed the ribbon used to bind her hair had seemingly deepened in color, with the most evident change being its length. Realizing something was amiss, Yang Yue made a swift decision and headed straight for Pan Pan. Upon seeing Yang Yue's expression, Pan Pan merely offered a faint smile. This time, Yang Yue did not hold back his strength, for he could sense that Pan Pan's fighting spirit had shifted. Before he could unleash a punch, Yulinglong unexpectedly elongated herself, blocking Yang Yue's path. Reluctantly, Yang Yue had no choice but to strike the azure ribbon. The moment his fist made contact, it felt as though he had encountered a bottomless abyss. The ribbon absorbed all his strength, marking the first occasion he experienced the sensation of his power being entirely nullified. "Yulinglong, grow," Pan Pan whispered. In an instant, it seemed as though the martial arts platform was enveloped by Yulinglong, transforming the once solid stone bricks into a soft, pale green meadow. As Yang Yue was about to withdraw, she was swiftly enveloped by Yulinglong, who tightly ensnared her form. Upon witnessing this scene, Qi Hao could only shake his head gently, acknowledging defeat. "Do not fret, senior brother. Our junior brother possesses more than just brute strength," Changfeng remarked. However, no sooner had Changfeng uttered these words than Yang Yue endeavored to summon all her might to tear apart the seemingly delicate ribbon. The two spectators below wore expressions of utter disbelief. "Yulinglong, absorb," Pan Pan spoke once more. Yang Yue felt as though all her strength was being relentlessly siphoned away by the ribbons restraining her, while the essence within her grew increasingly agitated, though it seemed to play no pivotal role in her current predicament. "Junior brother, concede," Pan Pan said gravely. "The Jade Linglong comprises 4 stages. The first 2 are focused on countering the enemy, while the latter 2 pertain to vanquishing them." Yang Yue paid no heed to Pan Pan's words, particularly regarding the notion of surrender. Suddenly, a dramatic shift occurred in Yang Yue's demeanor. Her essence surged with a fervent intensity, causing her skin to flush a vibrant crimson. As it appeared that Pan Pan was preparing to advance Yulinglong to the 3rd phase, Qi Hao instinctively took a step forward. However, before he could utter a word, a mere glance from Pan Pan halted him in his tracks. The once crystalline features of Pan Pan now bore an enchanting hint of azure, imbuing her with an alluring charm. Qi Hao's intervention afforded Yang Yue a fleeting moment of respite as the intricate patterns upon her skin deepened, seemingly etched into her very being. Pan Pan furrowed her brow, acutely aware that Yulinglong was faltering. It seemed the rising temperature around Yang Yue compelled Yulinglong to retreat. Seizing the opportunity presented by a momentary lapse, Yang Yue leaped upward, finally breaking free from Yulinglong's grasp. With a heavy sigh, Pan Pan intoned, "Yulinglong, expand." As her command resonated, azure ribbons swiftly enveloped the arena, dispersing a fine, pale green powder into the air. Witnessing this, Qi Hao urged his fellow disciples to retreat, and with a sweeping gesture, he conjured a barrier of spiritual energy to shield them from the impending threat. Yang Yue realized that the powder contained toxins. However, under Pan Pan's manipulation, these poisonous particles had already permeated the entire area, leaving no refuge. Moments later, Yang Yue felt her breath quickening, and the scenery before her began to blur. "Little junior brother, while this toxin may not threaten your life, it is sufficient to prevent you from remaining conscious. Now is the time to concede," Pan Pan stated in a somber tone. At this moment, Pan Pan seemed utterly transformed from her previous self. Her makeup had deepened, and her expression had turned grim. Yang Yue abruptly shook her dizzy head, yet she showed no signs of surrender. At that moment, Yu Linglong once again approached Yang Yue. Realizing that there was no way to evade the situation, Yang Yue allowed Yu Linglong to wrap around her once more. Slowly, she rose to her feet, her gaze devoid of focus. Pan Pan glanced at Qi Hao, senior brother, this competition. Before Pan Pan could finish her sentence, an unusual sound erupted from Yang Yue. Qi Hao and Chang Feng exchanged worried glances. They feared that if a tiger's roar were to emerge at this moment, it would be utterly incomprehensible. Fortunately, what resonated was not the roar of a tiger, but rather the sound of crashing waves, growing increasingly louder as Yang Yue's expression began to shift. In the next instant, a torrent of blood erupted from Yang Yue's body, astonishing Pan Pan, for the blood that enveloped her was not a vivid red, but radiated a faint golden glow. Yang Yue regained consciousness and, with the aid of her essence blood, slowly ascended into the air. This, Qi Hao's pupils constricted sharply. Could it be? All of this is the essence blood of the junior disciple? Chang Feng also beheld such a vast quantity of essence blood for the first time. The golden radiance and the faintly discernible patterns still allowed him to sense the presence of that golden elixir. At this moment, with the support of the essence blood, no toxin could harm Yang Yue in the slightest. With a grand gesture, Yang Yue gathered her essence blood into her palm. She then gently thrust her hand forward, and Yu Linglong immediately positioned herself in front of Pan Pan. This strike seemed to emit no sound, however, before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. Yu Linglong created a substantial breach. Pan Pan, witnessing this, hastily evaded, exclaiming, "Junior brother, I never expected you to possess such hidden prowess. I have indeed underestimated you." The sudden fluctuation of essence blood caught Yang Yue off guard, yet she was acutely aware of the formidable power it wielded after her breakthrough. Yu Linglong writhed incessantly, and after a brief moment, the damaged area restored itself, though traces of the breach remained visible. Yu Linglong, subdue. Pan Pan commanded in a grave tone. Pan Pan. Qi Hao shouted urgently as he observed Pan Pan unleashing the final phase of Yu Linglong. To everyone's astonishment, Yu Linglong transitioned from her original azure hue, gradually infused with a vivid crimson, becoming increasingly animated, as though poised to charge at any moment. Ponpon's long hair flowed behind her in the wind, evoking an aura of exorcism, yet the only figure before her was the junior brother, Yang Yue. Qi Hao, realizing that Pan Pan could no longer restrain herself, signaled to Chang Feng to prepare subsequent rescue measures. The commotion on the martial platform attracted numerous spectators, including Chun Liang and Lu Fei, who rushed over upon hearing the noise. And even Yu Hong, who was in seclusion, slightly opened his eyes. Had it not been for the critical moment, he might have already rushed out. Among the crowd, Qi Hao discerned another figure, his brow furrowed as he murmured, "He has also arrived." Following Qi Hao's gaze, Chang Feng recognized the individual as Lin Xiao. "Isn't he supposed to be in the outer courtyard?" Qi Hao whispered. The man known as Lin Xiao turned his attention toward Qi Hao, offering a gentle nod before redirecting his focus back to the martial platform. Yang Yue sensed the final transformation of Yu Linglong, and her entire being became taut with tension, as if even the essence of her blood was adopting a defensive stance. She observed Pan Pan gently waving her arm, prompting Yu Linglong to swiftly advance towards Yang Yue. Yang Yue perceived that Yu Linglong's speed had not altered in the slightest, and effortlessly evaded, instantaneously exchanging positions with Yu Linglong. Just as Yang Yue prepared to move once more, she realized that her feet seemed to be firmly bound by some unseen force. Yang Yue hurriedly looked down, only to discover that the verdant ground, once transformed by Yu Linglong, was now overrun with a vast expanse of blood-red flora. It was these very plants that ensnared his feet, rendering him immobile. Upon witnessing this, Yang Yue unleashed a fierce punch, intending to destroy the plants. However, the growth rate of these flora surpassed his wildest expectations. Before Yang Yue could break free from his bindings, Yu Linglong charged at him once more from the front. Faced with such a predicament, Yang Yue was left with no choice but to use his body as a shield. In an instant, Yu Linglong transformed her appearance, morphing into a massive root covered in sharp thorns. With agile grace, she ensnared Yang Yue, the piercing thorns relentlessly puncturing his skin, eliciting expressions of agony from him. No one could have anticipated that, despite Pan Pan's sword formation failing to inflict any harm on Yang Yue, these seemingly inconspicuous root thorns would bring him such excruciating suffering. Yang Yue gritted her teeth, enduring the pain as she clenched her fist and forcefully swung it, sending Yu Linglong staggering backward. However, at this moment, Yang Yu appeared utterly disheveled. Her garments were torn to shreds by the thorns, and the wounds upon her body were nothing short of ghastly. Yang Yu initially believed that such superficial injuries would swiftly be mended by his vital essence. However, to his astonishment, every thorn upon the jade-like figure seemed to harbor its own unique toxin. What left Yang Yu utterly flabbergasted was that each of these toxins was distinct. Pan, observing Yang Yu's predicament, merely chuckled softly and remarked, "Little junior brother, I refer to these toxins as the dance of 100 flowers. Even I do not possess the antidote for all of them." After uttering these words, Pan's gaze shifted towards Chanfeng, seemingly entrusting the matter of detoxification to this junior disciple. Yang Yu sensed that the essence within him was aiding in the expulsion of toxins. However, even so, it was implausible to eliminate all the toxins from his body instantaneously. "Junior brother, I concede, just as senior brother stated, without a mindset to vanquish the enemy, it may indeed be exceedingly difficult to triumph over you," Pan remarked gravely. "At this juncture, do you still refuse to admit defeat? Junior brother, this is merely a friendly spar among comrades," Qi softly interjected from the sidelines. "It suffices now. Yield, please." Yang Yu leaned on her knee, trembling as she stood in place, slowly raising her head. Her gaze was one that Pan could never forget. "I understand now," Pan murmured softly. "Please, continue." At that moment, the patterns on Yang Yu's body had transformed into an intricate interplay of black and white, with even her face adorned by delicate lines. Witnessing this sight, many disciples felt a twinge of apprehension in their hearts. Yang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile, her expression transforming into one of excitement as she slowly approached Yu Linglong. This marked the first instance in the entire competition where Yang Yu took the initiative to draw near to Yu Linglong. Pan, observing this, furrowed her brows. For at that moment, she was uncertain whether Yang Yu had succumbed to madness or if she still retained a semblance of rationality. Yu Linglong, in response to Yang Yu's advance, exhibited no reaction until Yang Yu reached out and grasped her firmly. Even as the thorns pierced through her palm, her expression remained unchanged. Yang Yu lifted the jade bell and cast a glance at Pan, then forcefully swung it towards him. Pan, sensing the imminent danger, swiftly dodged. The jade bell in Yang Yu's grasp was no match for his strength. Even with the intention to shield Pan, he found himself powerless. The wound on his palm did not cause a moment's hesitation in Yang Yu. After Pan evaded, Yang Yu employed the cloud-treading technique to pursue him once more, transforming the jade bell into his weapon. Pan had never anticipated that he would find himself in such a predicament. The jade bell struggled valiantly, even attempting to alter its shape to strike at Yang Yu. But Yang Yu was well prepared. Each time the bell shifted form, he seized the opportunity to grasp it barehanded without hesitation. Had it not been for the protection of his vital essence, Yang Yu's arm would have succumbed to ruin by now. Pan, compelled by Yang Yu's relentless pursuit, resorted to casting spells in a futile attempt to counterattack. Yet each effort was thwarted as Yang Yu commanded the jade bell to repel him. What caught Pan by surprise was that during this offensive phase, the toxins within Yang Yu began to dissipate gradually. As Pan observed Yang Yu's tattered arm, he noticed it was now adorned with crimson gold patterns, while the jade bell's red exterior was slowly fading, reverting to its original azure hue. Qi realized that not only was the jade bell nearing its limit, but Pan himself was also approaching the brink of exhaustion after sustaining his spiritual energy for such an extended duration. Yang Yu seemed to realize that the jade ornament in her hand had lost its thread, and with a swift motion, she cast it aside. Leaping into the air, the tiger stripes on her body shimmered even more brilliantly. With the dual enhancement of these stripes, she prepared to deliver a decisive blow. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Yu summoned all her vital essence, channeling it into her legs, launching a powerful kick aimed directly at Pan. Despite having no trace of spiritual power, this kick seemed to convey the indomitable strength of physical cultivation to the onlooking disciples. Pan sensed that this strike was unlike any previous assault. It appeared to be imbued with the full force of vital essence. In response, Pan reached into her robe and surprisingly produced an unopened scroll. Qi, witnessing Pan's actions, furrowed his brow, and even Changfeng displayed a look of astonishment towards her. "The broken mountains and rivers," Changfeng murmured solemnly. The jade ornament reappeared before Pan, attempting to defend against Yang Yu's onslaught as Pan hastily unfurled the scroll. A sound of shattering echoed, as if something was being forcefully torn apart. The disciples gazed at the jade ornament, now severed into two halves, drifting in the air. The scroll managed to intercept Yang Yu's attack, yet it became crumpled and tattered. It soon tore apart completely, allowing Yang Yu to pass through the remnants of the scroll and land directly outside the martial arts platform. In an instant, silence enveloped the arena. Qi hurried onto the stage, observing Pan Pan's arm, now drenched in blood, and began administering treatment. Chang Feng also produced a medicinal pill, offering it to Pan Pan. Yang Yu lay motionless on the ground. The man previously known as Lin Xiao approached her, slowly crouching down to examine her closely. No spiritual root, Lin Xiao remarked, intrigued. Qi glanced toward Lin Xiao's direction, inquiring about his junior disciple. Do not worry, he has simply exhausted himself and fainted, Lin Xiao replied softly. Pan Pan, with a pale face, managed a bitter smile. Senior brother, it seems you were right all along. Let's not dwell on that. Qi interjected hastily. How could a competition turn so serious? Senior brother, it appears I have lost. Pan Pan murmured, you may announce it. Qi gently shook his head, stating, if this were a true battle, it would indeed be my junior disciple's defeat. Chang Feng nodded in agreement, remarking that regardless of whether the junior disciple had held back, the current outcome indicated his unconscious state. Yet, senior sister, you remain standing. Pan Pan sighed in resignation, lamenting the destruction of her two magical artifacts and the state of her arm. Is this considered a victory? Before anyone could respond, Meng Li approached the arena, frowning as she looked at Pan Pan. You are severely injured. You should return for treatment immediately, Meng Li urged. Qi, take Pan Pan back at once. After Qi agreed, he led Pan Pan away, while Lin Xiao continued to gaze with a smile at the unconscious Yang Yu. Master, it has been a while, Lin Xiao said. This junior disciple is quite intriguing. Meng Li shook her head in exasperation. What? Do you wish to compete with him as well? I shall refrain. Let us save our sparring for the grand sect competition. With that, Lin Xiao hoisted Yang Yu onto his back and made his way toward Chang Feng's residence. Master, I shall go ahead, Lin Xiao softly announced. This contest had been witnessed by many disciples, and nearby, Chun Liang and Lu Fei were astonished by Yang Yu's formidable strength. Meng Li, replacing Qi, declared the outcome of the match, determining Pan Pan as the victor. Pan Pan's complexion remained pale, clearly affected by the loss of her two magical artifacts. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xiao arrived at Chang Feng's location, carrying Yang Yu on his back. Junior brother Lin Xiao, what brings you here? Chang Feng inquired softly. I could not possibly ignore this situation, Lin Xiao replied. Only then did Chang Feng notice Yang Yu behind Lin Xiao. Oh dear, I almost forgot. Senior sister Pan Pan is gravely injured. I was so preoccupied. Before Chang Feng could finish, Lin Xiao extended his hand, revealing the damaged magical artifacts. Protected by spiritual energy. This is what Master instructed me to bring you, Lin Xiao said softly. Though it is in this condition, it can still be repaired. Master mentioned that you know where to go for that. Pan Pan, with a wry smile, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, junior brother. What prompted your sudden return? Qi, wearing a puzzled expression, turned to Lin Xiao and inquired, I am curious to know, why are you back instead of staying in the outer courtyard? Lin Xiao, maintaining a calm demeanor, addressed the group. There is nothing of great consequence. Merely a desire to discuss certain matters with my master and senior brother, as well as Chang Feng. However, it seems that attending to the injured is of utmost priority. Discussing with us? Qi asked with curiosity. You have always been responsible for matters pertaining to the outer courtyard. What could possibly necessitate our involvement? Truly, it is not a significant issue, Lin Xiao replied. If you could attend to these two injured individuals first, I have no urgency to return. Perhaps you should elaborate, so that I may prepare myself, Qi insisted. I wish to utilize the last remaining spirit-building pill from the outer courtyard, Lin Xiao stated. Upon hearing this, even the injured Pan Pan rose to her feet. Who do you intend to give it to? She asked eagerly. Lin Xiao chuckled lightly. It appears that sister's injury is not severe. Please sit down. Your arm is still bleeding. Pan Pan slowly resumed her seat, while Qi, with a serious expression, pressed. Who do you intend to give it to? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao replied, a person named Zhuzi. Zhuzi? Chang Feng gasped in surprise. Oh, you know him? Lin Xiao inquired, looking at Chang Feng. Chang Feng nodded. He came along with the junior disciple, accompanied by a young woman, who is the junior's sister. You must be referring to young Meng Yun, Lin Xiao remarked. Zhuzi often keeps close company with her. Their relationship is quite amicable. That is not the crux of the matter, Qi interjected. Why do you wish to give it to him? Have you discovered some latent talent? To speak of talent, there is indeed a hint, though not much, Lingzhou acknowledged. He possesses an exceptional resilience. No matter how arduous the tasks I assign him, he seems undeterred. What tasks have you assigned him? Shiho inquired anxiously. You are aware that the outer courtyard prohibits involvement in overly perilous affairs. Rest assured, senior brother. I merely instructed him to venture into the Beast Forest to gather some medicinal herbs, Lingzhou assured him. That is acceptable. Before Chiho could finish his thought, Lingzhou continued softly, and to secretly release a few magical beasts around the beast-taming sect. As Lingzhou's words faded, Pan stood up once more. What did you just say? Chiho exclaimed in a low voice. Are you out of your mind? Seeing Chiho's anxious expression, Lingzhou chuckled lightly. He performed admirably, managing to avoid detection by the beast-taming sect. Lingzhou approached Pan and gently encouraged her to sit down again. I truly believe you have lost your senses. Chiho exclaimed. If Master were to find out, It would not be an issue if he did, Lingzhou interjected. After all, the beast-taming sect is not beyond reproach, and I have heard that they have caused quite a stir during this year's apprenticeship conference. That does not necessitate your involvement. Chiho remarked. Lingzhou shook his finger and replied. I haven't taken the lead. I've been absent throughout. It's all been Juzi's doing, and I must admit, I find his actions rather pleasing. Regardless, let him halt for now. Chiho said sternly. This matter is far too perilous. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, as the story becomes even more thrilling. Whether he stops or not is inconsequential. Regarding what I just mentioned, what are your thoughts, senior brother? Lingzhou inquired. Chihao's expression shifted slightly. Have you made it clear to Juzi the implications of the spirit-building pill? I have, Lingzhou nodded. Chiha couldn't shake the feeling that, given Lingzhou's disposition, even if he had conveyed the message, he might not have fully impressed upon Juzi the gravity of the situation. What exactly did you say? Chiha asked with a serious tone. I told him that consuming the spirit-building pill in his condition would lead to certain death, Lingzhou stated. Upon hearing this, Pan nearly fainted. Chiha responded with exasperation. Is that even a rational statement? Isn't it rational if it comes from me? Lingzhou replied with a wry smile. This is sheer nonsense, Chiha retorted. Yet despite my warnings, Juzi is still eager to try. Lingzhou continued. What are your thoughts on this situation? Pan rolled his eyes. What can I say? I'll just lie here and observe. Lingzhou respectfully said. Take care, senior sister. Stop being so glib, Chiha gently admonished. This is far too dangerous. And having already established that he will surely die if he consumes it, why not intervene? I did intervene, Lingzhou responded. But he insisted he had compelling reasons to proceed. What reasons? Chiha inquired. Because of love, Lingzhou smiled. Absurd. Chiha exclaimed loudly. What kind of reason is that? You're being foolish as well, senior brother. Please calm down, Lingzhou said. This lad is indeed quite intriguing. This is a matter of life and death. Chiha insisted. What use is intrigue in such a situation? Thus, I have another matter to discuss, Lingzhou stated. Chiha scrutinized Lingzhou, his brow furrowing once more. What else is there? Before Lingzhou could respond, Meng Li entered the room. My dear disciples, what are you discussing? Meng Li asked softly. Pan, who had already reclined, quickly rose to his feet. Master, Chiha stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Seeing this, Lingzhou stepped forward. Master, I have something to discuss with you and senior brother. Oh. Meng Li sighed softly. It is a rare occasion for you to seek our counsel. Do share. What is it? Lingzhou then recounted the events that had transpired. Master, that is essentially the situation at hand. Lingzhou spoke softly. Meng Li sighed lightly. Before I entered, I heard you mention another matter. Why not share it as well? It is indeed related to this issue. Lingzhou replied. I hope Master can teach me a method. Even if this elixir proves ineffective, it could still preserve the life of the pillar. Upon hearing Lingzhou's words, the expressions of the gathered individuals shifted. Meng Li glanced at Lingzhou and then gently nodded, acknowledging that her time in the outer academy was not in vain, as she had learned to care for her junior. So, Master, is there a method? Lingzhou inquired. You have asked the wrong person, Meng Li responded. This elixir was crafted by Changfeng. Lingzhou's lips curled into a smile as he turned to Changfeng. Senior brother, do you have any solutions? Or perhaps another elixir that could safeguard his life? Changfeng remained silent for a long moment before asking, Junior brother, what do you intend to do after preserving his life? I haven't thought that far ahead, Lingzhou replied, but I cannot allow him to perish because of this elixir. Even if we manage to save his life, I fear. Changfeng's expression grew troubled. He may no longer be able to cultivate, becoming a wastrel? Lin Xiao questioned. Changfeng nodded resignedly. The spirit-building pill was originally intended to forcibly create spiritual roots in those without them, but for individuals lacking exceptional talent. It would be incredibly difficult to absorb its effects. Lin Xiao gently shook his head. Senior brother, I must express my thoughts on this matter. Qi Hao, upon hearing Lin Xiao's statement, quickly stepped forward. Please, don't say any more. Yet, Lin Xiao disregarded Qi Hao and continued. Senior brother, you say this spirit-building pill is so perilous and is meant for those without spiritual roots. Does that not present a contradiction? Changfeng wore a helpless expression. Indeed. When I concocted this pill, I did not foresee it turning out this way. Thus, this spirit-building pill exists in singularity. Pan Pan approached softly. You cannot blame Changfeng. This spirit-building pill can indeed be used by disciples with flawed spiritual roots, allowing for a mutation that enhances the quality of those roots. Lin Xiao chuckled lightly. Isn't that a coincidence? I have no such individuals around me. Only those without spiritual roots. Cultivation naturally entails such hardships. Meng Li spoke solemnly. Not everyone is as fortunate as you, endowed with extraordinary talent. Some may spend their entire lives unable to reach the heights you have experienced. Lin Zhao's face showed distress. But master, is there truly no way? Since you became a disciple of the Xianling sect. This is the first time I have seen you so concerned for another, Meng Li said softly. Given your change, I shall certainly devise a method for you. Really? Lin Xiao exclaimed eagerly. Then I thank you, master. Do not be in haste to express your gratitude, Meng Li replied. You have now encountered your little junior brother. Do you have any thoughts? Thoughts? Lin Xiao glanced at Yang Yue, who was lying nearby, feeling indifferent. Achieving such a level in body refinement is no small feat. And then? Pan Pan inquired. There is no and then, Lin Xiao replied. He chose the most arduous path. I believe reaching this point is quite sufficient. After a match, breaking 2 of senior sister's magical artifacts is enough to boast about for a lifetime. Qi Hao directed a soft question at Lin Xiao. If you were to compete against the junior disciple, how do you think it would unfold? Just a friendly competition? Lin Xiao queried. Or are we talking about something a bit more serious? Enough with the frivolities, Qi Hao sighed, just as Pan Pan did earlier. With the intent to win, Lin Xiao gently rubbed his chin and assessed the previous match, estimating that the outcome would not pose much of a problem. So confident? Meng Li asked softly. Lin Xiao smiled. After all, I won't find myself in the same predicament as senior sister. You better clarify what you mean. What predicament? Pan Pan retorted angrily. In the final stages of the match, senior sister clearly exhibited a deficiency in spiritual energy, Lin Xiao explained. Otherwise, Yilin wouldn't have been compromised. Before anyone could interject, Lin Xiao continued, Master, you wouldn't want me to compete against the junior disciple, would you? I'm rather busy at the moment. You seem to have quite the imagination, Qi Hao remarked. This match was added at the last minute. The junior disciple is set to compete against junior sister Yu Hong next month, so it is not your turn. I never intended to compete, Lin Xiao stated. But regarding junior sister Yu Hong, what, do you think she is not a match for the junior disciple? Pan Pan asked. I cannot say, Lin Xiao replied. After all, I haven't seen senior sister since returning. She is in seclusion again. Junior sister Yu Hong truly dedicates herself to her cultivation, Lin Xiao remarked softly. She often retreats into seclusion. I cannot compare. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as it gets even more exciting. Indeed, it is rare to find someone like you who shows little interest in cultivation. Qi Hao commented sarcastically. I cannot be blamed. Sometimes, cultivation is exceedingly dull. Lin Xiao defended. Are you not worried about losing to the junior disciple in the sect competition 3 years from now? Pan Pan inquired. Not at all, Lin Xiao replied. If I lose, then I lose. Who can guarantee victory for a lifetime? You certainly have a relaxed perspective, Qi Hao said. Well then. This matter does not concern you any further. Let me find you a place to rest. Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. No need. Today, I will squeeze in here with the junior disciple and brother Chafeng. What is this? Are you starting to take an interest in the junior disciple? Pan Pan asked. Of course. Body refinement? This is my first time witnessing it, Lin Xiao replied. I am simply curious about how devoted he truly is to cultivation. Meng Li let out a bitter smile. Perhaps it would be prudent for the 2 of you to engage in a conversation, for in my view, there are indeed certain similarities between you. Similarities? Qi Hao sighed softly. It may be more accurate to say they are 2 extremes. After everyone departed, only Yang Yue, Changfeng, and Lin Xiao remained in the room. Senior brother, the younger disciple is named Yang Yue, correct? Lin Xiao inquired. Indeed. He is called Yang Yue, Chang Feng replied. Are you well versed in his circumstances? Lin Xiao continued to question. What circumstances are you referring to? Chang Feng asked. Naturally. His identity as a magical beast, Lin Xiao remarked casually. Junior brother, how did you come to know that? Chang Feng exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Lin Xiao. At this moment, Lin Xiao's attention was entirely focused on the unconscious Yang Yue. Without a spiritual root, it is impossible to cultivate qi, Lin Xiao stated. But with such vigorous essence and blood, it would be difficult for even a magical beast to reach this level, yet there is no inner core. After a moment of silence, Lin Xiao added, thus, it must be fragmented. His fate is rather tragic. How can you be certain he is not human? Chang Feng queried, what if he possesses extraordinary innate talent? Lin Xiao gently shook his head. The extraordinary talent of a human would not manifest in such essence and blood. An ordinary body simply cannot withstand the impact of such vitality, hence this cannot be an effect achieved by innate talent. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Chang Feng stepped forward and spoke softly, Junior brother, since you are already aware of the younger disciple's situation, it is imperative to keep it confidential. Of course. Lin Xiao replied, otherwise, I would have revealed it on the martial arts platform earlier. I just never anticipated that Master would accept a magical beast as a disciple. Junior brother, your decision to remain here is not influenced by the younger disciple, is it? Chang Feng asked curiously. Lin Xiao seated himself nearby. A smile gracing his face as he replied, initially, I was merely here for Zhuzi, but after witnessing his duel with senior sister, I indeed developed some interest. By the way, Chang Feng began, turning around to search for something. What is it, senior brother? Lin Xiao inquired, leaning closer. After you arrived at the outer courtyard, I concocted a pill for you, Chang Feng stated. Lin Xiao's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Xiao said respectfully. Chang Feng produced a delicate red pill bottle and placed it into Lin Xiao's hands. This is the qi stabilizing pill I prepared for you. Chang Feng explained. Senior brother, what is the efficacy of this pill? Lin Xiao asked after receiving it. I understand you are not fond of cultivation. But given your high innate talent, Chang Feng continued, taking this will gradually nourish your vitality, even if you do not cultivate. It will prevent your progress from regressing too rapidly. Lin Xiao examined the pill in his hand, then lifted his gaze to Chang Feng, senior brother. Is this pill made specifically for me? Chang Feng nodded, remarking that the efficacy of the medicine was tailored specifically for Lin Xiao, and that no one else would benefit from it. He assured Lin Xiao that he could take it now, as his senior would protect him. Lin Xiao laughed heartily, acknowledging the kindness of his senior brother. What nonsense, Chang Feng replied. The brothers of Xinling's sect treat you all well. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao consumed the elixir. And in an instant, a tremendous amount of energy surged forth from his body. Slowly, he opened his eyes and remarked, Brother, this elixir is indeed extraordinary. I am grateful for your efforts. Chang Feng gazed at Lin Xiao with a look of satisfaction, expressing that his junior brother was truly gifted. And he had initially worried that the elixir's potency might be overwhelming. It appeared his concerns were unfounded. Lin Xiao gradually rose, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Acknowledging the elixir's formidable nature and pondering that had it been someone else, they might not have survived. By the way, take this as well, Chang Feng said, handing Lin Xiao a simple small vial. What is this? Lin Xiao inquired. I am acquainted with that individual, Chang Feng explained. He is also a friend of Yang Yue. The elixirs inside are to be taken before the spirit establishment pill, just in case it can preserve his life. Brother, your elixirs, he might. Lin Xiao responded helplessly. That is of no concern, Chang Feng reassured him. These are merely ordinary elixirs with modest potency. There are still 7 left. If you are worried about potential danger, you may consume them all. Lin Xiao accepted the vial, expressing his gratitude once more. After a moment of silence, Lin Xiao ventured. Brother, do you harbor any resentment towards me? Resent me? Chang Feng replied, perplexed. Why would I do that? Lin Xiao sighed ruefully, reflecting on Chang Feng's magnanimity, which far surpassed that of their senior brother. What do you mean? Chang Feng asked, intrigued. It pertains to my departure from the inner sect to the outer sect. Lin Xiao's expression grew serious, noting that their senior brother seemed to hold some discontent regarding this matter. I thought it was a trivial issue, Chang Feng said. Rest assured. Our senior brother will not blame you. Otherwise, he would not have assisted you in devising a solution just now. However, brother, I find one thing puzzling, Lin Xiao continued. I can understand why our senior brother resents me for my lack of ambition. But why do you not hold me accountable? Changfeng appeared somewhat bewildered by Lin Xiao's words. Junior brother, I still do not comprehend why I should blame you. After all, at that time, I was the only one capable of withstanding the effects of the elixirs you concocted. Lin Xiao countered, after I left. You had no one left to test the elixirs. Oh, so that is your perspective, Changfeng sighed softly. Everyone has their own aspirations. If you do not enjoy cultivation, then it would serve no purpose to force you. The path of cultivation is inherently arduous, and to engage in what one loves is an even greater challenge. I actually admire your carefree spirit. Lin Xiao slowly lowered his head, resembling a child who had committed a mistake. Senior brother, it was I who. It is a matter of the past. Do not dwell on it. Changfeng replied. Even if you are disinclined towards cultivation, holding on to past grievances will not serve you well on your future path. Lin Xiao lifted his head, revealing a familiar smile. Senior brother, should you require assistance, I remain willing to help you with alchemical trials. Really? Changfeng exclaimed with excitement. Of course. Lin Xiao replied earnestly. I, Lin Xiao, am a man of my word. Barring any extraordinary circumstances, I shall fulfill my promises. That is splendid, Changfeng remarked. Whether it is 1 or 2 concoctions, it is all the same. This works out perfectly. Lin Xiao, filled with curiosity, inquired, What do you mean, senior brother? Changfeng gestured towards Yang Yue. My junior disciple is also assisting me with the trials. With your involvement, it would be ideal. Can my junior disciple withstand your elixirs? Lin Xiao asked, astonished. The elixirs intended for him differ from yours, Changfeng explained. As my junior disciple cannot condense qi, the elixirs designed for qi cultivation are ineffective for him. Thus, all are tailored for physical enhancement, Lin Xiao said, turning his gaze towards Yang Yue. They are meant to bolster my junior disciple's physical strength. Indeed, however, thus far, it appears there have been no noticeable effects, Changfeng added. Do not fret, senior brother. Once my junior disciple awakens, we can examine the matter together, Lin Xiao assured. For now, I am in no hurry to leave. I remain quite intrigued by my junior disciple. With your presence, I feel reassured, Changfeng stated. In that case, you shall watch over my junior disciple while I take my leave. Senior brother, where are you going? Lin Xiao asked. The alchemy chamber experienced an explosion a few days ago. I must assist in its repair to expedite our alchemical endeavors. Before Lin Xiao could respond, Changfeng had already dashed out. Turning around, Lin Xiao gazed at Yang Yue with curiosity, pondering the arduous path of cultivating physical strength amidst the challenges posed by magical beasts. Since Yang Yue joined the Xianling sect, this marked her first defeat on the martial arts stage. However, such an outcome held little significance for the multitude of disciples. After all, the combat prowess Yang Yue demonstrated was exceedingly formidable. Her physical strength, akin to reinforced steel, compelled all the disciples to ponder whether their own techniques could possibly breach her formidable physique. Yang Yue fell into a deep slumber for a continuous span of 7 days and nights, leaving Lin Xiao in a state of distress. After Longfeng and a group of assisting disciples repaired the alchemy chamber, they disappeared from Lin Xiao's sight. Throughout these 7 days, Lin Xiao devoted himself to caring for Yang Yue. On this particular day, Yang Yue slowly opened her eyes, rather than hastily rising. She took a moment to assess her physical condition, confirming that all was well before gradually sitting up. Oh, Lin Xiao, she remarked, finally awake. You should call me senior brother, Lin Xiao replied. Senior brother, so obedient? She teased lightly. Aren't you afraid I might deceive you? Yang Yue gently shook her head and weakly replied, I know. It has been my senior brother by my side caring for me these past few days. You little rascal, pretending to be asleep. Lin Xiao exclaimed loudly. Yang Yue struggled to lift her arm. Senior brother. I haven't. Lin Xiao chuckled softly, holding out a bowl of meat and presenting it to Yang Yue. Eat. Yang Yue gazed at the food before her, unable to restrain her hunger any longer. After taking it, she began to devour it ravenously. Lin Xiao, upon sitting down, looked at Yang Yue with a smile and remarked, I have encountered numerous magical beasts, yet none have consumed their meals in such a manner as you. Yang Yue's mouth was stuffed full, and she immediately halted, her face filled with terror as she gazed at Lin Xiao before her. You, what do you mean by you? Lin Xiao took a step forward, flicking a finger towards Yang Yue's forehead, urging her to address him as senior brother. Senior brother. I shall call you that, but do not stop eating, Lin Xiao instructed. Rest assured, no one has uttered a word. Yang Yue's pace of eating had noticeably slowed down, a fact that did not escape Lin Xiao's notice. With a look of helplessness, Lin Xiao remarked, How can you be so easily overwhelmed? What do you mean, senior brother? Yang Yu inquired cautiously. I merely mentioned a matter concerning the magical beasts, and you became flustered, Lin Xiao replied. At times like this, it is essential to remain unfazed. What should I do then? After all, you speak the truth, Yang Yu murmured softly. You must adopt the attitude of I am the magical beast. Say whatever you wish, Lin Xiao advised, and carry on with your meals. This? What do you mean by this? Yang Yu questioned. I observed your match with Pan Pan. And you performed admirably, Lin Xiao continued. By the way, how is seeing your sister faring? Rest assured, her injuries have nearly healed, Lin Xiao reassured her. However, you did damage her artifact. What do you intend to do about that? I cannot afford to compensate her, Yang Yu replied with resignation. Haha, exactly. You must learn to adapt to this reality, Lin Xiao laughed heartily. Senior brother, isn't this rather unreasonable? Yang Yu murmured. One cannot frame it that way. It's not as if you can truly compensate her, so why overthink it? Lin Xiao stated. But, no more buts. The most crucial matter for you now is to focus on your recovery, Lin Xiao insisted. Though, I see you seem to be healing quite well. Lin Xiao rose and approached Yang Yu, examining her closely. The body refinement is indeed different. Your recovery is swift, likely thanks to the vitality coursing through your veins. Yang Yu gently nodded, affirming, Indeed, senior brother, I could have awakened long ago, but it seems that the essence of my blood has no intention of rousing me. Perhaps it is aiding in your recovery. Lin Xiao replied, Moreover, the poison within you has been completely absorbed by the essence. Quite impressive. Senior brother, I feel as though I have never seen you before. I am Lin Xiao, and I have always been in the outer courtyard, he responded. The outer courtyard? Yang Yu inquired urgently, Then do you know Zhuzi and Yang Mengyun? Lin Xiao replied, Senior brother Changfeng has informed me that they are doing well. So rest assured. That is good to hear, Yang Yu said. Given that, was it you who intruded into the outer courtyard one night? Lin Xiao murmured. You are aware of that? Yang Yu asked softly. Nothing in the outer courtyard escapes my notice, Lin Xiao remarked. I am quite clear about Zhuzi and Yang Mingyun's matters as well. What has happened between brother Zhuzi and my sister? Yang Yu questioned. Zhuzi has feelings for your sister. Are you not aware? Lin Xiao inquired. Brother Zhuzi has always taken great care of my sister. I was aware of that, Yang Yu replied quietly. Lin Xiao sighed softly. In any case, they are doing well now, so you need not worry. It is best to focus on your own matters. What matters do I have? Yang Yu asked, curiosity piqued. Although I do not particularly enjoy cultivation, I find the cultivation of others quite intriguing, Lin Xiao remarked. Especially those methods I have yet to encounter. Surely, senior brother does not wish to refine his body as well? Yang Yu asked. That thought has never crossed my mind. It seems far too arduous and exhausting, Lin Xiao replied. I am merely curious about your intentions as a magical beast in pursuing body refinement. Yang Yu appeared to harbor no apprehension towards the senior brother before her, for he had vigilantly guarded her side for 7 consecutive days and nights. I wish to demonstrate that the practice of body refinement with magical beasts is not erroneous, she uttered with a solemn tone. Indeed, Lin Xiao replied softly. After witnessing your match with Pan Pan, no one could possibly deem body refinement as mistaken. Senior brother, what brings you to the outer academy? Yang Yu inquired. Is it merely a disdain for cultivation? That is primarily the reason, Lin Xiao responded. The elder brother mentioned that someone like me would be a source of discomfort for the other seniors and juniors if I remained in the inner academy. Why would the elder brother say such a thing? Yang Yu asked. I find you to be a remarkably good person. Lin Xiao chuckled wryly. The elder brother is not wrong. My disposition would indeed cast an unfavorable influence if I lingered in the inner academy. It is far more relaxed in the outer academy. No sooner had Lin Xiao finished speaking than Changfeng hurriedly approached. Junior brother, you are awake, he exclaimed excitedly. Senior brother, you have finally returned. Lin Xiao replied with a hint of exasperation. 7 days. You know how tedious it has been to watch over him? I appreciate your efforts, junior brother. Changfeng said with a sincere tone, presenting 2 golden elixirs to the pair. 7 days for 2 pills? Lin Xiao queried in astonishment. Isn't that a bit swift? Yours is intended for stabilizing your aura, Changfeng explained, while the junior brother's is meant to enhance his sinews and invigorate his vital essence. Thank you, senior brother. They both expressed in unison. At that moment, Pan Pan entered the room. Junior brother, you have finally awakened. Sister, I apologize. Yang Yu hastily responded. Your magical artifact. There is no need for such haste and apologies. I came to see you precisely for that matter, Pan Pan replied. Upon hearing Pan Pan's words, Lin Xiao gently nudged Yang Yu, as if to remind her that it was now time to address the earlier discussion. Noticing Lin Xiao's subtle gesture, Pan Pan promptly inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Lin Xiao shrugged. "I have no particular intentions. Please, continue your conversation." Yang Yu cautiously remarked, "Senior sister, I cannot afford to compensate for your treasured artifact." Pan Pan glanced at Yang Yu and then at Lin Xiao, admonishing, "Junior brother, in the future, refrain from learning from him." As Pan Pan pointed at Lin Xiao, the latter helplessly replied, "I am, after all, your senior brother. What is wrong with learning from me?" "Enough of your chatter," Pan Pan retorted before turning her attention back to Yang Yu. "Junior brother, I need you to accompany me to a certain place." "Where to?" Lin Xiao inquired first. "That is none of your concern," Pan Pan replied curtly. "Junior brother, we are heading to Lingzhou sect to repair the artifact." "I can go," Yang Yu responded, "but why must I accompany you?" Lin Xiao stepped forward. Speaking in a serious tone, "Junior brother, it is essential to visit Lingzhou sect. Make sure you return with something. That place is abundant in artifacts, and besides, it was your fault that senior sister's artifact was damaged. Accompanying her will surely yield benefits." Pan Pan sighed softly, saying, "You are quite the talker, but I believe our master would agree. In any case, pack your belongings. We depart at dawn tomorrow." Yang Yu nodded gently. "All right, senior sister." Once Pan Pan had departed, Lin Xiao leaned closer to Yang Yu and whispered, "Junior brother, when you arrive at Lingzhou sect, do not hesitate. Take whatever you can. Seize all that is valuable. But, senior brother, can they truly allow me to take freely?" Yang Yu inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Lin Xiao shook his head slightly. "It is certainly not without conditions. I have heard there is some form of test or trial. Once you pass, you may claim your rewards. With your physical training, you will undoubtedly catch them off guard." "Indeed, this lad speaks truth." Wang Xian's voice echoed once more. To Yang Yu's surprise, the moment Wang Xian spoke, Lin Zhao's expression shifted noticeably. "Why does it feel so peculiar?" Lin Xiao glanced around cautiously. "Senior brother, what is it?" Yang Yu asked carefully. Lin Xiao sighed in resignation. "It is nothing, merely a sensation of being watched, which is rather odd. I have experienced this before, yet it is of little consequence. Remember, take as much as you can, acquire the good and the entertaining, and show me upon your return." "Very well, senior brother," Yang Yu replied. "Will you wait for my return?" "No, I have been in the inner courtyard for some time now. It is nearly time for me to depart, as I cannot neglect matters in the outer courtyard." "Senior brother, there is something I wish to trouble you with." Before Yang Yu could finish, Lin Xiao raised his hand to interrupt. "You need not worry about your sister and Juzi. I will keep an eye on them. After all, you have your own affairs to clarify." "My affairs?" Yang Yu seemed perplexed by Lin Zhao's words. "Junior brother, during the sect's grand competition, we must ensure a splendid contest. We shall astonish the entire sect." Lin Xiao spoke with a soft determination. "Yang Yu, come to the back mountain at midnight." With that proclamation, Wang Xin fell silent. "Junior brother, save this elixir for after your return from Lingzhou sect," Chang Feng advised. "As for you, Lin Xiao, you may decide for yourself." Upon finishing his words, Lin Xiao consumed the elixir provided by Chang Feng. Instantly, his face flushed crimson, yet despite this, there was no sign of disarray in his aura. Yang Yu was profoundly astonished upon witnessing this scene. After all, he had heard of the miraculous effects of the Chang Feng elixir and had personally consumed it. While some had proven ineffective, those that did had left him in considerable torment. Before long, Lin Xiao fully regained his composure and turned to Chang Feng, saying, "Brother, that was impressive. I shall seek out master at once." After saying this, Lin Xiao glanced at Yang Yu. "Take care, junior brother. We shall meet at the sect competition." "Safe travels, brother," Yang Yu replied solemnly. Once Lin Xiao departed, Chang Feng eagerly inquired, "Junior brother, what is the purpose of your sect's competition?" "I am uncertain," Yang Yu admitted. Lin Xiao merely mentioned it in passing, and I did not pay much attention. "You do not mean to face him during the sect competition, do you?" Chang Feng asked cautiously. "Perhaps so," Yang Yu replied. "I believe I have heard my senior brother mention this competition before, but I did not take heed at the time." "What exactly is it about?" "The sect competition is generally held every 5 years, and participation is entirely voluntary," Chang Feng explained. "The top 5 participants are selected for the Celestial Sect competition, which occurs every decade." "I see," Yang Yu responded. "So, does that mean my senior brother participates every year? That seems somewhat unfair." Chang Feng shook his head gently. "Senior brother will not participate. The The sect competition and celestial sect competition primarily serve as opportunities for the younger disciples to showcase their skills. So those at the golden core stage and above are not permitted to compete. Those above the golden core. Yang Yue murmured softly. What about the body refinement practitioners? Well, Changfeng replied, there has never been a body refinement disciple who has participated. Perhaps you should ask Master about it later. No matter. I am not concerned about participating. I am merely curious, Yang Yue stated. After all, the competition among so many cultivators sounds thrilling. However, junior brother, if possible, I would prefer you not to face Lin Xiao in the competition, at least not right from the outset, Changfeng said in a serious tone. Why is that? Yang Yue inquired. In my view, before you entered the Xinling sect, Lin Xiao was the hope of the younger generation within the sect, Changfeng remarked. Indeed. In the presence of all 7 sects, Lin Xiao holds his own against anyone. I did not realize Lin Xiao was so formidable, Yang Yue said. His expression filled with admiration. Indeed, Lin Xiao's situation is rather unique, Changfeng noted, even more so than Sister Panpan. Sister Panpan is unique as well. Yang Yue asked with curiosity. That is true. After all, being able to manipulate so many magical artifacts simultaneously is no small feat. Changfeng slowly shook his head. That is not what makes Sister Panpan special. I wonder if you recall that during your duel, she once accepted a disciple's sword? I remember. Yang Yue quickly nodded in response. What is so special about that sword? The sword, though merely an ordinary one, seems to acquire an extraordinary power in the hands of Sister Pan. Changfeng spoke solemnly. Yang Yue's expression subtly shifted, and she subsequently shook her head. Senior Sister Pan's spiritual power is exceptionally unique. It allows her to instantly refine any spiritually imbued object she touches. Changfeng remarked, of course, humans cannot be refined. Refinement. Yang Yue stammered. Does this mean Senior Sister Pan can create magical artifacts at will? That is one way to understand it, Changfeng replied. As long as she desires it and has sufficient spiritual energy, any artifact before her is essentially rendered useless, for Senior Sister Pan's power can even usurp others' magical treasures. That is quite tyrannical, Yang Yue said gravely. Shouldn't the Lingzhou sect despise her? Indeed, Changfeng confirmed. I wonder if you recall that on the day you became a disciple, Senior Sister Pan deliberately did not appear to avoid confronting the Lingzhou sect. Yang Yue, visibly anxious, approached Changfeng. Brother, is it truly safe for me to accompany Senior Sister to the Lingzhou sect tomorrow? Since this is our master's decision, I believe it should be fine. There is no need for concern, Changfeng assured her. Moreover, Senior Sister is going to refine artifacts, not to seize them. But didn't Brother Lin Xiao say I should? Oh, right. There is that matter, Changfeng said, somewhat resigned. Nevertheless, Senior Sister Pan will ensure your safety. Brother, our Xian Spirit sect is so vast. Is there truly no place for refining artifacts? Yang Yue inquired softly. Legend has it that there was such a place a century ago, Changfeng explained. However, after that great war, the predecessors who specialized in artifact refinement perished. Thus, apart from Senior Sister Pan, there are no others in our sect who primarily focus on this path. Doesn't Senior Sister Pan refine them herself? Yang Yue asked. To say she refines artifacts is somewhat misleading. Senior Sister Pan is more adept at the use and acquisition of magical treasures, Changfeng replied with a hint of exasperation. Yang Yue had not anticipated that during their previous contest, Pan had actually held back. Now, upon reflection, she felt incredibly fortunate to be standing here unscathed. In any case, you shall accompany Senior Sister Pan to Lingzhou sect tomorrow. Simply follow her lead, Longfeng instructed solemnly. After Longfeng departed, Yang Yue took a moment to reassess the vitality coursing through her veins, noting that there was nothing amiss. In fact, her body felt considerably more robust. When the hour of the rat arrived, Yang Yue ventured alone to the back mountain. Master, I have arrived. My good disciple, how are your injuries? Wang Xian inquired urgently. Master, do not worry. I am perfectly fine now, Yang Yue replied softly, surprised by the formidable power of Senior Sister Pan's magical artifact. That girl Pan possesses extraordinary talent. Longfeng must have informed you of her circumstances, Wang Xian remarked gravely. He did, Yang Yue responded, astonished by Senior Sister Pan's capabilities. Remember, as you head to Lingzhou sect tomorrow, conceal your identity well, Wang Xian cautioned, and ensure to adhere strictly to Pan's arrangements. Rest assured, Master, I understand, Yang Yue replied earnestly. And regarding that lad Lin Xiao, Wang Xian sighed softly. Master, what is the matter with Senior Brother Lin Xiao? Yang Yue asked with curiosity. When I spoke with you today, did you hear what he said? Wang Xian queried. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yue inquired, "Are you suggesting that senior brother Lin Xiao is aware of your presence?" "No, that lad remains oblivious to my existence," Wang Xian replied. "However, he can perceive the faint essence of my lingering soul. Senior brother Lin Xiao possesses such formidable perceptive abilities," Yang Yue remarked solemnly. Wang Xian let out a bitter laugh. "It is not merely his perceptive prowess. There is more to him than meets the eye. Master, I can't shake the feeling that senior brother Lin Xiao is extraordinary. Could you elaborate?" Yang Yue asked, her excitement palpable. "Indeed, there is something enigmatic about him. Just one encounter has piqued your curiosity," Wang Xian mused softly. "Speaking of Lin Xiao, it pains me to consider." "Pain? What has transpired?" Yang Yue inquired gently. "It is a lamentation for his talents, which are unfortunately overshadowed by his disposition," Wang Xian replied with a hint of resignation. "Does that imply that senior brother Lin Xiao's gifts are indeed exceptionally remarkable?" Yang Yue asked, her enthusiasm rekindled. "More than merely remarkable," Wang Xian sighed. "You are aware of the concept of spiritual roots, I presume?" "Yes, I cannot condense qi because I lack spiritual roots," Yang Yue responded softly. "That notion, in your case, is fundamentally flawed," Wang Xian explained. "Beasts do not possess spiritual roots. Rather, they cultivate qi through their internal course." "Ah, I see. So, it means I cannot acquire spiritual roots through fortuitous encounters," Yang Yue mused with a sigh. "Indeed, however, my disciple, should the opportunity arise, you must endeavor to restore your internal core," Wang Xian advised. "But I digress. Let us return to Lin Xiao. His spiritual root is remarkably unique. So much so that even Ming Li could not discern its true nature. And what about you, master?" "I could not comprehend it either," Wang Xian admitted. "Yet, what astounds us even more is that Lin Xiao's spiritual energy seems inexhaustible." "Inexhaustible?" Yang Yue exclaimed, her astonishment evident. "Does that not imply?" "Precisely," Wang Xian said with a hint of excitement. "Yang Yue, had Lin Xiao participated in that competition, the spiritual energy required for those artifacts would be but a trivial matter for him." Yang Yue fell silent, taken aback by Lin Xiao's extraordinary talent. Typically, practitioners choose one or two techniques to master, as their spiritual roots often confine their paths of cultivation, Wang Xian remarked. Yet Lin Xiao was unencumbered by such limitations. This meant he could effortlessly cultivate not only the elemental techniques but also various derivative arts. Wang Xian asserted that it would not be an exaggeration to claim Lin Xiao as the most gifted individual in the history of the Xianling sect. Yang Yue, with a furrowed brow, expressed his dismay regarding his prior agreement with senior brother Lin Xiao for the upcoming sect competition. "What? Are you afraid?" Wang Xian inquired, adding, however, "Since I have taken you as my disciple, I believe some perspectives can be altered." Yang Yue slowly raised her head to gaze at the empty sky. "Master, what does this mean?" Lin Xiao's talent, it is said, surpasses not only the entirety of Xianling's sect but could even overshadow the combined prowess of the 7 sects. As for that newly accepted disciple of Dao sect, I cannot discern any clues at this moment. Wang Xian spoke in a solemn tone. "However, I firmly believe that my disciple is not inferior to them." Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through the previously silent back mountain. "Master, please do not comfort me," Yang Yue said with a bitter smile. "Good disciple, I assure you, I am not merely comforting you," Wang Xian replied. "The essence within you is not something a mere qi-refining individual could possess. Even that Lin Xiao fellow could never attain such a level of essence. Master, senior brother Lin Xiao's spiritual power is boundless," Yang Yue asserted. "And yet, how does that matter? In my eyes, the quantity of your essence is equally formidable," Wang Xian stated. "Master, you hold me in too high regard," Yang Yue replied softly. "Yang Yue, you may not have realized the remarkable strength of the essence within you," Wang Xian remarked. "Do you recall the time you faced Pan Pan in a duel and experienced a bout of poisoning?" Yang Yue seemed to recall the moment when Yu Linglong's complexion changed and she launched an attack. "I remember now. How do you feel now? Do you exhibit any symptoms of poisoning?" Wang Xian inquired. Yang Yue assessed her condition and gently shook her head, feeling no signs of poisoning. "During the days you were unconscious, neither Pan Pan nor Chongfeng Lin Xiao attempted to cure your ailment," Wang Xian remarked. "Can you speculate where the poison in your body has gone?" Yang Yue was once again astonished. The teacher implied, "Essence blood?" "Indeed. It is the essence blood coursing through your veins," Wang Xian remarked. "Initially, your injuries did not necessitate a 7-day slumber. Why not take a guess at what prevented your awakening? I sense that the essence blood lulled me into a deep rest, but is this merely a means to aid in my detoxification?" Yang Yu inquired. It is not that simple, Wang Xin replied. If my conjecture holds true. During your next competition with Pan Pan, the toxin from Yu Linglong will no longer be able to harm you in the slightest. Can it be? Do you still consider your essence blood to be ordinary? Wang Xin continued. Allow me to share another revelation. Lingzhou possesses an unfathomable reservoir of spiritual energy, while within you lies an inexhaustible supply of essence blood. Teacher, inexhaustible seems a touch exaggerated. Yang Yu sighed softly. You simply have yet to realize it. Wang Xin stated. During your competition with Pan Pan, your essence blood manifested multiple times to protect you, even causing astonishment among all the disciples. I believe they will never forget that spectacle for the rest of their lives. Yang Yu recalled the incident and gradually began to believe that Wang Xian's words were not merely intended to console him. Qi Hao's assertion was indeed accurate. Wang Xian remarked. You and Lin Xiao are clearly two extremes, a genius in qi refining and a genius in body refining. Teacher, to call me a genius seems a bit of an exaggeration, Yang Yu replied softly. How can a disciple of Wang Xian be an ordinary person? Wang Xian spoke solemnly. Regrettably, I cannot impart more methods of cultivation to you. The path of body refining must be comprehended by you alone. Do not worry, master. I shall certainly pursue the path of body refining steadfastly, Yang Yu declared earnestly. Excellent. Wang Xian responded. Your battle with Pan Pan has solidified your realm. Be cautious on your journey tomorrow and ensure your identity remains undiscovered. I will be careful, Yang Yu assured him. Wang Xian's admonitions were a constant reminder for Yang Yu to exercise utmost caution. Subsequently, Yang Yu quietly returned to his room, only to find that Chang Feng was once again absent. In a hurry, Yang Yu made his way towards the alchemy chamber, where he indeed found Chang Feng. Senior brother, why are you still awake? The alchemy chamber has just been rebuilt. You mustn't risk damaging it again, Yang Yu whispered. Rest assured, that won't happen this time. Chang Feng replied. I am merely preparing a few simple pills for you and senior sister to take tomorrow, in case of any dangers that may require healing. Senior brother, you can still make such pills? Yang Yu inquired with curiosity. I dabbled in pill refining when I first started, but it has indeed been a long time. And I have forgotten some details, Chang Feng admitted, slightly embarrassed. Then allow me to accompany you, Yang Yu offered. Very well, Chang Feng agreed. By the way, junior brother, take this. Chang Feng glanced around before carefully placing a pale red pill into Yang Yu's hand. Seeing this, Yang Yu asked in a hushed tone, what is this? Chang Feng replied, Pan Pan is still unaware of your identity. I worry that Lingzhou sect may possess magical artifacts aimed at magical beasts. This elixir can suitably obscure the essence of your bloodline. It may prove useful. Yang Yu was taken aback by the thoughtfulness that Chang Feng had shown her, gazing at him with profound gratitude. Senior brother, you are too kind to me, she exclaimed with excitement. In any case, we must conduct ourselves discreetly when we visit Lingzhou sect tomorrow, maintaining control over our vital essence and heeding the guidance of senior sister Pan. Chang Feng spoke in a solemn tone. Yang Yu was taken aback to find that Chang Feng had expressed sentiments nearly identical to those of Wang Xian. As dawn broke, Pan Pan came in search of Yang Yu, only to discover that both she and Chang Feng were absent from their quarters, prompting her to head straight to the alchemy chamber. Indeed, you two are here, Pan Pan said with a hint of exasperation. How are preparations coming along, junior brother? They are all set, senior sister, and we can depart at any moment, Chang Feng replied promptly. Make sure to return and rest, Chang Feng, Pan Pan advised. While one may endure a night of lost sleep when refining their body, it's not the same for you. Chang Feng stepped forward and placed a storage pouch into Pan Pan's hands. Senior sister, take care on your journey. This is for use in times of crisis. He instructed earnestly. Do not worry, I am seeking assistance, not causing trouble, Pan Pan reassured him. With that, Pan Pan departed from Xianling sect with Yang Yu, heading directly towards Lingzhou sect. Junior brother, has Chang Feng spoken to you about my situation? Pan Pan inquired solemnly. Yang Yu nodded gently, acknowledging the formidable prowess of her senior sister. She expressed her gratitude, stating that it was indeed thanks to her senior's mercy that she emerged unscathed from that competition. Pan Pan furrowed her brow, questioning if that was all that had been discussed. Indeed, Yang Yu replied. Are there perhaps other hidden treasures of knowledge? Pan Pan shook her head in resignation, clarifying, what I meant was, did Chang Feng not share with you the story of my origins, such as how I came to join the Xianling sect? Yang Yu gently shook her head, responding, not at all. Is there an issue? Since he had not spoken, I shall take the liberty to voice my thoughts, Pan Pan remarked. After this, we may indeed grow closer. Grow closer? Yang Yue inquired, her expression laden with confusion as she gazed at Pan Pan. I am an orphan, abandoned in the Beast Mountain range, Pan Pan stated solemnly. I may not have survived. But by a twist of fate, I was rescued and subsequently taken to the Shilling sect. Sister, your background is quite extraordinary, Yang Yue remarked softly. To be abandoned in the Beast Mountain range and yet endure until someone came to your aid. Pan Pan slowed her pace, not looking back as she replied. Who says I was rescued by someone? Upon hearing Pan Pan's words, Yang Yue instinctively halted her steps. Senior sister, you have been ensnared by a beast. Yang Yue murmured softly. Indeed. Pan Pan suddenly turned to face Yang Yue and replied in a hushed tone, and it is no ordinary beast. At this moment, Yang Yue felt as though her heart had lodged in her throat, unable to utter a word while gazing into Pan Pan's sparkling eyes. She observed Pan Pan gradually approaching her, recalling the majestic figure of the Beastmaster from the Enchanted Forest, who had rescued her and subsequently entrusted her to her master. Senior sister, does this mean that you have encountered a fortuitous opportunity? Before Yang Yue could finish her words, she noticed Pan Pan approaching with a serious expression. Little junior brother, you are a demon beast, aren't you? Yang Yue instinctively took a step back. Senior sister. You. After our duel, I sensed something was amiss, Pan Pan murmured. No matter how unusual it may be. Such potent blood is not something an ordinary person could possess. Before Yang Yue could respond, Pan Pan continued. Moreover, your peculiar cultivation method and the intricate patterns on your body left a profound impression on me. Senior sister. Do not worry. I merely wish to confirm one thing, Pan Pan stated. What is it? Yang Yue inquired cautiously. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Are you the child of my benefactor? Upon uttering these words, Pan Pan seemed to hold her breath. Yang Yue could sense that Pan Pan harbored no ill intentions towards her, for the essence within him had shown no reaction. I shall take that as your tacit agreement. Pan Pan said in a low voice. Senior sister. Yang Yue murmured, it is fortunate that your mother was able to save you. Pan Pan's body suddenly trembled slightly. She lifted her gaze towards Yang Yue. Junior brother, I assure you, I will never divulge your matters to anyone. I will protect you with my life. Senior sister. There are others who know about this, including the senior brother and Changfeng. Yang Yue whispered. What? Pan Pan exclaimed in surprise. How could they possibly know? I am not certain how the senior brother found out, but I did inform Changfeng. As we are to live together for an extended period, Yang Yue explained. Indeed, it seems I must settle accounts with the senior brother upon my return. Pan Pan replied solemnly. Senior sister. So what you meant by kinship upon kinship was in this context. Yang Yue said softly. Nevertheless, speaking of which, as a magical beast, what has become of your inner core? Pan Pan inquired. Magical beasts can condense energy through their inner cores. Why resort to physical refinement? My inner core has shattered. Pan Pan halted her steps, stunned as she stared at Yang Yue's back, before regaining her composure and rushing forward. What? Pan Pan exclaimed loudly. Your inner core shattered? Senior sister, lower your voice. Yang Yue urged anxiously. We agreed to keep this a secret. I got carried away. Pan Pan lowered her voice and asked, how did your inner core shatter? It was an accident. It no longer holds significance. Yang Yue replied softly. It seems there is no major issue now. How can there be no issue? Pan Pan countered. If your inner core were intact, why endure such suffering through physical refinement? Since the inner core is already lost, there is no altering that reality, Yang Yue stated. Perhaps it is more prudent to consider how to cultivate without an inner core. You seem to take it lightly, Pan Pan remarked. After all, you are regarded as a noble in the realm of magical beasts. How could they have failed to protect you, resulting in the shattering of your inner core? Perhaps they were overly vigilant, Yang Yue teased. By the way, senior sister, what was it that Lingzhou mentioned about retrieving a magical artifact yesterday? That is simple. Pan Pan replied. Once we arrive, seek out the senior sister of Lingzhou's sect, Yang Yue, and tell her I wish to seize the treasure. What? Yang Yue expressed astonishment. Is that not outright theft? It is not quite so, Pan Pan clarified. This is a tradition of the Lingzhou sect. Stealing is a tradition? Yang Yue inquired with curiosity. It appears the Lingzhou sect has committed quite a few transgressions. Do not speak carelessly. Pan Pan hastily interjected, reminding that they were nearing the territory of Lingzhou sect, a place where one must exercise utmost caution, unlike the realm of Shinying sect. Yang Yue nodded, thereafter remaining silent. In any case, upon our arrival, you shall seek out Jiang Yu, while I will endeavor to find Master Wu to assist me in repairing my magical artifact. As she spoke, Pan Pan produced a small azure sword from her bosom and extended it to Yang Yue. You will require collateral for the treasure hunt. Use this. Pan Pan remarked. As for what you wish to exchange for upon victory, that shall depend on your desires. Senior sister, what manner of treasure hunt necessitates collateral? Yang Yue inquired. Moreover, how can you be so certain that I will prevail? My 2 artifacts are already in your possession. They cannot be defeated. Pan Pan replied, nevertheless. Do strive to avoid damaging their artifacts. After all, the Lingzhou sect regards their treasures with the same reverence as one would their own progenitor. Suddenly, a woman's voice resonated from ahead of them. Who dares to speak such nonsense within the territory of the Lingzhou sect? Pan Pan scrutinized the figure and then turned to Yang Yue. What a coincidence. It's senior sister Yang Yue. It has been quite some time. Pan Pan. The woman addressed as Yang Yue inquired in a low tone. Are you the Pan Pan from the Xinling sect? Indeed, that is I, she affirmed. The very Pan Pan who once caused an uproar within the Lingzhou sect? Yang Yue pressed further. This question left Pan Pan somewhat embarrassed. It wasn't he an uproar. Merely an exchange of ideas, she responded cautiously. At that moment, Yang Yue approached, clad in a striking red long robe that exuded an air of competence. Upon witnessing the situation, Yang Yue hastily spoke. I have met Sister Yang Yue. Yang Yue inquired. You seem unfamiliar. Are you also from the Xinling sect? I have never seen you before. Before Yang Yue could respond, Pan Pan stepped forward and said, This is our newly initiated junior brother. He has come with me. Yang Yue cast a wary glance at Pan Pan and asked, What brings you here, Pan Pan? Before Pan Pan could answer, Yang Yue interjected, Sister Yang Yue. I seek to claim the treasure. Upon the utterance of Yang Yue's words, numerous disciples of the Lingzhou sect emerged behind Yang Yue, each casting cold, penetrating glances towards Yang Yue. Is this the purpose of your arrival, Pan Pan? Yang Yue inquired in a low voice. Pan Pan hastily waved her hand. No, that's not it. I have come to request Master Wu to repair my magical artifact. Since Master returned from the Xinling sect, he has sequestered himself and has yet to emerge, Yang Yue replied solemnly. It's all right, I can wait. As long as your sect provides meals, I'm content. Pan Pan stated, My junior brother has quite the appetite. Providing meals is certainly not an issue, Yang Yue remarked, glancing at Yang Yue. But the condition is that he possesses the capability to partake in the sustenance of the Lingzhou sect. Sister Yang Yue, why are you still upset? Pan Pan continued. Isn't treasure hunting also a tradition of your Lingzhou sect? My junior brother merely wishes to give it a try. What about the collateral? Yang Yue questioned. Yang Yue hurriedly retrieved the aquamarine sword that Pan Pan had just given her. The moment Yang Yue brandished it, the expressions of the disciples from Lingzhou sect shifted dramatically, their pupils dilating in shock. Yang Yue furrowed her brow and cast a glance at Pan Pan, saying, You still claim this ISNT part of your scheme? Pan Pan responded, It's not like I have any other magical artifacts at hand. 2 have been damaged, leaving only this one that is convenient to wield. Yang Yue snorted coldly, turning her gaze back to Yang Yue, inquiring, What do you desire? Yang Yue wore a perplexed expression and then turned to Pan Pan. She inquired about the type of magical artifact Pan Pan desired upon victory. Pan Pan elucidated, You. Yang Yue, appearing exasperated, responded, You send your junior disciple to seize the treasure, and you don't even clarify the rules? ISNT that rather self-serving? Pan Pan remarked. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yue spoke in a low voice. I desire a protective talisman. Protective? Pan Pan was taken aback. Given Yang Yue's physical prowess, such a talisman seemed unnecessary. After mulling it over, Pan Pan recalled the girl, Suyu. Yang Yue turned to Pan Pan, suggesting, Shall we communicate directly? That could work, Pan Pan replied. How many talismans do you intend to use to compete with my junior disciple? One isn't sufficient? Yang Yue inquired. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The latter part is even more thrilling. This is the human sword, my esteemed senior sister Yang Yue, Pan Pan remarked. What do you propose? Yang Yue asked. 5, perhaps, Pan Pan feigned a pained expression. After a moment of silence, Yang Yue extended her arm, stating, Please take your leave. You did not come to compete. You came to seize. When will the master emerge from seclusion? I will seek you at the Xinling sect. For now, take your junior disciple and depart. Wait, Pan Pan exclaimed. If you think that's too many, suggest a number, and we can negotiate. Do you think this is a marketplace? You are attempting to haggle with me, Yang Yue replied sternly. Do not be upset, senior sister. What do you deem appropriate? Pan Pan inquired. At most, 2 items. Yang Yue replied softly. Agreed. Then it is settled, Pan Pan declared without hesitation. You. Jiang Yu stared at Pan Pan, seemingly feeling deceived. Junior disciple, prepare quickly. Senior sister Jiang Yu has consented, Pan Pan urged hastily. What is your cultivation level? Jiang Yu asked Yang Yu in a serious tone. Blood casting realm, Yang Yu responded. Another silence ensued as Jiang Yu looked at Pan Pan, ultimately fixing her gaze on Yang Yu. What realm? The blood casting realm, Yang Yu said cautiously. At that moment, Pan Pan stepped forward to clarify. Senior sister, I forgot to mention, my junior disciple specializes in body refinement. The disciples of the Lingzhou sect were left dumbfounded, with Jiang Yu herself appearing the most astonished. Are you jesting? Jiang Yu asked. If you do not believe me, you may verify, Pan Pan replied. Jiang Yu did not examine Yang Yu's body, but scrutinized him closely, finding no signs of qi refinement. You brought a body-refining disciple to the Lingzhou sect to seize treasures? Jiang Yu questioned in a grave tone. What is the issue with that? Pan Pan retorted. Do not be reckless. Your Lingwen sword is hard-earned. Why give it to me in this manner? Jiang Yu said solemnly. What are you saying, senior sister? My junior disciple is not here to gift you treasures. He is here to claim them, Pan Pan asserted. Why not test him yourself? Me? Jiang Yu, upon hearing Pan Pan's words, glanced at Yang Yu again. If I personally intervene, wouldn't that be too much? Then I shall rest easy, Pan Pan suggested. Shall we ascend the mountain? It would be fitting for one of you to compete with my junior disciple. Pan Pan, are you serious? This is no jest? Jiang Yu inquired with a serious tone, bewildered by the notion of a body-refining practitioner existing in this world. I am indeed serious, Pan Pan replied, gesturing towards Yang Yu. Do you see any signs of insincerity in my junior disciple? However, Jiang Yu appeared troubled. We are utterly unaware of which stage of qi refinement corresponds to the realm of body refinement. That is quite simple, Pan Pan interjected. You merely need to find a disciple at the golden core stage. Golden core stage? Jiang Yu gazed incredulously at Yang Yu. At this age, could one truly attain a level equivalent to that of the golden core? Surely this is enough to convince you of my honesty, Pan Pan asserted. If I wished to deceive you, I would have simply asked you to find a disciple at the qi refinement stage. That would have been far simpler. Are you certain about the golden core? Jiang Yu questioned. Rest assured, my junior disciple is in excellent health, Pan Pan declared solemnly. Most importantly, he can withstand a fair amount of punishment. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu smiled knowingly and promptly gave a thumbs up in agreement with Pan Pan's words. Since you have both made your decision, I shall refrain from further objections, Jiang Yu stated. According to protocol, I must be present for the treasure-seizing ceremony. So I will require you to wait for me. Not a problem. I have ample time, especially since Master Wu is currently in seclusion, Pan Pan responded. It has been quite some time since I last witnessed a treasure-seizing event. Jiang Yu then stepped aside, issued a few instructions, and approached Yang Yu. As this is your first time participating in the treasure-seizing ceremony at Lingzhou sect, there are certain matters that I must clarify with you, Jiang Yu stated gravely. Yang Yu nodded earnestly, displaying a serious demeanor. Jiang Yu, observing him, felt a twinge of reluctance to allow the young man before her to participate in the treasure hunt. Firstly, there are no particularly special rules in the treasure hunt. All means may be employed. Jiang Yu remarked, however, the treasures used as collateral cannot be utilized. Understood. Yang Yu replied succinctly. Pan Pan chuckled softly beside them, for Yang Yu was entirely incapable of activating any treasures, rendering this particular restriction utterly meaningless to him. Furthermore, should I perceive any imminent danger to either party during the treasure hunt, I shall intervene, Jiang Yu stated, at which point, the party in need of protection shall be deemed the loser. Yang Yu nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the situation. Jiang Yu turned her head to glance at Pan Pan, asking if there was anything else she wished to impart. Pan Pan looked towards Yang Yu and advised her to exercise caution. Yang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. A tall, slender man appeared beside Yang Yu. Senior sister, I am ready on my end, he said. Be cautious when you strike. Do not be too forceful, Jiang Yu whispered. Pan Pan cast a glance at Jiang Yu. Do you look down upon my junior brother? How can you be so oblivious to right and wrong? You should take care of your junior brother while he is honing his physique, and yet you still hold it against me? Jiang Yu responded. I was merely jesting. Pan Pan hurriedly replied. Regardless of whether he is a senior brother or junior brother, please show some mercy. Senior sister, my name is Su Qinglian. Qinglian, junior brother? Pan Pan looked at Jiang Yu with skepticism. What are you staring at? Jiang Yu said with exasperation. Names are given by our parents. What kind of look is that? Why are you so agitated? Pan Pan replied. Did I say an extra word? Humph. Jiang Yu snorted lightly. I have nothing more to say. Let us begin. Qinglian, you may enter the arena directly. Su Qinglian nodded and leaped gracefully to stand before Yang Yue. Yang Yue clasped her hands and said, "Greetings, senior brother. I am Yang Yue. Junior sister Yang Yue, I am Su Qinglian." Su Qinglian replied softly. "Are you prepared?" "Ready." "Senior brother, we may commence at any moment," Yang Yue responded gently. Su Qinglian gazed at the white-haired youth before her, an inexplicable sensation washing over her. As if she were the challenger, and an eerie sense of being prey under scrutiny enveloped her. Su Qinglian took a deep breath and summoned her magical artifact. A bell crafted from bronze, roughly the size of a fist, which appeared rather unremarkable. Junior sister Qinglian's artifact is, surprisingly, a bell. Pan Pan murmured from the stands. "What are you insinuating?" Jiang Yu inquired, a hint of irritation in her voice. Indeed, Pan Pan smiled in response. Su Qinglian gently shook the bell, unleashing a wave of sound that spread towards Yang Yu. Observing this, Pan Pan furrowed her brow, acutely aware of Yang Yu's formidable physical strength. Yet, she remained uncertain about the efficacy of such an attack. Yang Yu stood in place, momentarily dazzled and dizzy from the impact of the sonic wave. She quickly shook her head, only to find that Su Qinglian had vanished from sight. Pan Pan and Yang Yu, observing from a distance, clearly saw that after Su Qinglian had unleashed her magical artifact, she took the initiative to strike, brandishing a long sword and leaping directly above Yang Yu. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yu rushed forward to thwart Su Qinglian's assault, but Pan Pan suddenly grasped her arm. "Do not rush," Pan Pan said calmly. "Give my junior brother a chance." "Have you lost your mind?" Jiang Yu exclaimed. "What opportunity outweighs a life?" Before Pan Pan could respond, a sharp crack resonated through the air. Su Qinglian, wearing an expression of disbelief, glanced at the broken sword in her hand before shifting her gaze to the white-haired youth before her. "Junior brother, quite the skill you possess," Su Qinglian remarked solemnly. "I underestimated you." Yang Yu wore a relaxed expression as she gently patted her slightly dizzy head, attributing the praise to her senior brother. What could possibly be the matter? Jiang Yu had just been engaged in conversation with Pan Pan and had not observed any of Yang Yu's actions. Although Yang Yu was influenced by the bell, her vital essence remained unscathed. Upon noticing Su Qinglian's presence above her, Yang Yu gracefully leapt backward and, with a swift kick, shattered the descending sword. This time, Yang Yu did not wait for Su Qinglian to manipulate the bell again. She launched her attack first. Su Qinglian was utterly unprepared for Yang Yu's astonishing speed and had no time to evade. At that moment, Jiang Yu also perceived the intensity of Yang Yu's strike, her expression shifting dramatically. Just as she was about to intervene, she was restrained by Pan Pan. "Do not rush. Trust me, junior apprentice," Pan Pan whispered. With another crisp sound, Yang Yu's fist collided with Su Qinglian's bell, shattering it instantaneously into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. Upon witnessing this, Yang Yu took a step back and softly remarked, "Senior brother, I concede." Su Qinglian, still in a daze, merely stared at the remnants on the ground, then glanced at Yang Yu, her mouth opening and closing, at a loss for words. At this moment, Jiang Yu stood frozen in place. Pan Pan, wearing a mischievous grin, leaned towards Jiang Yu and inquired, "Sister, has my junior disciple emerged victorious?" Slowly, Jiang Yu turned her head to face Pan Pan and stammered, "What exactly is this junior disciple of yours?" Pan Pan replied with a smile, "Just an ordinary person, merely training the body." "Impossible!" Jiang Yu exclaimed hastily. "How could mere physical training overcome Qinglian's magical artifact? What makes it impossible?" Pan Pan softly countered, "It's merely a magical artifact." "I believe you ought to thank my junior disciple." "Thank him?" Jiang Yu asked in confusion. "For what?" "My junior disciple has generously assisted you in assessing the strength of your magical artifacts," Pan Pan explained. "For instance, this bell. In my opinion, it's rather lacking. It could be shattered with a single punch. Pray tell me honestly, what kind of cultivation technique does your junior disciple practice?" Jiang Yu inquired solemnly. "I assure you, I am not deceiving you. My junior really does practice body training," Pan Pan affirmed. Yang Yu raised her gaze towards Pan Pan's position. "Senior sister, has it concluded?" Pan Pan excitedly waved her arms. "Indeed, you emerged victorious." "Wait," Jiang Yu interjected. "What is it?" Pan Pan took a step back. "You aren't contesting the outcome, are you?" "My Lingzhou sect is not one to shy away from defeat," Jiang Yu replied. "However, there is something peculiar about your junior brother." "And what might that be?" Pan Pan inquired softly. "I suspect you have deceived me regarding your cultivation level," Jiang Yu stated solemnly. Pan Pan sighed. "I assure you, I have not lied. Since joining the Lingzhou sect, I have uttered not a single falsehood." Enough of the excuses. I do not believe you, Yang Yue insisted. Bring your junior brother here. I must conduct a thorough examination. Pan, with a look of resignation, then summoned Yang Yue. Junior brother, senior sister Jiang does not believe you are a body-refining practitioner and insists on inspecting you personally. What shall we do? Yang Yue gazed innocently at Jiang Yue. Senior sister, how do you intend to conduct the examination? It is quite simple. We merely need to ascertain that you are not a qi refinement practitioner, Jiang Yue replied. But wasn't this already established? Yang Yue inquired. I lack a spiritual root. What? Jiang Yue exclaimed in astonishment. You have no spiritual root? Indeed, my junior disciple possesses no spiritual root. Otherwise, how could he be unable to condense qi? Pan interjected from the side. Is it true that the Xianling sect accepts those without spiritual roots? Jiang Yue asked, her expression revealing her disbelief as she looked at Pan. This indicates that our Xianling sect has a discerning eye, Pan asserted. We are capable of nurturing all kinds of disciples. Do refrain from making such statements at the Lingzhou sect, Jiang Yue said in a grave tone. Are you truly without a spiritual root? Yang Yue stepped forward, allowing her senior sister to inspect her. Utilizing one's spiritual awareness to probe into others is, in truth, rather impolite. Observing Yang Yue's demeanor, Jiang Yue hesitated momentarily. At that moment, Pan interjected, my junior brother doesn't mind, so please proceed with your examination. Jiang Yue then extended her hand, a faint surge of spiritual energy gradually approaching Yang Yue. After a brief moment, Jiang Yue's expression shifted dramatically. It was indeed true. Witnessing Jiang Yue's reaction, the disciples of the Lingzhou sect were left in stunned silence. Just then, Su Qinglian approached, cradling the severely damaged bronze fragments in her arms. Senior sister, I've brought shame upon our sect, Su Qinglian expressed with a sense of remorse. It is not your fault, Jiang Yue replied softly. You may return for now. Yang Yue cast a somewhat bashful glance at Su Qinglian, for indeed, damaging another's treasured artifact was rather unseemly. Pan, grasping Yang Yue's arm, reassured her, do not dwell on it. Such matters must be processed internally. Just look at me, your senior. Jiang Yue, discerning a hint of implication in Pan's words, stepped forward cautiously and inquired, what do you mean by that? What? Pan turned to her, puzzled. Stop pretending. Does the mishap with your artifact have anything to do with this young man? Jiang Yue pressed. Indeed, it does, Pan replied. What exactly transpired? Jiang Yue pursued further. Senior sister, this incident should not be linked to my junior's pursuit of treasures, Pan clarified. The recent treasure hunt has concluded. And we ought to retrieve my junior's spoils now, remember, 2 pieces. With a deep sigh, Jiang Yue waved her hand, and promptly, 2 disciples approached, presenting 2 resplendent golden garments. Yang Yue took the item and glanced at Pan. Senior sister, what do you think of this? Pan examined it briefly and nodded gently, indicating that it had likely been recently crafted, yet its quality was commendable. What do you mean by commendable? Jiang Yue exclaimed. This is of a quality nearing that of a spiritual treasure. Isn't it still merely approaching? Pan replied. My spirit pattern sword is a genuine spiritual treasure. Jiang Yue pointed at the item in Yang Yue's hand. 2 pieces, what more could you desire? It's fine. I'm quite satisfied, Yang Yue quickly responded. Well, since my junior brother is satisfied, let it be, Pan remarked. Senior sister, you mustn't always be upset. I was merely stating the facts. Wouldn't you agree? Jiang Yue, with an exasperated expression, nodded. Yes, you're right, but this lad cannot simply walk away unchallenged. Senior sister, therein lies your fault, Pan interjected hastily. You can't refuse someone the right to leave after a defeat. They may leave, but only after another round of competition, Jiang Yue declared solemnly. Pan feigned an expression of utmost disapproval, waving her hands. That won't do. You will undoubtedly target my junior brother. Yang Yue seemed to perceive Pan's intentions and softly remarked, Sister Jiang Yue, perhaps we should reconsider. Reconsider what? Jiang Yue replied. You will not incur any loss. If you lose, you merely need to return those 2 treasured garments. Upon hearing this, before Jiang Yue could finish, Yang Yue's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, but what if we win? Upon the utterance of Yang Yue's words, not only did Jiang Yue's expression shift, but even the gazes of the disciples of the Lingzhou sect behind her transformed. Noticing this, Pan hastily stepped forward, admonishing, Junior brother, this is where you have erred. They extended you a ladder to retreat, yet you chose to overreach. Cease your veiled insinuations. Jiang Yue spoke in a firm tone. The Lingzhou sect is not a place that cannot bear defeat. Should he emerge victorious, I shall personally forge a magical artifact for him. Agreed. Pan Pan quickly interjected. Very well, Sister Yang Yue. It is settled then, Yang Yue responded promptly. You too. Yang Yue seemed to sense that she was being maneuvered by these two. Sister, allow me to take the lead this time. A short-haired, fair-faced young woman approached Yang Yue, speaking earnestly. Yang Yue regarded her with a hint of concern, replying, Let me ponder this. Seeing her hesitation, Pan Pan hurriedly chimed in. Indeed, sister, think it over carefully. I suspect this. Junior sister is merely caught up in the moment. Sister Pan Pan, I have long heard of your exploits, yet witnessing them today feels distinctly different from my expectations. The young woman remarked softly. Precisely. Those tales you have heard, whether exaggerated or diminished, are woven with elements of fiction, Pan Pan declared proudly. Behold, I stand here in my true form. I shall personally engage in this contest. Yang Yue asserted with gravitas. Yang Yue, there are regulations governing treasure acquisition. One cannot participate if the disparity in realms is too great, Pan Pan replied solemnly. Noticing Pan Pan's sudden shift in demeanor, Yang Yue sighed. I am merely at the nascent soul stage, surely the gap isn't insurmountable. I disagree. Pan Pan insisted firmly. My junior brother has honed his physique, and his realm is equivalent to that of a golden core. You should seek a disciple of similar caliber. Perhaps we should alter the rules? Yang Yue suggested earnestly. No alterations. Pan Pan retorted decisively. Do not attempt to bully my junior brother. Bullying? How could that be? Yang Yue replied gently. Why not first consider my new rules? Pan Pan was about to refuse, when she noticed Yang Yue step forward, gently tugging at her sleeve and nodding slightly. Oh. Yang Yue's expression subtly shifted as she regarded Yang Yue. It seems your junior brother harbors different intentions. Sister Yang Yue, may I inquire what your new rules entail? Yang Yue asked softly. Actually, it is quite straightforward. The rules remain unchanged, Yang Yue explained. However, since you are Pan Pan's junior, I can grant you certain advantages. Such as? Yang Yue inquired once more. For instance, I shall limit myself to the use of only one magical artifact, Yang Yue stated. And I shall refrain from employing any techniques comprehended during the nascent soul stage. In Yang Yue's gaze, there seemed to linger an air of anticipation. He yearned to engage in combat with a more formidable opponent, as such encounters would undoubtedly enhance his physical training. Just as Yang Yue appeared poised to acquiesce, Pan Pan spoke up in a low tone. I have one more stipulation. Do tell, Yang Yue inquired. Your cultivation must be suppressed to the golden core stage. Pan Pan asserted gravely. Should you be compelled to unleash your nascent soul-level abilities, you will be deemed a loser. This left Yang Yue visibly hesitant. After all, her earlier conversation with Pan Pan had instilled a profound confidence in her junior disciple. If you do not agree, then this match is rendered unnecessary, Pan Pan declared. Yang Yue's penetrating gaze shifted towards Yang Yue, and after a moment's contemplation, she nodded. Very well, I accept. Leaning closer to Yang Yue, Pan Pan whispered. What is your level of assurance? Yang Yue let out a bitter smile. Senior sister, I should be able to ensure that I do not lose too disgracefully. What kind of talk is that? Pan Pan interjected. I am well aware of her treasures. She will most likely bring out the spirit destruction gun, a quasi-spiritual treasure that is on par with the spirit pattern sword. Given your physical prowess, you have a chance of victory. I will certainly do my utmost. Yang Yue replied solemnly. Doing your best is secondary. The most crucial thing is to ensure you do not get injured, Pan Pan cautioned. What collateral do you have this time? Yang Yue inquired softly. What? Are you looking down on the spirit pattern sword? Pan Pan responded, looking at Yang Yue. I am personally entering this time. Since you have such confidence in your little junior brother, are you not planning to raise the stakes? At this moment, it was evident to all that Yang Yue was employing a tactic to provoke. Pan Pan was not one to act impulsively, however. Witnessing Yang Yue's current demeanor ignited a flame of indignation within her that she could scarcely contain. Turning to Yang Yue, Pan Pan said, Junior brother, as long as she employs her nascent soul cultivation, even if you lose, you should know what to do, right? Yang Yue's expression subtly shifted, her lips curling into a gentle smile. I understand, senior sister. Before long, Pan Pan produced a vividly crimson book from her bosom, causing the onlookers to widen their eyes in astonishment. Pan Pan, are you serious? Yang Yue's demeanor grew grave. Humph. Pan Pan scoffed lightly. Is this enough weight? It suffices. Yang Yue replied in a deep tone. Now, regarding the treasure. Wait. Pan Pan interjected loudly. What are you planning to do now? Yang Yue retorted irritably. I have already unveiled the qi yin. If we triumph, merely having you personally forge the magical artifact may not suffice. Pan Pan stated solemnly. Yang Yue did not contest Pan Pan's assertion, for there was truth in her words. Then what do you desire? Yang Yue inquired. Pan Pan indeed had not contemplated what she should ask for. Are there any artifacts that can enhance fire-based techniques? Yang Yue whispered. Junior brother, you practice body refinement. Why would you need such a trinket? Pan Pan's words trailed off as she discerned that Yang Yue's intentions were directed towards that girl, Suyu. If you require it, after defeating me, I can specifically forge one for you, Yang Yue asserted in a measured tone. Your crafting is inadequate, Pan Pan countered. What did you say? Yang Yue glared at Pan Pan with fury. Do not misunderstand. That is not my intent, Pan Pan clarified. I am aware that you practice wind-based techniques, thus I doubt you can forge a fire artifact that would satisfy my junior brother's discerning eye. Yang Yue was not incensed merely by Pan Pan's claim of inferiority in crafting. Rather, it was the public revelation of her practice that irked her, as it blatantly offered assistance to Yang Yue. Sensing Yang Yue's ire, Pan Pan hastily suggested, let us settle on 2 artifacts, the first being the one my junior brother mentioned for enhancing fire techniques, and the second, a bespoke artifact tailored for him. Be it armor or a spear, whatever you find most convenient to forge. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yue replied solemnly, agreed. Hold on, Pan Pan interrupted. It must be of spiritual artifact grade. I will not accept mere quasi-spiritual items. Pan Pan. Yang Yue's expression shifted dramatically. Do not push your luck. What? Pan Pan feigned ignorance. Is my qi yin not worth 2 spiritual artifacts? Yang Yue, filled with rage, stepped forward, ready to retort, when suddenly a deep male voice resonated throughout the Lingzhou sect. Yang Yue, compete with her. Upon hearing this voice, not only Yang Yue but Pan Pan too froze momentarily, before swiftly turning to bow respectfully. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Shenling sect, Pan Pan pays respects to Master Wu. Master, the disciples of the Lingzhou sect exclaimed in unison, as if they had endured a great injustice. Moments later, a familiar figure appeared before them. Pan Pan, it has been a long time, Wu Qiankuan remarked calmly. At the last recruitment ceremony of the Shenling sect. I did not see you, he added. Master Wu, you are aware that such matters do not pique my interest, Pan Pan replied. If you harbor no interest, then why are you so attentive to this newly inducted junior brother? Wu Qiankuan inquired, casting his gaze towards Yang Yue. Yang Yue hurriedly clasped her fists in greeting. Disciple Yang Yue pays her respects to Master Wu of the Shenling sect. Ah, little one, I recall our previous encounter during the apprenticeship selection, Master Wu remarked. Indeed. Master Wu, Yang Yue replied, hesitant to say much more for fear of revealing her true identity. However, upon this meeting with Wu Qiankuan, she discerned some subtle changes in him. Most notably, his aura had become remarkably pure during their initial encounter at the Shenling sect. She had sensed an indescribable aversion emanating from him, accompanied by a rather unpleasant odor. Noticing Yang Yue's unwavering gaze upon him, Wu Qiankuan chuckled lightly. What is it? Does this old man seem amiss in any way? Yang Yue hastily shook her head, expressing that there were no concerns. Yet she felt it was permissible to voice any doubts. Wu Qiankuan remarked. Yang Yue cautiously remarked, I feel that you have become much cleaner. As Yang Yue's voice fell, the expressions of the disciples shifted dramatically, each stepping forward as if poised to execute her on the spot. Observing this, Pan Pan hurriedly positioned herself in front of Yang Yue, imploring, Master Wu, my junior disciple is not one for words. Please do not take offense. Wu Qiankuan let out a hearty laugh, commanding, everyone, stand down. What is the meaning of this? His gaze turned to Pan Pan. Pray tell. What is the name of your junior disciple? Yang Yue, Pan Pan replied. Yang Yue. Wu Qiankuan murmured softly. Ah, so she has been cleansed, has she? Before Yang Yue could respond, Wu Qiankuan directed his attention back to Pan Pan, asking, do you perceive any changes in me? I believe you appear more spirited than ever. Radiating vitality as though you have returned to your youth, Pan Pan remarked. Wu Qiankuan shot her a sidelong glance, silencing her further commentary. Yang Yue, for this treasure contest, I shall serve as the judge. You may rest assured, Wu Qiankuan inquired gently. Yang Yue took a step back and said, naturally, I am at ease. Very well. Since that is the case, you may proceed, Wu Qiankuan announced. Master Wu, may I request a brief pause? Pan Pan interjected at that moment. What is it? Wu Qiankuan inquired with curiosity. Pan Pan, how much longer will you persist? Jiang Yu retorted with irritation. It is of no concern, Wu Qiankuan waved his hand. Pan Pan. Please speak. Since you have emerged from seclusion, Pan Pan continued, would it be possible for you to forge the 2 spiritual treasures we just agreed upon? Absolutely not. Jiang Yu exclaimed urgently. What gives you the right to have my master personally forge treasures, even if it is you? Do not be hasty, Pan Pan replied. What do you think, Master Wu? You mischievous girl, Wu Qiankuan chuckled lightly. It seems your junior is quite significant to you. Extremely significant, Pan Pan stated solemnly, appearing utterly sincere. At this moment, Jiang Yu stepped forward and urged, Master, you must not. For it has never been the precedent in the spiritual treasure sect for the leader to forge treasures for outsiders. Wu Qiankuan merely shook his head with a smile. It is not without precedent. I only learned of it not long ago. Master, what do you mean by that? Wu Qiankuan turned to Yang Yu and softly said, this young man was present during that time. My master once forged a magical artifact for the Beast Forest, intended to protect it. Yang Yu observed a noticeable change in Wu Qiankuan's gaze, which seemed to possess a newfound clarity. It is settled then. Should Jiang Yu lose, I shall forge this lad's treasured artifact, Wu Qiankuan declared solemnly. Thank you, Master Wu. Pan Pan hurriedly expressed his gratitude, fearing that the master might retract his promise. Disciple, there is no need for you to feel any burden, Wu Qiankuan reassured. I have been in seclusion for over 2 months, and it is a perfect opportunity to assess your progress. Master, I understand. I shall not bring disgrace to our sect, Jiang Yu proclaimed, turning to display a fierce determination to conquer Yang Yu. Little junior brother, give it your all. It is a rare chance to have Master Wu personally forge a treasure. Pan Pan encouraged. And you, young one, should also free yourself of any burdens. Compete earnestly. I did not witness the previous match, but I hope this one will be even more splendid, Wu Qiankuan stated with a grave tone. Yang Yu clasped her hands in response and then leaped gracefully onto the treasure platform, where Jiang Yu had been waiting for some time. Junior sister Yang Yu, this contest is no longer as straightforward as it seems. Should you sustain any injuries, I shall offer my apologies in advance, Jiang Yu said solemnly. Yang Yu discerned that Jiang Yu was resolutely determined to secure victory, prompting her to act without hesitation as she circulated her internal essence. Jiang Yu furrowed her brow, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. Pan Pan, observing this, expressed her confusion, musing aloud, Isn't that the destruction spirit spear? Suddenly, Wu Qiankuan stepped forward, his countenance darkening. This foolish child. How could she have forged it? Wu Master, what has Sister Jiang Yu crafted? Pan Pan inquired, noticing the grim expression on his face. Wu Master sighed softly, as though burdened by an unspeakable secret. With a powerful shout, Jiang Yu unveiled a long, slender brush in her hand, its pristine white shaft contrasting sharply with the sinister crimson hue at its tip, creating an unsettling appearance. Upon encountering the brush before her, Yang Yu felt a violent reaction within her essence and blood. Yang Yu, be cautious, warned her senior. This bone hairbrush is a treasure I have recently crafted. It remains a quasi-spiritual artifact and does not employ the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. Yang Yu paid no heed to Jiang Yu's words, instead attempting to suppress the tumult of his essence blood. However, the pristine white of the brush's shaft incessantly evoked other thoughts within him, resembling more closely the bone of a beast. Yang Yu lowered her voice and inquired, Senior sister, may I ask what this bone pen is crafted from? Upon hearing Yang Yu's question, Jiang Yu's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of discomfort. To speak candidly, this bone pen is forged from the remains and inner essence of magical beasts, Jiang Yu replied solemnly. It is something that Master explicitly prohibited prior to his retreat. However, before Jiang Yu could finish her sentence, Yang Yu's countenance transformed, tiger stripes manifesting upon her face, chest, and throughout her entire being. I understand. Senior sister, Yang Yu declared gravely, let us commence. Jiang Yu seemed to sense a change in Yang Yu's aura, yet before she could ponder further, Yang Yu had already vanished from her sight, an overwhelming intent to kill surging from behind. When she turned around, all that greeted her was the fleeting shadow of Yang Yu. This is not good, Jiang Yu thought to herself, as she turned once more. She beheld Yang Yu's crimson fist, adorned with peculiar patterns. The bone pen sprang forth, positioning itself before Yang Yu's fist. At the moment of contact, Yang Yu appeared momentarily entranced, as if she were attuned to some emotion emanating from the bone pen. Despite the protection of the bone pen, Jiang Yu was still propelled several meters away by the force of the collision, leaving her head spinning. This chapter has not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. Pan Pan wore a tense expression, though she was unaware of Yang Yu's prior inquiry. She recognized from the intricate patterns that Yang Yue had begun to take things seriously. Has this fellow truly embarked upon body refinement? Wu Chenkuan asked. Absolutely, Pan Pan affirmed. Alas. Wu Chenkuan sighed deeply. I initially thought that having a destined child within your Xianling sect was sufficient. Who could have anticipated the emergence of another such individual? Destined child? Pan Pan inquired. Are you referring to junior brother Lin Xiao? Who else could it be? Wu Chenkuan chuckled wryly. Yet now, with this new character, your Xianling sect's fortune is truly remarkable. Jiang Yu summoned back the bone pen, noticing a faint crack at the nib, though it quickly reverted to its original state. Junior sister Yang Yu, to have achieved such mastery in body refinement, is truly commendable. Jiang Yu remarked, before wielding the bone pen, sending a scarlet-inked, hurtling towards Yang Yu, with a swift, cloud-like movement imbued with intense killing intent. Yang Yu evaded the ink dot's assault, reappearing before Jiang Yu once more. Yang Yu lifted a leg and kicked towards the bone pen, while Jiang Yu stood before her, wielding the bone pen. To her astonishment, the power of Yang Yu's kick was unexpectedly formidable. Jiang Yu was knocked back, her hands numbed from the impact. Upon glancing at the bone pen, she noticed a distinct crack, which, moments later, astonishingly restored itself. Your junior seems to have quite the opinion about Jiang Yu's magical artifact. Wu Chenkuan remarked softly. To be candid, my junior appears to have opinions about all magical artifacts, Pan Pan replied, producing the two damaged artifacts. Take a look at this. Wu Chenkuan turned his gaze towards the jade exquisite and the shattered map of mountains and rivers in Pan Pan's hands. His previously calm demeanor suddenly shifted to one of alarm. This who on earth did this? He exclaimed, isn't this a waste of treasures? Pan Pan looked at Yang Yu with a helpless expression. It's all my junior's doing. This lad managed to ruin your jade exquisite and the shattered map of mountains and rivers? Wu Chenkuan asked, astonished once more. Pan Pan responded with a hint of pride. Impressive, isn't it, my junior? In contrast, Wu Chenkuan gazed at Pan Pan as if she were foolish. What are you so excited about? Are you saying that not only did he ruin my artifacts, but he also transformed them into this state? Isn't that a bit of talent? Pan Pan inquired eagerly. What are you thinking, girl? Wu Chenkuan replied with exasperation, before glancing at Yang Yu, who was engaged in battle with Jiang Yu. It seems Jiang Yu has underestimated her opponent. Do you lack confidence in senior sister Jiang Yu? Pan Pan asked in a whisper. Wu Chenkuan gently shook his head. It's not a matter of confidence. It's just that seeing these two artifacts before you, I realized that with that bone pin, there's no chance of victory. As soon as Wu Chenkuan's words fell, another loud crash resounded as Yang Yu landed a punch on the bone pin, creating cracks more pronounced than the previous two instances. Yet, the bone pin once again restored itself. Jiang Yu furrowed her brow, never anticipating that the white-haired youth before her would be so relentless against her magical artifact. Seeing Yang Yu assume her stance once more, Jiang Yu ceased controlling the power of the bone pen. With a swift motion of her hand, the tip of the bone pen glowed red, resembling a crimson blade hurtling towards Yang Yu. Yang Yu, undeterred, preemptively struck, colliding fiercely with the crimson aura. Jiang Yu initially anticipated that after this clash, Yang Yu would exhibit some restraint. However, to her astonishment, Yang Yu's figure suddenly surged forward, reappearing right before Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Just as she prepared to retreat, Yang Yu reached out and seized the bone needle, forcefully wresting it from Jiang Yu's grasp. Yang Yu, Jiang Yu shouted, her voice filled with urgency. What are you intending to do? Yang Yu gripped the bone needle tightly in her hand, her face etched with worry. Senior sister Jiang Yu, this treasured artifact cannot be kept. Preposterous. Jiang Yu admonished in a deep voice. With urgency, she advanced, her hand radiating a faint crimson glow as she effortlessly seized the bone needle from Yang Yu's grasp. How dare you, at such a tender age, criticize the treasures of the spirit treasure sect? Jiang Yu declared solemnly, what you deem unworthy shall indeed be deemed worthy. Yang Yu's eyes turned somewhat sorrowful, and just as he was about to explain something, Jiang Yu raised the bone brush high above her head, and a dark crimson aura began to spread incessantly. Witnessing this scene, Yang Yu could not afford to be careless. It seemed as though his vital essence was sending him a warning. In an instant, tiger stripes materialized on Yang Yu's body, leaving the onlookers astonished by his appearance. What a display of sorcery! Jiang Yu intoned gravely. Yang Yu, be cautious. Underestimating the Lingzhou sect could exact a heavy toll. The dark crimson aura continued to converge upon the bone brush, swiftly staining its pale shaft with a hue reminiscent of blood. Observing the transformation of the bone brush, Yang Yu's expression shifted slightly, and his entire form tensed. Pan Pan instinctively stepped forward. Master Wu, is senior sister Jiang really all right? Wu Zhangmin furrowed his brow. Indeed, Jiang Yu's artifact possessed an unsettling aura. One could only wonder how many beast carcasses had been utilized in its creation. Yang Yu leaned slightly forward, her toes gently lifting. A posture that instantly filled Pan Pan with foreboding, for it was increasingly reminiscent of a wild beast. Just as Pan Pan's anxiety peaked, Yang Yu charged toward Jiang Yu, who let out a cold snicker and flung the bone needle from her hand. In the next moment, Yang Yu engaged in a fierce struggle with the needle. Their methods of attack strikingly primal, devoid of any semblance of defense. Noticing this, Jiang Yu furrowed her brow, even if she bore no concern for Yang Yu. She worried that the bone needle, subjected to such relentless assault, would struggle to maintain its formidable self-repair capabilities. With a subtle shift in her stance, Jiang Yu positioned herself behind Yang Yu, her aura intensifying as a powerful gale manifested in her grasp. Pan Pan, observing the scene, sensed that Jiang Yu was preparing to intervene with her magic and, just as she was about to call out a warning, caught Jiang Yu's gaze directed at her. Reluctantly, Pan Pan took a step back, recognizing that uttering a warning in such a context would indeed be quite improper. Fear not, Wu Qiankuan murmured softly, aware that this child was well-informed and would not harm your little junior brother. In the midst of the fierce battle between Yang Yu and Gu Mao, the essence and blood within him had already sensed the gale approaching from behind. Yet, at that moment, Yang Yu was utterly indifferent to Jiang Yu's movements. His sole focus lay on how to dismantle the treasure before him. With a cold snort, Jiang Yu waved her hand, and an invisible wind, akin to a whip, surged towards Yang Yu's back. A sharp crack echoed, and a vivid scarlet mark appeared on Yang Yu's back. Remarkably, he did not react to Jiang Yu's strike, not even glancing back. The disciples of Lingbao's sect were astounded. Who would have imagined that the one who endured Jiang Yu's lash would remain utterly silent? Such physical resilience. One disciple outside the arena couldn't help but exclaim. Even Wu Qiankuan, witnessing Yang Yu's demeanor, felt a wave of astonishment. This junior brother of yours, could it be he lacks any sense of pain? Wu Qiankuan inquired with curiosity. How could that be? Pan Pan replied helplessly, Master Wu,